Chapter 1. Sirius Island. In the untamed mountains and forests, the roar of savage beasts reverberates through the wilderness. The earth trembles under heavy footsteps. A colossal gorilla, towering over 30 meters, rampages through the primordial forest, crashing into a vast meadow. Shortly thereafter, a clouded leopard, measuring over 20 meters in length, emits a low growl from a distant mountain peak and swiftly leaps from one summit to another. With a thunderous sound, the leopard finally comes to a halt, approximately 100 meters away from the mighty gorilla. The fierce gazes of the two fearsome beasts converge upon an ordinary figure standing 100 meters away. As the eyes of the formidable silverback and the snow-colored leopard settle on him, a young man perched atop a towering tree grins, instilling dread in the hearts of the two beasts. Each encounter with this figure leaves them more formidable than before. Let the battle commence. Lu Yu beams, his powerful aura radiating outward as bolts of lightning crackle around him. Boom! The lightning pierces the heavens and the earth. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon's crushing fist. Thunder Dragon's celestial halberd. Annihilation of the dragon's essence. Summon the thunder. After an intense clash, the surrounding area of 1,000 meters is reduced to rubble, the battlefield consumed by darkness. The fur of the two savage beasts is charred, exuding the acrid scent of scorched flesh. However, their training partner cannot simply perish. Lu Yu strides over to the heavily injured clouded leopard. Heal! A radiant light of healing magic envelopes the clouded leopard, restoring it to its former state in no time. Next, he tends to the gorilla's injuries. Ding! Weekly training task completed. Thunder Dragon's Annihilation Magic Level 80. Mastery achieved. 10 years ago, Lu Yu crossed into this perilous world, awakening to activate the dragon's essence system. The system rewarded him with a grand gift, the annihilation magic of dragons, yet he must elevate its level himself. The dragon's essence system, the annihilation magic of dragons, and the stone tablet inscribed with Sirius on the island. Lu Yu instantly comprehended that he was on Sirius Island, the sacred ground of fairy tale. Familiar with the world of fairy tale, he harbors a deep yearning for it. Urza, Levi, Mirajani, so many adorable girls. However, after exploring this island, Lu Yu realizes it seems different from the Sirius Island he remembers. He cannot even locate the grave of the first guild master, Mavis. This implies he might currently be in an era dominated by dragons, fraught with danger. To preserve his life, Lu Yu resolutely decides to develop cautiously. Within 4 years, Fire Dragon's Annihilation Magic reaches max level. Sky Dragon's Annihilation Magic reaches max level. Iron Dragon's Annihilation Magic reaches max level. At present, Lu Yu is cultivating Thunder Dragon's Annihilation Magic. With 4 types of annihilation magic at his disposal, he rivals Serena, the celestial god and chief of the 4 heavenly kings. Lu Yu is confident that as long as he does not encounter the black dragon Acnologia, self-preservation should not pose a problem. Lu Yu summons the system panel with his consciousness. Host, Lu Yu. Fire Dragon's Annihilation Magic maxed out, skillfully mastered. Iron Dragon's Annihilation Magic maxed out, skillfully mastered. Sky Dragon's Annihilation Magic maxed out, skillfully mastered. Thunder Dragon's Annihilation Magic Level 80, Mastery achieved. If I encounter Acnologia right after leaving the island, it would be utterly tragic. If I could acquire 2 or 3 more types of annihilation magic, even if I cannot defeat him, I should be able to escape. Lu Yu muses softly. Roar! The clouded leopard and the gorilla beside him seem to comprehend Lu Yu's thoughts, lamenting the continuation of their arduous days with a mournful howl. Do not wear such a woeful expression. Next, I shall seek out the Pirate King and the Savage Tiger for training, granting you a respite. Roar, roar, roar. Oh! Upon hearing this, the gorilla and clouded leopard rejoice, cheering in delight. At that moment, a terrifying aura descends from the sky. The clear sky abruptly darkens, and a gigantic figure weaves through the clouds. A dragon has finally appeared. Lu Yu rises slowly, his fighting spirit ignited. However, the ensuing turn of events takes Lu Yu completely by surprise. Ha ha hee hee hee! The massive figure in the sky does not seem to be a dragon. It laughs heartily, speaking human words. This island is quite remarkable. It shall belong to our beast pirates from now on. Beasts. Pirates. Luyu. The beast pirates? Luyu stares in bewilderment, recognizing that the enormous figure in the sky is increasingly familiar. Suddenly, it dawns on him with a thunderous realization: this is not the world of fairy tale at all. It is unmistakably the world of One Piece. Luyu feels a mix of laughter and tears. Had he known earlier that he was in the world of One Piece, he need not have developed cautiously for so long. Once Fire Dragon's Annihilation Magic and Sky Dragon's Annihilation Magic reach max level, he would be more than capable of navigating this world. Even the highest-ranking admirals and sea emperors could be challenged. However, the presence of the beast pirates indicates that the time is not too late. He can still catch up with the thrilling era of exploration. With 4 types of annihilation magic at his command, even if he is not the strongest in this world, he is certainly close. With this thought, Luyu cannot help but feel exhilarated. The time belonging to him is about to commence. Just as Luyu indulges in his fantasies, from a height of 1,000 meters, the dragon-formed Kaido of the 100 Beasts lets out a low, thunderous laugh. He has long sensed the presence of a lone human and 2 beasts on the island. Interesting, Kaido grins widely. Suddenly, Kaido dives towards the small island, plummeting from 1,000 meters above. Boom! With a resounding crash, the ground at the impact site sinks. Amidst the swirling dust, Kaido emerges, exuding an imposing aura. This little island is quite suitable for my beast pirates. It shall belong to me from now on, Kaido proclaims, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Awoo! The clouded leopard and gorilla emit low growls. As the kings of the island's savage beasts, they cannot simply stand idly by in the face of an intruder. Silence. Luyu interjects calmly. Upon hearing his words, the 2 beasts obediently sit behind Luyu. Low. Indeed fascinating, Kaido observes Luyu with great interest. Kid, it seems you possess some degree of strength. Join my ranks. The 4 emperors Kaido of the 100 Beasts, Luyu chuckles lightly. Low. Kaido is momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter again. I didn't expect my reputation to reach even this desolate place. One of the 4 emperors of the New World, Luyu nods. Since you are aware of my name, you know what to do next. Kaido exudes an air of arrogance. Hif. Luyu feels a surge of excitement. Though this is not the world of fairy tale surrounded by dragons, what difference does it make between Western and Eastern dragons? What are you laughing at? Kaido's expression darkens. I was pondering that if I were to slay one of the 4 emperors of the New World, my name would surely echo across the seas. Luyu's words brim with provocation. Kaido is momentarily stunned, but quickly regains his composure, responding arrogantly, a mere ant dares to challenge me. Though foolish, I commend your courage. As one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World, he naturally does not regard Luyu, this country bumpkin, with any seriousness. Then let us begin. Slay the dragon. Just as Luyu prepares to engage the arrogant and conceited Kaido. Ding! A crisp system notification chimes. Defeat one of the 4 emperors, Thunder Dragon's Annihilation Magic Level 5, Dragon Power Level 20. Chapter 2. The Strongest Against the Strongest. A mission? Enhance the level of Thunder Dragon's Annihilation Magic and gain Dragon Power. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Luyu cannot help but feel a surge of joy. This confrontation is unavoidable. Leveling up the Annihilation Magic by 5 levels is equivalent to over a month of training. And Dragon Power is no trivial matter. He had previously unlocked it with the twin dragons of the saber-toothed tiger. However, Luyu currently remains unaware of how to utilize Dragon Power. He glances at Kaido, not far away, a smile spreading across his face. Seeing this, Kaido's dissatisfaction is palpable. What are you laughing at now? Nothing, let us begin, Kaido. Watch as I turn you, this dragon, into a mere insect. Such audacity. I am Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Before Kaido can finish his sentence, Luyu vanishes from his line of sight. Even with the use of observation haki, all he perceives is a flash of golden light. How fast? Kaido is taken aback, instinctively raising his hand to block. In the next instant, bang! A dull sound resonates as golden lightning collides with Kaido's arm, unleashing a powerful shockwave that spreads instantly. Remember my name? Lu Yu. Lightning crackles around Lu Ye's fist, intertwining with raging flames. Thunderfire Dragon Mode. Boom! The attack power of Thunderfire Dragon Mode surges exponentially. The blinding light of thunder and fire sends Kaido's towering figure hurtling several meters away. Thud! After landing, Kaido forcefully steadies himself, planting his feet firmly on the ground. Roar! With a mighty dragon's roar, Kaido disperses the crackling thunder and flames that cling to him. Yet his body is left charred from the searing power of the thunderfire. At this moment, Kaido's expression is one of profound shock and disbelief. He never imagined that a mere native ant in his eyes could possess such terrifying strength. Under the excruciating stimulation, Kaido could not help but let out a piercing scream. Since the battle against Kazuki Oden 2 decades ago, he had never experienced such pain. When did such a young monster appear upon the vast sea? And what are the abilities wielded by Lu Yu? Are you a devil fruit user? The natural type rumble fruit? Kaido inquired, both astonished and furious. If you say so, then let's continue. Lu Yu provocatively beckoned. Arrogant brat. In a fit of rage, Kaido took a deep breath, his wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. This was the extraordinary recovery power granted by the awakening of his mythical Zoan Dragon ability. Hurry and transform, or you may find you have no chance left. Lu Yu seemed fully aware of the situation. Bastard, let me show you the terror of the strongest creature. Kaido pointed a finger skyward. Crack! A bolt of blue lightning surged from Kaido, his colossal form swelling against the wind. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The aura of the dragon enveloped the island, causing the ferocious beasts to tremble in fear. Ha ha ha! You little brat, do you still dare to boast? Kaido laughed triumphantly. Kaido, if you don't transform, I want to know how to unleash my full power. Lu Yu casually rolled his shoulders. You little punk, to die under my current state is something you can take pride in. Kaido opened his dragon jaws wide, gathering a radiant energy within. That was the breath of the dragon. Suddenly, the sky erupted in a blazing light. Prepare yourself, heat breath. Kaido's dragon head whipped violently. The searing brilliance tore through the heavens, hurtling toward Lu Yu. This was the power of the strongest creature, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. As the heat breath was unleashed, all beasts on the island cowered in submission. Yet, even in the face of such terrifying heat, Lu Yu remained utterly unperturbed. Kaido was the perfect opponent for him to verify his own strength. Just as Lu Yu seemed on the verge of being consumed by that heat breath, sizzle, golden lightning, and blazing flames surged forth from within him. In response to the overwhelming heat breath, Lu Yu retaliated with a similar technique. The roar of the thunder flame dragon. The intertwining radiance of lightning and fire erupted from Lu Yu's mouth. The clash of roars met the heat breath midair, creating an explosion as dazzling as a miniature sun. The shock wave flattened everything within a kilometer radius, turning the distant forest into a raging inferno. This was the pinnacle confrontation between dragons. In the sky, the roar of the thunder flame dragon proved more potent and penetrating than the dragon's heat breath. Coupled with the adage that the left side historically loses in confrontations, this clash had already determined the victor. Damn! In the next moment, the roar of the thunder flame dragon pierced through the heat breath, even breaking free from the stormy seas surrounding the island. On the battlefield, Kaido narrowly evaded the roar of the thunder flame dragon, turning to gaze at the towering waves of the stormy sea, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. However, what shocked him even more was the realization that the heat breath had actually lost in the confrontation. This kid is no ordinary opponent, Kaido thought, his demeanor unusually grave. This young man before him could truly be regarded as a monster, his strength far exceeding Kaido's expectations. What's the matter, Kaido? Are you conceding already? Lu Yu taunted. Brat, the battle has only just begun. Even though he was aware that Lu Yu's strength surpassed his predictions, Kaido, as one of the 4 emperors, would never allow himself to flee in an unknown confrontation. Kaido's eyes narrowed, his dragon jaws again gaping wide. Bad wind. A blade of wind powerful enough to cleave mountains filled the sky, hurtling toward Lu Yu. Standing firm, Lu Yu opened his mouth once more. The sky-extinguishing dragon magic. In a single breath, the atmosphere within a 100-meter radius was drawn into Lu Yu's mouth and nostrils by an irresistible force. Kaido's wind blades disintegrated, devoured by Lu Yu. What Kaido gasped, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. Heavenly dragons roar. A mighty storm of airflow erupted from Lu Yu's mouth, surging toward Kaido high above. Tornado! Kaido quickly reacted, unleashing multiple tornadoes in an attempt to block the attack. However, against the roar of the dragon, they proved utterly ineffective. Kaido's massive form was spun about within the tempest. Thunder. A thunderous roar echoed through the winds, and several bolts of lightning shot forth. After dispersing the storm, they surged directly toward Lu Yu on the ground. Lightning has no effect on me. Lu Yu grinned, his mouth curling into a confident smile. His right hand grasped the air, and the heavens' lightning coalesced into a spear of electricity. I know that lightning cannot harm you, but my ultimate move is this. Thunder 8 trigrams. Unbeknownst to him, Kaido had transformed into his hybrid Dragon Man form, appearing behind Lu Yu. Boom! Chapter 3. The Ultimate Dragon Annihilation. Chapter 5. A Clash of Fists. Thunder roar 8 trigrams. Kaido raised his kanabo, channeling explosive power through his arm, delivering a cataclysmic strike with the thunder 8 trigrams. This was the most formidable attack of Kaido, the Emperor of Beasts. The sheer strength caused even the fabric of space to quiver. This strike could shatter mountains. In the face of such a terrifying blow, Lu Yu countered by thrusting forth the golden lightning spear he had conjured. As the spear met the kanabo, an instant later, the lightning spear, being a non-physical weapon, buckled under the immense pressure, cracks spiderwebbing its surface. Ha ha ha! Since the onset of their battle, this was the first time Kaido gained the upper hand, his confidence soaring. Lu Yu's right fist, imbued with the power of lightning, struck the base of the spear with tremendous force. Boom! The heavens roared as if thunder itself had exploded, unleashing a devastating lightning power that engulfed the battlefield. The thunderous clash resonated with an overwhelming force, striking the explosive lightning. The terrifying impact hurled Lu Yu back several dozen meters. Ha ha ha, kid. Do you now comprehend my strength? Kaido proclaimed arrogantly. Ha, is that all the might of the 4 emperors can do? Merely push me back? Lu Yu retorted with a sneer. Kaido's smile faltered. Underestimating the 4 emperors would soon reveal the vast chasm between them. With his fist charged with the formidable hockey of armament, Kaido prepared for combat. Are you not transforming into a dragon? Lu Yu inquired. I don't need to for you. Kaido replied, a sense of indignation brewing within him. He felt that after transforming, he was rather significantly restrained. What a pity, however. I am quite formidable in hand-to-hand combat as well. Lu Yu grinned, his body emanating a chilling aura of steel as he unleashed the Dragon Slayer magic of iron. In the next moment, Lu Yu suddenly appeared before Kaido, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Kaido, unflinching, absorbed the blow with his body and seized Lu Yu's arm, swinging him midair and forcefully slamming him into the ground. A resounding thud echoed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Moments later, another sound followed, shaking the very foundation of the island. This time, it was the sound of Kaido's colossal frame crashing to the ground at the center of the battlefield. Lu Yu's feet were ensnared 3 feet deep into the ground, a consequence of being forcefully struck down. Subsequently, in the blink of an eye, Lu Yu leveraged Kaido's immense strength, executing a modern variation of a body slam in midair. By the time Kaido registered the event, he was already sprawled on the ground. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Kaido slammed his palms against the earth, utilizing the powerful recoil to propel himself skyward. In the blink of an eye, Kaido appeared behind Lu Yu, his armed hockey-infused fist hurtling towards him. The force of the punch surged forward, yet Lu Yu stood his ground, resolutely accepting the challenge. With fists colliding, the clash resonated with a ferocious brilliance like lightning and thunder. The impact reverberated, silencing the world for a fleeting moment. In the next instant, a burst of white light erupted at the point of their confrontation, accompanied by a deafening roar reminiscent of thunder. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from their fists, creating a tempest of air around them. Countless boulders were lifted high into the sky, only to be crushed and shattered by the overwhelming force. As Kaido bellowed once more, his fist descended again upon Lu Yu. Fearless, Lu Yu's eyes glinted as he met the assault with his own strike. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed like primal, untamed violence. Just as Lu Yu and Kaido engaged in their fierce battle, a pirate ship, the Storm Whale, struggled against the tempest for hours. Finally, it broke free from the whirlpool and reached the island. We have finally escaped that storm. Diamond Jozu, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division, sighed in relief. This area is truly peculiar, remarked Bista, the captain of the 5th Division, with lingering trepidation. What about that beam of lightning and fire we witnessed? Brahmink of the 6th Division recalled, still shaken. Only Kaido of the Beast could unleash such a technique, observed Lakio of the 7th Division, his expression grave. We have tracked him to this point. That scoundrel Kaido must be on this island. A week prior, Kaido had pillaged a substantial quantity of fine wine from the Whitebeard pirates, a blatant provocation that Whitebeard could not tolerate. He immediately commanded a full-scale pursuit of the isolated Kaido. Marco, the Phoenix, led the vanguard in relentless pursuit, ultimately arriving at this enigmatic sea. Marco, have you discovered anything? Jozu inquired, glancing at Marco in the sky. Marco's expression turned serious as he confidently stated, someone is engaged in fierce combat on the island. The fluctuations in power indicate a battle of the Yonko level. Then Kaido is indeed on this island. Excellent. It was worth our relentless pursuit. Old grievances and new grudges will be settled together. Before our father arrives, we must definitely hold him back. This time, he shall not escape. The cries of the crew aboard the whale ship echoed through the sky. Yet Marco remained troubled, for a critical question loomed large. If it truly was a Yonko-level battle, who was Kaido's adversary? With a serious demeanor, Marco cautioned, do not act recklessly. I will assess the situation first. With that, he soared alone towards the island. The entire island trembled as the clash of fists and the collision of might reverberated, a primal aesthetic of violence. This epic confrontation at the Yonko level had persisted for several hours and was still ongoing. Lu Yu's thunderous iron fist struck towards Kaido. Lu Yu possesses an indomitable defense, while Kaido relies on his formidable regenerative abilities. Is this all the strength you have? Kaido stands firm, unflinching, as he retaliates with a fist as large as a sandbag, striking back at Lu Yu. Lu Yu relied on the indomitable Iron Dragon, Kaido of the Beasts. Unfazed, Lu Yu chuckled. Kaido took a deep breath, his fist wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate, and confidently declared, your punches are utterly ineffective. The warm-up shall conclude here. It is time for this battle to reach its climax. Lu Yu cracked his neck. Indeed, it is time to bring this to an end. Kaido grasped the spiked club embedded in the ground. Let us commence, Dragon Slayer. Lu Yu bent his knees and soared into the sky. In midair, his body spun violently, gaining momentum and conjuring a fearsome whirlwind. Iron Dragon Slayer magic. Dragon Slayer's ultimate iron spiral. Kaido stomped down with his right foot, channeling all his strength and haki into the spiked club. Thunder Bagua clashed with the iron spiral. With a resounding bang, the two formidable techniques collided. Unlike previous encounters, Thunder Bagua found itself at a disadvantage against the Dragon Slayer's ultimate technique. Chapter 4, Pursuing Kaido. With a series of crackling sounds, the epicenter of their confrontation erupted with flashes of lightning. Kaido, wielding the spiked club, was propelled back several dozen meters by the force of the clash. On the opposite side, Lee was also sent flying backward for several steps, neither side yielding. Your strongest move is hardly impressive, Kaido retorted, though his hands trembled uncontrollably, nearly causing him to drop the spiked club. Lu Yu smiled faintly. The strongest technique? Perhaps not. With that, a wave of heat surged forth as he cast the Fire Dragon's annihilation magic. Kaido's gaze sharpened, and he lunged forward, unleashing a series of thunderous 8 trigrams. In an instant, flames erupted around Lu Yu. The profound essence of Fire Dragon's annihilation magic, Crimson Lotus Blaze. Flames coiled around Lu Yu's arms, forming 2 fiery blades. He spun, creating a tempest of flames to counter Kaido's relentless, thunderous 8 trigrams. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with Kaido being forced back 100 meters, gasping for breath. The continuous use of thunderous 8 trigrams drained an immense amount of stamina, a toll even Kaido struggled to bear. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's flames began to flicker and wane. What sort of ability do you possess? Lightning, fire, steel, what are you? The myriad of powers left Kaido bewildered. Guess. Lu Yu replied with a subtle smile. It's fine if you don't want to know, but you must be nearing your limit, right? I should take you back for some thorough research. A cruel smile crept across Kaido's face. Even his formidable stamina was faltering. He could not fathom that Lu Yu's exhaustion would be any less. In battles of equal caliber, they often devolve into tests of endurance. Whoever falters first is destined to lose. As the strongest being across land, sea, and sky, Kaido had unwavering confidence in his stamina. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a look of sheer terror crossed his face, disbelief etched on his features. 100 meters away, Lu Yu had opened his mouth wide, taking a deep breath. The very air around him converged like a tide. Even the roaring flames in the forest surged into his mouth. In just a few breaths, the wildfire was extinguished, and the air grew thin. Lu Yu let out a hearty belch, his vigor restored to its zenith. The Fire Dragon consumes flames, the Iron Dragon devours metal. The Thunder Dragon feasts on lightning, and the Celestial Dragon thrives on air. Once satiated, they possess formidable strength. In terms of sustained combat prowess, No one in the entire pirate world can rival him. After his feast, Liu turned to the astonished Kaido. A grin spreading across his face. Shall we commence the second round? Witnessing Liu's seemingly invincible abilities, Kaido's resolve began to waver. Yet, as one of the four emperors, being bested by an unknown contender was an unthinkable disgrace. Focusing on the fight is essential. You truly underestimate me, Liu declared with a chilling tone, advancing swiftly. Kaido snapped back to reality and unleashed his thunderous 8 trigrams in retaliation. In the Thunder Flame Dragon mode, Liu's fist surged with electric energy, launching a fierce assault. Kaido's massive spiked club was sent soaring through the air. It is over, Kaido, Liu remarked with an indifferent air. At present, Liu's most formidable technique, the Thunderfire Dragon mode, culminates in the devastating Dragon Annihilation secret art, Crimson Lotus Thunderblade. The extraordinary amalgamation of thunder and fire manifests a terrifying tempest of flame and lightning. Kaido's colossal Kanabo cannot endure the collision of these two unparalleled forces, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Kaido's body is ravaged by the onslaught of thunder and fire, leaving deep, bone-revealing lacerations, as if his very being were on the verge of being torn asunder. With a thunderous roar, Kaido transforms into a 100-meter-long azure dragon, soaring into the heavens, unhesitatingly fleeing. Indeed, he has resolved to escape. Preserving the Green Mountains ensures that firewood will not be a concern. While he still possesses strength, safeguarding his life is paramount. Attempting to flee? It will not be so simple. With the dragon extermination magic of the skies, Liu ascends to pursue him. Damn you, brat. I am done playing. Kaido bellows in fury, unleashing a barrage of heat breath, bad wind, tornado, and thunderclap. Fire, lightning, iron, and turbulent air converge chaotically, shifting the very fabric of the sky. A mournful dragon's roar echoes from the lofty heights. With a resounding thud, a figure descends from the heavens. Liu himself. This time, I shall spare you. We shall continue next time. Casually, he discards a dragon claw onto the ground, which reverts to Kaido's left hand. Ding. The system notification chimes. Mission accomplished. Thunder Dragon Extermination Magic Level 5. Dragon Power 20. New missions activated. Seize Wano Country. Rewards unknown. Defeat the Beast Pirates All-Stars. Rewards unknown. Defeat the Beast Pirates 6. Rewards unknown. Defeat the Whitebeard Pirates Division Commander. Rewards unknown. The system has issued multiple missions in one go. Having dealt with the boss, but not yet finished, now tasked with annihilating their lair, a complete extermination. Wait a moment. Liu slowly turned his head, his gaze settling upon the new guest. Today is truly bustling, but I can only extend my apologies. Liu smiled faintly, approaching the immortal bird Marco with a calm yet determined demeanor. Sensing the aggressive aura emanating from Liu, Marco's muscles tensed instinctively. A singular thought raced through his mind. Flee. Marco had witnessed the formidable sight of one of the four emperors being relentlessly pursued by Liu, and he understood that he was facing a top-tier powerhouse, on par with the four emperors and marine admirals, perhaps even surpassing them. On high alert, Marco remained vigilant as Liu scrutinized him. To be honest, he held a favorable impression of this pineapple-headed individual. Had it not been for the demands of his mission, he would have preferred to avoid confrontation. Yet, there was no time for hesitation now. He resolved to deliver a thorough beating first. Liu and Marco spoke in unison. You go first, Marco said, graciously gesturing for him to proceed. Liu nodded slightly. Are you in cahoots with that fellow from before? No. How could that be? Marco hastily waved his hands, eager to clarify. I am a member of the Whitebeard Pirates and bear some grievances against Kaido. I have come here to pursue him. Liu smiled gently. For now, I shall take your words at face value. Marco let out a quiet sigh, attempting to calm his emotions, and inquired, I am Marco. May I ask your name? I am Liu, the lord of this island. Liu replied, then continued, however. I am somewhat perplexed. Marco, since you dared to pursue Kaido, your strength must be on par with his. Marco was taken aback, instinctively responding. My strength pales in comparison to his. I can only buy some time. To be candid, that fellow fled far too swiftly. I scarcely had the chance to enjoy myself, Liu remarked, concocting a flimsy excuse to initiate a confrontation. Come now, Marco, as a guest. Let us engage in a friendly spar. A mischievous grin crept across Liu's face. No, Marco exclaimed in terror, waving his hands frantically. This is absurd. This man is a monster who even drove Kaido away. Moreover, his purpose here is to hunt Kaido. With Kaido currently gravely injured, this is indeed a prime opportunity. Chapter 5. Misunderstanding. My lord, I am well aware that I am not your match and harbor no intention of fighting you, Marco stated earnestly. TCH, how dull. Liu replied, somewhat disheartened. The system requires the defeat of 10 division commanders. An opponent voluntarily conceding could also be counted as a victory. At that moment, a roar from a wild beast echoed through the distant mountains, suggesting a battle was underway. Marco glanced towards the source of the commotion. It seems to be Jaws and the others. Upon hearing this, Liu felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that he was not the only one besides Marco. This would make things much easier. As Liu's eyes flickered, a cunning plan took shape in his mind. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, darting towards the direction of the roaring beasts. Upon witnessing this, Marco understood the gravity of the situation and swiftly unfurled his wings to follow suit, exclaiming, "Heavens! I hope no misunderstandings arise." Nearby, in the primal forests along the coast, after Jaws and Bista disembarked, they encountered a horde of savage beasts. And a fierce battle was imminent. Given the prowess of the leaders of the White Corps, typical wild animals posed little threat. Ultimately, only a mighty gorilla and a clouded leopard remained as the true rulers of this realm. Jaws gazed at the two formidable beasts, declaring, "Only two remain. Allow me to handle the gorilla." Bista, wielding dual daggers, asserted, "Then the other one shall be mine." The gorilla and the clouded leopard exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with ferocity. This island was their home, and faced with invasion, they naturally stood ready to defend it. With a grin, Jaws charged forward. A brilliant collision imminent. The gorilla let out a thunderous roar, swinging its fist in response. Just as these two titans were about to clash, a resounding crack echoed through the sky as a bolt of golden lightning descended, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Who goes there?" Lakio bellowed, his body rigid with tension. An overwhelming pressure enveloped everyone, compelling them into a state of alertness. Meanwhile, the gorilla and the clouded leopard recognized Lu Yu's arrival amidst the golden lightning, their spirits lifting in jubilation. The howling wind swept away the swirling dust, revealing Lu Yu's figure. 1, 2, 3:30. With Marco, we are precisely 10. Lu Yu remarked with a smile. "Who are you?" Jaws inquired warily. "I am the master of this island. You have trespassed without permission and harmed my companions. Are you in league with the one I incapacitated?" Lu Yu provocatively questioned. "Incapacitated?" The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. "What? You dared to harm our companion? I will slay you." The leaders of the White Corps seethed with rage. Lu Yu led their thoughts astray, deliberately creating misunderstandings between both parties, and then swiftly transitioned into the formidable Thunderflame Dragon mode. Time was of the essence. Before the misunderstandings could be resolved, he decided to strike first. Meanwhile, Jaws and his companions surged forward. The battle of annihilation officially commenced, with each punch delivering devastating blows. The first to fall was the water buffalo, Atmos. The second, the fishman, Namur, soon followed suit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Within mere minutes, 8 captains lay defeated, leaving only the Sword Master Bista and the diamond-clad Jaws standing. Compared to the other captains, they proved to be considerably more resilient. Jaws' diamond form posed a significant challenge for Lu Yu at that moment. Meanwhile, the blue flames of Marco drew ever closer. Lu Yu made a decisive move, first addressing the threat posed by Bista. Iron Dragon Slayer magic, Iron Godsword. With a resounding crash, Bista could not withstand the force of the Iron Godsword, hurtling through the air for dozens of meters, crashing through several colossal trees before finally slamming heavily against the rocky wall. Josie, witnessing his companions suffer devastating blows, was enveloped by despair. The power of this young man was simply beyond imagination, leaving them utterly defenseless. However, he could not resign himself to inaction. With his hands crossed, his body transformed into diamond. "Stop." Marco's urgent voice echoed as a streak of blue flame descended from the sky. "What a pity. Just one more," Lu Yu lamented, shaking his head. They bore no grudge against each other. He could not possibly continue to attack the remaining Josie. After all, it was just one more, and he could seek another opportunity later. "Marco, why are you calling for a ceasefire? These fellows are allies of Kaido." Lu Yu's tone was exceedingly serious. "The worst has indeed come to pass," Marco replied, concern evident in his voice. "What on earth is happening?" Josie questioned, bewildered. "Didn't he say your arm?" Josie looked at Marco, who appeared dazed. "What is going on, Josie? Why are we fighting?" Marco inquired. "That person claimed to have broken your arm, so we..." Josie began to explain, his demeanor rather foolish. "I knew it," Marco sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Your companions are like me. They are all part of the Whitebeard pirates." "Ah, I see. I truly apologize." Lu Yu feigned a moment of realization, offering an awkward smile. "They engaged in battle with the savage beasts of the island. I thought they were summoned by that dragon." Marco chuckled bitterly, pondering whom to approach for reasoning. "What is going on?" Josie became increasingly confused. Marco began to clarify. "Josie, this is Lu Yu, the master of this island. Earlier, he mentioned that the individual who had his arm broken was Kaido. I just took a beating." Josie struggled to comprehend. Who could have anticipated that Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, could be so easily bested? If word of this got out, it would surely create a tsunami of monumental proportions across the seas. Seeing Josie's incredulous expression, Marco stated solemnly, "I witnessed it with my own eyes." "And you felt the power of Lord Lu Yu just moments ago." At that moment, Lu Yu interjected, "Marco, your companions have been injured. Bring them over. I shall remedy my mistake." Oh. Marco and Josie suddenly remembered their comrades still lying on the ground. They promptly followed Lu Yu's instructions, hastily gathering the unconscious commanders. Fortunately, none were in mortal danger. They would require a recovery of 10 days to a fortnight. Marco exhaled deeply. "No need. You may observe from the sidelines." Lu Yu smiled. In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of Marco and Josie, a healing force enveloped the commanders, visibly mending their injuries at an astonishing pace. This healing ability is even more miraculous than mine, Marco stammered in shock. They're waking up. Everyone is awake. Josie exclaimed with excitement. Quiet down, Josie. Vista opened his eyes, feeling somewhat weak. Coughing, Rakuyo expelled sparks from his mouth. Following him were Blamek, Atmos, Fossa, and Namor. The healing magic of the sky awakened all 9 commanders in succession. Upon seeing Luyu before them, they immediately assumed a combat stance. Wait, everyone. Marco quickly interjected. Marco, ISNT your arm. No, listen to me, Marco interrupted his companions, succinctly recounting the events that had transpired. Chapter 6. Whitebeard. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, all present rendered speechless by the shock. A relatively unknown young man had managed to wound and force one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, to retreat. Marco, is what you say true? The crowd gazed at Marco with expressions of disbelief. Seeing is believing. Wait here, I shall fetch proof. In less than 10 minutes, Marco returned, carrying a robust arm. Having encountered Kaido numerous times, the assembly immediately recognized it as his. Despite the incredulity, the evidence lay before them. In less than 2 minutes, he overwhelmed us all. He possesses that strength, Josie responded with a rueful shake of his head. At that moment, Luyu approached Josie with a smile. What is the matter, Josie? Josie felt a surge of nervousness. From our brief encounter, I found your abilities quite intriguing. Would you be interested in a spar with me? Luyu endeavored to soften his tone. Upon hearing this, Josie turned pale, forcing a faint smile as he conceded, perhaps not. I admit defeat and yield. Liu did not insist. Alas, what a pity. Just as Chiaozi conceded defeat, the voice of the system echoed. Defeating the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates team grants a reward. Lightning Dragon Slayer Magic Level 5, Dragon Power 10. Host, Luyu Fire Dragon Slayer Magic Level, 100. Mastery achieved Sky Dragon Slayer Magic Level, 100. Mastery achieved Iron Dragon Slayer Magic Level, 100. Mastery achieved Lightning Dragon Slayer Magic Level, 90. Profound Understanding Dragon Power Awakened. Level 30. A surge of joy filled Luyu's heart as the dragon-slaying magic surged to level 10. Still maintaining the formidable power of a level 30 dragon. Such efficiency was astonishing. A month of diligent effort paled in comparison to the completion of a single task. Lord Luyu, our previous actions were indeed reckless. We hope you can overlook past grievances, Vista earnestly expressed, lowering his stance in front of Luyu. With misunderstandings now resolved, there was little left to concern them. Despite having endured a beating, the Whitebeard Pirates, recognizing Luyu's extraordinary status, had no desire to create enmity. Naturally, Liu was not inclined to reject Vista's overtures, and the atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. An hour later, the members of the Whitebeard crew prepared to depart. Eager to relay the events that had transpired to their captain. Lord Luyu, we shall not impose any further, Marco stated as he bid farewell. Ah, are you leaving already? Liu raised an eyebrow. We have pressing matters to attend to, but if Lord Liu is interested, we would be honored to have you aboard our ship. Marco tentatively extended an invitation. In truth, he held little hope, considering that such a formidable individual would not casually join them. However, Luyu's response took Marco completely by surprise. After a moment of contemplation, Luyu surprisingly nodded in agreement. Marco stood there, overwhelmed with excitement. What's wrong? Am I not welcome? Luyu retorted. No, how could that be? You are most welcome indeed, Marco exclaimed joyfully. He promptly shared this delightful news with the other captains. Upon learning that Luyu would be boarding the ship, the crowd erupted in cheers. Such a formidable presence is unattainable even through fervent requests. On the coast, Marco gestured courteously, Your Excellency Luyu. Please hold on for a moment. Liu waved towards the direction of the forest. A thunderous rumble of footsteps echoed as the gorilla and clouded leopard leaped forward, crouching before Luyu. This spectacle instantly left Marco and the others in awe. My friends, I must take my leave, Liu addressed the 2 magnificent beasts. The eyes of the gorilla and the clouded leopard sparkled with excitement as they exchanged glances, brimming with fervor. Howl, roar. At last, we have escaped from the depths of suffering. Liu pressed his hand and continued. I know you will miss me dearly. Rest assured, I shall return to see you all. The 2 colossal beasts shook their heads desperately, letting out mournful cries. Farewell. Liu waved his hand at the 2 colossal beasts, turned, and leaped aboard the whale ship. The gorilla and the clouded leopard watched in as the whale ship vanished into the tempestuous sea. Instantly, they spread the news throughout the small island. The reigning beasts of the entire island erupted in jubilant cheers. Meanwhile, Liu stood at the stern of the whale ship, gazing wistfully at the island that receded into the distance. Thus began a new chapter in his life. Yet, how is it that I do not feel seasick on this voyage? Is it not true that a dragon slayer mage cannot travel by means of transportation? Liu murmured to himself, lost in contemplation. The system's prompt sounded at an opportune moment. Notification. The power of the dragon will enhance the host's physical balance and eliminate adverse effects. Luyu let out a quiet sigh of relief, striding forward and waving his hand. Under the influence of the dragon destruction magic, a path was carved through the tumultuous, stormy sea. The crew of the pirate ship was once again astonished. What would have taken several hours was accomplished in less than a quarter of an hour. Half a day later, a larger whale ship came into Luyu's view. It was none other than the flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Moby Dick. Mission: defeat one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard. Reward: unknown. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, squinted his light golden eyes. Kula, I smell the scent of a beast. Old man. Marco said there's important news. What is it? Asked Takeda. We shall know soon, Whitebeard replied, his face lighting up with interest as he gazed at the small whale ship 100 meters away. As the 2 ships drew closer, Marco, unable to contain his impatience, spread his blue wings and descended before Whitebeard. Old man, we have encountered a terrifyingly strong monster. Marco, what monstrous creature could be so fearsome? Were you not pursuing Kaido? Coulier interrupted, bewildered. Without further ado, Marco placed a wooden box on the deck and opened it. A hand? That seems somewhat familiar. Confused expressions spread among the crew. Seeing their reactions, Marco stated the truth plainly. This is Kaido's arm. What did you say? How is that possible? Kaido's arm. Marco, how did you manage this? The crew was thrown into an uproar, astonished by the revelation. The beast Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, the so-called strongest creature, said to be immortal. Yet, how could such a formidable being have lost an arm? Kula, the beast is coming. Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. At that moment, the 2 whale ships had just finished docking. Old man, everyone, we are back. The team leaders returned to the flagship. The ordinary crew members suddenly felt a terrifying aura that left them breathless. Just as they were about to speak, their words were cut off. The sounds of swallowed breaths filled the air. What was this overwhelming presence? It was not the conqueror's haki, but an aura of great calamity, a powerful pressure. Chapter 7. A show of power amidst the terrified gazes of the pirates, Liu stepped onto the flagship. The pirates aboard the Moby Dick were stunned. They never expected that such a terrifying aura would emanate from a young man. Marco, is this young man the important matter you spoke of? Coulier whispered in inquiry. Indeed, Marco nodded. Kid, Kaido's arm is the proof that you took down a member of the White Crew. Can this young man truly possess such formidable strength? Some approached, intending to test him. Yet, before they could finish their words, a thud echoed as their knees buckled, forcing them to kneel involuntarily. The others on board gasped in shock at the sight. Soon, a powerful dragon aura permeated the air. Thud, thud. The ordinary pirates were successively brought to their knees by the overwhelming dragon might. Amidst the reverent kneeling of the crowd, Liu strode confidently to the center of the deck, gazing calmly at Whitebeard. My apologies, but should a fight be what you desire, I shall accompany you to the very end, Liu proclaimed with a slight smile and an air of dominance. Upon hearing this, even Marco and Jozu were left astonished. Could it be that this fellow intends to battle against the old man? Jozu pondered to himself. Indeed, from his confrontation with Kaido, it was evident that this individual was a true warrior at heart. Marco drew in a sharp breath. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret for bringing Liu before their father. There it was, after Kaido, Liu had now set his sights on their old man. Marco resolved, in secret, to do everything in his power to avert a clash. As the ship's doctor, he was acutely aware of Whitebeard's physical condition. Should a fierce battle ensue, it would undoubtedly shorten his lifespan by several years. Just as Marco was about to step forward, a resounding, hearty laugh erupted from Whitebeard. What an audacious young lad. I must admit, I like it. Marco, bring me some wine. Yes, father, Marco replied. Typically, he forbade Whitebeard from indulging in alcohol. But given the circumstances, he had no choice but to allow a little. Soon, 2 towering barrels of wine were presented. Ha ha ha. I shall drink to honor you first, Whitebeard declared, eager to indulge in his passion for wine. Liu filled a large bowl to the brim and drained it in one swift motion. The Dragon Slayer magic had the power to alter the physique of its wielder, making the consumption of an entire jar of liquor a trivial matter. With a satisfying gulp, Whitebeard downed half a jar of alcohol. His interest piqued as he scrutinized Liu. A formidable individual such as yourself has chosen to remain in seclusion on this island. It is indeed a loss for the age of the sea. Might I inquire about the reasons behind your choice? Whitebeard asked with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Liu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Had he not mistakenly believed this was the world of fairy tale and harbored a slight fear of the black dragon Acnologia, he would have already traversed the seas with abandon, rather than wait until now. What is the matter? If there is something difficult to say, I understand, Whitebeard remarked. No. It's not that I have anything difficult to express, it's merely my conviction. Liu prepared to concoct an excuse. What conviction? Whitebeard inquired, his curiosity piqued. Only through enduring solitude can one ascend to the pinnacle of strength, Liu spoke enigmatically, feigning profundity. Enduring solitude, pinnacle of strength, how intriguing. Indeed, it is fascinating. Whitebeard boomed with laughter. Do you believe my ship can bear the weight of such a solitary strongman? Hearing this, Marco and the others had already surmised Whitebeard's next move. As expected, Whitebeard extended his hand and proclaimed his iconic phrase, "Come be my son, Liu." Instantly, the deck fell into a profound silence, with countless eyes fixed upon him. The next moment, a wave of astonishment erupted. Hey, Dad has extended an invitation to that man. That man is the one who severed Kaido's arm. Will he accept? But if he does, the Whitebeard pirates will truly conquer the seas. To possess such formidable strength at such a young age is truly remarkable. The crew on the deck murmured amongst themselves, brimming with anticipation. Marco, What on earth is going on with Dad today? Vista asked, a look of confusion on his face. I don't know either. This isn't Dad's usual style. Let us continue to observe, Marco replied with concern. At that moment, Whitebeard's inviting hand reached out toward Liu Yu. Liu furrowed his brow. He had no interest in being someone else's son. He was already the pinnacle of strength in this world, requiring no reliance on anyone. He intended to govern his own destiny and dominate this era. So, how about it? Carrying my name, let us wreak havoc upon this vast ocean. Whitebeard radiated confidence. As few would dare to decline his invitation. All aboard the ship looked on with eager anticipation, awaiting Liu Yu's response. After a brief moment of silence, Liu lifted his head, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. Whitebeard, do you look down upon me? Boom. After a prolonged silence, Liu finally spoke. He harbored no fear that Whitebeard might suddenly turn against him. A battle? That was precisely what Liu desired. Even in the face of the mightiest man, Whitebeard, he felt no trepidation. Boom. As Liu unleashed his ferocious dragon might, the colossal whale ship suddenly plummeted by several feet. The pirates aboard felt an overwhelming sense of dread in the face of such a terrifying dragon power. Indeed, it was futile. After all, the adversary had vanquished the formidable Kaido. How could they possibly stand a chance? Although the members of the Whitebeard pirates felt disheartened, they were not entirely surprised. Having personally experienced Liu Yu's intimidating presence, they understood that soon, the name Liu would resonate throughout the world. At that moment, Whitebeard, unfazed, boomed with thunderous laughter. It has been decades since I encountered such an intriguing lad like you. With that exclamation, an aura of sovereign might erupted from the legendary Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. The clash of dragon might and the formidable haki of the four emperors shook the atmosphere, creating visible ripples, even causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The once tranquil sea surged with towering waves, and the sturdy deck of the whale ship creaked under the immense pressure. The intensity of this confrontation was terrifying. Being caught at the epicenter could lead to devastation. The fact that Liu Yu could stand toe-to-toe with the old man was simply unbelievable. But wait, that didn't seem quite right in that moment. Even the formidable commanders could not maintain their composure. Marco quickly stopped them. One cried out, if this continues, the ship won't hold. The urgency was palpable. They could not allow this to escalate further, for dire consequences loomed. Yet, Marco gritted his teeth, realizing that the situation had surpassed their ability to intervene. Your power surely extends beyond this, young one. Whitebeard laughed heartily, showing no signs of abating. If you wish to fight, then come at me, for emperors. Liu Yu responded, his own aura unwavering, exuding confidence. Such an audacious lad. Show me the strength that defeated Kaido. Whitebeard clenched his right fist, a shockwave slowly radiating from him. Perfectly aligned with my desires. Liu Yu retorted boldly. Instantly, the heavens and earth reverberated with thunderous roars. Under the pressure exerted by Whitebeard, the power of the four dragons converged, coalescing the forces of the four elements. With a booming laugh, Whitebeard unleashed a devastating punch. Simultaneously, Liu Yu merged the four dragon powers and struck with his utmost might. The clash of metal and iron echoed, accompanied by the crackling of thunder and fire, as the howling winds rang through the sky and sea. The resounding roar of the heavens and earth marked the fierce confrontation between Whitebeard and Liu Yu. In the next instant, an unprecedented phenomenon unfolded. The clouds above parted, cleaving the sky in two at the point where their fists met. The heavens had split apart. This division signified the emergence of two sovereigns in the world, each poised to claim their dominion. Such a battle of this magnitude was beyond imagination. Nearly the collision of their fists had rent the sky. Suddenly, Marco shouted, alerting everyone. All hands on deck. Something big is about to happen. Ha ha ha. It's time to conclude. Whitebeard exclaimed joyously. Then let us end this. Liu Yu replied, a wild grin adorning his face. The ensuing explosion was akin to the very heavens collapsing, as Whitebeard and Liu Yu exerted their fists once more. The point of collision erupted into a radiant point of light, gradually expanding into a halo. The power surged, and the halo trembled violently until, ultimately, it detonated. An invisible shockwave radiated through the sky and sea, dispersing the clouds and stirring tumultuous waves. This supreme confrontation had finally reached its climax. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Liu Yu, I too share in your laughter. Yet, the task remained unfinished. This clash was a stalemate and did not signify Whitebeard's defeat. Gather around, everyone. Prepare for the banquet. Whitebeard commanded with a booming voice. Huh, father, did you say to prepare a feast? Jaws confirmed, bewildered. What else is there to say? With guests in our presence, we mustn't be remiss. Whitebeard replied with delight. Ha ha ha, let the festivities begin. Pirates, after all, were creatures of revelry. And preparations for the banquet swiftly commenced. Liu Yu and Whitebeard engaged in a delightful exchange of cups, reveling in each other's company. The banquet lasted an entire day and night. Liu Yu found himself being inundated with drink by Whitebeard and the squad captains. Even with the resilience of a dragon, he began to struggle. What is the matter? If you can't handle it, don't force yourself. I can have them take care of you. Whitebeard laughed heartily, gesturing towards the leopard print nurse brigade with a nuanced tone. No need for concern. I have important matters to attend to, Liu replied with a smile. waving his hand dismissively. Important matters? Marco and the others perked up with keen interest. What urgent affair? Whitebeard inquired. The dragon I fought 2 days ago. Our conflict is unresolved, Liu stated calmly. Kaido? Marco and the others exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, that very individual. I intend to settle things with him in Wano. Liu smiled. The captains couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for Kaido, who had provoked Liu. Not only had he lost an arm, but now his entire base might be at stake. Yet, sympathy aside, given the target was Kaido, they felt compelled to intervene. Father, this is also our chance to reclaim Wano, Aiza declared, his eyes reddened. Born in Wano. He had always yearned to reclaim his homeland and liberate his compatriots from Kaido's oppression. This was indeed a golden opportunity, especially with Liu, a formidable warrior, joining their cause, and Kaido having lost an arm. Father, Aizu speaks wisely. We must avenge Odin. Jozu, Marco, Bista, and others echoed passionately. Whitebeard, this is a rare opportunity. Shall we join forces? Liu extended the invitation. All eyes turned towards Whitebeard, awaiting his decision. After a prolonged silence, Whitebeard burst into laughter. Raising Liu's hand in agreement, the two formed a formal alliance. Prepare for a grand endeavor, everyone. Whitebeard bellowed, his enthusiasm igniting the Whitebeard pirates. Kaido, it's time to repay all the debts you owe. Aiza shouted to the heavens. Odin, watch over us from above. Marco and the other captains were equally invigorated. Aha. Splendid. I shall lead the charge this time, Liu declared confidently. But do not underestimate Wano. Over 30 years ago, even our ships nearly met their demise in those treacherous waters, Whitebeard cautioned. If sailing proves futile, then I shall fly there, Liu responded nonchalantly. With the magical power of sky annihilation, he soared into the sky. Indeed, he can fly, gasped the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, their jaws dropping in astonishment. I shall scout the situation first. Follow closely behind, Liu instructed. Wait. As he prepared to depart, Whitebeard called out. I shall send Marco with you. He can guide the way. Yes, father. Marco spread his wings and ascended into the air. Let us set forth, Liu accepted without hesitation. As they watched Liu and Marco take flight, the pirates aboard the ship began to stir with renewed energy. Father, what kind of ability does Liu possess? Josie asked, perplexed. Without relying on wings, he must be a Paramecia or Logia type, Rakuyo analyzed. Could it be the float fruit? Surely Shiki the Golden Lion has perished yet? Hakata speculated. That's not quite right. When we clashed, he wielded the power of lightning. Bista exclaimed, waving his hands excitedly. I recall there were flames as well, Atmos added. Could it be he possesses multiple devil fruit powers? One crew member jested. At his words, silence enveloped the room. The captains who had battled Liu exchanged solemn glances, nodding in agreement. On the deck, the pirates erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Father, what is your perspective? The collective gaze turned towards Whitebeard. His prowess matched mine evenly. He must have gained insights from our encounter, Whitebeard mused thoughtfully. Indeed, there exists more than one force within him. Good heavens, does this mean we have witnessed a miracle? The sea is truly vast, continuously revealing surprises. Chapter 9. Landing on Wano, Liu and Marco, after 2 days of travel, finally arrived at the waters of Wano country. Marco pointed to the land in the distance, saying, that is Wano country. Liu nodded slightly, acknowledging the difficulty of landing from the sea. Marco, deeply moved, also nodded in agreement, reminiscing, indeed, when we arrived before. It was quite a challenge. Just a moment, Lord Liu. Liu had no desire to listen to Marco reminisce about the past. Riding the wind, he crossed the waterfall and landed on the shores of Wano. That waterfall, akin to a natural barrier, held no significance for those endowed with the gift of flight. Moments later, Liu and Marco set foot on the desolate coastline of Wano, reflecting on the once vibrant Julie that lay before them, now barren and lifeless. Marco fell silent. Kaido's stronghold must be that place known as Onigashima, Liu remarked, raising his hand to indicate the direction. Indeed, Marco nodded in agreement. Liu grinned. Then let's head over directly. Wait. Marco quickly stopped Liu. Dad and the others want to arrive for another 5 days. Before that, we must gather intelligence to secure victory with minimal cost, Marco implored earnestly. I see. Then I'll leave such troublesome matters to you and take a stroll first. Liu replied nonchalantly. Fine. Marco agreed immediately. As long as Liu remained composed, everything would be manageable. See you in 5 days on Ghost Island. Liu declared before leaping away, his sights set on the renowned courtesan, Xiao Zi, in the flower capital. Meanwhile, on Ghost Island, the atmosphere in the headquarters of the Beast Pirates was tense. Captain Kaido had been absent for nearly 10 days, suggesting something was amiss. Is there still no word from Kaido? The second in command, Ember Jin, bellowed. No, Mr. Jin, we have been unable to reach the captain. A subordinate replied. Could it be true? As the rumors say. Silence. Jin cut him off, exuding an aura of terror. What a bunch of fools. Who is our captain? The Emperor. The strongest creature across land, sea, and air. Jack, the drought disaster, roared. Meanwhile, the third in command, Plague Queen, continued to rap without a hint of tension. Runny. striding in her high heels, reprimanded, "Foolish queen, the Whitebeard pirate ship is heading towards Wano. If their target is indeed here, can you withstand them? Ha! If Whitebeard dared to come, he would have done so already. He fears us," Plague Queen boasted. "Humph," Runny scoffed. "When we encountered Whitebeard at sea, who fled the fastest? What did you say?" Plague Queen bristled at the painful reminder of past events. "Enough. All of you, be silent," Jin commanded sharply. "While your bickering may be tolerable on ordinary days, during such critical times, if you do not rein it in, I shall not be courteous." His gaze swept across the two. "Regardless of Whitebeard pirates' intentions, we must hold our ground until the captain returns. Jack, reinforce the entrance's defenses immediately. Queen, keep a close watch on the prisoners in Udon. Pejuan, Phosph, Runty, Sasaki, Maria, you all head to the flower capital." Jin issued commands, and the occupants of the skeletal hall dispersed. After a brief silence, the sound of chains dragging filled the hall as a tall figure emerged. Yamato. In the New World, at Tado Land, the headquarters of Charlotte Lin, the Big Mom Pirates intelligence network was second to none. The movements of the Whitebeard pirates could not escape their notice. Mama! Urgent news." Cheese Minister Mondor rushed into the cake castle in a panic. "Mondor. It's Mama's delightful afternoon tea time. Can it wait?" Candy Minister Perispero scolded. Mama, I'm so bored. What is it? Speak." Charlotte Lin laughed heartily. "Yes, Mama. It's a big event. Whitebeard has declared war on Kaido." Mondor revealed a shocking piece of information. "What?" The entire cadre of the Big Mom pirates gasped in disbelief. "How interesting. Do we have any information on the reason for this declaration of war?" Charlotte Lin chuckled. "The specifics are still unknown, but it is said that the Whitebeard pirates are approaching Wano, and there are rumors that Kaido has been defeated and lost an arm," Mondor explained. Before he could finish, a series of urgent alarms blared. "Mama, major incident. Kaido has fallen from the sky. No, wait. The beast Kaido has fallen from the sky." At Marine headquarters in Marineford, morning broke with a wave of confidential intelligence prompting an immediate shift to wartime status. In the operational meeting room, Fleet Admiral Sengoku presided over the gathering of Naval High Command. Legendary Marine Admiral Garp boisterously inquired, "Sakura, is the information confirmed?" "Yes, it has been confirmed." Marine Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded. "The Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates are likely on the brink of war." As her words settled, the room erupted in chaos. "A war between the emperors is indeed a terrifying matter," Admiral Kizaru remarked nonchalantly. "But why would Whitebeard engage in battle with Kaido? Both being emperors, even if victorious, the cost would be staggering." The naval officers expressed their confusion over Whitebeard's actions. "Perhaps it relates to Kazuki Oden," Garp stated seriously. Sengoku nodded solemnly. "That event transpired many years ago, and now Whitebeard suddenly declares war on Kaido. There must be a significant reason behind it," Tsuru added. "What reason?" Gion inquired. "Recently, there have been rumors at sea that Whitebeard has allied with another force, gaining confidence to confront Kaido." Tsuru contemplated before responding. "An alliance? Who possesses the standing to ally with Whitebeard? It must be a power on the level of the emperors," Tsuru asserted, his voice heavy. "Regardless of the reasons, peace is about to be shattered. If we respond appropriately, we may reap the benefits of their conflict." "How intriguing. Mr. Sengoku, why don't I take a trip to Wano?" Admiral Kizaru, known for his laziness, unexpectedly volunteered, leaving everyone astonished. "Ha ha ha, how rare. Borsellino, you seek a mission?" Garp laughed heartily. "That's unfair, Mr. Garp. Regardless, I am still a member of the Navy," Kizaru replied, somewhat aggrieved. "Ha ha ha, my apologies, I am just taken aback." Garp continued to chuckle. "Enough." Sengoku rapped the table, fixing his gaze on Kizaru. "Borsellino, you are indeed the most suitable to investigate Wano, but do not merely spectate, ensure you take action." With Sengoku's keen insight, he understood Kizaru's nature well. This request was likely just an excuse to observe the unfolding showdown between Whitebeard and Kaido. "Rest assured, I will complete the mission," Kizaru assured confidently. In the New World, on an island, the red-haired pirates were in a state of urgency. Captain, Roxas shouted anxiously. "What's the matter?" Jesus Burgess, inebriated, asked languidly. "It's serious, Captain. We just received word that Whitebeard is going to war with Kaido." Roxas exclaimed in panic. "What? Is that true?" The crew members were visibly astonished. "Shanks, what do you think?" Vice Captain Ben Beckman asked, his expression grave. "It has indeed been a tumultuous time lately," Shanks remarked, his gaze sharpening. "Boys, this sea is about to descend into chaos once more. Prepare to set sail." "Captain, where to?" Liziru inquired. "To Wano." Chapter 10, The Trimmer of the City of Flowers in the New World, Dressrosa, at the Royal Palace's outdoor pool. The warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo wore a maniacal grin upon his face, reminiscent of someone unhinged. What has happened to the young master? The maid, Baby 5, trembled behind a pillar, too frightened to approach Doflamingo in his current state. "I do not know. It is best to keep our distance for now," replied Buffalo. "Hey, Doff. This hardly seems like an appropriate time for laughter." Toribol expressed his concern. "If Whitebeard goes to war with Kaido, what will become of our business with the Beast pirates? It is truly vexing. The sea has enjoyed a few years of peace, and now that old fool seeks to ignite conflict once more, Diamante remarked gravely. Doflamingo, covering his forehead with one hand, continued to cackle uncontrollably. After 4 years of tedium, we finally have something significant on our hands. But the trade of artificial devil fruits. Torbol's face was etched with worry. Do not fret, Toribol, even that monster Whitebeard cannot devour Kaido's dragon. Doflamingo asserted with unwavering confidence. We shall observe the situation unfold. Once the great battle concludes, we will seize the opportunity to expand. The wheels of fate have begun to turn. Meanwhile, in Wano country, in the City of Flowers. As Liu arrived in the City of Flowers, he committed a shocking act, attempting to assassinate the notorious Black Charcoal Serpent. The night was deep, and the city was ablaze with lights. The warriors of the general's residence were conducting door-to-door searches, leaving the populace in a state of disquiet. In the bustling streets of the City of Flowers, at the brothel on Rakshasa Street, the leader of the Wild Death Gang, Quan Si Lang, was asked by the courtesan Xiao Zi, "What has transpired?" "Do not fret. It is merely a trivial matter of someone attempting to assassinate the serpent." Quan Si Lang replied dismissively. "An assassination of the serpent? Who possesses such audacity?" The exquisite visage of courtesan Xiao Zi displayed profound shock. What was the outcome? Was the attempt successful? What is the serpent's current condition? Xiao Zi inquired anxiously. Xiao Zi, remain calm, Quan Si Lang admonished gently. I apologize. Xiao Zi regained her composure, quickly suppressing her emotions. The serpent is unharmed, Quan Si Lang stated. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Zi's face. However, Quan Si Lang could not fathom why the assassin, who clearly had the opportunity to eliminate the serpent, ultimately refrained from doing so. What do you mean? Nothing. It may be a tumultuous time ahead. If any issues arise while I am away, have my subordinates inform me, Quan Si Lang said solemnly. Xiao Zi nodded in agreement. From the depths of night until dawn, the City of Flowers remained fraught with tension. Useless. All of you are worthless. After such a lengthy search, you have yet to find him. The general's residence was on high alert as the Black Charcoal Serpent roared in fury from atop the estate. My lord, please temper your anger. The vassals knelt trembling before him. Temper my anger? I was nearly slain by that mysterious man last night. How can I temper my anger? The Black Charcoal Serpent screeched. With the power of the beastly phantom species, the 8-headed serpent, he transformed into a monstrous creature with 7 heads, one of which had been severed by Liu Yu the previous night. The vassals bowed their heads in fear. If you fail to locate the assailant, you shall all face death. The Black Charcoal Serpent bellowed. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. Felucio, have you found any trace of the assassin? The Black Charcoal Serpent inquired. Felucio silently shook his head. My lord, the Flying Six from Ghost Island have arrived. A warrior reported in panic. Quickly, bring them forth. The Black Charcoal Serpent's mood brightened. Rest assured, my nose is exceptionally keen. Leave the search to me, declared Long Tiao Luzi confidently. In the City of Flowers, on Rakshasa Street, the renowned courtesan Xiao Zi captivated countless hearts. Presently, a man, having squandered all his wealth, knelt at the entrance of the brothel, weeping profusely as he yearned for one last meeting with Xiao Zi. To outsiders, Xiao Zi's actions appeared merciless. However, the truth was more nuanced. She primarily targeted those who engaged in nefarious deeds. Moreover, the wealth she extracted was distributed among the impoverished populace. Her motivation stemmed from her connection to the fallen princess of Wano, Kei Gitsuhiwa. She endured hardship with the singular goal of avenging her father and reclaiming her nation's sovereignty. On the vibrant streets, Liu Yu donned spectacles, carrying a black cloth bag. Little did anyone suspect that the man sought for the assassination of the general walked boldly through the streets, though he had promised Marco not to raise alarms. One of the tasks assigned by the system was to seize Wano. With Liu Yu's formidable strength, he could have easily dispatched the Black Charcoal Serpent on the day of the assassination, yet he chose to hold back at the last moment. He desired that, upon taking control of Wano, the populace would comply rather than resist. Thus, he needed a legitimate ruler, Kei Gitsuhiwa, who would be the optimal choice as the last descendant of Wano's royal lineage. Xiao Zi, I wonder if this token of our meeting meets your expectations? Liu Yu's lips curled slightly as he strode directly towards the Yu Fong courtyard. In the City of Flowers, on Rakshasa Street, lay the Yu Fong. Xiao Zi leaned against the window railing, exhaling a thin wisp of smoke, her extraordinary beauty inciting a cacophony of howls from the men on the street. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over her, as if she were being watched by an unparalleled menace. Taking a deep breath, her enchanting eyes swiftly scanned the crowd. A young man, dressed in a manner that clashed with the ambience of the Land of Harmony, caught her attention. As their gazes locked, a notification sound echoed in Liu Yu's mind. Capture the heart of the courtesan Xiao Zi, reward unknown. Capture the hearts of the 3 great beauties, reward unknown. This mission arrived at the perfect moment. Liu Yu entered the courtyard with a smile. After showcasing his substantial wealth, the ruffians of the crazy dead man promptly escorted him to Xiao Zi's chamber. Xiao Zi, a distinguished guest has arrived. Come in, a melodious voice resonated from within. The door opened to reveal an exquisitely beautiful young woman standing by the railing, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. However, upon recognizing the visitor's appearance, a look of panic flickered across her stunning visage. Is something wrong? Do I appear frightening? Liu casually seated himself on the tatami mat. No, no, no. You are the most handsome person Xiaozi has ever encountered. I was momentarily entranced, she quickly replied, taking a seat across from him and pouring tea. Heh, do you say this to every guest? Liu Yu inquired. How could that be? Xiaozi speaks from the heart. She shyly responded. Liu Yu's teasing gaze fell upon Xiaozi, who found herself at a loss for words. Gathering her courage, she began with the customary pleasantries. I am deeply honored by your esteemed favor. However, before she could finish her sentence, Liu Yu abruptly pulled her into his embrace and assertively declared, from this moment on, you belong to me. My lord, Xiaozi stammered, momentarily taken aback. Yet, before she could utter another word, Liu Yu gently pressed his index finger against her ruby lips, causing her delicate form to quiver involuntarily. Since her debut, it was the first time any man had dared to touch her, igniting a simmering resentment within her. Alas, Liu Yu's grip was so formidable that escape seemed impossible. Excuse me, sir. Such behavior is quite improper. Kindly release this young lady, a ruffian interjected angrily. However, Liu Yu merely uttered a single word, resonating like thunder, scram. His overwhelming aura of authority rendered the thugs paralyzed with fear, leading them to scurry away in disarray. In Chapter 11, titled The Courtesan Xiaozi, she is depicted as the most beautiful woman in the land of harmony, akin to a celestial being. Yet, Liu Yu defies convention, brazenly drawing Xiaozi into his arms and daring to touch her lips. Under normal circumstances, the guards stationed outside would have swiftly intervened, but this time, a mere glance from Liu Yu sent them fleeing in terror. Xiaozi's body stiffened, uncertain if she could endure until the arrival of her protector. What if her innocence was compromised? As Xiaozi's thoughts spiraled into chaos, she suddenly felt her body being drawn forward. Liu Yu released the struggling Xiaozi and remarked, the troublesome individuals have departed. Let us begin with introductions. My name is Yu. Xiaozi gazed at Liu Yu with a look of confusion. Let us dispense with superfluous chatter. You shall accompany me from now on, Liu Yu stated bluntly. Absolute power breeds unwavering confidence, necessitating no circumlocution. Lord Liu Yu, this. A flicker of panic crossed Xiaozi's face. After steadying herself, she adopted a pitiful demeanor, saying, Xiaozi comprehends your intentions, however. If you wish to redeem me. Before she could finish, Liu Yu interjected, would a nation suffice as your ransom? Upon hearing this, Xiaozi was momentarily taken aback. Liu Yu said no more and opened the black cloth bag he had brought, revealing a fearsome snake head before Xiaozi. Instantly, Xiaozi's face drained of color. The courtesan should be quite familiar with this head, Liu Yu remarked with a smile. The general, the blackened serpent, has caused Xiaozi to grit her teeth in hatred. Was it you who attempted to assassinate the blackened serpent last night? Such a mere serpent can be easily dispatched at any moment. Are you satisfied with this token of our meeting, courtesan? Liu Yu declared with a commanding presence. Xiaozi was utterly taken aback, yet she quickly regained her composure. The true threat to this nation has always been Kaido of the 100 Beasts. As long as Kaido remains alive, nothing will change. I know that the root of this nation's calamity lies with Kaido of the 100 Beasts, correct? Liu Yu spoke again. Yes, I understand your intentions, my lord. Xiaozi nodded. We should leave immediately. What if I were to sever Kaido's head? Liu Yu replied calmly. Xiaozi could hardly believe her ears. Impossible. Lord Liu Yu, you cannot achieve this alone. Who said I am alone? It is only fitting to inform you now that I have formed an alliance with Whitebeard. I have come to eliminate Kaido. Upon hearing the name Whitebeard, Xiaozi felt her heart surge tumultuously, excitement overwhelming her senses. What's wrong, courtesan? Do you feel unwell? Liu Yu inquired, noticing her trembling form. No. Xiaozi shook her head fervently. At that moment, a furious shout erupted from outside. Which blind fool dares to wreak havoc in my territory? Receiving word from his subordinates about someone intending harm against the courtesan, Kaido abandoned the task concerning the serpent and stormed back into the courtyard, filled with murderous intent. As a loyal retainer of the Kazuki family, he could not bear the shame of failing to protect the princess. With a loud crash, Kaido burst through the door, only to see the princess unharmed, which brought him a momentary sigh of relief. However, he then noticed the bloody head and his pupils constricted, muscles tensing. It's you. He never expected to see a notorious criminal appearing so audaciously. Kaido swiftly drew his sword, coating it with armament haki, ready for battle. Wait. Seeing the tension escalate, Xiaozi hurriedly intervened, positioning herself between the two men. Xiaozi, that man is dangerous. Come here quickly. Kaido bellowed. Please don't attack, Tsunachi. This man is our hope. Xiaozi's voice trembled with urgency. Princess, Kaido realized that under normal circumstances, Xiaozi would not address him by his given name. And he immediately lowered his weapon, glaring at Liu Yu. Who are you? I shall explain everything in due time, Xiaozi said, closing the door. It seems you are not merely a courtesan and her patron, Liu Yu remarked with an understanding smile. What exactly are you? Kaido demanded. Kaido. This man is an ally of the Whitebeard pirates, Xiaozi disclosed. Nanny? Kaido exclaimed, taken aback. Before I elucidate the situation, shouldn't both of you reveal your true identities? Liu Yu scrutinized the two. The courtesan and Kaido exchanged glances. Xiaozi resolutely nodded. My true name is Kazuki Hiyori. daughter of Kazuki Odin and former 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. She laid bare her identity, unwilling to let this rare opportunity slip away. And you? Liu turned his gaze to Kaishiro. I am Tsunachi, a retainer of the Kazuki family. Since the princess has made her decision, I shall follow her through fire and water. I see, Liu nodded. Lord Liu, where are my father and the others now? Hiyori asked anxiously. They should arrive the day after tomorrow if all goes well, Liu replied, understanding her concern. That's wonderful, Tsunachi. Hiyori's face lit up with hopeful excitement. Yet, Tsunachi maintained a grave expression. First, everything Lord Liu has said is merely his word. Even if the Whitebeard pirates truly arrive, can they drive away the beast pirates? The risk is too great. Furthermore, as an ally of Whitebeard, what can Liu actually achieve? All remains uncertain. It seems you harbor doubts about me, Liu said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Indeed, until the Whitebeard pirates appear, I cannot fully trust your words, Tsunachi replied candidly. What would you have me do to prove it? Liu frowned slightly. Since you have the standing to ally with Whitebeard, your strength must be considerable. The Flying Six of the Beast Pirates have already arrived in the Flower Capital. You understand my meaning, don't you? Tsunachi expressed his thoughts. The Flying Six? Hardly a challenge. Nevertheless, since you insist, and they have already come to us, I shall entertain them. Liu rose decisively. What do you mean? Tsunachi asked. On high alert. In the next moment, a panicked shout echoed from outside. Lord Kaishiro, the Great Serpent and the Beast Pirates are here. What did you say? Tsunachi exclaimed, suddenly alarmed. In a fleeting moment, Liu's figure vanished, followed by a resounding bang. A bloody head was deeply embedded in the skull of one of the six-headed beasts. Chapter 12. The Six-Headed Beasts. The chaotic sound of hurried footsteps finally ceased before the courtyard of the courtesans. Ha ha ha, I can smell it, exclaimed one of the six-headed beasts with a wide grin. Damn it, that scoundrel has ventured into the territory of the Mad Death King. I hope Xiaozi is safe. The black charcoal serpent, infatuated with Xiaozi, cried out anxiously. Lord Serpent, shouldn't we be pondering the issue of the Mad Death King instead? Suggested Bude, the head of the inspection team. I have long suspected that the Mad Death King was problematic, and it appears my instincts were right, Fu Shou stated calmly. Then allow me to take the lead. I shall graciously accept this merit. Just then, a figure descended from the sky, crashing down onto the Rakshasa street with a thunderous boom. Who goes there? The black charcoal serpent barked sharply. Have you already forgotten me? Liu emerged slowly into the sight of the crowd. Upon recognizing Liu's visage, the black charcoal serpent screamed in terror. He is the one who attempted to assassinate me. Instantly, everyone drew their blades, surrounding the black charcoal serpent. For the six-headed beasts, I leave that fellow to you. Fu Shou declared. Oh my, I thought it was some formidable three-headed, six-armed being. How disappointing. Such a wretch hardly piques my interest. The members of the six-headed beasts began to chatter amongst themselves. Is this little brat truly someone the black charcoal serpent cannot handle? What a useless waste. The irritable sister, Runti, expressed her discontent. Ha ha ha. Since that's the case, I shall not hold back. This credit is mine. With that, her clothing suddenly burst apart, revealing the form of a spotted hyena, a manifestation of the dog fruit. Ha ha ha. Starting with the arm. The spotted hyena's son grinned cruelly, mercilessly sinking its teeth into Liu's arm. Clang. The hyena's teeth clattered as if biting into iron. Damn, how tough. Yet, the spotted hyena did not retreat. It clamped onto Liu's right arm without relent. Liu's fingers curled into claws, gently grasping the top of the spotted hyena's head. With a sharp crack, 5 bloody punctures appeared. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from the hyena as it struggled desperately. However, Liu held it firmly in his grip, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Let me go, you fiend. The spotted hyena gazed into Liu's indifferent eyes, a profound fear gripping its heart. In the next moment, Liu's right hand rested upon the shoulder of the spotted hyena. With his left hand raised and his right hand pulled down, a sharp sound echoed, and the hyena was torn apart, its head severed from its body. An eerie silence enveloped the entire scene. Liu's gaze once again fell upon the black charcoal serpent and his entourage, and he spoke calmly. Next, witnessing the gruesome sight of a body severed from its head, the black charcoal serpent seemed to see a reflection of himself, and he cried out in terror. This fellow is formidable. The expressions of Fu Shou and the bag of fortune mirrored his fear. The spotted hyena was a formidable presence within the beast pirates, yet in an instant, it was torn asunder, instilling a pervasive dread in the hearts of all present. The fierce elder sister, Runti, wore a solemn expression, no longer dismissive, and spoke with a serious tone. It was merely the killing of a worthless fool. Do not let success cloud your judgment. Aha. It appears this fellow is worth a strike. Sasaki slowly unsheathed his long blade and stepped forward with determination. Sizzle. Liu stood with his hands in his pockets, his body shimmering with the essence of lightning. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as Sasaki took a mere few steps before a bolt of golden lightning descended from the heavens, reducing him to a charred corpse. Liu's next words, spoken in a tone devoid of emotion, resonated like the call of the Grim Reaper. However, upon witnessing Sasaki's grim fate, no one dared to advance even a step further. It is worth noting that Sasaki was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million, renowned for his formidable strength among the Elite Six. Yet he had been effortlessly dispatched in a single move, while Luyu remained firmly planted in place, without budging an inch. At that moment, even the fiery sister Runti began to panic. What have you done? She stammered. What do you think? Luyu replied with a slight smile. Could it be the lightning fruit? Exclaimed Black Maria in horror. Impossible. The most powerful lightning fruit of the natural type hasn't been seen in decades. Peggy once shouted in terror. Regardless of his abilities, we must all attack together. A flicker of despair crept into the heart of Kaido. Little girl over there. You've always called others useless. Are you not a useless one yourself? Felusho taunted Runti. Known for her stubbornness, Runti could not tolerate being provoked and immediately transformed into her half-beast form. Prepare to face my Ranu spear, she declared as her body spun abruptly, launching an assault on Luyu. This time, however, the terrifying golden lightning did not descend. Luyu chose to meet the Iron Dragon extinguishing magic with his own iron head. With a resounding clash, the armored headbutt of Runmi collided with Luyu's genuine iron head. His elder sister, Peggy, shouted anxiously, eager to rush forward. However, she was sent tumbling by the shockwave generated from the impact. Little girl, you are still not ready to witness this. As Luyu stepped forward, a thunderous roar erupted, sending Runti soaring through the air. Her head was severely concaved, the frontal bone fractured, and blood gushed forth in torrents. Lulu-chan and Black Maria hastily caught the unconscious Runti, yet remained oblivious to the circular flame that manifested beneath their feet. Suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted, engulfing both of them. Only two remain. Luyu took the initiative, his entire being shimmering with electric light. In a swift motion, he appeared before the dazed Fuzzfu. His fist enveloped in a tempestuous wind, striking towards him. Fuzzfu's expression changed drastically as he instantly transformed into the ancient form of a saber-toothed tiger. The claws of the saber-toothed tiger clashed with the claws of the celestial dragon, unleashing a formidable shockwave that shattered the ground beneath them. The display of strength was commendable. Luyu nodded in acknowledgement. After all, I am a pirate with a bounty of 700 million berries. Underestimating me could lead to dire consequences. A faint smile, albeit forced, appeared on Fuzzfu's face as he struggled under the pressure of Luyu's might and the dragon's formidable aura. How brazenly arrogant. Do you truly believe your strength surpasses that of Kaido? Luyu scoffed. Nanny. Before Fuzzfu could utter another word, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Since you are so confident, let us see how you fare against this move of mine. Luyu raised his right hand high. A colossal wind barrier, Fusifer, enveloped him. The essence of the sky's annihilation dragon magic pierced through. The heavens were torn asunder. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying tornado propelled Fusifer's form into the sky, sharp blades of wind lacerating his body. Luyu turned and strode toward the petrified Paijuan. I shall grant you an opportunity. Choose your preferred manner of demise. Luyu loomed over Paijuan like a colossal dragon. Under the weight of his formidable presence, Paijuan's legs buckled, ultimately causing him to kneel before Luyu in submission. If it is possible, I wish to live, Paijuan uttered in terror. Ah, splendid. I shall provide you a chance to demonstrate yourself. Upon hearing the melodious notification, Luyu felt elated. Mission accomplished. Rewards. Thunder Dragon Annihilation Magic Level 5. Dragon Power 10. Chapter 13. A surprise for Marco next. Luyu turned his gaze towards the black charcoal Great Snake and his subordinates. The black charcoal Great Snake, witnessing the successive defeat of the Flying Six, was engulfed in despair. Upon noticing Luyu's attention directed at him, he let out a series of frightened howls. He recognized that Luyu's might exceeded even that of Kaido. Not even the calamities would be of any assistance. Please, do not kill me. I can grant you anything you desire. The black charcoal Great Snake pleaded. Then, I shall take this country, Luyu replied indifferently. What? The black charcoal Great Snake was taken aback by this demand. I have decided to bestow this nation as a betrothal gift to Xiaozi. I hope you will cooperate. Luyu stated calmly. Lord Luyu. The regal Princess Hiyori emerged, accompanied by Tsuranasuke. Kyoshiro, Xiaozi, what is happening? The black charcoal Great Snake inquired. Fury etched upon his face. Tsuranasuke, disregarding the black charcoal Great Snake, bowed deeply to Luyu. I sincerely apologize, Lord Luyu. What is the meaning of this? Luyu raised an eyebrow. My lord, I must apologize for my previous rudeness. Tsuranasuke's expression was one of intense agitation. The initial wariness, hostility, and suspicion had vanished. The events that had transpired were sufficient to illustrate that Luyu's strength was on par with the four emperors. Such a being of this caliber required no falsehoods. The alliance of 2 emperor-level powers made the restoration of Wano country imminent. With this thought, Tsuranasuke's attitude toward Luyu underwent a complete transformation. Kyoshiro, Xiaozi. Who on earth is this man? The black charcoal Great Snake yelled in exasperation. Hee, Great Snake. Tsuranasuke's gaze was filled with hatred, revealing his true identity. My true name is Tsuranasuke. Surely, you remember? Tsuranasuke? You are one of the Red Scabbards? Then Xiaozi is. My name is Kazuki Hiyori, daughter of Kazuki Oden. The identities of Kyoshiro and Xiaozi were unveiled, revealing Saranosuke of the Red Scabbards and Princess Hiyori's return. Everyone trembled in shock and fear, especially the black charcoal great snake, who quaked uncontrollably with terror. He found himself trapped in a dire situation, and with Saranosuke and Hiyori revealing their identities, he knew they would not spare him. Even if he were to relinquish the country to Luyu, it would be too late. Saranosuke, Princess Hiyori. If you wish to reclaim Wano country, do so with your own strength and do not rely on the powers from beyond the sea. Fukuruju admonished sternly. Ha ha ha, Fukuruju. How naive you are to utter such words. Have you lost your wits? Saranosuke laughed heartily. Did you not consider the consequences when you murdered Lord Odin? Saranosuke. Have you forgotten that Kaido is the true ruler of this country? Bagua screamed in alarm. I am well aware, but today, none of you shall escape. Saranosuke's eyes were filled with an insatiable killing intent. You shall not escape. Everyone, charge together and stop them. Under the command of the black charcoal great snake, the samurai, despite their fear, surged forward. Simultaneously, they prepared to make a quiet retreat. Black charcoal great snake, do you think you can flee? A thunderous roar echoed from the sky, and a wall of lightning fire obstructed the black charcoal great snake and his men. Thunder. Liu slowly clenched his raised right hand. In an instant, a tremendous crash resounded. Over 1,000 warriors on the black charcoal's side were reduced to ashes. The remaining ones, can you handle them? Liu asked Saranosuke. Saranosuke, wielding his great sword, charged forward with indomitable resolve. I shall assist. Haijuan declared, his gaze resolute as he looked at Liu. Liu raised an eyebrow. As long as you can forgive my sister's previous rudeness, I am willing to do anything. Haijuan asserted firmly. With that, he transformed into a dragon and surged onto the battlefield. In mere moments, Saranosuke and Haijuan collaborated, leaving only the black charcoal great snake, Fukuruju, and Bagua. Only the three of you remain. But fear not, I shall not allow you to perish so easily. Saranosuke, drenched in blood, appeared almost mad. The faces of the black charcoal great snake and his companions turned pale with fear, as Luyu's imposing presence left them with no hope of escape. Lord Luyu, what shall we do next? Hiyori inquired, unconsciously relying on Luyu. Next, before Luyu could finish his words, a brilliant line of fire surged towards them at an astonishing speed. Could it be the phoenix? The black charcoal serpent was filled with joy. It was a blue flame. The ominous premonition of Fulu's show grew ever stronger. Soon, the blue fire line descended upon Raksha Street, revealing the immortal bird, Marco. Luyu, your commotion is indeed quite significant, Marco remarked with a hint of resignation. Is it not so? Liu replied with a slight smile. Are you Marco? Kinemon gazed at the familiar figure, a look of extreme surprise and excitement crossing his face. You are Marco? The girl, brimming with enthusiasm, looked at him in confusion. And after a moment, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it be Hiyori? Yes, Uncle Marco, I am Hiyori, Kinemon affirmed with a nod of excitement. After more than 20 years, you have truly grown into a stunning beauty. But how is it that you are with Luyu? Marco said with a joyful laugh. Kinemon briefly recounted the events to Marco. Oh, I see. Marco exclaimed. I never imagined that Luyu would casually find Princess Hiyori. Perhaps it is fate. If Liu can protect this country, then Wano shall gradually return to its former glory. However, such matters are better suited for my father to address. For now, let us focus on the urgent business at hand. Upon Marco's arrival, the black charcoal serpent and his companions offered no resistance and surrendered. Marco presented a map to Luyu. Luyu, this is the intelligence I have gathered over the past few days. Please take a look. Drought Jack guards Kiri. Plague Queen oversees Rabadon, and Flame Ash guards Onigashima. Marco disclosed all the information he had uncovered, having dealt with the 6. The next task was to confront the 3 disasters. Liu scanned the map, his finger resting on the location of Rabadon. Leave Plague Queen to me. Then I shall take on Drought Jack, Marco replied. Liu furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. If this fellow were to slay Drought Jack, how would he fulfill his own mission? However, upon closer reflection, the disparity in strength between Drought Jack and Marco was not insurmountable. As long as he acted swiftly, he should be able to catch up. Lord Luyu, Marco, what about us? Asked Hiyori, her voice tinged with unease. At that moment, Sunetaro spoke solemnly. Lady Hiyori, we shall handle matters within the country. It is time to announce the return of the Kazuki clan to the nation. I have already prepared the light of the rice snail. Chapter 14, The Battle of the Immortal Phoenix in Warfare. Speed is of the essence. Luyu, Marco, and Hiyori set out on separate missions. At the Rabbit Bowl, the prison mining area, the Tyrant Queen sat atop, savoring sweet red bean soup. Just then, a pirate rushed in to report. Lord Queen, good news. The courtesan Kamurasaki is about to broadcast. Queen, an ardent admirer of Kamurasaki, leaped with joy upon hearing this. Kamurasaki? It has been far too long since I last saw you. Set up the broadcast immediately, even from afar. I must behold her. The pirates swiftly erected a projection screen in a prominent location. The screen illuminated with the exquisite visage of Kamurasaki, causing the eyes of the beast pirates to transform into hearts. Greetings, everyone of Wano. Allow me to introduce myself. Aside from being the well-known courtesan Kamurasaki, I am also the daughter of the samurai Kazuki Odin, Hiyori Kazuki. Hiyori proclaimed her true identity to the nation through the broadcast, shaking the very foundation of Wano. She continued with an inspiring speech. In the mining area, Queen was utterly astonished, his voice rising an octave. Kamurasaki is the daughter of Kazuki Oden. Impossible, absolutely impossible. And Kanjiro is actually that. Is this some sort of jest? No, look. Kaido has been captured by Kazuki. In the mining area, is Lord Hiyori truly back? Is it really the princess and the red scabbards? Have we genuinely found hope? The prisoners were overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streaming down their faces as more and more of them began to riot. Finally regaining his senses, Queen glared at the rioting prisoners, veins bulging on his forehead, and bellowed, "Silence. All of you, shut up." Activating his ancient brontosaurus form, he crashed down, suppressing the crowd. The next moment, a dazzling meteor streaked down from the heavens. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the Thunderfire Dragon's iron strike. Amidst the rumbling thunder, a brilliant meteor of lightning and fire descended. Before the spectators could even raise their heads, the radiant meteor landed squarely upon the head of the colossal brontosaurus form Queen. Queen's pupil shrank before he could utter a single word. The force of the thunder and fire engulfed him. His massive form soared into the air, his head plummeting towards the ground. With a tremendous crash, the brontosaurus head buried itself deep into the earth, causing the entire mining area to tremble. As far as the eye could see, chaos reigned. Transformed into a brontosaurus, Queen lay upside down in the dirt. The one responsible for this was none other than Luyu. Upon arriving at the Rabbit Bowl mining area, he immediately spotted the enormous brontosaurus form Queen. The target was too conspicuous to ignore, prompting him to unleash a devastating punch from above. With just a single strike, Queen was felled. Witnessing Luyu's swift defeat of Queen, the members of the White Troop were utterly astonished. Lord Queen is the number 3 of the Beast Pirates. His bounty exceeds 1.3 billion, and he was taken down with a single punch. Who on earth are you? Babanuki suppressed his fear. The elephant trunk on his belly seemed to sneeze inadvertently, launching a pitch-black cannonball forth. Luyu effortlessly caught the bomb, giving it a gentle squeeze. With a resounding pop, the shell shattered into countless fragments, a golden lightning flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, a torrent of thunder descended from the heavens. With a single strike, hundreds of pirates were reduced to ashes. Subsequently, the temperature in the enclosed mining site surged by several dozen degrees, transforming it into a searing furnace. The blaze of the fire dragon. Luyu raised his hand and effortlessly caused the 100 beast pirates to vanish into thin air. At this moment, the excavation site was left with only a handful of stragglers. The prisoners hiding in the distance exchanged glances, and a frail old man mustered the courage to step forward. "Sir, are you an ally of Princess Hiyori?" The leaders, including the formidable Hyoguru and the imposing Kanguru, recognized the old man and hurriedly approached him. "Well, one might say that," he replied. Hearing this, Hyoguru trembled with excitement. With utmost seriousness, he declared, "Sir, what must we do? Please, guide us." Liu pondered for a moment, then declared, "Let us head to the City of Flowers." Before his words faded, he vanished like a flash of lightning. Next, he was bound for the Ninely, where Marco resided. In the land of Wano, Ninely, in the town of Burrow. Following Princess Hiyori's speech inciting rebellion, the warriors of Kazuki erupted in revolt. In the past, such uprisings could have been easily suppressed under the dominion of Jack the Drought. However, now, Jack found himself overwhelmed by Marco. "Marco, what exactly do you and your Whitebeard crew intend to achieve?" Jack inquired coldly. "Is it not obvious? We ask you to vacate this nation," Marco replied calmly. "This is the territory of the Beast Pirates." Jack bellowed angrily. "No, this is Wano. It is the land of Kazuki Oden," Marco retorted decisively. Jack ceased his words, transforming into the ancient mammoth form of the Zoan-type mammoth devil fruit, his massive figure causing the ground to tremble. Phoenix strike. Marco spread his wings, the claws of the immortal bird slicing through the atmosphere and striking Jack's back. Boom. Even in his colossal mammoth form, Jack was sent sprawling, skidding across the ground for dozens of meters. Jack roared in fury, rushing towards Marco, his trunk swinging violently. Marco stood his ground, countering with a powerful kick that collided with Jack's forceful trunk. Thud, thud, thud. Jack was pushed back several meters, while Marco was also sent reeling. In a contest of raw strength, Marco found himself at a disadvantage, yet Jack's assault failed to inflict any real harm upon him. "Marco, you would do well to reconsider. Engaging in battle with our crew will cost you at least half your men," Jack warned coldly. "But Kaido does not seem to be present," Marco replied. "What of it? Lord Kaido will return sooner or later," Jack asserted with unwavering confidence. "That remains to be seen," Marco said with a mysterious smile. "What do you mean by that?" Jack's heart sank. "It matters not. A week ago, Kaido was defeated," Marco teased. "That is impossible." Jack's emotions surged. "If it were not the case, how could I be here?" Marco shook his head mockingly. "That man? Who?" Jack's question was cut short as a blinding meteor fell from the sky. "Lord Luyu. Have you resolved matters so swiftly?" Marco's face bore a hint of astonishment, for they had set out at the same time, and while he had only just begun, Luyu had already concluded his affairs. Truly, a man who could stand alongside the 4 emperors. Chapter 15. Yamato's request. "Who are you?" Jack demanded in a harsh tone. "The one who will end your life," Luyu replied calmly. In that moment, Jack instinctively felt a surge of fear. "Lord Luyu. Was he had agreed that Jack belonged to me?" Marco shouted. "I have been watching your battle from above for quite some time. Allow me to conclude it swiftly." Liu stated. You bastard, I am Jack the Drought. You shall perish. Jack, regarded as prey by Marco and Liu, was consumed by rage. The massive form of the mammoth charged forward, its sharp tusks aimed at Liu. However, Jack suddenly felt his feet leave the ground, his body flipping upside down before crashing heavily to the earth. Crack! A sharp pain shot through him as his prized tusks were uprooted. Jack could not bear the excruciating agony of losing his tusks, letting out a wretched howl. Liu picked up the blood-stained ivory, nodding with satisfaction before tossing it to Marco. Please take this and wash it. I intend to add it to my collection. Marco instinctively caught it, a wave of emotion washing over him. Jack was indeed unfortunate. Not only had he been beaten, but his ivory had also been taken. That was my ivory. Jack transformed back into his human form, roaring in a muffled rage, blood gushing from his mouth. I need to find a place to wash up. Marco turned and left with the ivory. Damn it, who the hell are you? Jack glared angrily at Liu. The future master of this country. You may rest assured in your demise. Liu replied calmly. As soon as the words left his lips, a torrential onslaught of steel fist rained down upon Jack, leaving him battered and broken, his insides shattered. Jack screamed, once again transforming into his strongest defensive form, the mammoth. Yet Liu's fists were relentless, breaking his bones into pieces despite his transformation. Lord Liu, I have returned, Marco announced, carrying 2 smooth, azure ivories. Oh, Liu nodded, lightly touching the massive form of the drought-stricken Jack, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. He took the ivories and placed them behind him. It's getting late. Let us return to the flower capital, Liu declared. Father and the others will probably arrive the day after tomorrow. I will wait for them here, Marco replied. Suit yourself. Liu nodded and returned to the flower capital with his spoils. Meanwhile, on Ghost Island, Inzai-jin watched the live broadcast from the flower capital, shocked to learn the true identities of the courtesan Koji and the warlord Kushiro. Moreover, the disappearance of the Flying Six only heightened his unease. Mr. Jin. News from the flower capital indicates that all 6 members were defeated by a single individual, a worried soldier reported. Who? Inzai-jin's eyes blazed with fury. The identity remains unknown, but their strength is terrifying. They killed Lord Sasaki and Lord Fuzufu with a single blow, the soldier stammered. What did you say? Inzai-jin's pupils constricted. He was well aware of the prowess of Sasaki and Fuzufu. If they were truly defeated in one strike, it signified that the assailant possessed strength on par with the 4 emperors. Contemplating this, many of Inzai-jin's doubts found resolution. The public assault on Wano by Whitebeard was not mere bluster. He had absolute confidence. Sir Jin, another soldier is approaching in haste. One of the subordinates exclaimed. What now? Inzai-jin barked. It's bad news. Lord Quinn has been defeated. Before Inzai-jin could fully process this shocking news, another alarming report arrived. Mr. Jin. Lord Jack has also been vanquished. Inzai-jin felt overwhelmed, unable to fathom the deluge of information. Jin, release my handcuffs. I must see who this formidable opponent is. A tall figure wearing a demonic mask rasped. Inzai-jin took a deep breath, making a decision. Now is a matter of life and death. I can unlock them. But I hope the young master of Wano will not play tricks. In Wano, Princess Hiyori's speech marked the commencement of the uprising. Samurai loyal to the Kazuki clan gathered around warlord Kushiro, pledging their allegiance to the princess. Little Hiyori, Chuanjiro, a small old man with blue explosive hair, appeared before Princess Hiyori. Father. Hiyori cheered, rushing into the old man's embrace. Uncle Kanjiro. Hiyori and Chuanjiro greeted in unison. This small old man was none other than Kanjiro, the former lord of Wano. Little Hiyori, Chuanjiro, what prompted your decision to rise up today? What are the odds of success? Kanjiro asked solemnly. Uncle Kanjiro. This time we are absolutely confident. We will surely restore Wano, Hiyori declared resolutely. She promptly informed Kanjiro about Liyu's role. After the initial shock, Kanjiro was filled with unbounded joy. Lord Kanjiro, we need your strength for the sake of our country, Chuanjiro urged. I understand, Kanjiro nodded earnestly. The second round of the live broadcast commenced. The once indecisive samurai finally resolved to join the ranks of the uprising upon witnessing the presence of the former lord, Kanjiro. As dusk approached, the uprising forces arrived at the stronghold of warlord Kushiro. Princess Hiyori, donning a conical hat, was met with ecstatic cries from the crowd. Is that you? Kawamatsu? The joy of reunion brought tears to Hiyori's eyes. The newcomer was none other than Kawamatsu, one of the red scabbards who had once protected Princess Hiyori. Kawamatsu and Jimp. Haha, great to see you alive. Chuanjiro joyfully recognized the two. Chuanjiro, you've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you. Kawamatsu laughed heartily. Has Ringo been liberated by Lord Liu? Chuanjiro inquired. Yes, all 4,000 compatriots from Ringo have arrived and are ready to join the fight, Jim confirmed earnestly. Excellent. Chuanjiro nodded repeatedly. The Lord Liu you speak of is the terrifying man who saved us, isn't he? Kawamatsu's heart still trembled at the thought. Allow me to introduce Lord Liu to you. Hiyori stepped forward with grace, just as she was about to speak. A voice rang out from outside. What do you plan to say about me, courtesan? Liu entered, bearing a pair of ivories. Lord Liu. Hiyori's eyes lit up as she rushed forward. Kawamatsu, Jin, and Kanjuro solemnly bowed to Liu. There is no need for such formalities. Please rise. Liu waved his hand. Lord Liu, regarding these ivories. Chuanjiro's pupils narrowed, recognizing them as jacks. Please keep them for me. Hang them in a prominent place later. Liu instructed, tossing the ivories to Chuanjiro. Yes, my lord, Chuanjiro replied with utmost respect. Very well. I shall take my leave and rest for a while. With that, Liu ascended the stairs. Once he was out of sight, Chuanjiro, Koamatsu, and the others withdrew their awestruck gazes. Meanwhile, Hiyori gazed towards the stairs, her beautiful face radiating determination as she ascended. Chapter 16, The Magic of Heartfelt Words. Lord Liu. Hiyori's voice echoed from outside the door. Come in, Liu replied calmly. Hiyori cautiously approached the window. Sitting across from Liu, her fair hands clenched tightly at the hem of her garment, her palms clammy with anxiety. As the courtesan of Wano, she possessed extensive theoretical knowledge in this regard, but it remained merely theoretical, for Kushiro had always protected her well. However, this time, as a princess, she yearned to contribute to her country. Under the gentle glow of the moonlight, Liu beheld the enchanting beauty before him, his heart inevitably stirred. Miss Hiyori. Is this truly the case? Lord Liu, Hiyori of Kei gets nestled closer into his embrace. You previously mentioned that a pledge to the nation would serve as my betrothal gift. Is that not the truth? Indeed, Liu replied with a calm nod. Thus, Hiyori became the beloved of Lord Liu, her gaze unwavering as she looked into his eyes. Very well. Liu smiled softly, instinctively wrapping his arms around Hiyori's waist. For a man to remain indifferent in the presence of such beauty would be a disservice to his very essence. Ding. Capturing the heart of Kei gets a Hiyori grants the reward of heartfelt magic, Dragon Power 10. The following day, Liu opened his eyes and glanced at the slumbering princess right beside him. With a thought, the system panel materialized before him. Host, Liu. Fire Dragon Annihilation Magic Level, 100, Mastery Unparalleled. Sky Dragon Annihilation Magic Level, 100, Mastery Unparalleled. Iron Dragon Annihilation Magic Level, 100, Mastery Unparalleled. Thunder Dragon Annihilation Magic Level, 95. Proficient Understanding. Dragon Power, Level 50. Auxiliary Skill, Telepathic Magic. Liu placed great importance on the auxiliary skill known as Heart Whisper Magic. Indeed, it was a form of supportive magic within the world of fairy tale, though he found it difficult to recall its full details at that moment. Note, Heart Whisper Magic allows one to discern the innermost thoughts of opponents during combat and facilitates communication with individuals across vast distances. The system displayed pertinent information regarding the Heart Whisper Magic, revealing it to be an enhanced version of telepathy. Liu pondered thoughtfully. Gaining insight into an opponent's thoughts prior to combat was akin to the observation haki found in One Piece, yet its application was far more extensive. If he were to leave Wano country, he would still be able to discern events occurring here in real time. Without further ado, he decided to put this skill to the test. Liu smiled gently, gazing at the figure in his arms, who resembled a little kitten. Kei gets a Naiho. Naiho. Liu invoked the magic of thought, calling out in his mind. Lord Liu, did you call for me? Naiho, still half asleep, inquired with her beautiful eyes wide open. How's your body? Are you managing? Liu asked with concern. Yes, I'm perfectly fine, Kei gets a Naiho replied, trying to appear strong, unaware that her true feelings had been perceived by Liu. After all, just yesterday she had been a blank slate. How could she be truly unscathed? Do not feign strength in my presence. Liu raised his right hand, and the gentle sky magic enveloped Naiho's abdomen. Naiho exclaimed in surprise as she felt a change within her body. Lord Liu, what is happening? My body. This is the power of magic. Liu smiled and responded. All right, it's time to get up. 10 minutes later, Liu and Naiho descended the stairs side by side. Lord Liu, Princess Naiho, Senokawa, Kawamatsu, and others were about to report to the two when a panicked subordinate rushed in. Boss, a monster wearing a mask, claiming to be Lord Waida, has broken in. A most unwelcome guest had arrived in the bustling streets of the flower capital. Scoundrel, who are you? The samurai stationed on the streets bellowed, drawing their swords to confront the intruder. With a flourish, the invader wielded a spiked club, creating a formidable barrier that unleashed a powerful shockwave, sending the advancing samurai flying. Her control over her strength was precise. The samurai were merely blown away, unharmed. I do not wish to fight. I have already stated my identity many times. I am Keigetsu Waida. Silence. You dare impersonate Lord Waida. This is utterly unforgivable. The samurai seethed, eager to dismantle this audacious impostor. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Liu and his companions finally arrived. What has happened? Inquired Hanano Kishiji anxiously. Boss. That scoundrel keeps claiming to be Lord Waida. This cannot be forgiven. A samurai roared in anger. Matsu, Naiho, and the others turned their gazes toward the scene. Matsu's eyes blazed with fury as his right hand rested on the hilt of his beloved sword. This is your final chance. Who are you really? I am Keigetsu Waida, came the unwavering reply from the intruder. Unyielding to reason, a glint of intensity flashed in Matsu's eyes as he unsheathed his beloved blade, radiating a chilling light. With the might of a whirlwind, Matsu charged toward Keigetsu Waida, his body spinning like a tempest. In response, Keigetsu Waida tightened her grip on the spiked club. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The clash of Miyanamukawa and Thunderous 8 trigrams erupted, igniting a fierce storm of shockwaves. Liu stood before Rihi, shielding her from the impact. Thank you. Lord Liu, Rihi murmured in gratitude. There is no need for such formalities between us, Liu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Guang Yue Rihi could not help but display a smile of joy. In the arena, after a clash between Yisong and Guang Yue Yutian, Yisong was forced to retreat 7 steps, while his opponent only fell back 3. In this contest of strength, Yisong had undeniably lost. To think he could repel Yisong head-on. Remarkable. Hanazono Haigor observed with a grave expression. The weapon, the technique, the attire, and the proclamation of being Lord Yutian all pointed to a singular identity. In the eyes of Tsugumi-chur, filled with animosity, the identity of the newcomer became clear. Naturally, as a time traveler, Li was also well aware of who she was, Kaido's daughter, Yamato. A fervent admirer of Guang Yue Yutian, her prowess and appearance were truly exceptional. Let us put an end to this fruitless conflict, Liu resolved. 5 minutes later, Liu and his companions led Yamato to a tranquil chamber. The individual who claimed to be Kazuki Oden, Yamato, sat gracefully on the tatami mat, while Liu and Kazuki Hiyori positioned themselves opposite her, with Kawamatsu and Tranjiro flanking them on either side. After a brief silence, Yamato initiated the conversation. Are you the one who defeated the Flying Six? It seems now is our time for inquiries. Liu tapped the table gently, prompting her. Very well, please proceed with your questions, Yamato replied calmly. Who exactly are you? Why do you impersonate my father? Hiyori demanded, her expression filled with anger. This was only natural, as her father, Kazuki Oden, had perished 18 years ago. The audacity of someone impersonating him was intolerable. Believe me, I am truly Yamato, she spoke earnestly. Before she could elaborate further, Hiyori, Kawamatsu, and Tranjiro glared at her intently. Fine, my name is Yamato, she continued, as she removed the mask from her face, revealing a visage that could rival that of Kazuki Hiyori herself. I am the daughter of Kaido. Chapter 17. Big Mom and Kaido. Astonishment flickered across the faces of Hiyori, Kawamatsu, and Tranjiro. They could hardly fathom that such formidable strength belonged to a young and beautiful woman, and moreover, the daughter of Kaido. In the next moment, the clanging of metal echoed as Kawamatsu and Tranjiro simultaneously drew their swords. I had heard of Kaido's son, but never expected it to be a woman, Tranjiro remarked with a piercing gaze. Although I am Kaido's daughter, my true admiration lies with Kazuki Oden, Yamato stated with a serene demeanor. You are Kaido's daughter, which makes you our adversary, Kawamatsu and Tranjiro declared, their hostility palpable. The atmosphere in the tranquil chamber became charged with tension. Everyone, please take a seat, Liu urged, maintaining his composure as he gestured for calm. Kawamatsu and Tranjiro exchanged bewildered glances. Kawamatsu, Tranjiro, sit down, he insisted. Her transparency regarding her identity demonstrates her sincerity. We must also possess the capacity for tolerance, Hiyori added. Thank you. Yamato expressed her gratitude towards Liu and Hiyori. You must provide me with an explanation for why you impersonated my father, Hiyori pressed earnestly. In response, Yamato retrieved a nautical logbook from her bosom. I have long admired Mr. Oden. On that fateful day 18 years ago, I rushed to Oden Castle, hoping to rescue you and your brother. However, I arrived too late. And all I found amidst the flames was this logbook, my beacon of faith, Yamato recounted with a tinge of sorrow. Stop spouting nonsense, Kawamatsu shouted angrily. Wait, Kawamatsu. She may not be lying, Hiyori interjected, trusting her instincts. Thank you. Yamato expressed her gratitude once more. So, why have you come here today? Liu inquired. Getting to the crux of the matter. For 18 years, I attempted to persuade my father to leave this country. Yamato began to share her aspirations of inheriting Oden's will and establishing a new era for Wano. Regardless, you are Kaido's daughter. It is difficult for us to trust your words. Tranjiro and Kawamatsu remained skeptical. For years, I was confined on Onigashima, with my father fastening explosive shackles on my wrists. It is only through the favor of Lord Liu that I have regained my freedom, Yamato confessed with a wry smile. How could Kaido be so cruel? Is this truly the behavior of a father? Hiyori's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively glancing towards Liu beside her. Lord Liu, what should we do? Liu smiled faintly, remarking, what does it matter? Kaido's daughter joining us is rather intriguing, isn't it? Let us trust her for now. Yamato, filled with gratitude for Liu's confidence, responded, Thank you ever so much, Your Excellency. Do not rejoice too soon, Liu cautioned. Since you have chosen to join us, you naturally have tasks to undertake. Of course, please do not hesitate to give your orders, Yamato replied, brimming with confidence. The third live stream commenced, with Yamato delivering a speech as Kaido's daughter, urging Kaido's faction to abandon their resistance. Thus, the situation in Wano country began to stabilize. Meanwhile, the whale ship of Whitebeard appeared off the coast of Wano. Finally, it had arrived. Time rewound slightly to 3 days prior, in the New World, at Tado Land. The arrival of a colossal dragon sent tremors throughout the entirety of Tado Land, prompting one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, to rush to the scene. A day later, Kaido awoke from his slumber, and upon seeing the enormous face before him, exclaimed in astonishment, Linlin, what brings you here? Shouldn't I be asking you that? How did you suddenly fall onto my territory, and in such a deplorable state, missing an arm no less? Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily. My arm? Ah, Kaido bellowed as he glanced at his severed left arm. Memory surged back, and he snarled through gritted teeth. It was that monstrous brat. Monstrous brat? Who is that? Wasn't your arm severed by Whitebeard? Charlotte Linlin inquired. Certainly not. Kaido vehemently denied. Charlotte Linlin was taken aback. In her understanding, only Whitebeard could have reduced Kaido to such a state. Hey, Kaido, what on earth is going on? Tell me everything in detail, she pressed. With no choice but to lower his head beneath the eaves, Kaido recounted his experiences in full. How embarrassing, Kaido. To be bested by a country bumpkin. Charlotte Linlin chuckled. Now it makes sense why Whitebeard is taking action. Whitebeard? What action? Kaido felt a twinge of foreboding. The Whitebeard pirates have already set sail towards Wano. Charlotte Linlin grinned widely. What? Such audacity. Linlin, release me at once. Kaido fumed. Do not rush, Kaido. Whitebeard must have chosen this moment to attack Wano because he is aware of your current condition. It is even possible he is allied with that monstrous brat. Can you handle two monsters at once? Charlotte Linlin teased. Kaido fell silent. If it came to a confrontation, he feared he would be obliterated instantly. However, if it were 2 against 2, Kaido regarded Linlin with solemnity. Linlin, lend me your strength. How audacious, Kaido. Do you wish to owe me another favor? Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily. Whatever it takes, lend me your power, and I will acquiesce to any request you make afterward, Kaido declared, fully committed. Anything at all? Charlotte Linlin confirmed with a sly smile. Indeed, Kaido affirmed with resolute nod. Then how about we have a child? Charlotte Linlin smirked wickedly. Kaido. Recalling that Charlotte Linlin had desired to bear offspring with Kaido's bloodline 36 years ago, was so frightened that he fled. Yet this time, all right. Time returned to the present. Off the coast of Wano, a massive whale ship was cutting through the waves. Father, we can already see Wano, Diamond Jozu exclaimed. Ha ha ha, lads, be careful not to be thrown overboard. Whitebeard laughed heartily. With the experience of their previous landing, the captain skillfully looped ropes around the koi fish, using its strength to leap aboard. Marco, who had been waiting on the deck, descended as they arrived. Marco, what is the situation in Wano? Whitebeard inquired. Father, if you had arrived a few days later, there might not have been anything left for us, Marco replied with a wry smile. What do you mean? Vista asked, puzzled. Kaido has yet to return. Liu has nearly seized control of Wano on his own, and now they are on their way to Onigashima, Marco explained succinctly. The commanders of the Whitebeard crew exchanged glances, stunned. Even Whitebeard fell silent. Were they merely on a sightseeing trip? Father, the main forces of the beast pirates are stationed at Onigashima. If we hurry over, we should still be able to lend a hand, Marco suggested. What are we waiting for? Let us set sail immediately. Whitebeard commanded with a grand gesture. Chapter 18, The Defeat of the Calamity Onigashima, the Stronghold of the Beast Pirates. Lord Ash, the samurai ships are approaching us. According to the plan, open fire and sink them, the Calamity Ash ordered coldly. But young Master Yamato is also on board. One of the anxious members of the Beast Pirates interjected. There is no need for mercy when dealing with traitors, Ash declared with a murderous intent. Yes, Lord Ash. The crew responded nervously. On the shores of Onigashima, cannon fire rained down mercilessly upon Liu and his fleet. Just as the samurai found themselves at a loss, Liu made his move. A golden electric net materialized out of thin air, illuminating the surroundings with brilliant golden lightning. Before the torrent of cannon fire could descend, it was detonated by the electric net, resulting in a spectacular display akin to a shower of fireworks. Subsequently, Liu clenched his right fist. In the sky, thunder roared, and a colossal bolt of golden lightning surged across the coast of Ghost Island, igniting a terrifying explosion. In an instant, the defensive structures of the beast pirates were utterly obliterated. The warriors, witnessing this magnificent spectacle, erupted in ecstatic cheers. Lord Liu, you are incredible. The eyes of Kazuki Oden sparkled with admiration. 3 minutes later, Liu and his entourage landed one after another. Meanwhile, Ember Disaster commanded an army of 20,000. Standing in confrontation, the members of the beast pirates, Yamato stepped forward, positioning himself between both sides. Young Master Yamato, what are you doing? You belong with us. Upon Yamato's appearance, the pirates of the beast pirates stirred with unrest. Yamato, what is your intention? Are you aware of your true identity? Ember Disaster bellowed in fury. I am fully aware, and I am doing what I believe is right. Yamato addressed the beast pirates' forces. Gentlemen, I implore you to listen. My father has been defeated by Lord Liu, and this battle serves no purpose. Lay down your arms. This nation yearns for peace. Under Yamato's persuasion, many pirates began to waver in their resolve, especially since Kaido remained unaccounted for. Silence. Ember Disaster, sensing the wavering morale, shouted fiercely, that traitor Yamato. Everything he says is a lie. Prepare for battle. The militant faction of the beast pirates launched a direct assault, leading their subordinates to attack the samurai. If it is war, then let it be war. That suits me perfectly. Tanjiro, Kawamatsu, and others, fueled by fervor, rallied thousands of samurai to confront them. 2 decades of enmity demanded an outlet through conflict. Liu spoke calmly. Yamato, take good care of Riho. Yes, I will absolutely protect little Riho. Yamato assured with unwavering conviction. Liu nodded slightly, casting his gaze towards the distant figure of Yin Zai-jin. Yin Zai-jin's eyes locked onto Liu. Are you the one who boasted of defeating Mr. Kaido? That is indeed the truth, Liu shrugged. His tone laced with resignation. How could a brat like you possibly triumph over Mr. Kaido? Yin Zai-jin roared in fury, drawing his long blade and unfurling his wings. Charging towards Liu with an inferno of flames. This fire appears quite delectable, Liu remarked. Taking a deep breath as the flames emanating from Yin Zai-jin's innate racial ability were swiftly consumed by him. Damn it, what have you done? Yin Zai-jin yelled in shock and anger, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him from the significant loss of his racial flames. His eyes wide with terror as he looked at Liu. Do not fret. I shall return it to you immediately. Liu broke into a grin. The roar of the fire dragoness annihilation magic. Boom. The final calamity came to an end. Mission accomplished, rewards granted. Level 5 for Thunder Dragon's annihilation magic. Level 10 for Dragon Power, reaching level 100 for Thunder Dragon's annihilation magic, and the activation of the White Dragon's annihilation magic. A new form of dragon annihilation magic has been unlocked, the White Dragon's annihilation magic. It allows the consumption of anything white to replenish energy, including light. Speaking of light, Liu's first thought drifted to the lecherous Marine Admiral, Borsellino, also known as Kizaru. However, Borsellino's light appears to be golden. It remains uncertain whether it can be consumed. Suddenly, he sensed a prying gaze emanating from the depths of the heavens. In an instant, golden lightning coiled around Liu. As he unleashed the full power of Thunder Dragon's annihilation magic. The Thunder Dragon's halberd. A halberd forged from lightning shot forth into the sky. Boom. The dense clouds above Ghost Island were pierced, creating a colossal opening. A beam of brilliant light cascaded down to the earth. Was it an illusion? Liu squinted slightly. Meanwhile, at an altitude of 1,000 meters, countless golden photons coalesced into a humanoid form, revealing the Marine Headquarters Admiral, Kizaru. The youth of today is truly formidable. Liu calmly withdrew his hand, gazing at the fierce battlefield. In a mere 10 minutes, 1,000 men from the Beast Pirates had already fallen, tipping the scales of victory in favor of Liu's side. With the demise of Inzer, a significant portion of the pirates chose to surrender. Suddenly, a series of cannon fire erupted from Ghost Island. Lord Liu. As he looked at the darkened sky illuminated by a blue fire, Rikui's face lit up with excitement. It seems they have arrived. Liu nodded. Abruptly, the space trembled violently, accompanied by a cacophony of shattering sounds. As the sky above Ghost Island was filled with countless cracks. In an instant, the heavens collapsed, the sea split, and waters flowed backward. This spectacle was undoubtedly due to the formidable powers of the strongest man, Whitebeard. Kuahuhu. Let the war begin, my children. Whitebeard's booming laughter resonated. Ah, flee. Whitebeard is here. We cannot win. Not even Kaido can triumph. With Whitebeard's arrival, the spirit of the Beast Pirates was utterly crushed. 5 minutes later, the two factions converged. Kuahuhu. What an extraordinary man you are, Liu. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Father. A young girl's sweet voice called out, momentarily halting Whitebeard's laughter. You are little Rikuhi. He instantly recognized the beautiful girl who had sprinted toward him. Father, it has been so long, Rikuhi exclaimed with an excited smile. Kuahuhu. The once tiny girl has grown up. Whitebeard chuckled, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth. Little Rikuhi, do you still remember us? Me too. Me too. I'm Jozu. The commanders of the Whitebeard crew joyfully chimed in. Rikuhi politely greeted each of them. Lady Rikuhi. Aizu stepped forward, filled with emotion, performing a vassal's bow. Aizu. Upon seeing him, Rikuhi hurriedly rushed to support him. You came too, huh? Old friends laughed and bantered. Aizu could not help but be moved to tears. Marco approached Liu, his expression somber. Lord Liu, in this operation, we have been of no assistance at all. It is thanks to your arrival that this war could conclude so swiftly. Liu smiled. No, that is not true. Before he could finish, both he and Whitebeard turned their gazes skyward. The commanders sensed that something was amiss, their expressions becoming grave. Kuahuhu. It seems we have arrived just in time for something significant. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Kaido, Big Mom, reveal yourselves. Moments later, a cacophony erupted on Ghost Island. Captain Kaido has returned. And Big Mom, we are saved. The once despairing Beast Pirates shouted with excitement. In stark contrast, the warriors of Wano trembled slightly under the immense pressure, a fear etched into their bones from 20 years of subjugation. In the central area of Ghost Island, Marco, Vista, and the other commanders wore serious expressions. Kaido and Charlotte Lin have actually joined forces. Jozu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. 2 against 2. We have Father and Liu on our side. The advantage is ours. Kuahuhu. I never expected you two would come together. Whitebeard chuckled as he looked at Kaido and Big Mom. Ahahaha. Whitebeard, I simply couldn't refuse the terms Kaido offered. Big Mom laughed heartily. That decision may not be wise. Whitebeard squinted his eyes. Enough with the chatter. The combination of Lin and myself is the strongest. Kaido boasted confidently. The strongest? Kaido. Have you already forgotten the pain you suffered last time? Liu stepped forward. Damn you, little pest. Kaido's expression darkened upon seeing Liu. Ahahaha. Enough small talk. Let us greet our old friends. Big Mom said with a chilling smile. Just as I wish. Kaido's dragon face twisted in a menacing snarl. His mouth opened wide, revealing a sphere of searing energy. At that moment, Liu suddenly stepped forward, unleashing the roar of the Thunder Flame Dragon. Just like before. The fiery breath was pierced by the roar of the thunder flame dragon, forcing both Kaido and Big Mom to the ground. Ha. Kaido, is this how you were defeated by this brat? Just watch me. Big Mom laughed confidently, raising her hands to the sky. Zeus. Prometheus. Yes, Mama. Under her command. The thundercloud Zeus and the little sun Prometheus spiraled upwards. In an instant, a vortex of thunderclouds and dazzling lightning engulfed the sky, transforming it into a sea of raging fire. The terrifying forces of thunder and flame, two of nature's mightiest elements, fell under Big Mom's control. Everyone, be careful. The expressions of the Whitebeard commanders turned tense. Kubahu. Still as crazy as ever, Lin, Whitebeard said with a grave laugh, his right fist beginning to shimmer with ripples. However, just as Whitebeard prepared to strike, Liu swiftly appeared before him. Whitebeard, allow me to receive this blow. Armed with the Dragon Slayer magic of fire and the Dragon Slayer magic of thunder, both lightning and flames serve as potent elixirs. Whitebeard gazed deeply at Liu. The shockwave subsiding as he chuckled. Kahaha, then I shall await your prowess. Come, face the wrath of heaven and earth. Big Mom declared, her fist clenched. As thunder and fire surged with terrifying might, countless fearsome lightning serpents and raging flames cascading down. Bring it on. Liu's lips curled into a smirk. With a mighty roar, he consumed the thunder and fire. The inhabitants of Onigashima widened their eyes, witnessing an unforgettable and astonishing spectacle. It was the sight of a man devouring thunder and fire. The fury unleashed by Big Mom transformed entirely into Liu's sustenance. Kahaha, truly an eye-opening experience. Whitebeard regained his composure, laughing heartily. This is simply incredible. The faces of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were filled with disbelief. At this moment, both Big Mom and Kaido were utterly dumbfounded. Wait, my flames and thunder have been consumed? Big Mom could no longer muster a smile. I warned you long ago. That kid is a monster, Kaido grumbled resentfully. Kaido, come. It's time we settle this. Liu's gaze locked onto Kaido, his eyes igniting with lightning. Even the domineering Kaido shivered unexpectedly. With the utmost mastery of Fire Dragon Slayer magic and Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, coupled with the recently devoured thunder and flames, Liu's power surged, craving release. Kaido, if you refuse to come to me, then I shall come to you. Liu grinned wildly, stepping forward. You fool. Kaido transformed from dragon to human form. Lingling, let us concentrate our power and eliminate one of them. Indeed. Since he has come forth, let us deal with him first. Big Mom agreed. Napoleon. She bellowed. Here, Mama. Napoleon responded. Big Mom's captains had transformed into a massive blade, while Kaido drew his formidable kanabo. Old man, we have a situation. Marco's expression shifted. Seeing this, Whitebeard brandished the Tsong Yunxia, ready to assist. However, Liu suddenly accelerated, charging towards the two like a meteor. What a fool. Determined to meet his demise. Big Mom and Kaido shouted in unison. Then I shall not hold back. They roared together. The might of Big Mom's dominion and Kaido's thunderous might fused and ascended, culminating in an earth-shattering strike. The combined technique of the four emperors, dominance of the seas. In an instant, the heavens trembled and the space fractured, unleashing an unmatched shockwave of power. In the face of such a formidable combined assault, Liu stood resolute, embracing the tempest of thunder and fire as he advanced. The Dragon Slayer's ultimate technique. The fire of the unknowing unfolded, a blazing, crimson phoenix sword. With a cry that echoed like the phoenix rising from the flames, it rivaled even the might of the ocean. The thunderous phoenix radiated a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. As the two formidable techniques collided, an unparalleled shockwave erupted, shaking the very foundation of the island. For a brief moment, the epicenter of their clash resembled a shattered galaxy, dazzling in its luminosity. The immense power of both techniques ultimately dissipated into the ether. Liu single-handedly thwarted the combined assault of two of the most formidable adversaries. How could such a feat be possible? The shout of Big Mom nearly shattered her vocal cords. Indeed, the youth are to be feared. Whitebeard bellowed with laughter. Even he lacked the confidence to withstand the joint strike from Kaido and Big Mom. Yet, Liu accomplished it. The younger generation is truly terrifying. Kizaru, perched high above, spoke with a sly tone. Ha, the strongest in the new world. This journey has proven worthwhile, as this monumental news is bound to shake the world. A great bird spoke with human words, laughing unabashedly. Kaido, roused from his shock, exclaimed, No, it's impossible. Kaido, you clearly stated that this kid was your equal. This outcome is not what you suggested. Big Mom glared fiercely at Kaido. This cannot be. There must be a flaw in this situation. Ah, it's your fault. Kaido shot a similar glare at Big Mom. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to fight? Big Mom was thoroughly enraged. That boy absorbed your thunder and flames, causing a temporary surge in his power, but such a state cannot last. Should we engage in another combined attack, he would undoubtedly falter. Kaido stated with conviction. Chapter 20, The War of the Two Emperors. And indeed, under normal circumstances, Liu's strength was only marginally superior to Kaido's. And after unleashing the Red Lotus Phoenix Sword, the absorbed power of thunder and fire was nearly expended. If another combined assault were to occur, he could not possibly withstand it unscathed. However, Liu would not grant Kaido and Big Mom the opportunity to execute their combined technique again. Lingling. Prepare for another round. Before Kaido could finish his sentence, Liu had already appeared before him. You guessed correctly. but you will not have the chance for a combined attack. A single punch landed squarely on Kaido's face, sending both of their bodies crashing into the mountainside. You insolent fool, do you dare to ignore me? Big Mom roared in fury, swinging her massive blade towards Luyu. Yet, a powerful instinct of danger surged within her, compelling her to pivot swiftly. The clash of Napoleon and Songyan sliced through the air, sending shockwaves across the land. Ha ha ha, Lingling, it has been decades. How has your strength fared? Whitebeard laughed heartily. The blade of Songyan ignited with a white vibrational wave, signaling the activation of the Tremor Fruit's power. The clash between Luyu and Kaido, as well as Whitebeard and Big Mom, has officially commenced. Marco solemnly declared, this island may not withstand the battle. Everyone retreat to the ship. The fierce confrontation has persisted for over half an hour, with the stalemate gradually breaking. Kaido's proud dragon form is completely suppressed by the dragon-slaying magic. In his half-beast form, he is unable to unleash his full power due to the loss of an arm and is repeatedly forced back by Luyu. On the other side, the situation between Big Mom and Whitebeard is equally dire. Confronted with Whitebeard's unparalleled shockwaves and advanced haki, Big Mom's steel balloon-like body generates ripples, inciting her fury. Lin. Let's switch opponents. This kid's abilities seem to counter mine. Without hesitation, Big Mom accepted Kaido's proposal, as she too found it challenging to contend with Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit powers. Opponent switch. Kaido, facing Whitebeard, transformed into his dragon form, soaring through the skies and unleashing a barrage of powerful attacks in an attempt to subdue Whitebeard. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Kaido, have you forgotten my strength? Whitebeard bellowed with laughter, boldly responding to the assault. The battlefield of Luyu and the matriarch. Ha ha ha, your fists are utterly ineffective. The matriarch laughed heartily, noting that Luyu's iron dragon fist could not penetrate her formidable, balloon-like physique. Is that so? Luyu replied with a faint smile. Raging Thunder Dragon mode, roar of the Raging Thunder Dragon. A torrent of lightning and flames erupted from Luyu's mouth. In a moment of urgency, the matriarch could only raise her blade in defense. The immense force sent her hurtling back hundreds of meters, her sword glowing red-hot. Mama, I think I'm melting. Napoleon. The large blade cried out in terror. We'll fix you later. For now, endure. With a fierce resolve, the matriarch began her counterattack. The fierce battle reached a stalemate for a whole hour. Amidst the chaos of four overwhelming powers clashing, there was no safe haven in Wano. The battle between two pairs of Yonko-level combatants was enough to shake the very earth and bring nations to ruin. Marco, how's the situation? Joza called out anxiously. It's fine. Father and Lord Liu have the upper hand, Marco responded, though his expression betrayed his worry for Whitebeard's condition. On the battlefield, Kaido realized that continuing the fight could spell disaster for him, and he couldn't suppress his urge to retreat. Lin, let's withdraw for now. What a useless fool you are. Kaido, then let us go. The matriarch retorted sharply, yet she ascended faster than anyone, riding on the storm clouds of Zeus. Hoo-hoo-hoo, Kaido, are you really going to flee? Whitebeard mocked with a laugh. Stop your prattling, Whitebeard. We shall continue this another time. Kaido shouted in anger. Ha ha ha, young one. This time I shall let you off. The matriarch, ever defiant, made her exit. Have I granted you permission to leave? Liu grinned, his form shooting out like lightning as he re-engaged the dragon-shaped Kaido, unleashing the remaining power of thunder and fire within him, severing Kaido's right leg. Kaido plummeted from the sky, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, and swung his massive club down with fury. You forced my hand. If it comes to it, I'll take us both down. Descending 3 worlds, infernal descent. The club, imbued with Conqueror's haki, crashed down with thunderous force. Kaido's desperate strike ignited the entire arsenal of Onigashima. A series of terrifying explosions ensued, overwhelming even Luyu's composure. Moreover, if the island were to sink entirely, Whitebeard, a landlocked sailor, would meet his end. In a flash of lightning, Liu appeared beside Whitebeard, conjuring a fierce wind that propelled them skyward. Hoo-hoo-hoo, I owe you one. Whitebeard expressed gratitude for Luyu's timely assistance, not one to be overly sentimental. No need for thanks, we are allies. Liu remarked, albeit with a hint of regret for allowing Kaido to escape. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Breaking one of his legs is already quite remarkable, Whitebeard praised. Father, Lord Liu. Marco, transformed into the phoenix, rushed over, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing Whitebeard and Liu unharmed. This place is not secure, let us return. Liu nodded, and the 3 of them returned to the flower capital together. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Onigashima erupted completely, ceasing to exist from that point onward. Somewhere in the sky, Morgans, the Birdman, gasped for breath, exhilarated and invigorated by the narrow escape from catastrophe. The 4 emperors had transformed into 5. The downfall of the beast pirates. The war of the 2 emperors. So much sensational news, ha ha ha. Morgans, suppressing his excitement, reached into his pocket to retrieve the camera snail that had recorded the war of the 2 emperors, only to freeze in astonishment. What? Where's the camera? He searched himself thoroughly, yet found nothing. No. Morgans cried out in despair. In the higher skies, Kazara casually scratched his ear, observing the camera snail in his hand. I'll take this back. Even Admiral Sengoku cannot accuse me of idleness. With that, he vanished in a flash. The great battle concluded, and the beast pirates were in disarray. The faction of Kaido was entirely dealt with by Kinemon. Wano country turned a new page, reaffirming the regime led by the Kazuki family. Kazuki Hayori, with the collective support of her loyal retainers, became the first female general of Wano country. Of course, the ordinary populace remained unaware that the true mastermind behind the liberation of this nation was Liu Yu, who had defeated Kaido. For Kinemon and the others, given Liu Yu's connection with Princess Hayori, he was naturally considered one of their own. Moreover, as long as Liu Yu was present, such tragedies as that which occurred 18 years prior would never again unfold. The conquest of Wano country granted the ability of instant transmission, dragon power 10 levels. Defeating the 4 emperors, Big Mom, increased the level of the white dragon annihilation magic by 10 levels, and dragon power by 20 levels. Liu has taken another significant stride on the path to supremacy. 3 days post the Wano country incident, the World Economic Journal issued a statement that reverberated throughout the globe. Chapter 21. Red-haired. In the open-air swimming pool of the royal palace in Dressrosa, the Clown Quixote Doflamingo reclined on a sunbed, perusing the latest reports with an inscrutable expression. The members of the Don Quixote family had gathered together. What nonsense is this? This report is utterly preposterous. This individual named Liu Yu is proclaimed the 5th emperor? The alliance of Big Mom and Kaido has been vanquished? Absurd. A battle of the 2 emperors? They dare to speak without even a photograph to substantiate their claims. Each item in the newspaper defied all expectations. Well, Doflamingo, what do you make of this? Tori Pole inquired. After a moment of shock, Doflamingo replied, we have indeed lost contact with the beast pirates. So these reports may well be true. A new order is about to unfold. Things are getting intriguing. On Sabaody Archipelago, at bar number 13. The barmaid Shaki turned to the Dark King Rayleigh and asked solemnly, what are your thoughts on the events in Wano? Rayleigh drained his cup and responded, you should know more about Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard than I do. Shaki nodded. But I am curious if this young man named Liu Yu can truly withstand the combined might of the 4 emperors. That seems rather terrifying. Regarding Liu Yu, she could find no information, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Who knows? The ocean is vast, and anything is possible, since he could ally with Whitebeard. It would not be so surprising if he could defeat Kaido as well. Rayleigh mused. In the Grand Line, within the Devil's Triangle, the island ship of Moonlight Moria echoed with laughter. Ha ha ha, Kaido, once invincible, look at you now. How utterly disgraceful. 20 years ago, Kaido had utterly crushed Moonlight Moria, and now he relished Kaido's downfall, oblivious to the fact that a new era had dawned. In the Grand Line, in the skies above, on a floating island, the flying pirate Gold Lion Shiki's laughter boomed. Ha ha ha, Kaido, Lin, after all these years, you've shown no improvement. And Whitebeard, allying with some young whippersnapper. Utterly foolish. After his raucous laughter, a sly smile curled on Gold Lion Shiki's lips as he awaited the completion of his grand plan. Ha ha ha. In the New World, Totoland, the Big Mom pirates were in an uproar. Nonsense. How could Mama possibly be defeated? False. All lies. Mama and Kaido together are invincible. On Cake Island, the officers of the Big Mom pirates screamed in rage, eager to tear Morgans to shreds. The ministers turned their gazes to the second-in-command, Katakuri. Brother Katakuri, we must make the rumormonger pay. Katakuri activated his observation haki, capable of foreseeing the future. In an instant, he dashed out. Meanwhile, with a thunderous crash, the battered Kaido and Big Mom descended from the sky. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, the Navy had already been informed of all the events thanks to the first-hand information brought by Kizaru. The High Command of the Navy had convened for 3 consecutive days. The emergence of a new Sea Emperor would undoubtedly bring immense pressure upon them. Furthermore, the alliance among the 4 emperors would introduce unpredictable variables, inevitably disrupting the balance among the powers. The era is changing. Where is that rascal Garb? Has Tihi returned yet? Sengoku bellowed in frustration. The Straw Hat crew is causing a ruckus at Eni's lobby, and Vice Admiral Garb is in pursuit, Brand-new replied. The Straw Hats. Sengoku's brow furrowed. In recent days, aside from the major incident in Wano, another significant event occurred. One of the 3 major institutions of the world government, Eni's lobby, was breached by the Straw Hat crew. That scoundrel Garb, pretending to be busy, can he even capture his own grandson? Tell him to return at once. Sengoku ordered irritably. Yes. Brand-new acknowledged and exited, only to hurriedly return moments later. What now? Sengoku wearily massaged his temples. A man named Marshal D. Teach wishes to negotiate with the Navy, Brand-new stated. Negotiate? Sengoku inquired. Puzzled. He claims to have Fire Fist Ace in his possession and desires a position as a warlord of the sea. What? In the Grand Line, Water City. At the Carrera Company, Straw Hat Luffy pouted in dissatisfaction. We've already made a huge ruckus. Our bounty has increased from 100 million to 300 million. Why aren't we on the front page? Are you an idiot? Nami scolded as she slapped Luffy on the head. Not being in the spotlight is the best thing. Do you want to be chased across the sea? We must keep a low profile. Do you understand? Miss Nami is absolutely right. Sanji fervently supported her. Is this the battle of the ocean's top powerhouses? Compared to them, we are still far behind. Zoro observed the newspaper reports, feeling a mix of discouragement and aspiration. They are indeed powerful to a despairing extent. Should we encounter them, we might not stand a chance. Robin smiled. In Mary Geo's, The five elders convened in the central hall, their expressions grave. Before them lay the latest edition of the World Economic Journal, along with the data retrieved by Admiral Kizaru. This is catastrophic. The worst part is that the four emperors have formed an alliance. The seas, which have known peace for 4 years, are about to erupt once more. Thankfully, the red-haired Hazati involved himself. Just then, a panicked Navy officer rushed in, reporting an urgent matter. The fleet of red-haired that was meant to intercept the four emperors has been defeated, and the red-haired pirates are about to land in Wano. What did you say? Host. Liu Fire Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100, Mastery Perfected Sky Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100, Mastery Perfected Iron Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100. Mastery Perfected Lightning Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100, Mastery Perfected White Dragon Slayer Magic Level 10, Novice Dragon Force Level 90 Skills, Telepathic Magic. Instantaneous Movement. The newly acquired skill of instantaneous movement filled Liu with exhilaration. It is indeed a remarkable ability, permitting the user to traverse instantly to any location previously visited. The synergy between telepathic magic and instantaneous movement enables Liu to acquire information from the kingdom of He at any moment, regardless of his physical location in the world, alleviating any concerns regarding a resurgence of the beast troop. Chapter 22. Instantaneous Movement. 2 hours later, after a 3-day retreat, Liu arrived at the conference room of the general's estate. He was met by Hisong, Tsunetoshi, and others, who bowed in apology. Lord Liu, we inadvertently allowed the beast troop's flame calamity to escape. Furthermore, the Plague Queen, previously imprisoned at Rabbit Dawn, has also vanished. Garo, the flower soldier, reported in tandem. Let them flee. They are but 2 insignificant clowns. What is the progress on the salvage operations at Ghost Island? Liu inquired, glancing at Hisong. The battle from 3 days ago had led to the complete submersion of Ghost Island, the stronghold of the beast pirate crew, which boasted numerous treasures. Among them, Liu was particularly invested in the historical text collected by Kaido. Having arrived in the world of pirates, a visit to the ultimate island of Raftel was imperative. Otherwise, it would be a lamentable oversight. At that moment, a notification chimed. New quest released. Collect 4 pieces of the road sign historical text. Reward unknown. Collect 20 pieces of the historical text. Reward unknown. Reporting, my lord, the salvage operations are ongoing. We have located 1 piece of the red historical text and 1 ordinary stone, Hisong reported. Thus, with 2 pieces of historical text from Ghost Island, combined with the 1 from the former Kaido, the total now amounted to 3. Liu nodded, discussing various matters regarding the reconstruction of Wano country. An hour later, the meeting concluded, and everyone dispersed to fulfill their respective duties. Lord Liu. As soon as Tajiro left, he rushed back in a flurry, exclaiming, Lord Whitebeard and the others are preparing to leave. What? Are they really departing? Hiyori looked forlorn. Do not panic, we shall hasten there. Liu replied with a gentle smile. An extraordinary opportunity had arisen to test his newfound skill, teleportation. In Wano country, at the ruins of Odin Castle in Curry, Whitebeard had been sitting by Odin's grave for 3 days, and it was time to depart. Ha ha ha, my little ones, are you all prepared? Whitebeard rose, laughing heartily. Father, we've been ready for ages. Marco responded loudly. They promptly set a large pot before Odin's grave. Marco, Jozu, and the others had already kindled a bonfire and placed the pot atop it, pouring water inside. The Whitebeard pirates gazed in astonishment at this scene, wondering if they intended to have hot pot here. This was not a memorial for friends, it felt more like a gathering for adversaries. Meanwhile, in Burrow Town, a radiant light suddenly descended, and Liu and Hiyori appeared out of thin air. Lord Liu, what is happening? Were we not in the flower capital just moments ago? Hiyori exclaimed, utterly shocked to find herself transported from the flower capital to Curry in an instant. This is my ability, teleportation. Wherever I am, I can return at any time, Liu explained, gently ruffling Hiyori's hair. Wow. Hiyori gazed at Liu with admiration. Hand in hand, they strolled toward Odin Castle. Approximately 15 minutes later, they arrived at the ruins of Odin Castle, witnessing the peculiar sight of the Whitebeard crew scrambling for food. What on earth? Liu was momentarily taken aback. Father, what are you doing? Hiyori snapped back to reality, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. Lord Liu and little Hiyori. The Whitebeard pirates were equally stunned, having not anticipated Liu's swift arrival. They had assumed they would have eaten and tidied up by the time Hiyori arrived. Caught in the act, they found themselves in an awkward predicament. Little Hiyori, Marco stuttered, flustered. Lady Hiyori, Odin loved this the most, he added, his face full of embarrassment. Just as even Whitebeard felt the tension, Hiyori suddenly burst into laughter. All right, Father, everyone, I understand. If Father were here, he would surely be delighted. With that, she joined in, ladling a generous bowl for Liu. The atmosphere lightened once more. 2 hours later, this lively commemoration concluded. The Whitebeard crew tidied up, bidding farewell to Liu and Hiyori as they boarded the whale ship, preparing to set sail. Meanwhile, at the waterfall entrance in Curry, a vibrant school of super koi fish was escorting a grand red pirate ship, surging over the Dragon Gate and landing in Curry, with the mast proudly displaying the red-haired pirate flag. In Wano country, at the port of Izu, The Whitebeard crew was saying their goodbyes to Luyu and Hiyori when suddenly they sensed a powerful presence approaching. "Father, the red-haired one is coming," a pirate shouted from the lookout tower. The whale ship erupted into a flurry of activity. "Ha ha ha, let him come," Whitebeard responded. "Red-haired Shanks, how intriguing." Luyu thought, curiosity piqued as he and Hiyori ascended the deck of the whale ship. Minutes later, footsteps echoed on the connecting bridge. "Shanks is coming," Diamond Joza warned. "Everyone, step back. Your bodies cannot handle it," Marco commanded, waving his hand to disperse the crowd. But it was too late. The nearest individuals collapsed without a sound. With every step Shanks took, more fell unconscious until a number lay sprawled on the deck of the Moby Dick. Finally, red-haired Shanks appeared at the center of the deck. "My apologies, but I have no intention of fighting. I simply wish to discuss a few matters," Shanks stated calmly, his gaze sweeping past Whitebeard and settling on Luyu. His tranquil expression revealing a flicker of emotion. "Ha ha ha, that does not align with your fierce character. Compared to you, Luyu is far more direct." Whitebeard laughed heartily. Marco and the others recalled how Luyu had invited Whitebeard to battle upon their first meeting. Indeed, you are the fifth emperor, Luyu. It is a pleasure to finally meet you," Shanks exclaimed joyfully. "Red-haired Shanks, your reputation precedes you," Luyu replied, brimming with fighting spirit. Shanks paused, not responding to Luyu's challenge. Instead, he sat on the deck. "I have traveled across many seas, and I ultimately discovered that nothing compares to the drink of my homeland. Please, everyone, have a taste." After filling his own cup, Shanks casually tossed a massive jug of liquor to Luyu. Luyu calmly accepted the bowl filled to the brim before tossing it to Whitebeard. The three men standing at the pinnacle of the sea raised their glasses in a toast. "Indeed splendid, red-haired lad. I've always had a question. How could someone of your caliber lose an arm in the East Sea? It's truly hard to believe. Who could have taken your left arm?" Whitebeard inquired. The red-haired Shanks gently stroked the empty sleeve of his left arm, a smile playing on his lips. "I wagered it on the new era. As long as you have no regrets, very well. What brings you here today?" Whitebeard asked. "I have two matters to discuss. First, during my time with the Roger Pirates, I received considerable assistance from Mr. Odin. It is only right for me to pay my respects," Shanks replied, casting a discreet glance at Luyu. Chapter 23, Target Rayleigh. Before Shanks could finish his sentence, Hiyori exclaimed in surprise, "Could you be Red Taru?" Hearing the name Red Taru nearly made Luyu spit out his drink. Red Taru? That moniker hardly suited the imposing red-haired figure. "I'm Hiyori," she said, bowing gracefully with a smile. The fear that once filled her heart dissipated, replaced by fond memories upon realizing that this formidable red-haired man was indeed the former Red Taru. "Ah, you are truly Mr. Odin's daughter, little Hiyori," Shanks exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. Upon recognizing the girl before him as Odin's daughter, a look of delight crossed Shanks' face. "It has been years, little Hiyori has grown. I should have recognized you sooner," he reflected with a sense of nostalgia. "The change in Red Taru is quite remarkable. I hardly recognized you at first," Hiyori replied, her smile radiant. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shanks turned to Whitebeard. "Now, regarding the second matter," he continued. Shanks nodded gravely. "Throughout my life, I have endured countless battles and sustained numerous injuries. Yet the scar over my left eye continues to throb painfully. This was inflicted by your crewmate, Blackbeard Teach. I did not underestimate him. You should grasp my implication, Whitebeard." He pointed to the 3 scars on his right eye. "That man has been biding his time, neither vying for the captaincy nor seeking fame, concealing himself beneath the illustrious name of Whitebeard. Eventually, he will set his sights on the summit and will come for your position." Whitebeard's expression remained stoic. "So, what is it you wish for me to do?" "That is the crux of the matter. Prevent Ace from clashing with him. He is your second in command at such a young age. I know well how formidable Ace is, but now is not the time for their confrontation. He must refrain from engaging with Blackbeard Teach," Shanks stated earnestly. The snot-nosed brat has become quite articulate," Whitebeard mused. "Teach has committed the unforgivable sin of harming a comrade aboard a pirate ship. He has shattered an ironclad rule. Once aboard my ship, no matter how foolish. They're my children. Where should the grievances of the wrong be expressed? It is my duty to teach that scoundrel this lesson." Whitebeard's words rang with conviction. "Are you attempting to instruct me on how to conduct myself, you scoundrel?" Whitebeard rose abruptly, an overwhelming pressure descending upon Shanks. In a swift motion, Shanks drained his cup and stood, an immense aura radiating from him, causing the very heavens to tremble. "Ha ha." At that moment, Luyu erupted into laughter, a third terrifying presence following suit. The sky seemed to fracture into 3. "Whitebeard, you are wounded. Allow me to handle this fight," Luyu declared with wild abandon. "I have stated that I harbor no intention of fighting," Shanks replied, calmly regarding Luyu. "Is that so?" Luyu stepped forward, in an instant appearing before Shanks. His fist, enveloped in the power of thunder and fire, surged toward Shanks' face with a deafening roar. In a flash, Luyu struck with lightning speed, leaving no one capable of reacting. However, his formidable fist halted abruptly just 1 centimeter from the red-haired figure. Throughout the encounter, the red-haired individual remained utterly motionless, exuding an air of calm. Bored, Luyu shook his head and withdrew his fist. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crew of the white and red factions, who had braced themselves for the onset of a terrifying imperial conflict. Thus concluded the brief encounter between the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates. The ship, Red Force, set sail once more, embarking on its journey along the Ninely coast. As Liu watched the distant retreat of the red-haired pirates, a sense of regret washed over him. Father, I believe there is some truth in what the red-haired one said. Ace's pursuit of that scoundrel Teach fills me with an ominous premonition, Marco expressed with concern. The issue lies in the fact that we are currently unable to reach Ace. Josh shook his head in dismay. Perhaps Ace is already on his way back, suggested Bista and others in succession. Then let us set forth to retrieve Ace, Whitebeard proclaimed, raising his arm high in fervor. After their final farewells, the Moby Dick set sail as well. Liu cast a lingering glance at the departing Moby Dick. There was a matter he had refrained from voicing, or perhaps it was too late to speak of it at all. Fire Fist Ace might have already encountered Blackbeard and been captured. The war that would alter the course of history was imminent. The War of the Summit. Wano Country. Flower Capital, the temporary shogun's residence. The spacious chamber belonging to Liu and Rihi. Liu gently caressed Rihu's silky long hair, lost in contemplation. In this grand era, he yearned to leave his indelible mark, yet he recognized the need for greater strength. He aspired to surpass the four emperors, to attain a power so formidable that he could best two of them united without external assistance. The war at the top was still some time away. It was not the stage where he would declare himself the strongest of the world, Liu mused. The power system of the pirate world could not be mastered in a short span. Instead, he ought to enhance his dragon extermination power. After a period of observation, Liu understood that system tasks would not manifest out of thin air. He needed to engage with the world and its events to trigger them. Currently, 2 tasks remained unfulfilled. The first was to capture the hearts of the pirate Empress Boa Hancock and the mermaid Princess Shirahoshi. The second was to defeat a powerful adversary of the 4 emperors or Marine Admiral caliber 4 times, with only one more victory required. The first task presented no immediate opportunity and would be set aside for now. Thus, he could only seek to vanquish another foe of that caliber. Next, Liu needed to identify a target. Scanning the pirate world, he realized there were only about 10 individuals of such formidable strength. Whitebeard, plagued by injury, was not a viable option. Kaido and Big Mom were together, making them difficult to approach. The 3 Marine admirals would inevitably summon reinforcements if not dealt with swiftly. After much deliberation, a sudden thought struck Liu. There were indeed other figures of such caliber beyond the Marine admirals and 4 emperors, with numerous hidden legends across the sea. For instance, the coding expert Rayleigh of Sabaody Archipelago. At that moment, Rihu, still in a daze, inquired, Lord Liu. What is it? Rihu, I must take my leave, Liu replied with a smile. Ah, Rihu jolted awake, her voice tinged with sorrow. Why? Did Rihu do something wrong? I merely need to attend to some important matters and will be departing temporarily. Besides, I can teleport, even if I am on the other side of the sea. I can return in an instant, Liu reassured her. But without you, Lord Liu, Rihu will feel lonely, she lamented, her eyes brimming with tears. Have you forgotten? I can communicate through thought magic, Liu pointed to his head. At his words, Rihu's eyes sparkled with understanding, and she responded earnestly. Then Lord Liu must talk to Rihu every day. Of course. Liu smiled in affirmation. Chapter 24. You are the 5th Emperor. Before setting sail, Liu needed to eliminate some unstable factors and locate Yamato, who was overseeing the Beast Pirates' captives. Yamato, are the Beast Pirates still obedient? Most of them are quite cooperative. Only a few are problematic, Yamato reported seriously. Liu nodded, decisively eliminating several troublemakers with ruthless efficiency, setting an example for others to heed. Subsequently, he sought out the remaining 3 of Yuan Fei's 6 subordinates. Lord Liu, Peggy exclaimed, her face awash with trepidation. Liu directly bypassed him and entered the room. The master observed Liu's arrival, while Black Maria was momentarily flustered. Black Maria had always revered the strong. And after Liu's 2 victories over Kaido, she unhesitatingly pledged her allegiance to him. However, Runti remained steadfast in her hostility towards Liu, now standing before her. Had it not been for the sea stone handcuffs that restrained her abilities, she would undoubtedly transform once more and engage Liu in a contest of wills. Step outside, Liu commanded as he waved Black Maria away. She complied and exited without protest. What do you intend to do? If you have the capability, let us confront each other head-on, the obstinate Runti declared defiantly. Very well. Should you lose again, you must obey me, Liu replied. Fine. Runti gritted her teeth in acquiescence. Bang. You are still far from being my match. Liu left Runti, who lay stunned on the ground, and walked away. 3 days later, Liu quietly departed from the land of harmony. 3 days further, he soared across the Red Earth continent. Arriving at the first half of the Grand Line, a vibrant, multicolored island came into view. The Sabaody Archipelago, at last. In the first half of the Grand Line, the Paradise's terminus, the Sabaody Archipelago, Liu stood gracefully atop the towering red tree, gazing down upon the island that was both familiar and foreign. At this juncture, several supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million had already arrived this year. However, the Straw Hat crew was still engaged in the Moonlight Moria arc. The immediate priority, of course, remained to seek out the elusive legend concealed within. Liu headed straight for island number 13 of the Shambodi Archipelago. Nearly 3 minutes later, he arrived at the mangroves of number 13. He gazed at the bar, where Shachi was engaged in her usual antics. Lu Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he ascended the steps. The chime of the bar's doorbell rang out, and Lu Yu pushed the door open. "Welcome." The landlady's face blossomed into a radiant smile at the sight of a new guest. After all, to her, they were merely plump sheep awaiting slaughter. "Oh, what a charming young man," she mused. "Perhaps I'll spare him a little." Xiachi appraised Lu Yu with a discerning glance, secretly grateful for this unexpected encounter. Lu Yu, possessing the ability to read minds through his heart's magic, offered a slight smile as he settled into his seat at the bar. Xiachi found herself momentarily bewildered, unsure of the source of Lu Yu's sudden gratitude. "Would you like to drink?" Xiachi inquired, her professional smile firmly in place. "Anything will do. I'm not here for the drinks," Lu Yu replied, tapping lightly on the table. "Oh, you come to a bar not for a drink? Then what for?" Xiachi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Of course, it's for you." Lu Yu pointed at Xiachi with a playful glint in his eye. "How cheeky. This guest loves to jest, but I must warn you, I am quite pricey." Xiachi feigned shyness, covering her mouth with a laugh. "How fortuitous, for I happen to be quite wealthy as well," Lu Yu declared earnestly. Xiachi nodded and crafted a cocktail of her own creation, presenting it to Lu Yu. She then asked directly, "Then let's not beat around the bush. What do you wish to know? Where can I find formidable individuals?" Lu Yu's words, once spoken, shifted the atmosphere, exuding an undeniable air of wild intensity. Xiachi couldn't help but think, this man is no ordinary individual. With a smile, she continued, "The 4 emperors of the New World are all top-tier warriors." "No. I should say, now there are 5. Lu Yu slightly raised his chin, remaining non-committal. "Not far from the island lies the naval headquarters, where there are admirals and marshals. One wonders if they qualify as the formidable beings you mentioned." Xiachi spoke of matters well known to the public. "Is there anything else?" Lu Yu inquired. "Indeed. Many bounty hunters worth over 100 million have also arrived on this island. However, if you're interested, these youngsters can be disregarded. They are simply too weak." Lu Yu replied, shaking his head. Before Xiachi could utter another word, Lu Yu continued, "Let us get straight to the point. Are there any hidden powerhouses on this island? Could the individual he referred to be Old Lei?" Xiachi, observing the smile on Lu Yu's face, felt as though all her thoughts had been laid bare before him. This sensation was akin to being exposed to another's gaze, an exceedingly uncomfortable experience. "Old Lei, it seems I have indeed found the right person," Lu Yu grinned. Xiachi suppressed the astonishment swelling within her. Upon hearing the name Old Lei, she finally grasped 2 truths. First, this man possessed the ability to read minds, and her innermost thoughts had been fully discerned by him. Second, "You are one of the 5 emperors," Xiachi stated solemnly. Lu Yu gently tapped the bar. "5 emperors," Xiachi articulated each word with careful emphasis. Lu Yu nodded with a smile. Xiachi exhaled deeply, her face awash with incredulity and reflection. Since the significant events in the Land of Harmony a week prior, she had entertained numerous fools seeking to exploit the reputation of the 5 emperors, only to find them stripped of their fortunes. Yet this time, she understood that this man was likely the genuine article. She had not anticipated that the legendary 5 emperors would appear so youthful. At this moment, Xiachi's face was a tableau of astonishment and shock as she earnestly inquired. "The presence of the 5 emperors graces my humble establishment. It truly elevates its status. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" "I have already mentioned that I seek powerful individuals, such as hidden legends," Lu Yu reiterated. Xiachi's heart skipped a beat. The purpose of Lu Yu's journey undoubtedly revolves around Old Lei. Although the exact intention of Lu Yu remains elusive, it is evident that he did not come merely to indulge in casual libations. Should Lu Yu encounter Old Lei, it is likely that the Sham-Body archipelago would face dire consequences. No, they absolutely must not meet. Summer Chi resolutely contemplated. "Ah. It appears that Old Lei holds significant importance to the boss." Lu Yu jested with a smile. Summer Chi's face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Absolutely not. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I merely wish to ascertain the strength of the legends from the bygone era," Lu Yu replied with a chuckle. Summer Chi, feeling teased by this youthful fellow, couldn't help but roll her eyes. "I indeed know Old Lei, but presently, I have no idea where he is loitering." Lu Yu understood that Xiachi was not lying and spoke up. "Surely there must be a way for you to get in touch with him." "Of course. If communication proves impossible, I can afford to wait. After all, there remains a significant interval before the impending war at the summit, during which I can also await the arrival of the Straw Hat crew." According to the narrative, Rayleigh will inevitably appear at the auction house for the population of the Red Tree No. 1. Xiachi, having completely lost her temper, realized that Lu Yu would not relent until he confronted Rayleigh. How could they possibly resolve this stalemate? Chapter 25, Golden Lion Shiki. Lu Yu expressed a desire to test the prowess of legends from a bygone era, insisting on the inclusion of Rayleigh. However, just then, Xiachi suddenly recalled another individual, a fellow legend from the same epic. To be frank, old Rayleigh is rather ordinary, if one genuinely seeks a formidable adversary from the past. "I have a superior candidate in mind," Xiachi remarked with a smile. "Oh, do enlighten me," Lu Yu responded with keen interest, nodding. Xiachi turned to retrieve a stack of long-forgotten documents. "What about the flying pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion?" He was once renowned alongside Whitebeard and Roger. In her pursuit of Rayleigh, she had completely forsaken her former comrade, Shiki the Golden Lion. Lu Yu, as a time traveler, was naturally familiar with the legendary Golden Lion Shiki. However, the glory of the Golden Lion was but a remnant of the past. He was now merely an old novice. To Lu Yu, there was little distinction between Rayleigh and Shiki. His sole focus was on completing his mission and reaping the rewards from the system. Is the Golden Lion still alive? Where is he now? Lu Yu inquired. Alive, indeed. Of course, he is. Summer Chi exclaimed. Elated that Lu Yu had shifted his attention to the Golden Lion, she quickly produced a small piece of paper and said eagerly, "This is his life card. It will lead you right to him." Lu Yu nodded. The existence of the life card indicated that Shiki had not yet suffered a brutal defeat at the hands of the Straw Hats. Regardless, since he was destined to be beaten, it was reasonable to believe that Shiki would prefer to be confronted by someone of greater stature. So it's settled. Shiki will make for an excellent opponent. Madam, I would like to acquire this information. Name your price. Lu Yu smiled and nodded. No charge, no charge. This information is a complimentary gift. Summer Chi joyfully waved her hands. No charge? Lu Yu was taken aback. This woman was notorious for her penchant for extortion. Yet here she was offering a gift. Mr. Lu Yu, you should set off promptly. Summer Chi urged, eager to expedite his departure to avoid any unforeseen complications. All right, all right. Lu Yu chuckled, shaking his head. Following the guidance of the life card, he soared towards the location of the Golden Lion Shiki. As Summer Chi watched Lu Yu's figure fade into the distance, she let out a sigh, feeling utterly drained. It was more nerve-wracking than when she was being pursued by Carp during her pirate days. Old Ray, this favor will have to be repaid by you, she murmured softly. A while later, Rayleigh burst through the door, casually taking a seat at the bar. What's the rush, Summer Chi? You called me back in a hurry. Lu Yu is here today, Summer Chi stated bluntly. Lu Yu? Rayleigh's eyes widened in astonishment. The one who defeated Kaido? Are you certain he isn't an imposter? An imposter wouldn't he dare to openly seek out a marine admiral or challenge the four emperors? Summer Chi shook her head. Then where is he? Rayleigh inquired. He has already left, Summer Chi replied. Left? I wanted to have a drink with him, Rayleigh lamented. Drinking? It would be a miracle if they didn't end up fighting, Summer Chi retorted. What do you mean? Rayleigh asked, puzzled. Summer Chi proceeded to recount the earlier events, including her encouragement for Lu Yu to seek out the Golden Lion. After listening, Rayleigh fell silent, lost in thought. I wonder what that rascal Shiki is up to now? He certainly isn't engaging in any good deeds. They exchanged a knowing smile. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the Golden Lion's ship sailed through the sky. And an unexplainable sense of unease began to stir within Shiki. Was his plan for the East Blue about to face an unforeseen complication? 3 days later, in a certain part of the Grand Line, a magnificent cluster of floating islands came into Lu Yu's view. These islands defied the laws of gravity. This was the domain of the airborne pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, who possessed the power of the float fruit. As Lu Yu marveled at the floating islands, he couldn't help but reflect on the tumultuous life of Shiki, which could only be described as tragic. According to the original narrative, he was destined to be a stepping stone for the fledgling Straw Hat crew. However, with Lu Yu's arrival, Shiki's fate was bound to be rewritten. His life would conclude at the hands of the new Emperor of the Sea, a fitting end for one of his legendary stature. Let the adventure begin, Lu Yu declared. His feet crashing into the air, golden lightning crackling around him as he propelled himself into the opulent palace on Central Winter Island. To his embarrassment, he soon discovered that Shiki was not present. Upon inquiry, he learned that Shiki had gone to recruit allies for his plan to bring destruction to the East Blue. How unfortunate, Lu Yu chuckled, shaking his head. If the plot remained unchanged, Shiki would return accompanied by the Straw Hats. With no other choice, he decided to explore the surrounding islands. He intended to familiarize himself with the White Dragon destruction magic before Shiki returned, using the Golden Lion as a perfect test subject. 2 days passed, and due to Lu Yu's practice with the White Dragon destruction magic, Shiki's painstakingly cultivated mutated beast suffered significant losses. Another 2 days later, the raucous laughter of the defiant Shiki echoed across the floating islands, accompanied by the desperate cries of a young girl. The airborne pirate Golden Lion Shiki and the Straw Hat crew had arrived. Nami, Luffy, everyone. The panicked and anxious cries of the girl resonated throughout the skies. Lu Yu stretched his arms wide, exclaiming, has it finally arrived? I have been waiting for what feels like an eternity. Shurji. Lu Yusin's heart stirred unexpectedly as she gazed towards the southeast. A graceful figure descended from the heavens with a delicate call, prompting Lu Yu to raise an eyebrow. Let you enjoy your freedom for a few more days. With that, she drifted elegantly towards the southeast. A minute later, there was a soft splash. Lu Yu emerged from the water, cradling the unfortunate beauty, Nico Robin, who had nearly drowned. As he gazed at the elegant figure in his arms, a broader smile graced his face. Although Nico Robin and Nami were renowned as the 3 great beauties of the pirate world, Lu Yu found himself inexplicably drawn to the mature allure of Robin and the youthful charm of Nami. A prompt from the system chimed in, capturing one of the top 10 beauties of the pirate world. In the forsaken ruins of a palace, the crackle of the fire echoed softly, coughing lightly. Robin slowly opened her eyes. Where am I? Oh, you're awake, Lu Yu replied with a gentle smile. Robin turned to the unfamiliar young man beside her and asked, Did you save me? Let us say I did, Liu nodded, offering her a roasted chicken wing. Thank you, Robin murmured, though she did not take the wing. Instead, she began to survey her surroundings until she spotted her bag and retrieved a spare set of clothing. Could you turn around for a moment? Noticing Liu Yu's intense gaze, Robin felt her cheeks flush slightly. Very well, Liu acquiesced, reluctantly turning away. With dexterous movements, Robin changed her attire, tying her hair back neatly and donning a pair of white-framed glasses, which only enhanced her unique charm. Chapter 26. The Terrifying Golden Lion by the Tranquil Fire. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Liu Yu's eyes. To break the ice, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "Who are you? Where do you come from?" "I am Nico Robin." "A member of the Straw Hat Pirates," Robin replied candidly, leaving no room for ambiguity. "The Straw Hat crew, you say? I have a vague recollection of them." Liu smiled, nodding in satisfaction at Robin's forthrightness. "And your name?" Robin countered. "Liu," he answered without reservation. "Liu." Robin's expression turned to one of shock. But it quickly subsided. It was indeed a rather commonplace name. Over the past half-month, they had encountered numerous individuals bearing that name. Robin did not perceive any connection between this man and the new Pirate King, believing such a figure would be found in the New World. Liu was well aware of Robin's inner thoughts, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Mr. Liu, do you know where we are?" Robin asked. "One of the floating islands of the Golden Lion Shiki." "Miss Robin, now that you are here, how could you be unaware?" Liu replied with a smile. "I just find it hard to believe that name," Robin mused, recalling a vague image of Golden Lion Shiki, yet unable to pinpoint it. "The flying pirate." "Once on par with Roger and Whitebeard," Liu prompted. "Ah," Robin finally remembered, gasping in realization. "So, it is that flying pirate. This truly spells trouble." A sense of foreboding washed over her. "With me here, Miss Robin, there is no need for concern," Liu said, his confidence unwavering. "Thank you," Robin replied politely. Though internally she could not place her hopes in a stranger she had just met, only certain that Liu was not one of Shiki's subordinates. "Mr. Liu, since our goal aligns with Shiki, may I invite you to join me?" Robin earnestly proposed. In the following 3 days, accompanied by Liu, Robin ostensibly explored the island while discreetly gathering intelligence. Under Liu's formidable presence, the mutated beast on the island dared not approach. This peculiar phenomenon prompted Robin to re-evaluate Liu's identity. 2 days later, Robin finally unearthed crucial information. Shiki was poised to launch a devastating attack on the East Blue. Meanwhile, at Shiki's stronghold, an enraged voice echoed through the palace. "Have you not yet discerned the culprit?" "Sir, the surveillance Den Mushi has not captured any suspicious individuals." The pirates reported, trembling. "You worthless fools. If you cannot uncover the truth, you shall all meet your demise." Shiki roared in frustration. It was no wonder. A plan 2 decades in the making was on the verge of execution, yet his beasts had suffered significant losses. How could he bear to remain ignorant of the perpetrator? "I shall find out who had the audacity to kill so many of my beasts. I will not let them go unpunished." Shiki seethed, gritting his teeth. Just then, Indigo rushed in hastily. "Dr. Indigo, what is it?" Shiki frowned. "Bad news. That little thief, Nami, has escaped." Indigo reported with alarm. At 2 in the afternoon. In a native village, Sanji exclaimed, "Miss Nami, it is a relief to see you safe. But we have yet to locate Sister Robin." "Sanji, you are amazing. You actually managed to escape." Usopp praised. "Such matters are trivial," Nami replied with pride. "We must regroup with Frankie, Brooke, and Robin before we depart. The calamity in the East Blue stems from Shiki. He must be defeated," Luffy declared resolutely. "Luffy, you cannot be serious," Usopp exclaimed in a panic. "Well, we can discuss it later. For now, let Miss Nami rest." Sanji, exhausted from sleepless nights, collapsed to the ground, fast asleep. As the sun set, in a villager's abode, Nami was jolted awake by a sudden sense of dread and rushed outside. She found 5 of her companions tense and on high alert. Upon spotting Nami, Shiki grinned widely. "At last, I have found you." Seeing Shiki pursue her so quickly, Nami was taken aback. "You ran away without a word. How disheartening," Shiki remarked, floating above her. "Shut up, you scoundrel. How dare you take Miss Nami?" Sanji shouted. "Ha, such a fine woman, yet you failed to protect her." "Of course. I would come to claim her." Shiki laughed boisterously. "Hey, you silent helmsman," Luffy interjected. "If you lay a hand on my crew, you won't leave here unscathed." "Oh? And what do you intend to do?" Shiki taunted. "I'll send you flying." With that declaration, Luffy was the first to strike, followed closely by Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper. Witnessing the aggressive approach of the 5, Shiki remained unfazed. Rubber Gatling, 3-sword style, 108 troublesome winds, deadly flaming star, floral escalation, supreme meat grinder kick. The 5 displayed remarkable teamwork. However, as legends often are, their attacks caused not a scratch on Shiki. "To think you believe yourselves capable of battling me is truly amusing. Now, allow me to demonstrate the disparity in our strengths." Shiki slowly raised his right hand. Boom. The earth trembled. A colossal wall surged upward, encircling Luffy and his companions entirely. Lion's roar. In an instant, the ground erupted, morphing into multiple lion heads that roared menacingly as they advanced towards Luffy and the others. The 5 fought valiantly, yet ultimately found themselves ensnared within the Pillar of Flight, leaving only their heads exposed. Ah, Nami gasped, a wave of helplessness washing over her. Please, do not harm my friends. Do not attack the East Blue. Everything hinges on your choices, Shiki leered. However, at that moment, a figure emerged gracefully against the backdrop of the setting sun, radiating an overwhelming aura that spread outward like a tempest. How dare you, an elder, force a young lady into such a predicament? Shiki's earlier confidence evaporated, replaced by shock and terror. His hair stood on end as if confronted by an unprecedented primordial threat. This individual is no ordinary foe. Shiki's instincts screamed. His narrowed gaze fixated on Luyu, who, however, had shifted his attention away from him and instead focused on the panicked Nami, her mind racing. Luyu smiled. 100 billion. Upon hearing this astonishing figure, Nami, with her penchant for wealth, felt her dim eyes suddenly light up. Yet, this spark of excitement was fleeting, as her gaze quickly returned to its former gloom. Indeed, wealth is significant, but at this moment, she had something far more precious at stake. Ha ha ha. A wise choice, my dear Nami, the golden lion Shiki chuckled with delight. How could you trust the words of such a dubious character? Come here. As long as you behave, I shall refrain from harming your companions or the East Blue. Everyone can live. Shiki boasted with a triumphant laugh. Ah, I see. So it is a threat. Nonetheless, dear navigator, do not fear. That old lion, I could easily topple with a single strike. Liu spoke with unwavering determination. What did you say? The golden lion Shurji was infuriated. Do you dare to defy me? Liu embraced himself with crossed arms, gazing down upon the golden lion Shiki. The condescending look in his eyes resembled that of a celestial dragon surveying mere ants on the ground. In response to Liu Yu's disdainful gaze, Shiki felt an overwhelming surge of fury, as if his very lungs were about to burst. He was a legend of the previous era, the legendary sky pirate who once contended with the pirate king Roger. Yet now, a mere youth from who knows where dared to treat him with such contempt. This was utterly preposterous. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Shiki's mind jolted as if he had come to a realization. He abruptly raised his head, fixing his gaze intently on Liu. Could it be that you are the scoundrel who has turned my island into a slaughterhouse, wantonly massacring the ferocious beasts I have painstakingly nurtured for 20 years? Shiki clenched his fists and bellowed fiercely. Only now did he realize how painfully slow-witted he had been. Can you truly consider yourself a part of the legends, Shiki? Liu smiled in response. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. The golden lion Shurji, driven to the brink of fury, erupted in laughter. Under Liu Yu's repeated provocations, he had become utterly enraged. The inner flames of wrath surged forth like a volcanic eruption. Damn you, brat. You have finally shown yourself. Just in time to settle both new grievances and old, roared the golden lion Shurji. Come on, golden lion Shurji. Liu shouted loudly, his presence commanding and formidable. You damn brat, you shall undoubtedly regret all that you have done. The golden lion Shiki's eyes blazed with fury. With a mere flick of his hand, the full might of the Superman-type float fruit was unleashed. At that moment, the very ground of the island trembled violently. One after another, lifelike and ferocious lion heads emerged from the earth, surging forth with an overwhelming power, poised to devour Liu. Liu slightly parted his lips and took a deep breath. The radiant light of the setting sun enveloped his mouth and nose, transforming into a resounding roar of the white dragon. A dazzling beam of white light surged forth from Liu's mouth, effortlessly obliterating one earth lion after another with a slash of the wave. A thunderous shout echoed from the heavens. Under the cover of the earth lion's head, the golden lion Shurji had ascended to the sky unbeknownst to anyone. Suddenly, with a swift motion, his renowned sword, Sakura, unleashed a colossal sword energy stretching 100 meters long. Liu stood resolute, unflinching, and unyielding. In an instant, he soared into the sky, his hand poised like a blade. The forces of the heavens and the atmosphere coalesced upon his arm. With a mere flick of his wrist, a colossal wind blade, 100 meters in length, sliced through the air. It met the golden lion's 100-meter sword aura, colliding fiercely, ultimately culminating in a brilliant explosion high above, resembling a magnificent firework display. As a wielder of the wind fruit, he certainly possessed considerable prowess, yet it was still far from sufficient. The confident judgment of golden lion Shiki was formed from just one of Liu Yu's strikes, leading him to a decisive conclusion regarding his abilities. Such legends were nothing more than that. Liu mocked. What did you say? Do you underestimate me? The golden lion Shurji retorted. Is there anything about you now that warrants the admiration of others? Liu retorted with an air of nonchalance. You arrogant little brat. Do not let pride blind you. Fueled by rage, the formidable golden lion Shiki summoned the fierce Haki from within. The powerful armament Haki enveloped his feet, instilling him with renewed confidence. Did he truly believe, merely by relying on his natural abilities, that he was invincible, impervious to harm? Allow me to demonstrate the chasm between you and legend. The golden lion Shiki launched a ferocious assault. The legendary battle commenced, dazzling and chaotic. The sky shattered beneath the onslaught of terrifying sword energy, while the earth trembled from the shockwaves. Witnessing the extraordinary clash of monsters, Nami felt her legs give way, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Her heart raced to an unbearable degree. Neither the golden lion Shiki nor the sudden appearance of another figure were adversaries her straw hat pirates could contend with. Regardless of who emerged victorious in this confrontation, her fate was destined to be unaltered, inevitably claimed by those unimaginable monsters. Contemplating this, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloped Nami. In that moment, a familiar voice pierced through her despair, igniting a flicker of hope within her. Turning to look back, she saw a familiar silhouette approaching swiftly. As Robin arrived, the isolated and helpless Nami felt as if she had grasped a lifeline amid her drowning fears. She threw herself into Robin's embrace, finally allowing the suppressed terror and tears to flow freely. "It's all right, Nami, do not fear. Everything will be fine," Robin reassured, gently patting Nami's back. "Yo-ho-ho, Navigator Lady." Two more voices rang out as Brooke, a mere skeleton, and the cyborg Frankie rushed onto the scene. "Frankie, Brooke, this is wonderful. Everyone is here. Quickly, let us rescue Luffy and the others and leave this place." Nami wiped her tears and pointed toward the nearby twisted pillar. "This is outrageous. Luffy. This is bad. We must hurry." Frankie and Brooke were taken aback, immediately springing into action to extract the Straw Hat Luffy and his crew from the pillar. Soon after, the captain and his companions regained consciousness. "Nami, Robin, Frankie, Brooke," Luffy exclaimed joyously. "This is fantastic. Truly fantastic." Chopper sighed in relief. "Nami is safe, and Robin is back." Sanji was revitalized. "But what exactly happened? Nami, has the Golden Lion Shiki abandoned you?" Usopp's optimistic words were abruptly interrupted by Zoro's sharp interjection. "No. Look over there." Zoro pointed with his sword toward the shattered sky. "What on earth is happening?" Usopp's jaw dropped in disbelief. Someone was actually able to contend with the terrifying Golden Lion. Who could it be? The gazes of the Straw Hat crew converged on Nami. Feeling the weight of their inquiries, she silently shook her head. It was Robin who answered their unspoken questions. "Luyu." Robin spoke calmly yet unexpectedly. "Huh?" The crew was momentarily stunned, their attention shifting to Robin. "That person is Luyu," Robin repeated with a smile. "Huh?" The expressions of confusion deepened on their faces. "To be honest, I was equally taken aback." Robin chuckled softly, shaking her head in disbelief. "I never imagined I would encounter one of the 5 emperors." Chapter 28. Treading upon the Golden Lion, moonlight cascaded like flowing water, shattering before it could touch the ground. Cleaved by the rampant sword energy and wind blades, the once lofty sky lay in ruins, while the fractured earth bore a bewildered countenance. Except for Robin, who was in the know, the other 8 members of the Straw Hat crew were thoroughly immersed in a profound shock, unable to extricate themselves from the overwhelming emotion, all stemming from the name Robin had just uttered. Luyu. The 5th Emperor Luyu. The renowned Emperor of the Sea. Such a formidable figure has now made his appearance. An inexplicable silence lingered for a considerable time. "Roar, Robin, are you serious?" stammered Sanji, the chef with curled eyebrows. Under the overwhelming emotion of shock, he found himself at a loss for words. "Yes, I have always been serious," Robin affirmed with a nod. Her delicate face bore not the astonishment of revelation, but rather a sense of nostalgia and reflection. A week ago, upon first encountering Luyu, she could never have equated the person before her with a prominent figure of the New World. She dismissed it as mere coincidence. An accidental meeting with someone sharing the same name. Yet, the intimate companionship over the past week had changed everything. Luyu traversed mountains and valleys with her, leaping from one island to another while cradling her in his arms. Along the way, all the savage beasts bowed before him. Just 2 days prior, he had exhibited an overwhelming aura in the pirate town, standing alone against countless foes. All of this pointed unequivocally to the truth. Robin was not an innocent, naive girl unaware of the world. After witnessing Luyu's inadvertent displays of power, she had already surmised that she might have truly stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. She had encountered the illustrious Emperor of the Seas, Luyu. Reflecting on the past week filled with delightful moments shared with Luyu, an inexplicable emotion stirred within Robin's heart, elusive and profound. "Robin. Nico Robin. Sister Robin." The calls from her companions jolted her from her complex reverie. "What is the matter?" Robin replied with a composed demeanor. "How can you remain so calm?" "That is one of the emperors, one of the most formidable individuals in these waters," Usopp exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Indeed. Robin, you saw the news last time. It was utterly terrifying. He even devoured a dragon. My little reindeer would surely be gone in a single bite." Chopper's small face turned a shade of green, his eyes brimming with tears. "Chopper, do not fear. Mr. Luyu is a good person and would never harm you," Robin reassured, gently patting Chopper's little head. "It's truly astounding. I never imagined we would encounter someone of such stature." Frankie struck his signature pose. He is a true pinnacle of strength. Zoro, the 3-sword style hunter, instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the battle above. Though he yearned for a challenge, an involuntary sense of powerlessness enveloped him. The ever-boisterous Captain Monkey D. Luffy also felt this wave of helplessness. In the past, no matter how mighty the adversary, Luffy faced them with unwavering optimism and courage. Crocodile, Enel, Rob Lucci, and even the recent encounter with Moria, he had always triumphed through sheer determination. Yet this time, confronted with the overwhelming might of Gold Lion Shiki and Luyu, Luffy realized that some opponents could not be vanquished solely through bravado. Both Luyu and Gold Lion possessed the terrifying strength to effortlessly obliterate them. They were entities standing at the pinnacle of the world. Luffy clenched his fists. At that moment, the desire to grow stronger swelled infinitely within his mind. Originally, Luffy would have come to understand his own insignificance only after the events at Sabaody, but Luyu's intervention had inadvertently delivered an early lesson. This unintentional education was not without its influence, as the Straw Hat crew gazed on in awe and astonishment. The battle between Lu Yu and Gold Lion reached a temporary pause. Upon descending back to the ground, Lu Yu did not regard Gold Lion but instead focused on the Straw Hat crew, a hint of surprise gracing his features. Just amidst the fervor of battle, a notification sound resonated in his mind, signaling the activation of a system reward task. This sudden task triggered even left Liu momentarily bewildered. He had indeed visited Sabaody but had not engaged with the supernovas on the island. The task's progress could only pertain to the two individuals present, the bounty of 300 million on Luffy and 120 million on Roronoa Zaro. However, when had he ever educated them? They had not even exchanged a word, let alone engaged in combat. It felt absurdly effortless to have completed a lesson without so much as beginning one. Surprised as he was, Liu held no grievances regarding the system's task assessment. After all, who could refuse rewards that came so easily? You fool, what are you looking at? Your opponent is none other than me, Gold Lion Shiki. As Liu continued to disregard him, Gold Lion Shiki's fury ignited. A powerful aura surged forth, his golden hair billowing without wind. I know. Liu responded with indifference, his gaze finally settling on the panting Golden Lion, Shurji. Old Lion, I intentionally granted you some extra time to recover, so that your defeat would not come too swiftly. This way, I can relish the experience even more. Liu flashed a grin, his relaxed demeanor provoking a furious response from the Golden Lion Shiki, who was seething with rage. Yet, amidst his anger, Shiki could not deny the undeniable truth. The young man before him was indeed as formidable as a monster. What astonished Shiki even more was that, despite the intensity of their battle, he had yet to draw out Lu Yu's true limits. The opponent before him fought with a playful attitude, a disgraceful affront to Shiki's pride. Damn it, I know the renowned strongman of the seas. Who exactly are you? Shiki demanded, his gaze piercing. Even as the question escaped his lips, he already had an inkling of the answer. A mysterious royal-level powerhouse had recently emerged, and there was only one such individual. Who am I? Haven't you already figured it out? There's no need for further inquiry, Liu replied calmly. Humph. Lu Yu, the fifth emperor of the sea? I do not recognize the reports of that Birdman Morgans. Shiki retorted coldly. Haha, Liu chuckled in response. What is so amusing? Shiki barked. I find it laughable how you grow increasingly oblivious with age. What legends? What grand pirates? It's absurd to think you can conquer the world with a pack of beasts. Don't be ridiculous. Shiki, you are now nothing more than a decrepit, toothless lion, desperately clinging to life, a failed dreamer of world domination. What right do you have to grant me recognition? Why would I need your approval? Liu's words rang out, each syllable resonating powerfully, striking at Shiki's very core. He ruthlessly peeled away the layers of self-deception surrounding Shiki, trampling on his misplaced pride. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shiki bellowed in a frenzy. Chapter 29. The Flame Dragon King mode. It had been far too long. 20 years had slipped away. He had been away from these seas for too long, indulging in fantasies of world conquest with the weak pirates of paradise, nearly forgetting the threshold of the New World. He had forgotten how terrifying the New World was, teeming with monsters. He had forgotten the formidable figures ruling the New World, like Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, whose earth-shattering power Shiki knew all too well, and Charlotte Lin. The Big Mom, along with the fully grown Kaido of the beasts, once considered mere youngsters, they had now matured into monsters deserving of his reverence. Now, Lu Yu's words jolted his memory, awakening him from his blissful delusions. Lu Yu, he taunted. Do you truly believe you can reclaim your former glory with a band of uncivilized beasts and the rabble of paradise? I told you to be silent. Shiki's emotions spiraled out of control. He slammed his right hand down on the ground. The terrifying scene of easily annihilating the Straw Hat pirates replayed itself. Lion's wrath. The earth trembled under the influence of Shiki's float fruit abilities. Fierce lion head sprang forth from the ground, roaring towards the heavens. Damn you. Die. Shiki's eyes blazed red as he recklessly unleashed his fury. Boom. 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 18 savage lion heads opened their gaping maws, unleashing a torrent of chaos. In the astonished eyes of the 9 members of the Straw Hat crew, they completely engulfed Lu Yu. Ha 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 ha. Serves you right. You brash little brat. Be crushed under my power. Shiki's laughter echoed wildly. Yet, mere moments later, his laughter abruptly ceased. In his wide, bloodshot gaze, the ground that had swallowed Lu Yu began to swell uncontrollably. Brilliant white lights, more dazzling than the sun, erupted from the expanding sphere's surface, revealing crisscrossing fissures. At a certain moment, the Earth's tension reached its breaking point, bursting forth like an overinflated balloon. The colossal Earth exploding star shattered under the strain with a cacophony of cracks, sending endless debris flying in all directions, igniting in flames. A spectacular meteor shower illuminated the dark night sky. However, the people on the battlefield were too preoccupied to appreciate the celestial display. The eyes of Shiki and the 9 members of the Straw Hat crew were fixated, unblinking, on the radiant figure emanating white light. Time seemed to stretch on. The radiant light surrounding Lu Yu gradually receded. He remained impeccably pristine. Even the terrifying ultimate move of the Golden Lion Shurji had failed to leave the slightest disarray upon the hem of his garments. Golden Lion Shurji. It is nearly time to conclude this. Lu Yu spoke calmly. After the battle thus far, he had come to a profound understanding. The current Golden Lion Shiki could no longer provide him with any semblance of joy. It was time to reap the rewards directly. With a resounding crash, thunder erupted from the heavens. A tempest howled as dark storm clouds gathered ominously. A torrential downpour. No, the atmospheric pressure had yet to shift. Could it be that he was the architect of this? Nami whispered in astonishment, her heart growing heavier. A hurricane. Thunder. What a jest. Shiki's pupils constricted sharply as he felt the tumult of the sky. Gazing at the gathering storm and lightning, his thoughts involuntarily drifted back 25 years. That was the pivotal moment of his life, the turning point of all his endeavors. It was precisely due to that sudden tempest and thunder that all his efforts had been rendered futile. Now, 25 years later, was history poised to repeat itself? An unprecedented terror enveloped Shiki, consuming his very being. No, I refuse to accept such a fate. How could it end like this? With a roar, Shiki soared into the sky, determined to wage a final battle against fate itself. An endless surge of golden sword energy shot towards the heavens. Were this merely a natural phenomenon, it would surely be shattered by Shiki's frenzied onslaught. Unfortunately, this was the power wielded by Luyu. It was over. Luyu gradually clenched his right fist. The sky resonated with the power of thunder and lightning. An unparalleled hurricane entwined with surging golden lightning descended upon the formidable Shiki. The Golden Lion. In an instant, it engulfed him. The flying pirate king, Shiki the Golden Lion, was vanquished. Ding. Defeating Shiki the Golden Lion grants a reward of 10 levels to the White Dragon Annihilation Magic and 20 levels to Dragon Power. After defeating a commander of the 4 Emperors 4 times 44, the reward is 20 levels to the White Dragon Annihilation Magic, reaching level 40, and the SSS level magic skill. History of the Undead, with 40 levels to Dragon Power and an awakening level of 150. Notification: do you wish to consume 100 levels of Dragon Power to activate Dragon King mode? As Shiki the Golden Lion fell, a series of system notifications followed. In addition to the rewards for the defeat task, there was also a special alert. Liu confirmed without hesitation. The system's prompt echoed as 4 options appeared: Flame Dragon King, Iron Dragon King, Celestial Dragon King, and Thunder Dragon King. The White Dragon King, still not at maximum level, was not among the choices. After a brief moment of contemplation, Liu has determined his first evolutionary direction, consuming 100 levels of Dragon Power. The Flame Dragon King mode is activated, with flames blazing and scorching the heavens. Deep within his eyes, it is as if red magma flows ceaselessly. The blood coursing through his veins transforms into a molten gold-red substance. The searing golden-red flames rising from his body collapse the void around him. As he feels the explosive power within, the corners of Lu Yu's mouth gradually curl into a smile. This is the Flame Dragon King mode, surpassing the ordinary Dragon Slayer mode. In the world of fairy tale, Natsu, upon entering the Flame Dragon King mode, effortlessly annihilated one of the 12 shields with a single punch. Furthermore, the Flame Dragon King's devastating punch, infused with the power of the deceased, nearly brought his own brother, Zenith, to his end. The might of the Flame Dragon King mode is evident. In Lu Yu's perception, the singular power of the Flame Dragon King mode already far surpasses that of the Thunder Flame Dragon mode. Building upon this foundation, when combined with the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, even the 4 Emperors, Kaido of the 100 Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Lin Lin, would find themselves challenged. Lu Yu possesses the confidence to withstand a punch. Should he ascend to a higher realm? Merging the Flame Dragon King mode with the Thunder Dragon King mode to enter the Thunder Flame Dual Dragon King mode, one can only speculate the extent to which his power would amplify. Even Lu Yu himself finds it difficult to fathom. However, the revelation of the answer may not be far off. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, Lu Yu summoned forth the resplendent golden-red flames, potent enough to collapse the very fabric of the void. With a mere wave of his hand, the system interface materialized before him. Host, Lu Yu Dragon Destruction Magic Level 100, Flame Dragon King Mode, Sky Destruction Magic Level 100, Mastery Achieved. Iron Destruction Magic Level 100, Mastery Achieved. Lightning Destruction Magic Level 100, Mastery Achieved. White Destruction Magic Level 40, Novice, Dragon's Might. Level 50 Skills, Telepathic Magic. Instantaneous Movement, History of Corpses, SSS. Tasks: capture the 3 legendary beauties of the pirate world, incomplete. Reward unknown. Capture the top 10 beauties of the pirate world, incomplete. Reward unknown. Collect 4 historical markers, incomplete. Reward unknown. Gather 20 historical texts, incomplete. Reward unknown. Educate 11 supernovas, incomplete. Reward unknown. Subjugate 1 imperial subordinate, incomplete. Reward unknown. Subjugate 5 imperial vice subordinates, incomplete. Reward unknown. Subjugate 10 imperial subordinates, incomplete. Reward unknown. In comparison to before, the system interface had undergone a significant transformation. Yet, at this moment, his attention was drawn not to the lengthy list of newly added task rewards. All of Lu Yu's attention was captivated by the column of magical skills. Gazing upon the newly marked SSS level spell, even Lu Yu could not help but feel his pupils constrict. The history of the undead. This is a taboo that could potentially upend the world. Chapter 30. Everyone is a villain. Peering into the souls of adversaries. This spell allows one to materialize formidable foes that the opponent has previously battled against, conjuring those who could instill psychological terror. The manifested beings retain all original memories and combat abilities. This is the forbidden magic of the fairy tale world, the history of the undead. Its wielder is Nainhard, one of the 12 shields of the Alvarez Empire. In Liu Yu's recollection, Nainhard indeed faltered during that final war, repeatedly bested by the protagonists of fairy tale. Even the undead conjured by the history of the undead proved to be of little consequence. However, this can be attributed, at least in part, to the protagonist's halo and the invincible buff of because we are fairy tale. Regardless of other factors, in Liu Yu's eyes, the magic known as the history of the undead undoubtedly deserves the term taboo. This spell resembles the Edo Tensei from the world of Naruto, summoning the deceased back to the realm of the living. One individual could rival 1,000 troops. Imagine, if one were to cast the history of the undead on a battlefield teeming with hundreds of thousands, what earth-shattering events would unfold? The spirits of those who once roamed the earth would return from the recesses of memory. Furthermore, the number of resurrected individuals is irrelevant. Even a handful of those who have left indelible marks on history could tremble the world. Consider figures such as the pirate King Roger, the Sea Emperor Rox, or even the enigmatic Joy Boy from 8 centuries past. Speaking of which, Liu suddenly recalled that similar abilities also exist in the world of pirates. The Zoan-type Inu Inu no Mi, in its mythical form, possesses the capability of transformation. The little raccoon, Pado, from the Bo clan, along with the inherent mind-reading abilities of the Red Count, Left Field, can manifest formidable foes that one has previously encountered. However, the entities brought forth by the transformation leaf are, of course, far inferior in strength to their original forms. Boom. Just as Liu was lost in contemplation, the ground beneath him trembled violently once more. Liu suddenly turned his head, initially believing that the Golden Lion Shiki would attempt to struggle further. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The Golden Lion Shiki, utterly defeated and consumed by Liu Yu's tempestuous lightning, had lost consciousness and lay gravely injured. Consequently, the islands that had been floating under his control were naturally drawn by gravity and plummeted toward the sea. "Ah, we're going to die. The islands are falling," cried the timid trio of the Straw Hat crew. Over 20 floating islands, large and small, crashed into the ocean, creating terrifying waves that surged in all directions. It took a full 10 minutes before tranquility finally returned. Usopp and the others, in unison, wiped the sweat from their brows and exhaled in relief. Their faces were marked with a mixture of gratitude and astonishment at having survived. The islands had indeed fallen, signifying that the Golden Lion Shiki had truly been vanquished. The cyborg Frankie spoke solemnly. "Ho ho ho, the 5th Emperor Liu is indeed fearsome." Brook managed a weak smile. "This is the caliber of an Emperor of the Sea. We are in no position to compare ourselves at all." Zoro and Sanji exclaimed in unison. "Ah, that is certainly true. Thus, we must strive to grow stronger." Captain Monkey D. Luffy raised his right hand in a fist. "However, Luffy and Nami, we must take this moment to sincerely express our gratitude to Mr. Liu Yu." Robin chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, Robin is right. We ought to show our heartfelt thanks to that great figure. If we could forge a friendship with one of the emperors." Usopp's mischievous imagination was abruptly curtailed by Zoro's stern gaze. "Robin is correct. We must genuinely thank that person. Alone, we would indeed struggle to fend off Shiki's threat to the East Blue," Captain Luffy said with rare seriousness. Under his leadership, the 9 members of the Straw Hat crew stepped forward in unison, bowing to express their gratitude to Liu Yu. "Now, lift your heads." Liu Yu waved his hand dismissively. The crowd responded by lifting their heads in unison. Liu Yu's gaze swept across familiar faces, eventually resting on Nami, accompanied by a gentle smile. Liu believed that his smile should be quite amiable. Nevertheless, it still startled Nami, who instinctively took refuge behind Robin, unable to look at Liu Yu again. Liu was utterly perplexed by Nami's inexplicable fear. He decided to set it aside for the time being. The Golden Lion Shiki had been defeated. Yet the matter was far from concluded. Liu Yusin has painstakingly built his fortune, symbolized by the Golden Lion. His substantial assets amassed over the past 20 years are certainly not to be overlooked. "All members of the Straw Hat crew, follow me." With a sweeping gesture, Liu Yu took the lead. At this moment, the central Winter Island, home to the opulent palace of the notorious Golden Lion Shiki, had descended into utter chaos. Who could elucidate the circumstances surrounding this calamity? Why did the island plummet from the skies? Where was Shiki, the formidable leader? Was it possible that he had been defeated? "Hey, members of the Flying Pirate crew, we demand a reasonable explanation. We united to conquer the world, not to witness farce." The sprawling palace complex was in disarray. For 2 decades, Golden Lion Shiki had rallied and recruited numerous pirates from the Grand Line under his formidable banner, and now they clamored incessantly. The members of the flying crew, led by Dr. Indigo, were engulfed in panic. Dr. Indigo understood all too well what the island's fall signified. Their captain, the legendary pirate of the previous era, Golden Lion Shiki, had been vanquished. Could it be the Straw Hat crew? No, it could not possibly be those youngsters. Then, was it indeed that specter? A chill ran down Dr. Indigo's spine as he grasped fragments of the grim truth. "Master Indigo, this is dire. The Straw Hats. They have come to our doorstep." Several terrified members of the flying crew cried out in alarm. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar of cannon fire reverberated through the air. At the main entrance of the luxurious palace of Winter Island stood 8 men, all clad in polished black suits, while two young women donned black stockings and elegant dresses. The Straw Hat Pirates, led by the formidable Luyu, comprised a total of 10 individuals, all of whom were nefarious, with Luyu at the helm. It came as no surprise that the headquarters of the Golden Lion was swiftly vanquished. 2 hours later, the battle at the Winter Island Palace came to an end. Numerous pirate crews, drawn together by the notorious name of the Golden Lion, either perished or fled. Meanwhile, the members of the Flying Pirates, under the leadership of the Clown Indigo, collectively pledged their allegiance to Luyu. This act was not merely a reflection of cowardice, rather. It stemmed from the unwavering loyalty of Indigio, the sole elder of the Flying Pirates, who had fought alongside the Golden Lion Shiki for decades. The promptness of their surrender was influenced not only by Luyu's formidable reputation as one of the 5 emperors and his overwhelming power, but also by the precarious fate of their captain, Shiki, which now lay in Luyu's hands. Chapter 31. I Desire You. All are villains. The conclusion of the pirate battle, marked by triumph, naturally ushered in a grand feast. What was originally intended as a celebration for the Golden Lion and his allies was now perfectly suited to satisfy the revelry of Luyu and the Straw Hat crew. As the festivities commenced, the once tense and serious atmosphere of the Straw Hat Pirates transformed into one of joyous celebration. The melodious pirate song Bink Sake resonated throughout the banquet hall. Luyu was destined to occupy the position that rightfully belonged to the Golden Lion Shiki. Observing the antics of the Straw Hat crew below, a slight smile curled at the corners of Luyu's mouth. Having arrived in this pirate world, Luyu's ambition was, of course, to ascend to kingship. His greatest adversary on this path was not the formidable Whitebeard, but rather the Straw Hat Pirates and their captain, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy was not merely adorned with a straw hat, he bore the aura of the protagonist in this world. Yet, despite this, the Straw Hat crew posed no threat to Luyu. What of the Chosen One? Now that he had emerged, the course of the world had entirely shifted. Not to mention the still maturing Straw Hat crew. Even the crew 2 years hence held no fear for him. Luyu's desire for destruction is but a mere flick of his hand. This era, this world, it no longer belongs to their Straw Hat crew. As the clock approached the latter half of the night, Luyu, feeling somewhat weary of the cacophony, arose and departed. He made his way to the chamber where the severely injured Golden Lion Shiki lay. The Clown Indigo, who was attending to Shiki's wounds, was taken aback upon seeing Luyu. He immediately knelt in a show of utmost respect. Ignoring the clown, Luyu proceeded directly to the side of the gravely wounded Golden Lion. With a mere gesture, a hazy, ethereal light of healing emanated from his hand, enveloping Shiki's battered and dying form. Luyu had already devised a feasible plan to subdue the proud and formidable Emperor-class warrior, Golden Lion Shiki, for his own purposes. All that remained was for Shiki to awaken. One could only ponder the expression on Shiki's face upon the return of the most significant person in his life. Luyu was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the grand banquet hall, Robin observed Nami's troubled demeanor and could no longer restrain her curiosity. Nami, what is troubling you? Mister, Luyu has already defeated the formidable Captain Shiki. There should be nothing left to threaten you. As Robin's inquiry reached Nami, her eyes welled up with tears, her lips quivering as she fought back the urge to cry. Let us speak elsewhere, Robin suggested, assisting Nami to her feet and guiding her to a quiet room. Now we can talk, Nami. I assure you, whatever the matter may be, I will stand by your side, Robin solemnly promised. And no, Robin, I fear I cannot escape the reality of parting from you all, Nami confessed, unburdening the worries that had weighed heavily on her heart throughout the night. Especially the conversation between Luyu and Captain Shiki before Robin's arrival. What am I to do, Robin? I cannot bear the thought of Luffy and the others facing insurmountable foes because of me. By the end of her lament, Nami was on the brink of sobbing uncontrollably. Do not cry, Nami. Everything will be all right. Having been with Mr. Luyu for so long, I can assure you he is not the unreasonable type like Captain Shiki. Robin gently patted Nami's back, offering her comfort. But what if? Nami began, her voice trembling. Do not worry, Nami. Leave this matter to me. I will speak with Mr. Luyu. You need not concern yourself with anything, Robin declared earnestly. The events at Judicial Island had shown the Straw Hat crew's willingness to risk their lives for her, even standing against the world government. Now, it was her turn to repay that unwavering loyalty. At 2:15 in the morning, Luyu has preliminarily concluded his treatment of Jean Shitsi Shirji and is preparing to return to the banquet hall. The call of Mr. Luyu from Robin caused him to pause momentarily. As he turned, he beheld Robin adorned in a long, white-green knitted sweater, reminiscent of their first day of adventure a week ago. How do you find my attire, Mr. Luyu? Do you fancy it? Robin asked with a radiant smile. Luyume raised her eyebrows. Do you have time to chat together? Robin extended the invitation. After a moment, Luyu and Robin arrived at a secluded room, far removed from the grand banquet hall. So, Robin, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Have you perhaps developed a fascination for me? Do you wish to confess your feelings? Luyu smiled playfully, remarking, which girl wouldn't be captivated by a person as formidable as Mr. Luyu? Robin, with her delicate hand cradling her rosy cheek, beamed with a charming smile. However, this time, at once, Robin took a deep breath and recounted her conversation with Nami to Luyu, anxiously awaiting his reaction. As she narrated, Xiang was momentarily taken aback. only to break into a smile and shake his head. A significant confusion in his mind unraveled. All this time, Nami had been fearful of that very matter. He had merely made a casual remark to provoke Golden Lion Shiki, never imagining that the young girl would remember it and spend the entire night in worry. With the misunderstanding resolved, Robin, however, showed no signs of concluding the conversation. Is there something else? Liu inquired. First and foremost, allow me to express, on behalf of everyone, our profound gratitude to Mr. Liu. Thank you for aiding us in vanquishing the Golden Lion, Shurji, and alleviating the crisis. Robin bowed solemnly. And what comes next? Liu inquired calmly. Mere expressions of gratitude are insufficient to repay such a profound kindness. Wealth and riches, I am certain, are not lacking for Mr. Liu. Therefore, I wish to ask, Mr. Liu, if there is something you desire, please feel free to express it, I assure you. Anything within my capability will be granted without the slightest hesitation. Robin spoke earnestly. Having navigated the shadows of the world for 2 decades, Robin is far more discerning and astute in matters of interpersonal relations than anyone in the Straw Hat crew. Even if Liu asked for nothing, she would not feign ignorance or evade the matter. She has fully prepared herself for whatever Liu may wish. Be it intelligence on the King of Hell or even her own form, she would not waver. If it were the latter, Robin's fair cheeks flushed, and her usually steadfast heart began to race uncontrollably. Confronted with experiences yet untried, even Robin could not escape the grip of anxiety. What a perceptive young woman she is. Indeed, I have something I wish for as well. Liu smiled and nodded. What is it? Robin inquired. It is not a thing. It is a person. Liu replied. Nami's words were inadequate. Robin quickly, in a state of panic, interjected, It's not Nami. I desire you. Liu raised his hand and pointed at Robin, a grin spreading across his face. Me? Robin's fair visage displayed a hint of tension, which swiftly faded away. After all, this was within her realm of understanding. Do not be hasty in your refusal. Allow me to inquire. Are you familiar with the land of Wano? Liu inquired with an air of confidence. Wano country? Of course, I am aware. I have seen related reports in the news. That land of martial prowess now belongs to you, Mr. Liu. Robin nodded in acknowledgement. Then do you know that the historical texts you seek originate from Wano country? Liu smiled mysteriously. Robin. Chapter 32. Gratitude and Sacrifice. The historical texts in the blank century of history stand as one of the greatest enigmas of our world today. For 8 centuries, countless scholars have perished in their relentless pursuit of knowledge. Robin's homeland, the renowned island of scholars, O'Hara, is also a ghost beneath the historical texts. Having dared to probe the government's taboos and interpret the historical documents, they ultimately fell victim to the merciless eradication decree. The sole survivor remains Robin. Nevertheless, she has not relinquished her quest for the truth of history. Alone, she bears the weight of all hope, groping her way through the darkness. All of this is to unravel the mystery of the blank century. For this purpose, she would not hesitate to sacrifice her very life. Now, an opportunity to approach the truth lies before her. Through Liu's words, she has discovered the origins of the historical text, Wano country. There, everything traces back to the beginning of history. So, Robin, are you intrigued? Liu wore a confident smile upon his face. When it comes to dealing with the Straw Hat Pirates, each has their own area of expertise. Nami is associated with wealth, Luffy with meat and feasts, Zara with swords and sake, Sanji with beautiful women. As for the alluring archaeologist Robin, she is intrinsically linked to history. At this very moment, Robin, who harbors a profound curiosity for historical texts, felt a genuine stir within her. Mr. Liu is indeed cunning, suddenly revealing such information to me. How could I possibly remain indifferent? With a wry smile, Robin shook her head. Then, shall you accompany me back? I have just seized 3 historical texts in our recent conquest of Wano, including a remarkable red-marked historical text. Liu Shiwen expertly guided the conversation. 3 pieces. How could Robin, who is most passionate about historical texts, not feel a stir of excitement? 3 pieces pertain solely to the land of Wano. Yet I am well versed in numerous historical texts beyond that. I have access to those held by Whitebeard, the treasures of Zoe, the mysteries of Fishman Island, and even the legacies of red-haired Shanks and Big Mom. What do you say? With your interpretive skills combined with my resources, it will take no more than 2 years for you to uncover the answers you seek. The corners of Liu's mouth gradually widened, enveloped in a prolonged silence. Robin exhaled softly, her delicate features betraying a trace of bitterness. Mr. Liu, please refrain from tempting me further. If this continues, I fear I may genuinely choose to follow you. A quiet sigh escaped Robin's heart. If only she had encountered Liu a few years earlier. No. Even just a few months prior, she would have undoubtedly chosen to follow him without hesitation, offering her all. Yet now, after the events of Judicial Island, her heart had found its rightful place. Liu, possessing the ability to read minds, was acutely aware of Robin's thoughts. This revelation did not greatly surprise him. Indeed, he had arrived a tad too late. The bond forged between Robin and the Straw Hat crew after the Judicial Island incident had become unbreakable. Thus, he resigned himself to this reality, stating, if you ever change your mind, do not hesitate to seek me out. Liu replied calmly, thank you. Robin whispered her gratitude. Well then, Mr. Liu, she said, raising her chin slightly, her delicate face radiating a determined glow. The white and green long-knitted sweater flitted aside with a soft rustle. "Mr. Liu, my heart is already taken, but if you don't mind, please feel free to indulge." A gentle smile graced Robin's lips, exuding an effortless charm. Even Liu Yu was momentarily taken aback by her grace. "Thank you for your hospitality." The following day, as the sun began to rise, Liu leaned against the window, cradling Robin, who nestled close in his embrace. "Robin, soon I shall capture your heart. Do wait patiently for me." Liu smiled. He understood that parting was merely temporary. The opportunity to keep Robin by his side for at least 2 years was fast approaching. "Thus, I shall patiently await your claim on my heart." Robin smiled in return. "Speaking of which, Robin, do you truly seek only to repay a debt of gratitude, or?" Liu inquired with a hint of implication. "Of course. It is to repay a kindness." Robin's gaze slightly averted, her delicate face tinged with a faint blush, as she desperately attempted to conceal something. Repaying a kindness was merely a secondary consideration. Robin had never been a woman of frivolity. Even if one were to express gratitude, there existed myriad alternative methods. There was no need to involve oneself personally. The reason for this exception lay in the presence of other factors. After all, the week spent in close proximity to Liu Yu had etched an indelible memory in the nearly 30 years of Robin's life. Observing the subtle expression she endeavored to mask, Liu Yu could discern her sentiments without the need for mind reading. A smile began to widen at the corners of his mouth. As their conversation unfolded, time quietly slipped into the hour of 7. Liu Yu's right index and middle fingers came together, resting near his temple. The magic of inner thoughts was activated. "Lord Liu Yu." The voice of Rihi, filled with delight, resonated in Liu Yu's mind. Following this, she began her report on the daily happenings in the Land of Harmony over the past day. 5 minutes later, the report concluded. "Lord Liu Yu, what are you doing now?" Rihi inquired with curiosity, eagerly awaiting Liu Yu to recount the tales from the outside world. She had yet to satiate her appetite for the wondrous adventures of this week in the floating islands. Liu Yu glanced at Robin in his arms, momentarily taken aback. He thought to himself that it would not be appropriate to tell Rihi that he was holding another woman. "Mr. Liu, you wouldn't be contemplating another woman, would you?" Robin's eyes narrowed slightly, keenly sensing the truth. "Aha, you're overthinking it." Liu Yu let out a light chuckle, deftly managing both Robin's company and communicating with Riho through unspoken thoughts. Unbeknownst to Riho, who remained oblivious to this dual engagement, the perceptive Robin could not help but notice. Her cheeks puffed slightly, revealing a hint of jealousy as she remarked, "I am well aware that a person of your stature, Mr. Liu Yu, cannot belong solely to me. However, at this moment, you are indeed mine alone." 3 hours later, as the clock struck 10 in the morning, the Straw Hat crew, having fully recovered from their hangovers, concluded their grand adventure on the floating island. It was time to depart. "Robin." Nami waved weakly. "What is it, Nami?" Robin inquired with a smile. "Well, Nami stammered, struggling to find her words. "That matter is resolved. I had already mentioned that Mr. Liu Yu is not unreasonable like Shiki," Robin stated matter-of-factly. "Oh, that's a relief." Nami exhaled, her heart, which had been in suspense throughout the night, finally at ease. Meeting Liu Yu's gaze, she no longer shyly averted her eyes. "Robin, you must have had a tough night since you didn't return." Nami expressed her gratitude towards Robin. "Not really, or rather," Robin hesitated. "No, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Nami, you're still young. You will understand in due time. Now, let us set sail," Robin said with a mysterious smile. Her steps light and sprightly as she boarded the ship. Today, Robin appeared somewhat different. Nami tilted her head in confusion, observing Robin's unusual demeanor. "Goodbye, Mr. Liu Yu. Until we meet again at the next feast." The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates waved in unison as they bid farewell. On the second deck, Robin playfully supported her chin with her delicate hand, winking mischievously, exuding youthful charm. "Ah, there is no need for a proper farewell. We shall see each other again soon," she mused, watching the Straw Hat crew sail away. Liu Yu turned and returned to the palace. The Golden Lion Shiki was also on the verge of awakening. Meanwhile, shortly after the Straw Hat crew departed, in the waters several kilometers away from the floating island's point of descent, a large naval warship was braving the waves. Marshal Sengoku had located the island suspected to be the lair of the Golden Lion Shiki. "I hereby request permission to land on the island to apprehend both the Golden Lion Shiki and the Straw Hat crew," calmly stated Rear Admiral Spider from the Navy headquarters. "You may proceed with the search. Report immediately if any anomalies arise," echoed Marshal Sengoku's voice from the other end of the transponder snail. Chapter 33. Submission. Golden Lion Shiki. "Become my subordinate." Facing the ailing lion upon the sickbed, Liu broke into a wild grin, extending an inviting hand. The expansive room fell into an absolute silence as his words echoed. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. "Ha ha 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 ha," cough, the Golden Lion, Shurji, erupted into laughter. Despite the pain that caused him to cough up blood, his mirth was so profound that tears streamed down his face. "Fifth Emperor Liu Yu, I must concede that your strength far surpasses my current state. Indeed, I am your captive, and the mere act of surviving is a gift from you. But what of it? I am the Golden Lion, Shurji, the legendary sky pirate. Do you truly believe that by feigning a rescue, I would willingly surrender my life to you? It is utterly laughable. A whelp like you aspires to command me? You are woefully mistaken." The Golden Lion, Shurji, bellowed with fervor. Even as a captive, with his life dangling at Liu Yu's whim, he exhibited no sense of submission. For when Liu dismantled the meticulously crafted plan of 2 decades, he had long ceased to care for the triviality of life and death. Have you finished? Liu Yuping inquired calmly, his face still adorned with a faint smile. It is nearly time. If you wish to take my life, you may do so now. Though I may perish today, I remain the legendary sky pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion. Shiki the Golden Lion spoke with grandiloquence and nonchalance. In the face of life and death, he exuded an air befitting a legend. Ha, you old lion, even at the end, you possess a measure of grit. Yet I wonder, after encountering that person, will you still retain such fortitude? Liu chuckled softly, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. Observing Liyu's enigmatic smile, Golden Lion Shurji felt an unsettling tremor in his heart, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over him. No, this cannot be right, he thought, shaking his head vigorously. Whatever tricks you possess, feel free to unleash them. Today, I, Golden Lion Shurji, would rather meet my demise right here than become your subordinate. Golden Lion Shurji declared resolutely. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Liu raised his hand and snapped his fingers with a sharp crack. Come in, he commanded. Liu casually greeted. The history of forbidden magic corpses had been successfully activated. The heavy sound of footsteps echoed from outside, bringing with it an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere. The expression of the Golden Lion, Shurji, turned pale without reason, as if his heart were burdened by an immense weight. Shortly after, the door swung open. A tall figure cloaked in black strode in, positioning himself directly behind Liu. Who are you? The Golden Lion, Shurji, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of terror, even before seeing the face of the figure in the black robe. The familiar aura and silhouette unmistakably reminded him of someone, a man who should have been dead for decades, a figure who had once cast a heavy psychological shadow over him. But how could this be? Ha ha ha, the figure in the room chuckled, advancing with a sudden stride. He raised his hands and removed the hood, revealing his true visage. Shurji, it has indeed been a long time. The man in the black robe grinned, his smile brimming with madness. At that moment, gazing at the man before him and hearing his voice, Shurji felt as though thunder had erupted in his mind. The ominous premonition had come true. An impossible miracle had occurred. Waves of tumult surged within his mind and heart, battering his innocent spirit. Memories of the past resurfaced, and an unprecedented fear enveloped his entire being. Luo. Locks. Captain. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the grand entrance hall, reminiscent of a flatulent noise. My lord. Lord Liu. The jester, Indigo, rushed in, visibly anxious. What happened? Liu cast a fleeting glance at the clown Indigo. Just moments ago, our surveillance phone bug detected an intruder. The Navy has arrived. The clown Indigo abruptly came to a halt, kneeling upright before Liu. Oh? Liu raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. Soon after, a subtle curve began to form at the corners of his mouth. Perfect. Liu also wished to witness the might of the once mighty sea overlord, who had returned from history. With a flicker of thought, Rox, who was originally in the hospital conversing with the Golden Lion Shiki, responded to Liu's command and arrived. The naval forces on the island are entrusted to you. Liu issued his command. Yes, Lord Liu, replied Rox. The port of Central Tong Island witnessed a large naval warship slowly docking. Admiral Ghost Spider, this island seems far from tranquil. What is the nature of those creatures? They are entirely unlike ordinary animals, exclaimed the naval officers aboard the warship in alarm. Undoubtedly, they are mutated beasts. This is indeed the island of Golden Lion Shiki. Admiral Ghost Spider thought to himself, nodding in acknowledgement. The fall of the island signifies the defeat of Golden Lion. Who could have accomplished such a feat? Could it truly be as those pirates claim, the Straw Hat crew? Impossible. They are the legendary sky pirates. Several naval rear admirals shook their heads in disbelief. At present, the priority remains the capture of Golden. Just as Admiral Ghost Spider was about to finish his sentence, his resolute expression suddenly transformed. Raising his gaze, a figure cloaked in black descended from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the port square. In an instant, the square was thrown into chaos. An overwhelming aura of terror spread forth, causing every sailor, including Admiral Ghost Spider, to turn pale with fear. Some of the weaker sailors fainted under the force of that presence. Damn it! Who are you? Did you defeat Golden Lion Shiki? Admiral Ghost Spider demanded, suppressing his inner dread. A maniacal laughter echoed beneath the sky. These recent younglings are truly absurd. They fail to recognize even me. Listen well. My name is Rox. Let Sengoku and Garp of the Navy prepare themselves. I have returned from the depths of hell, and I shall be coming for them soon. Boom. The ground trembled violently as Admiral Ghost Spider met his downfall. His subordinates were utterly defeated. Above, Golden Lion Shiki's throat constricted painfully. He turned his head slightly to glance at Liu, his pale face still bearing a ghastly expression. Who are you? A god or a demon? Golden Lion Shiki inquired nervously. This is of no consequence. What truly matters is the choice you make. Liu smiled and responded, I will join. In that moment, the roaring lion of the sky bowed in submission. Thunder rumbled. The central large winter island ascended once more. Chapter 34, Shock at the Navy Headquarters, Marine Fort. Marshal Sengoku. This is bad. Green-haired Commodore Branu nearly tumbled into the marshal's office, his face etched with extreme horror and panic. Branu appeared utterly flustered. Meanwhile, the legendary Vice Admiral, the hero Garp, casually munched on rice crackers. Garp, Marshal Sengoku, something truly grave has occurred. Commodore Branu exclaimed in distress. What exactly has happened? Sengoku demanded. Vice Admiral Spider has fallen. Commodore Branu took a deep breath, reporting this grave incident to Marshal Sengoku. What did you say? Marshal Sengoku sprang to his feet. Spider is dead? What on earth happened? Even Garp, who had been calmly eating his crackers, could no longer maintain his composure. After all, a distinguished vice admiral of the Navy had perished. Although Garp had no particular ties to Spider, they were colleagues nonetheless. Spider's prowess was among the finest among vice admirals. How could he be so easily slain without a word of warning? Who could have done this? Was it Shiki? Wasn't the intelligence indicating that Shiki had been defeated by the Straw Hats and could no longer maintain the floating island? Who could it be? Marshal Sengoku, visibly agitated, rose abruptly, his voice booming. Calm down, Sengoku. We all mourn Spider's death, but now more than ever, we must remain composed, Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected firmly. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's tumultuous emotions began to settle somewhat. Could it truly have been Shiki? Our intelligence must be flawed. Shiki has not been defeated. Naturally, even if Luffy is my grandson. How could someone of his age possibly triumph over a legend from the previous era? Garp's earlier ease evaporated, replaced by the weight of a heavy stone in his heart. News of Spider's demise had reached them. But what of his grandson? What had happened to the Straw Hats on that island? As the possibility dawned on him, Garp's fists clenched involuntarily. He could no longer afford to wait. Sengoku, next. Wait, Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru interrupted. There are still too many questions regarding Shiki. Firstly, those pirates recruited by Shiki, according to their accounts, Shiki was indeed defeated. The assailants included the Straw Hat pirates and a certain man. Who is this man? Sengoku inquired. For now, it's merely a hypothesis. Perhaps both Shiki and Spider were vanquished by this man, Tsuru explained. That does seem to be the most plausible explanation. But who could that man be? The number of individuals capable of defeating Shiki is exceedingly limited. Could it be one of the Yonko? Sengoku shook his head in disbelief. Or perhaps one of the 5 emperors. Tsuru added. The 5 Emperor Luyu. Sengoku and Garp stared, wide-eyed in shock. At that moment, an urgent cry echoed from the corridor outside the office. Following Commodore Branu, a second intelligence officer hurried in. Marshal Sengoku. Just now, Major Doberman reported that the identity of the one who killed Vice Admiral Spider has been confirmed. What did you say? Quickly, tell us who it is. Sengoku urged anxiously. According to the surviving Marines, the man who attacked them is Rocks. As the words fell, the vast Marshal's office was plunged into a profound silence. Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru all widened their eyes in disbelief, their mouths agape. Their faces bore the weight of extreme shock and incredulity. All because of that name, Rocks. The former sovereign of the New World, Rocks. How could such a thing be possible? Even as a jest, it was utterly absurd. Rocks. That man had died 36 years ago. Garp's incredulous shout reverberated throughout the headquarters. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sengoku shook his head repeatedly. How could that devil from the underworld still be alive? I cannot believe it. Even the typically composed Vice Admiral Tsuru lost his calm, illustrating the formidable power of the name Rocks. Back then, they had nearly exhausted all their resources, and with the assistance of the Roger Pirates, they had narrowly won the little-known battle at God Valley, eliminating the great threat of Rocks. The 2 commodores quietly withdrew, leaving the expansive marshal's office enveloped in silence. Sengoku, Tsuru, and Garp sat in mute contemplation, not uttering a single word. After an indeterminate time had passed, Tsuru finally spoke. Sengoku, given the recent turmoil, perhaps we should postpone that matter for now. That may not be an option. The assembly of the Navy's elite commenced over a month ago. Elites from around the world are already arriving one after another. The orders from the world government have been issued. The operation cannot be cancelled, Sengoku replied solemnly. However, variables have emerged. The reappearance of the name Rocks after 36 years cannot possibly be a coincidence, Tsuru stated. Rocks is dead. He can never return, Sengoku declared. Eyes wide and bloodshot, his voice resolute. Sengoku was correct. Tsuru, do not overthink it. It must be that scoundrel Shiki trying to conjure up some specter from the past to frighten us, Garp interjected, breaking his silence. Speaking of which, what have you been treating as a riddle? What operation? What plan? Why are you gathering elites from across the world? What are you truly after? Garp asked. Vice Admiral Tsuru exchanged a glance with Marshal Sengoku. The government has decided to initiate a comprehensive war against the Whitebeard pirates, Tsuru stated in a low voice. Nani? Kapu, struck with astonishment, suddenly rose to his feet. The war against Whitebeard, such a monumental event. How was I unaware? Why has no one informed me? His eyes widened in dissatisfaction. Not telling you is for your own good, Sengoku replied. For my good? What good is there in this? Kapu was taken aback. The catalyst for this war was none other than poor D. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Vice Admiral Tsuru gazed calmly into Kapu's eyes. Ace. A violent turmoil surged within Kapu's gaze. What has happened to Ace? He inquired anxiously. Over half a month ago, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach surrendered Ace to the Navy, and he is currently imprisoned in Impel Down, scheduled for public execution at Navy headquarters in half a month, Sengoku stated calmly. What did you say? Upon hearing this news, Kapu felt as if his head would explode. The roar from Sengoku brought Kapu's heated mind back to a simmer. We could overlook the things you did behind our backs in the past, but at least now, in this critical moment, mind your position. You are a Navy officer. As time passed, a week slipped by. The Straw Hat Pirates landed on Sabaody Archipelago. The wheels of fate began to turn. Chapter 35, The Great Incident of Sabaody. This is Sabaody Archipelago, the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line's paradise. At this moment, an unprecedented chaotic event was unfolding. On Red Tree Island number 24, the streets lay in ruins from fierce battles. Among the debris, the fallen figures of the infamous supernovas, X-Drake, Scratchminipa, Urage, and Hawkins, who had bounties exceeding 100 million, were easily defeated and severely injured. The assailant was none other than Admiral Kizaru, Borsalino, who had arrived due to the Celestial Dragon incident. However, despite defeating the supernovas, Kizaru did not take them into custody. After all, there was an undercover agent among them. This was merely a fade, a charade. On the neighboring Red Tree Island number 22, Dai, Shichibukai, roared Eustace Kidd, the supernova captain with a bounty exceeding 300 million, as he exerted all his strength to bring down a counterfeit Kuma with his mechanical arm. Aha! I've taken down a Shichibukai. Eustace Kidd laughed triumphantly. However, before he could bask in his glory for long, the fallen fake pacifista trembled and rose, charging its laser in its palm. At that critical moment, Trafalgar Law unleashed his Opopnomi powers, severing the connections within the pacifista with a gamma knife. Damn it, meddling. Kidd grumbled. Kidd, do you seriously think this is a Shichibukai? Law retorted. What do you mean? Kidd narrowed his eyes. We should leave this place first. We can discuss later. Bang. Just as Trafalgar Law finished speaking, another Shichibukai Kuma descended from the sky. The battle reignited. On Sabaody Archipelago's roads, the capture of pirates was in full swing. However, the most intense battlefield was undoubtedly on Red Tree Island number 12, the area where the Straw Hat crew, the principal offenders in the assault on the Celestial Dragons, was located. Before them, bringing despair, stood the Navy's Science Unit Commander, Sendamaru, and two pacifistas, alongside Admiral Kizaru, the Navy's mightiest force. Zaro, watch out. Zaro is in danger. Seeing his companion Zaro locked in Kizaru's foot, Captain Luffy shouted in panic. Usopp and Brook, close to Zaro, desperately tried to save him. Yet their attacks couldn't even graze the hem of Admiral Kizaru's garments. Against a Logia user, attacks without haki were futile. At a critical moment, Robin utilized her Hana no Mi abilities to move Zaro away from beneath Kizaru's foot. However, before the Straw Hat crew could rejoice, Kizaru was already in pursuit, his right foot pressing down on Zaro. The light from his left foot intensified. Clever tricks are useless. I will end this now, Admiral Kizaru sneered, slowly raising his left foot to bring it down. In a moment of despair, a sudden whooshing sound cut through the air. The legendary figure, Silvers Rayleigh, who had crossed paths with the Straw Hat crew at the auction house, appeared and intercepted Admiral Kizaru, alleviating the Straw Hat crew's immediate crisis. Yet, the situation for the Straw Hats remained dire. Even with Rayleigh blocking the terrifying Admiral, they still had to face the formidable Sendamaru and the pacifistas. With their stamina severely depleted, their chances of victory were nearly non-existent. Usopp, Brook, take Zaro and run, Luffy ordered decisively. Everyone, just focus on escaping. We absolutely cannot defeat these foes. After the previous incident with the Flying Lion, he once again tasted the bitterness of helplessness, feeling deeply the vast chasm between himself and the ocean's top powerhouses. Under Captain Luffy's command, the 9 members split into 3 groups, fleeing recklessly. Yet, their efforts were in vain. The first to fall was still the severely injured Zaro, as the pacifista's laser threatened to pierce Zaro's body. A gentle voice unexpectedly resonated from behind Usopp and the others. The true Shichibukai, Bartholomew Kuma, has finally arrived. If you wish to travel, where would you like to go? Kuma said softly, removing his gloves. There was no time for words or actions. As Kuma's paw descended, Zaro vanished without a trace, becoming the first casualty to exit the battlefield. Zaro. Luffy's heart-wrenching cry echoed through the skies. I have seen that ability before. A girl was blown away by it on the terrifying 3-masted ship and never returned. Nami trembled, recounting the shocking truth. Hey, what did that guy do to Zaro? Where did he go? Luffy anxiously glanced at Senamari nearby. I have no obligation to answer you. I am the most tight-lipped man in the world. Rumors say that those struck by Kuma's paw will fly for 3 days and nights. As for where they will end up, only they would know. One thing is certain, he is no longer on this island and may find himself on the distant opposite side of the sea. The scientific commander, Brook, who bore a colossal axe, patiently elucidated matters to the Straw Hat captain, Luffy. Meanwhile, on the other side, the tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, had once again commenced his actions. The powers of the Paramecia-type paw fruit were unleashed consecutively. Brook, reduced to mere bones, vanished. The third was Usopp, followed by the enraged chef, Sanji. And in an effort to safeguard Nami, Frankie too disappeared. In her despair, Nami implored Luffy for assistance. Yet, before her plea could be fully articulated, she abruptly vanished. Chopper. having consumed 3 rumble balls, entered a berserk state, causing chaos. Nevertheless, he was effortlessly swatted away by Kuma. Bubbles burst in the sky, one after another. Haha. What a magnificent meteor shower, laughed the golden lion, Shiki, against the backdrop of a crimson sunset, where lions roared with laughter. Little did he expect that the captain would witness such a scene with his own eyes. Shiki shook his head in disbelief. I have little camaraderie with the rest of the Straw Hat crew. I saved them once, that suffices. I am not obliged to rescue them repeatedly, after all. I am not their father. Liu spoke calmly. Ha ha ha, well said, laughed the golden lion. It seems that the moment for my entrance has arrived. Shurji. You may find a place to entertain yourself. Liu declared, all right, Captain, since we're here, it's high time to settle the score with that woman. On the battlefield of Red Tree Island number 12. Stop, 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 stop. I've told you to stop. The anguish cries echoed relentlessly. Witnessing his vital comrades disappearing one after another before his very eyes, the Straw Hat captain, Monkey D. Luffy, teetered on the brink of mental collapse. Desperate. He activated his second gear, launching an assault against Bartholomew Kuma for the sake of the last remaining Robin. Yet, before Kuma's formidable paw, all beings were rendered equal. With ease, the tyrant batted Luffy aside, advancing step by step towards the last vestige of Robin. Under Kuma's overwhelming presence, Robin too found herself on the verge of psychological rupture. Her muscles stiffened, rendering her unable to flee, forced to watch helplessly as Kuma approached. The warlord, Kuma, mercilessly raised his right hand and prepared to strike. However, this time, his hand froze mid-descent. An instinctive dread, befitting a warlord of his caliber, warned him of a terrifying malevolence fixating upon him. Even his mechanical form stiffened involuntarily. Crackling, a dazzling golden lightning illuminated the expanse between Kuma and Robin. Honestly, it's been merely a week since we parted, and look what has transpired. I knew I couldn't trust the Straw Hats to protect you. Chapter 36, Robin's Tears. On the battlefield of Red Tree Island number 12, the resounding golden thunderclaps reverberated. The powerful aura of the dragon spread far and wide. Amidst the storm, footsteps emerged. Under the astonished and bewildered gazes of the onlookers, a tall figure appeared with an air of calm, striding directly towards the weeping woman. It's only been a week. And look at the state of affairs. I knew I couldn't leave you in the hands of others, Robin. Liu spoke calmly. Mr. Liu. As Liu descended from the heavens, Robin felt a resounding echo in her mind. The fear and despair that had emerged under the terrifying oppression of Admiral Kizaru and Bartholomew Kuma vanished in an instant. An overwhelming sense of joy unfurled within her heart. She understood that no matter how dire the circumstances, as long as this man was present, as long as Liu stood by her side, nothing would remain insurmountable. It was only at this moment that Robin finally comprehended that, akin to the Straw Hat Pirates, Liu was also her son, a second sun illuminating her dark existence. Brighter and warmer than even the Straw Hat crew, his mere presence brought her an unprecedented sense of peace. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, for making you. Tears blurred Robin's vision. Do not cry. It is all right now, for I have arrived. Liu smiled as he spoke, gently raising his hand to wipe away the tears cascading down Robin's cheeks. With a firm bite of her crimson lip, Robin opened her arms to embrace Liu softly, before obediently stepping aside. Now, let us proceed with the aftermath. Liu adjusted his appearance slightly before turning to face the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Your mission ends here. Tyrant Kuma, the battlefield henceforth shall be under my command. Liu spoke calmly. The tyrant bear's face exhibited not a trace of emotional change, yet within his heart, tumultuous waves had already begun to surge. Liu's words, upon hearing them, seemed disjointed and vague. Yet, only Tyrant Bear truly comprehended their significance. How do you know? After a moment of silence, Tyrant Bear gently inquired. I have already perceived the voice of your heart. Liu grinned widely. Could this man possess the same extraordinary observation haki as that solitary figure, Red? The tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, was suddenly taken aback. His mind racing back to a legendary figure he had encountered over 2 decades ago. Before that legend, all his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Hey, Kuma. What's wrong with you today? What do you intend to do? And who is the man before you? Shouted Captain Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, adorned in a crimson belly band. Only to be completely disregarded by both Kuma and Liu. How infuriatingly perplexing. If that is the case, I shall have to rely solely on myself. Law swiftly unsheathed his double-headed axe from behind him. This meddlesome fool shall be dealt with by me. With a thunderous shout, Law leaped into the air. Displaying agility that belied his massive frame, he swung the colossal axe mercilessly down towards Liu. By the time the dazed Admiral Kizaru reacted, it was far too late. Come back quickly, Law, Kizaru shouted anxiously. The moment Liu made his appearance, Kizaru had recognized his identity, the infamous incident in Wano country over a month ago, of which he was a witness. Old man, why? Hearing Kizaru's urgent call, Law was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, Law's body trembled lightly, as he found himself suspended in midair. When he focused his gaze, he realized that the enormous axe, which had been imbued with tremendous force, was firmly grasped by Liu's right hand. The sharp blade, enhanced by formidable haki, could not slice through Liu's palm. What on earth? Before Law could ponder further, his pupils constricted once more. A series of crackling sounds echoed as fissures appeared on the ebony axe, crisscrossing ominously. Flames and lightning danced within the cracks, illuminating the air before erupting violently. Boom. Thunder and flames, the two most ferocious forces in the world, surged forth, engulfing Law's body. Boom. 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 The sound of explosions resonated as he smashed through numerous structures, ultimately crashing down onto the trunk of tree number 12. Ugh. Law gasped, blood spewing from his mouth. His eyes bulged, his body charred black. Yet, he did not fall, despite having endured Lu Yu's thunderous strike. His vision remained clear. He could even rush back into the fray. Oh, you can still stand? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. What a joke. My defensive prowess is unparalleled in the world. How could I possibly be so easily defeated by you? Jean Tomar shouted furiously. Driven by rage, he assumed an offensive stance, prepared to unleash his flowing cherry blossoms upon Lu Yu. At that moment, a flash of golden light illuminated the arena. The Admiral Kizaru, previously locked in confrontation with the Dark King Rayleigh, appeared before Jean Tomar. Old man. Jean Tomar hastily came to a halt. Stand down, Jean Tomar. He is not an opponent you can contend with, Admiral Kizaru commanded firmly. At that moment, he surprisingly refrained from his usual smirk. His otherwise lecherous face was etched with seriousness and gravity. Old man, who exactly is he? Jean Tomar was taken aback, witnessing Kizaru's unusual solemn expression for the first time. The fifth emperor, Lu Yu. Admiral Kizaru took a deep breath, revealing Lu Yu's identity. Nanny, the fifth emperor. Is he really that fifth emperor? Is this true? Why is he here? Jean Tomar's eyes widened in disbelief, almost popping from their sockets. After a barrage of questions, Jean Tomar's body stiffened and he collapsed to the ground, his head tilting as he lost consciousness. Part of his shock stemmed from fear, while another part was due to the residual paralysis from the lightning coursing through him. Lu Yu? The tyrant Kuma stared intently at Lu Yu, his mechanical eyes flickering with a hint of emotion. Although he sensed that Lu Yu was no ordinary individual. It was only when Admiral Kizaru revealed his identity that he realized he was standing before the fifth emperor of the sea, whose fame had recently reverberated throughout the world. Equally astonished was the Dark King Rayleigh, not far away. Previously, he had learned from Shaki that Lu Yu had sought him out. At that time, he felt a tinge of regret for not having met him. Little did he expect their paths to cross so soon again. With Lu Yu's appearance, it implied that the golden lion Shiki had. As this thought crossed his mind, Rayleigh couldn't help but wish to mourn for Shiki for 3 minutes. After all, it was for him that Shaki had betrayed the golden lion. That old man. Lu Yu's call snapped Rayleigh from his astonished reverie. You must be the old Ray that Shaki mentioned. Lu Yumming feigned ignorance, and Rayleigh nodded in response. There were 2 options. One was to assist in looking after my daughter, and the other was. Lu Yu subtly glanced at the formidable Admiral Kizaru on the opposite side. Leave the young lady and Luffy to me, he declared confidently. Rayleigh, without a moment's hesitation, decisively opted for the first choice. Although he was one of the legends, the right hand of the Pirate King, he was now an elderly man of 78. His physical strength and haki had significantly diminished. Facing Kizaru, who was in the prime of his power, was already a considerable challenge. Following the previous battle, Rayleigh had endured substantial exhaustion, while Kizaru remained unfazed. Given the presence of a young peak powerhouse willing to take over, Rayleigh was more than pleased. Lord Lu Yu, entrust the young lady and Luffy to me. You may engage in battle to your heart's content, Rayleigh assured, standing beside the dazed Straw Hat Luffy and pledging his commitment. Very well, came the reply. Lu Yu nodded calmly, his gaze immediately fixating on the distant figure of Admiral Kizaru. Let us commence, Admiral Kizaru. Chapter 37, Lu Yu versus Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru, it is a pleasure to see you once more. Or shall I say, this marks our first official encounter. The last time you departed in haste, and I scarcely had the opportunity to extend my proper hospitality. Lu Yu's gaze fixated on the yellow ape as he spoke calmly. Recalling the significant events that transpired in Wano country over a fortnight ago, Lu Yu sensed the scrutiny emanating from the heavens. He launched a powerful electromagnetic cannon towards the sky, yet failed to strike any avian target. Initially, Lu Yu could not ascertain the identity of the hidden observer. It was only later, through the accounts from the samurai of Wano country, that he finally discerned the truth. Not only was the Birdman Morgan secretly watching from above, but also the lecherous Admiral Kizaru of the Navy. The emergence of such a figure as the 5 emperors, Lu Yu never anticipated. How utterly terrifying. Admiral Kizaru fixated his gaze on Lu Yu, unblinking. Having witnessed the duel of the 2 emperors at Onigashima, Kizaru understood all too well the sheer horror of Lu Yu's strength. He was a peerless menace capable of tearing the Azure Dragon asunder. Observing the insufferable expression on Admiral Kizaru's face, one could not help but find it amusing. Lu Yu did not engage in further idle chatter and strode forward decisively. Let us begin, Admiral Kizaru. This time, I shall treat you to a grand spectacle, including our previous encounter in Wano. As the last words left his lips, a brilliant flash of golden lightning erupted. Lu Yu's figure had already vanished from the spot. Simultaneously, the Admiral Kizaru, situated 100 meters away, felt a sudden jolt in his eyelids. Without hesitation, he transformed and retreated 100 meters. In an instant, a deafening explosion resonated as the ground where Admiral Kizaru once stood erupted violently. Lu Yu effortlessly lifted a massive fragment of rubble with one hand and hurled it towards the formidable Admiral Kizaru. The debris pierced through Kizaru's elemental form, embedding itself into the ground behind him, stirring up a ferocious wave of earth. Seizing the opportunity created by this strike, a flash of lightning surged once more. Liu's fist, entwined with flames and lightning, surged towards Admiral Kizaru's face. A single punch, imbued with the ferocity of nature, shattered the Admiral's corporeal form. Yet, astonishingly, it inflicted not a scratch upon him. This was to be expected. After all, Admiral Kizaru wields the powers of the Logia-type Pika Pika no Mi. Conventional physical assaults bear no impact on him. Ah, I see now. The myriad golden specks in the distance began to coalesce once more, forming the silhouette of Admiral Kizaru. What has been discovered? Liu calmly withdrew his fists. Whether it was the previous battle with Kaido and Big Mom or the current situation, it relied upon powers akin to that of the Logia type. It seems you are not proficient in the use of armament haki. Admiral Kizaru, with a sly grin, relaxed his demeanor considerably. So what if you cannot? Liu smiled and responded with a rhetorical question. What a pity it is that without the ability of armament haki, one cannot hope to touch me, as I am a wielder of natural powers. If you too possess the abilities of a natural user, this should be abundantly clear to you. The Admiral, Kizaru, leisurely replied, and what of it? Liu once again posed a question. Indeed, in the realm of pirates, the power of haki is of paramount importance. Particularly, the armament haki possesses the formidable ability to capture the essence of Logia-type users. For those who have yet to master armament haki, Logia users undoubtedly represent the most formidable adversaries. However, despite their tenacity, Logia users are not entirely invincible or insurmountable. Beyond the inherent weaknesses and elemental counters, as well as the suppressive effects of sea prism stone and seawater, there exists another more direct approach. If physical attacks prove futile, one might resort to elemental assaults. As both wielders of nature's elemental forces, they stand on equal footing, competing solely in the raw strength of their natural powers. By chance, among the 5 dragon-slaying magics that Liu possesses, aside from the Iron Dragon's Might, which leans towards physical prowess, the others are elemental attacks. What difference does it make? Even for a nature-affiliated wielder who can harness elemental powers? Liu broke into a grin, his right fist gradually clenching. Above in the sky, heavy thunderclouds began to gather ominously. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, resonating with the sound of booming thunder. Blinding golden lightning illuminated the scene, and terrifying pillars of thunder descended violently at Liu Yu's command, causing the Admiral Kizaru to pale in shock. In an instant, he transformed into light to evade the oncoming threat. The destructive aura of the golden lightning swept across everything in its path, obliterating all it touched. The explosive sound reverberated above the Sabaody archipelago, sending countless islanders into panicked screams. What in the world is happening over there? Isn't Admiral Kizaru a Logia-type light user? Why is he discharging electricity? The Pirates of Kid's crew exclaimed in astonishment. This is bad. Even from this distance, it's terrifying. If we were to be directly hit, we would surely perish. Bepo, the pet of the Heart Pirates, spun around in frantic distress. Wait, although I don't understand what is happening. That cannot possibly be Admiral Kizaru. Another unknown entity has appeared, declared Trafalgar Law, the death surgeon, with unwavering certainty. Damn it. Captain Eustace Kid slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. First Rayleigh, then one tyrant after another, and now Kizaru along with that lightning. How many monsters are going to show up today? It's all because of that guy, the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, on the 13th Red Tree Island, adjacent to the 12th, stood a solitary bar atop a lonely hill. In front of the bar stood a solitary figure, brows furrowed in concern. That lightning doesn't belong to Admiral Kizaru. What could this mean? Surely Monkey and the others are safe. No, Old Ray has already gone to assist them. They will be fine. Shaki murmured anxiously to herself, her heart heavy with worry. At that moment, a familiar, boisterous laughter rang out from the heavens. Shaki looked up in sudden realization, her expression changing dramatically upon seeing the man descending from above. Golden Lion Shiki, why? What is the matter? Surprised to see me alive? Shiki replied, a mocking grin on his face. Shaki, you wicked woman. You sold me out for your lover. I took such good care of you back on the ship. Prepare yourself. I shall repay you double. In the battlefield of the 12th Red Tree, the former pirate king Rayleigh, who was guarding Robin and Luffy, suddenly shivered. In the aftermath of Liu Yu's thunderous assault, half of the island had been vaporized. The land was no more, replaced by the depths of the ocean. In another location, countless golden points of light coalesced back into the figure of Admiral Kizaru. Gazing at the vast emptiness where the ocean had formed, Kizaru's eyelids twitched involuntarily. What's wrong, Admiral Kizaru? Did you not claim earlier that my attacks were ineffective? Why then are you dodging? Liu smiled broadly. Goodness. Would he just wait for death instead of dodging? Indeed, he was a monster. The Admiral, Yellow Ape, maintained an impassive expression, yet internally, he began to curse. It was only when he faced Liu directly that Admiral Yellow Ape realized he had previously underestimated him. The sheer terror of the lightning power he wielded was already formidable enough, not to mention anything else. Having witnessed the battle of the two emperors firsthand, Admiral Yellow Ape fully understood. In addition to his ability to manipulate thunder and lightning, Liu possesses other latent powers yet to be revealed. What is that yellow monkey doing standing there foolishly? Since you choose not to approach, I shall not hold back. Liu smiled faintly, his form suddenly dispersing like a gentle breeze. Admiral Kizaru, with a swift gesture of his hands, conjured a sharp light sword. Utilizing his observation haki, he detected Lu Yu's trajectory and mercilessly thrust the sword forward. A soft crack echoed, leaving Admiral Kizaru with a look of disbelief. Lu Yu, with a swift motion, bit through a sword, the Amatsu Yumi, which possessed a hardness comparable to steel. Chapter 38, The Bewilderment of Admiral Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru's eyes widened in disbelief, his aged visage contorting into a ghastly expression. He was wholly consumed by a profound sense of shock and terror. Throughout his extensive years traversing these vast oceans, he had encountered countless foes, both great and small. Yet, he had never before faced such an extraordinary phenomenon. The fabled sword Amatsu Yumi, forged through the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, had been shattered by a mere bite. This blade, reinforced with the Busashoka haki, boasted a hardness akin to steel. Coupled with the razor-sharp nature of a light sword, it was capable of cleaving through flesh with ease, effortlessly severing any body devoid of haki. Yet now, he found himself confronted with an astonishing sight as he beheld the destruction of his Amatsu Yumi. Lu Yu unexpectedly bit down, astonishingly severing the luminous sword that he had always taken pride in. This scene was nothing short of fantastical. Yet, it was indeed unfolding before their eyes. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The excruciating sound of chewing jolted General Huang Yuan from his stupor. He witnessed Lu Yu's throat rising and falling as he consumed the very essence of his light. The taste was, at best, tolerable. Lu Yu nodded earnestly. On that day, he first awakened the White Dragon Annihilation magic. Lu Yu pondered whether the golden light emitted by Admiral Kizaru could be consumed. He feared that the White Dragon's weave might be capable of devouring white light. However, the current reality has demonstrated that the golden light of Admiral Kizaru can indeed be ingested. It remains uncertain whether this is due to the embodiment of light or the highly compressed energy it contains. The consumption of Admiral Kizaru's Amatsukaze sword significantly amplifies Lu Yu's power, far surpassing that of ordinary sunlight. Merely swallowing half of the sword results in an incessant surge of strength. For Lu Yu's White Dragon Annihilation magic, Admiral Kizaru is akin to a potent tonic. This realization dawned upon him. Lu Yu's gaze towards Admiral Kizaru transformed instantaneously. On the other side, Admiral Kizaru also sensed Lu Yu's unusual stare, eliciting an involuntary cold sweat to break out upon his brow, his body bristling with tension. Without a moment's hesitation, Admiral Kizaru hurled the half-remaining Amakumo sword towards Lu Yu, then decisively transformed into light, creating distance between them. Don't be so hasty to flee, yellow monkey. Lu Yu unreservedly devoured the other half of the celestial cloud. The power of light surged forth. As he opened his mouth, a brilliant beam of white light erupted from his lips. Boom. The roar from the white dragon shattered the 12th red tree, which was swiftly followed by a chain reaction, causing the adjacent 11th red tree island to erupt in a series of violent explosions. General Kizaru narrowly evaded the edge of that white roar, escaping by the skin of his teeth. Before he could even catch his breath, Lu Yu demonstrated a swift arrival that matched his level. Do not underestimate the old man. The Admiral Kizaru, with his observation haki, anticipated Lu Yu's movements in advance. His right leg shone with golden brilliance as he executed a kick, augmented by the speed of light, aimed directly at Lu Yu's head. Lu Yu's body suddenly spun, delivering a counter kick. With an added flourish of light and thunder, he executed an upward strike. Speed and body strength, let it be so. The General, Kizaru, bellowed. The true power of the light-speed kick erupted, yet to his astonishment, the technique he prided himself on did not yield the anticipated results. The light-speed kick, potent enough to sever a colossal redwood or even a small mountain, was met with Lu Yu's resolute defense. Who cannot master the light-speed kick? Lu Yu grinned broadly, channeling the energy absorbed from the celestial sword light of Tian Songyun. With the additional force of lightning, he forcefully repelled the light-speed kick of Admiral Kizaru. The collision of their two light-speed kicks caused the entire 11th Red Tree Island to sink. The battleground, extending several hundred meters around the epicenter of the conflict, was completely leveled. The earth was riddled with wounds, pockmarked with deep ravines. The dazzling battle of radiant light was merely in its infancy. The airborne Admiral Kizaru swiftly adjusted his posture, his right hand glowing with brilliance. 5 resplendent laser beams shot forth towards Lu Yu on the ground. Sizzle! The lightning flickered. Lu Yu's body trembled as he deftly evaded the laser emitted by the yellow ape. Gazing up at the yellow ape in the sky, he instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth. The energy he had previously consumed from the Amaterasu cloud sword was nearly depleted, and he was in urgent need of replenishment. The yellow ape, perceiving the meaning behind Lu Yu's gaze, felt a sudden and ominous premonition as his eyelids twitched violently. Without a moment's hesitation, the yellow ape focused his intent, preparing to elementalize and retreat to another red tree island to create distance. However, just as his elemental transformation was completed, he had yet to move. Lu Yu had already arrived behind him, his speed surpassing all. This was indeed teleportation, instantaneous movement. Even light could not rival such swiftness. However, what instilled greater fear in Admiral Kizaru than Lu Yu's speed exceeding that of light was the gaping mouth he revealed. Thank you for the hospitality. Lu Yu smiled faintly. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and bit down on the elementalized photon before him. In an instant, he moved hundreds of meters away, causing Admiral Kizaru to curse again. He gazed at his shoulder, which had taken a second longer to regenerate than the other parts. The eyelids of Admiral Kizaru seemed to dance as if performing a tap dance. How could this possibly involve cannibalism? Terrifying.
Simply terrifying. How can one fight under such circumstances? It was utterly unmanageable. A sense of retreat arose in Admiral Kazara's heart. He decisively turned and fled. Don't rush off. Stay and play a while longer. Luyu, absorbing the highly compressed photon energy, pursued. How dare you push your luck? Kazara yelled in fury. Suddenly, a portion of the elemental energy from Kazara's right hand was missing. I am about to unleash my wrath. 8 Sun Jewel. Admiral Kazara struck a pose. Countless laser points rained down like droplets. The third red tree island vanished beneath the might of Kazara's 8 Sun Jewel. Before he could catch his breath, a hand pierced through his side, taking away a small handful of light particles, which Liu consumed as if quenching his thirst. This was followed by a roar akin to that of a white dragon, obliterating the first red tree island. With his side pierced, Admiral Kazara's body involuntarily swayed. He felt the strength within him waning, albeit slightly yet undeniably diminishing. All of this was due to Liyu's unreasonable devouring. Even his light could not escape Liyu's grasp. What Admiral Kazara did not realize was that it was precisely because he was light that Liu could consume him. Had it been Akiji's ice or Akainu's magma, Liu could only obediently fight. In this world of pirates, only 2 others could be considered food like Admiral Kazara. One was the Fire Child, currently imprisoned and impelled down. The other, likely having leaped to the moon, was the Charger. Thus, Liu could only grasp the solar energy before him, experiencing the clash between Dragon Slayer magic and the powers of nature users. Please, can you stop chasing me? It's rare to meet, so why hurry to leave? Let's play a bit longer. Can you play nicely? Don't just eat people. It's rather unsettling. This cannot be. As this is my crucial ability. Be obedient and get eaten, Monkey Admiral. Admiral Kazara's mentality was already in shambles, the chase akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Still ongoing at this moment. Chapter 39, Golden Lion. Rayleigh, the Sabaody archipelago, composed of 79 of the world's largest red trees, was currently experiencing the most terrifying battle shock in history. The earth trembled alongside the sky. The atmosphere shattered and then healed. A golden light, more dazzling than the sun, flickered and intertwined, blinding the terrified onlookers on the ground. Across the Sabaody archipelago, enormous red trees collapsed amidst the horrified gazes of the populace. This scene unfolded like the end of the world. Run. Monsters. The monsters have invaded this island. There is no longer a place to stay. If we don't leave now, everyone will perish. The entire Sabaody archipelago was engulfed in unprecedented chaos. Countless ships surged from various ports, fleeing into the open sea. A thunderous sound erupted above the 12th red tree island of the Sabaody archipelago. A terrible aura spread, causing the people in the area to cry out in terror. Captain Bonnie, why are you still eating? The sky is about to collapse. A hefty pirate in suspenders shouted in shock and fear. It hasn't collapsed yet, has it? On the second floor of the restaurant, the billion bounty supernova, the gluttonous girl Jewelry Bonnie, continued to tear into her pizza. Captain Bonnie. Those monsters are already fighting right above us. If we're not careful, seeing his captain's nonchalant demeanor, the suspenders-wearing pirate's face turned anxious. Ha, don't worry, everyone. If we truly can't escape, we might as well enjoy a good meal before we die. The gluttonous girl Jewelry Bonnie laughed heartily. On the surface, she seemed calm. However, the tremor deep in her eyes betrayed her true thoughts. One is a monster, an admiral of the navy, and the other? If it's not the pirate king Rayleigh, then who else could it be? Just as Bonnie pondered silently, the big man in suspenders stepped forward, hoisting his dazed captain and running away. The extraordinary clash occurring above the Sabaody archipelago lasted a full hour. After an hour, the battle concluded. The terrifying aura dissipated, and the powerful gust vanished. The sky cleared once more. Everything appeared as it had before, as if nothing had occurred. Yet, if someone were to stand high enough and gaze down from above the clouds, they would be shocked to discover that the once unblemished Sabaody, composed of 79 red trees, had become pockmarked. The area where the slave auction took place, the first red tree region, and the 8th red tree where human traffickers congregated, along with the 2nd, 3rd, and others. The most chaotic and dark regions of the Sabaody archipelago had vanished, officially removed from the map. Let us play together again next time. Atop the towering red tree, Liu smiled and waved goodbye to the receding golden light, eagerly anticipating the imminent war of the best. Admiral Kazara would serve as a solar energy charger once more. Damn it, there won't be a next time. Admiral Kazara roared in despair. In the past hour of battle, his physical form had not sustained much substantial damage. After all, Liu did not wield haki. The elemental attacks that could threaten him were all evaded with his incredible speed. However, at this moment, his body felt unprecedentedly weak. Ever since acquiring the invincible nature-based glint fruit ability, he had never felt so drained. It felt as if the power within him had been siphoned dry. All of this stemmed from Liu's almost unreasonable devouring. Even towards the end, Admiral Kazara felt as though his glint ability was nearly consumed by Liu. It was simply terrifying. If possible, he wished to never encounter Liu again in his lifetime. Meanwhile, Liu, watching Admiral Kazara flee, settled down on a branch of the red tree. Since the battle had concluded, the mechanical sounds of the system in his mind had been incessantly ringing. It needed to be organized and digested properly. Defeated Admiral Kazara. Reward: White Dragon Slayer Magic Level 10, Dragon Power 20. Killed 10 Celestial Dragons. Incomplete. Reward unknown. Main storyline mission, War of the Best. Defeat the 3 admirals, incomplete, reward unknown. Defeat the fleet admiral, incomplete, reward unknown. Defeat the naval hero garb, incomplete, reward unknown. Defeat 10 elite vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, incomplete, reward unknown. Defeat the 7 warlords of the sea, incomplete, reward unknown. Dozens of miles away from the Sabaody archipelago, in the clouds, Admiral Kazara sat limply on the thick island clouds. He took out the transponder snail from his pocket and dialed. After a moment, the call connected. Paulus, what on earth happened? I merely instructed you to capture the Celestial Dragon's criminals. Why are there reports saying the Sabaody archipelago is being destroyed? The roar of Fleet Admiral Sengoku echoed from the other end of the line. I couldn't help it, Sengoku. An unimaginable variable has arisen. If I hadn't fled quickly, I would have nearly been caught. Admiral Kazara replied with a pitiful expression. What variable, Paulus? Sengoku asked in a deep voice. The 5 Emperor, Luyu. That great fiend has arrived at Sabaody. Admiral Kazara responded. What did you say? Sengoku exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. Sengoku. I am gravely injured today. I am applying for a paid leave of absence for a month. No, a year. Admiral Kazara declared. Don't even think about it. You stay there and behave. I will dispatch reinforcements immediately. On the 12th Red Tree's remnant island of the Sabaody archipelago, the brilliant golden lightning flashed and vanished. Robin. Why are you still here? You have been educated on information available up until October 2023. Liu made his appearance, smiling as he approached Robin, who was seated with her legs embraced. Upon witnessing Liyu's safe return, Robin's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. She hurriedly rose, arms outstretched, and threw herself into Liyu's embrace. Feeling the warmth so close at hand, her restless heart finally found solace. Ha ha ha, the young lady Robin insisted on waiting here. After all, it is true that heroes emerge from youth. The 5th Emperor, Liu, indeed lives up to his reputation. The legendary Rayleigh praised him without reservation. Earlier, during the battle between Liu and Kizaru, the spectacle was invisible to the average onlooker. However, as a figure of legend, Rayleigh saw it all clearly. He witnessed how the formidable Admiral Kizaru, powerful enough to overwhelm him, was left in a state of panic as he fled from Liu's pursuit. This was not a battle of equals. It resembled a game of cat and mouse. The young 5th Emperor before him was even more extraordinary than the news had portrayed. Let us depart. After a brief moment of comforting Robin, he suggested. Liu embraced Robin and led the way towards the 13th Red Tree Island behind them. Rayleigh, accompanied by the disheartened Straw Hat Luffy, who was forlorn due to the separation from his comrades, hurriedly followed suit. Before long, Liu and his companions returned to the Nokken Bar. Before they could even step inside, a raucous and carefree laughter erupted, momentarily leaving Riley taken aback, only for his expression to swiftly shift to one of fury. With a sudden force, Riley flung open the bar's door, his gaze immediately honing in on the sofa. Upon witnessing his beloved Xiachi perched on the lap of a blonde-haired man, Riley's eyes ignited with rage, his fury surging to a boiling point. Release my Xiachi at once. He bellowed, his voice resonating beneath the vast sky. Liu, what an audacious move by the Golden Lion Shiki. Is he truly attempting to seize a woman right before Rayleigh's eyes? Chapter 40, A Furious Charge for a Fair Lady. Ah, Golden Lion Shiki. You old rascal. Release Xiachi at once. The furious roar of Baz Rayleigh, known as the Dark King and the right hand of the Pirate King, reverberated through the skies, shaking the very earth. As a living legend, Rayleigh had endured countless trials, even glimpsing the secrets of the world. Such a man should remain unfazed by any circumstance, unshaken even if Mount Tai were to collapse before him. Previously, he had not flinched even in the face of the terrifying Admiral Kizaru. Yet now, this man, known as the Dark King, was utterly enraged. His fury erupted, all sparked by the scene before him. During his absence, an old yellow-haired brigand had sneaked into his home and claimed his woman. Witnessing Xiachi forcibly held in Shiki's arms, Rayleigh was consumed with rage. His eyes blazed crimson, his fury reaching its zenith. For a man, the sight of his beloved in another embrace is unbearable. The laughter of Golden Lion Shiki rang out, more unrestrained than ever, as he tightened his grip around Xiachi's waist. It's been ages, Rayleigh, Shiki exclaimed with a triumphant grin. Golden Lion Shiki. Remove your filthy hands from Xiachi this instant. Rayleigh stepped forward, his formidable conqueror's haki surging forth, causing the bar to tremble. Ha ha ha, it's been over 20 years. Yet you remain as imposing as ever, Rayleigh. Shiki taunted. With a sharp clang, Rayleigh drew his sword, the fierce aura of his blade radiating menace. Xiachi. Wait here while I make that old scoundrel pay. Rayleigh's emotions gradually settled, yet the atmosphere around him grew increasingly ominous. Old Ray, Xiachi observed her beloved Rayleigh, whose fury was ignited for her sake, and a smile, previously concealed beneath her icy demeanor, began to surface. After so many years of knowing one another, she and Rayleigh were inseparable. However, she had never witnessed him display such fervent care for her. The warmth of being cherished felt exquisite. Golden Lion Shiki, noticing the transformation in Xiachi's expression, felt his own smile freeze. One moment she was frigid, the next she radiated joy, leaving him feeling as if he had swallowed a mouthful of bitterness. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. You shameless couple, Shiki erupted, pointing an accusing finger at Rayleigh and Xiachi. What did you say? Wake up, Shiki. Rayleigh retorted without hesitation, thrusting his sword forward. The Conqueror's haki that had remained dormant during his battle with Kazara now entwined with his strike. Boom. A massive hole was blasted into the bar's wall. A chasm stretching over 100 meters appearing behind. Had Shiki not reacted swiftly, this blow would have surely struck him. You scoundrel, Shiki. How dare you lay hands on my Xiachi and still dare to berate us? You're like a dung beetle lighting a lantern, seeking your own demise, Rayleigh declared. One arm encircling Xiachi while pointing his sword at Shiki. You filthy couple, are you now playing the victim? Who was it that sold my life card? Don't think I'm unaware. The one who was supposed to be beaten was you, Rayleigh. And yet, the misfortune was deflected onto me, Shiki shouted. His emotions reaching a boiling point. Coughing, both Xiachi and Rayleigh's expressions froze, a hint of awkwardness settling in. They were well aware of the source of Shiki's grievances. Shiki, are you not alive and well? Xiachi quipped. Had I not been pragmatic, you think I could still stand here? Shiki shot back, his voice laced with indignation. Do you realize what I have endured? Finally, unable to remain silent any longer, Liu intervened from outside. Mr. Liu. The golden lion Shiki truly. Robin nodded, raising her voice softly to inquire. Liu merely smiled and nodded. At that moment, Robin's anxious heart finally found solace, and her worries dissipated. Meanwhile, upon hearing Liu's inquiry, the expression on the face of the golden lion Shiki underwent a complete transformation. Ha ha ha, Captain Liu. What are you saying? It is an honor to work under your command, Shiki exclaimed with a sycophantic grin. Observing this, Rayleigh and Shaki were momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances between the formerly unruly Shiki and Liu. Their faces displayed an array of astonishment. As former companions and rivals of Shiki, they were acutely aware of his rebellious nature. In the past, only one individual had managed to tame this flying lion and compel his obedience. Now, a second lion tamer had emerged, and he was none other than the remarkably youthful Liu. This was nothing short of a miracle. Mr. Liu, the fifth emperor. How on earth did you accomplish this? Shaki could not contain her astonishment. Well, I simply subdued him, came the reply. Liu smiled mysteriously. Although Xiachi was also involved, the surprise was certainly meant to be revealed at the end. Ha ha ha, Jin Shitsi Shirji forced a smile but said nothing. Deep down, he began to anticipate the splendid expression Xiachi would display upon seeing that person. Sensing the cunning glint in Jin Shitsi Shirji's eyes, Xiachi's suspicions grew deeper. She knew it could not merely be a matter of subduing them. Yet, despite her best efforts to unravel the mystery, she found herself at a loss. By the way, what about old Ray and little Machi? What happened to them? Why had only Robin returned? As this thought struck her, Xiachi nervously inquired. Ah, I almost forgot. Rayleigh suddenly slapped his forehead and hurriedly exited, bringing the dazed straw hat Luffy back to the bar. What on earth happened to little Machi? What had transpired earlier? Witnessing the typically cheerful and lively straw hat Luffy in such a state, Xiachi could not help but cover her mouth in concern. Rayleigh did not hold back. He immediately recounted the events that occurred on the 12th Red Tree Island, including the emergence of Bartholomew Kuma and how he had sent the Straw Hat crew flying with a flick of his ability. After listening to Rayleigh's account, Xiachi fell into silence, her gaze tenderly resting on Straw Hat Luffy and Little Robin. However, Luffy, Rayleigh shifted his tone, his demeanor becoming grave. Uncle. The dazed Straw Hat Luffy turned his head slightly. I cannot guarantee it with absolute certainty, but it is highly probable that your companions are still alive. Rayleigh stated earnestly. Old Ray, what do you mean by that? Xiachi asked, puzzled. In the absence of Lord Liu, even I might have been unable to alter the outcome of your capture, Luffy. Just then, Bartholomew Kuma had appeared, sending each of you flying one by one. This action was not meant to kill you, but rather to extract you from this island, which is inhabited by admirals. At this point, you should understand, Rayleigh explained. The warlord Bartholomew Kuma did not come to capture us but to save us? Robin exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. It must be so. That Bartholomew Kuma mentioned his intentions during my battle with Kizaru, Rayleigh nodded. But why? Why would a warlord risk losing his title to save little Machi and the others? Xiachi posed the most critical question. Rayleigh paused, then silently shook his head. In the next moment, the answer was revealed. The one to answer this question was, of course, Liu. Because the warlord Bartholomew Kuma is a member of the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 41. Recruitment. Because the warlord Bartholomew Kuma is a member of the Revolutionary Army. Liu lifted his wine glass and took a delicate sip, savoring the moment with an air of tranquility and satisfaction. As his words resonated in the air, the bar, known as the Bamboo Knocking Tavern, fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes, those of Robin, Rayleigh, Shaki, and the formidable gold lion Shiki, were fixated on Liu. The Revolutionary Army? Is that true? How did you come to know this? Your Excellency? Rayleigh inquired, a look of intrigue dancing across his face. How do I know? You might as well ask your companion, Shaki, Liu replied. Liu smiled and pointed at Xiachi. Mr. Liu possessed the same observation haki as Ryder. Xiachi nodded solemnly. Ryder? Ryder Field. The Golden Lion Shiki and the Dark King Rayleigh immediately grasped that the rider mentioned by Xiachi referred to the legendary lone wolf of their era. the aloof red Baroque Riderfield. Having crossed paths with Riderfield, they were deeply impressed by his ability to read people's hearts through observation hockey. Haha. I never expected you, Captain, to have such a skill. The Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily. No wonder, no wonder. Rayleigh nodded in understanding. However, Captain, what does the hidden identity of the warlord Bartholomew Kuma and his rescue of the Straw Hat crew have to do with this? Shiki inquired, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Ah, could it be? Before Liu could respond, Robin, nestled in his arms, widened her eyes in realization and exclaimed, seemingly having connected the dots. The intelligence expert Xiachi beside Rayleigh had also come to the same conclusion. Over a month ago, two significant events transpired simultaneously across the seas, the incident in Wano and the emergence of the four emperors, as well as the Judicial Island incident. Shortly after the Judicial Island event, there was a seemingly minor yet world-shattering revelation. The identity of the Revolutionary Army leader Dragon was disclosed. During an attempt to capture his grandson, the Straw Hat Luffy, Admiral Carp inadvertently let slip that Dragon was his son, thus revealing Luffy's parentage. Although the Navy exerted considerable effort to suppress the fallout, Xiachi, as an intelligence expert, had her means of knowing the truth. Luffy was the son of the Revolutionary Army leader, and Bartholomew Kuma was affiliated with the Revolutionary Army. With such connections, the motivations behind their actions became vividly clear. Xiachi, what on earth is going on? Please, do tell. Rayleigh, still in the dark, pressed urgently. Because Monkey D, Luffy is the son of the Revolutionary Army leader. Xiachi did not hold back, succinctly analyzing the implications at hand. Upon hearing this, both Rayleigh and the Golden Lion Shiki suddenly comprehended the situation. So that's how it is. Then during that terrifying three-masted ship incident, that Warlord Kuma didn't truly intend to harm Luffy. Robin interjected, her expression brightening with overwhelming joy and excitement as she pieced everything together. Luffy, it will be all right. Nami, Zoro, and the others must be safe. Robin quickly reassured. Is it really true? Nami, Zoro, Sanji, everyone is safe. Luffy bit his lip fiercely, stubbornly holding back tears. It is indeed true. Miss Xiachi, Mr. Rayleigh, and Mr. Lee, you have all confirmed it, so there is no doubt, Robin affirmed with a nod. All right, little monkey, as long as you are alive. There is hope. You need to rest well. Only then can you go find your friends. Xiachi gently comforted, as the tension in his heart eased. Luffy promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Robin's head also drooped, finding solace in Liu Yu's embrace, and she fell into a deep sleep. They placed the slumbering Robin in Xiachi's room. After greeting the three elders of the bar, Liu stepped out once more. Meanwhile, as Liu departed, chaos once again erupted in the bar, with Rayleigh and the Golden Lion circling like predators, their eyes sharp and watchful. The atmosphere was charged, thick with tension. Amidst this turmoil, he remained oblivious, disinterested in becoming embroiled in the fray, for he had important tasks to attend to. A quarter of an hour had elapsed since the conclusion of the battle between Liu Yu and Admiral Kazara, although the unrest across Sabaody continued. It had subsided from its initial ferocity. At this moment, on Red Tree Island number 24, the site where Admiral Kazara had decisively overwhelmed the four notorious supernovas, a sense of despair loomed. What on earth is happening today? Scratchman Oppo, hiding in a corner amongst the ruins, banged his head in anguish. Truly, the admirals are formidable. We are no match for them at all. Similarly battered, the monk Urki leaned against the debris, striving to regain his strength. Admiral Kazara has been excessively ruthless. Drake mused silently. After enduring over an hour of relentless assault, they had only just begun to regain consciousness, underscoring the severity of their injuries. Hawkins, what are you doing? The crew members of Hawkins exclaimed in panic. Captain, you are gravely injured. Please refrain from using your abilities. Yet, the so-called magician Hawkins persisted with his divination ritual. Moments later, he drew a card and turned it over. Once more? He muttered, staring at the card's ominous implications. A look of alarm washed over his pale visage. Could it be that they were destined to be struck down a second time today? Run. We must leave quickly. If we don't, it will be too late. Hawkins shouted. Hey, what is with that soothsayer over there, suddenly shouting like that? Quite the spectacle, indeed. Scratchman Oppo mocked. In the next instant, footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by an overwhelming aura, akin to a ferocious beast of the wild. Oppo's laughter froze, replaced by sheer terror, mirrored by the expressions of Urki and Drake, who also bore looks of incredulity. Ah, this year's supernovas, how delightful to see you. Liu grinned broadly, greeting him with warmth. Who are you? As he observed Liu approaching, the exceptional power wielder, Drake, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Before Liu, he instinctively experienced a profound sense of fear and submission. As if he were confronting not merely a man, but a colossal dragon soaring through the heavens. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is the choice you make. So, what do you say? Are you interested in joining my ranks and becoming my subordinate? Liu smiled as he extended an invitation. As his words echoed in the air, the atmosphere in the room became instantly tense and frozen. The four supernovas widened their eyes in astonishment and anger. What folly is this? Who do you think you are? If you wish for us to submit, you must at least demonstrate commensurate strength. How utterly absurd. Before the captains of the supernovas could utter a word, the members of the four pirate crews collectively erupted in furious denunciation. They expressed their vehement dissatisfaction and outrage at the stranger, whose name was unknown to them, who dared to suggest that their captains become his subordinates. Listening to the indignant provocations from their crew, Drake, Hawkins, and the others were initially taken aback, only to subsequently unleash a torrent of insults upon the fools before them. Although they were unaware of Lu Yu's identity, the pressure he exerted was undeniably formidable, rivaling that of Admiral Kizaru. They had no time to concoct strategies to delay the situation or to escape. The smile that graced Lu Yu's lips caused their hearts to plummet in an instant. Since you all have expressed your sentiments, I shall not hold back. Boom. Chapter 42. The Shock of the Supernova. The terrifying hurricane raged across the ruins of Red Tree Street on the 24th, sweeping away countless fragments of buildings, both large and small. Alongside this chaos were the four notorious supernova pirate crews led by Drake, Hawkins, Appo, and Urich, young supernova brats. This is where our greetings end for today. Should you decide to ally with me in the future, feel free to seek me out. Remember, my name is Lu Yu. Lu Yu turned his back to the raging hurricane, waving his hand without looking back as he departed. With a resounding crash, the tempest dissipated in his wake, and the debris from the buildings fell helplessly among the crowd. Lu Yu, the fifth emperor, Lu Yu. Drake uttered each word with a deliberate intensity, gritting his teeth. That man was the one who had vanquished Kaido of the 100 Beasts. The Emperor of the New World had unexpectedly appeared in the Sabaody archipelago. The expression on Urki's face was now one of sheer horror. Was this the power of the Emperor of the Sea? Ugh. The DJ Skirachiman AP spewed forth a mouthful of blood in agony. My divination was indeed correct. After the Admiral Kizaru, we have now suffered a brutal beating from the Emperor of the Sea. Who? The magician Hawkins coughed up blood, succumbing once more to unconsciousness. Recalling the previous battle against the Golden Lion Shiki, Liu inadvertently activated the educational mission of the Supernova 10, showcasing overwhelming strength to Straw Hat Luffy and Zoro, making them acutely aware of the educational gap that exists between them and the pinnacle of the seas. This experience allowed the supernovas to truly grasp the terror of the Emperors of the Sea, which in itself is a form of education. Today, on this island, all the supernovas happen to be gathered together, presenting a rare opportunity. Liu certainly would not miss this opportunity. After all, if he were to let it slip away, once they each dispersed to embark on their journeys to the New World, it would indeed be quite cumbersome to seek them out one by one. Thus, seizing this chance to address everything in one go was most advantageous. Additionally, he could simultaneously fulfill the task of recruiting subordinates. Although these burgeoning star captains are currently relatively weak, each possesses remarkable potential. Nurturing them to become capable officers is undoubtedly not a daunting challenge. Some even exhibit the potential to ascend to the role of deputy emperor. Who, then, shall be the fortunate one next? Liu's gaze fell towards the southeast, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. During the earlier pursuit with the formidable Admiral Kizaru, he had traversed nearly every island of Sabaody. By chance, he had also discerned the activity range of the supernovas at Sabaody's Red Tree Island number 52. The air was filled with the sound of laser beams exploding into deep craters. Damn it, how many tyrant bears is this already? Roared the infuriated supernova captain Eustace Kidd, whose bounty was 300 million. Ah, we're done for. Why do these tyrant bears keep chasing us relentlessly? Cried the terrified pirate Beppo, whose bounty was 500 berries, as he dashed in circles. What is the purpose of creating such terrifying weapons, the modified tyrant bears, by the Navy and the government? Pondered the death surgeon Trafalgar Law, unable to suppress his thoughts. They're coming, declared the masked supernova killer, whose hairstyle resembled that of a Super Saiyan 3, with a grave tone. As his words fell, the peacekeeper raised his hands, mouth agape. 3 laser beams began to shimmer with energy, each aimed at the 3 prominent supernovas present. At that moment, a deafening boom resounded. The ground of Red Tree Island number 52 trembled violently. The laser beams from the peacekeeper ceased abruptly, and blinding arcs of electricity coursed over its towering steel frame before it exploded with a thunderous roar. In an instant, this formidable weapon was reduced to a heap of scrap metal, completely dismantled. This sudden turn of events left the members of the 2 supernova pirate crews momentarily stunned. However, their tension only escalated, as their instincts warned them of an existence far more perilous than the peacekeeper's tyrant bears. Supernovas, what are you looking at? A sudden voice echoed from behind Eustace Kidd, Trafalgar Law, and the others, sending chills down their spines. They turned abruptly to see Liu seated amidst the ruins not far away, and instinctively, the muscles of Kidd and Law tensed up. Who are you? Trafalgar Law demanded in a low voice. Ignoring Law's inquiry, Liu smiled slightly and directly extended an invitation. With Eustace Kidd's bounty of 300 million and Trafalgar Law's 200 million, you two are quite impressive. Would you consider joining my ranks? What did you say? The members of the 2 pirate crews erupted, unable to contain their astonishment at Liu Yu's audacious recruitment of their captains. Let me have a go. Killer. The notorious fighter with a bounty exceeding 100 million vanished and reappeared behind Liu Yu. 2 specially crafted scythes, the Punishers, swung mercilessly towards Liu Yu's neck. Clang. The sharp sound of metal striking metal echoed sharply. If this were the Dragon Ball world, with that golden hair of yours, I would truly be at a loss. What a pity. Liu Yu smiled faintly, his grip on the scythe of the Punisher tightening. The weapon emitted a mournful wail, and the assassin, Kira, felt a sudden constriction in his pupils. Before he could muster any movement or reaction, Liyu's right hand had already severed his weapon, gripping tightly around his opponent's face. And with a casual flick, a tremendous explosion erupted from the earth, creating a vast crater several dozen meters away. Blood splattered from the visor of the merciless warrior, Kira. Damn it, who are you? How dare you attack my comrade? You won't get away with this. The sight of Kira gravely injured and unconscious ignited a furious rage within Kid. With a mere gesture, countless weapons and shards of metal were drawn together under his magnetic influence, forming a colossal metallic arm that descended mercilessly upon Luyu. Luyu's expression remained serene. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly deflected Kid's enraged metallic arm. Before Kid could register his astonishment, a fierce blaze engulfed the entire metal limb. The terrifying heat caused the metal to liquefy, melting into molten iron that dripped onto the ground. The dazzling golden lightning beneath the flames instantaneously transmitted through the metallic arm to Kid's very being. In a single strike, Kid's body turned charred, and he emitted a cloud of black smoke before collapsing weakly to his knees. Two notorious supernovas, whose bounties exceeded 300 million, found themselves utterly outmatched by Luyu. Unable to withstand even one attack, this shocking scene profoundly unsettled all remaining witnesses. Even Kid's loyal crewmates hesitated, retreating in fear and refraining from recklessly challenging Luyu again. Trafalgar Law inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within his heart. May I inquire, esteemed sir, who might you be? Shifting from his previous impudent inquiry, Trafalgar Law respectfully saluted and earnestly asked. This change in demeanor was indeed a result of education. My name is Luyu. If you have made up your mind, feel free to seek me out in Wano. Chapter 43. The war is about to begin, Luyu. The fifth emperor, Luyu. The man we encountered earlier is indeed one of the 5 emperors. On the 52nd Red Tree Island, as they watched Luyu depart, disappearing into the distance, the outcries of Kid's crew and the Heart Pirates erupted. Captain, was that man really one of the 5 emperors? Bear Bepo struck a pose of a lone rooster, asserting, it must be true. The person who previously battled Admiral Kizaru must have been him. Having narrowly escaped, Trafalgar Law nodded affirmatively. Indeed, with a thud, the poised Bear Bepo collapsed to the ground, tilting his head and feigning death. Bepo, this act only works on bears. It won't fool the Sea Emperor. Yes, yes. And that terrifying fiend has already departed, reminded Heart Pirates Pekin and Shachi. Is that so? Bepo scratched the back of his head. The next time. I wonder if pretending to be adorable would work? Not far away, the charred Kid suddenly coughed violently, spewing blood laced with crimson arcs of electricity. Kid. Captain Kid. Are you all right? The crew rushed to his side. I'm fine. Quickly check on Killer S condition. Kid waved them off. I warned you not to be so impulsive. Kid. Trafalgar Law shook his head. Kid glanced at Law, saying nothing, his face obscured by soot, revealing no change in expression. However, a storm raged within him. Self-proclaimed as the leader of the supernovas, he had intended to plunge into the new world and challenge the Sea Emperors. He had confidence that he could bring one of them down. Yet now, the emergence of Luyu utterly shattered his confidence and pride. Before the terrifying Sea Emperor, these novices possessed no means of resistance whatsoever. The disparity in strength was truly despairing. Shambadi, Red Tree number 42. Luyu casually discarded the smoke-wreathed figure of the mafia godfather, Capone Becci, aside. With the education of Capone concluded, who remained? Ah, yes, the insatiable gourmand, Jolie Bonnie. Luyu nodded, contemplating the supernova that required education, particularly the singular female among them. He had identified his objective. Luyu immediately began his search, scouring the potential dining establishments favored by the gluttonous gourmet, Bonnie. However, after 2 hours of searching throughout the islands of Shambodi, he still could not locate Bonnie's presence. He chuckled to himself, wondering if that insatiable eater had truly managed to escape the confines of the island. Luyu's lips twitched. For those afflicted with obsessive-compulsive disorder, this felt akin to having every preparatory act in place, only to be told that the final, crucial moment had vanished. It was utterly intolerable. Yet, there was little he could do in the face of such frustration. After all, the vast ocean stretched endlessly before him. Who could possibly know in which direction Bonnie and her companions had sailed away? What a mischievous girl she was. Should I catch her next time? I shall certainly administer a thorough lesson with a stick. Luyu silently gritted his teeth, resolute in his decision. The next time he captured the gluttonous woman, Xiao Libo and he would undoubtedly utilize her to fulfill other task vacancies. The educational mission of the 11 superstars had been temporarily put on hold due to the escape of the voracious woman. Lee did not return to the bar to settle scores. The next destination was Red Tree number 67, the exclusive residence of the world government officials. The celestial dragon family, who had been rendered unconscious, struck, and stunned at the population auction earlier, had yet to depart. 3 minutes later, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire Sabaody archipelago. The exclusive Red Tree Island of the world government was thrown into chaos. Despairing screams rose and fell in a haunting chorus. Ah, Lord Roseward is missing. Charlo, where are you? The Charlulia Palace. The Charlulia Palace has vanished too. Hurry, call the Admiral. It's over. We're all doomed. On Sabaody Island number 13, at the bar, Rayleigh and the Golden Lion Shiki, two elderly men, stared wide-eyed at each other, panting heavily. Enough, enough, both of you. Stop bickering over me. I am merely an ordinary woman. Behind the bar, Shaki, channeling her inner actress, delivered lines akin to those of a romantic drama's leading lady. Rayleigh and Shiki, this is still a serious duel. The crisp chime of the doorbell rang out, interrupting the standoff between Shiki and Rayleigh. Oh, it's not over yet. Liu let out a light chuckle, casually tossing the three inept fools to the ground. They were celestial dragons. Upon seeing the distinctive attire of the celestial dragons, Xiaqi's pupils involuntarily constricted. Both Rayleigh and the golden lion Shiki could not help but gasp in astonishment. Yet, capturing a few celestial dragons was hardly a matter of great significance. Shiki, it is time for you to make the necessary preparations. Our business here is concluded, and it is time to depart. Liu shook his head. All right, Captain. Jin Shitsi Shiki regained his senses and immediately floated out the door, just as Xiaqi was about to inquire about Liu Yu's intentions. The small hill where the knock-up stream bar was located suddenly trembled violently. A slight feeling of weightlessness ensued, followed by the entire hill, including the bar, taking flight. Rayleigh and Xiaqi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with alarm as they hurried out. Shiki, what the hell are you doing? Rayleigh scolded. Ha, Xiaqi. This debt of betrayal cannot be settled with just a drink. You should come with me. As for you, Rayleigh, feel free to come and go as you please. Just stay wherever you feel comfortable. Jin Shitsi Shiki laughed heartily, disregarding the protest of Rayleigh and Xiaqi as he propelled the entire hill skyward. Half an hour later, a fully armed brigade of elite Navy personnel, led by a seasoned vice admiral, headed straight for the 13th red tree. What is happening? It wasn't like this when we last visited. Where has that bar gone? What on earth is going on? The impeccably dressed aide, Bogart, stammered in shock as he gazed at the flattened hill before him, utterly bewildered as he looked to his superior. I never expected there to be a connection. It seemed that the situation was even more dire than anticipated. The legendary vice admiral of the Navy, Hirocarp, spoke in a grave tone, his brow furrowed, his gaze unprecedentedly profound. The major incident concerning the celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago had not spread widely due to deliberate suppression by the Navy and the government. However, even a few scattered reports had sent ripples through the vast seas. The repercussions of the event continued to ferment. Just 3 days later, a news announcement once again sent shockwaves across the oceans, replacing the Sabaody archipelago incident as a topic of fervent discussion worldwide. A week later, at Navy headquarters, the public execution of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace, was to take place. A war was about to commence. Chapter 44. The dominance of Whitebeard in the autumn of the year 1520 of the Sea Circle. The winds of the ocean began to intensify. The gears of an era were grinding ominously. An unprecedented super event was on the horizon. A week later, at Navy headquarters, the public execution of Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. The announcement sent shockwaves through the 4 seas. From paradise to the New World, countless pirates and factions trembled. What is happening? Is this real? The public execution of Fire Fist Ace? This is an outright provocation against that man. A blatant challenge to the world's strongest. What is the Navy trying to achieve? Have they lost their minds? This isn't just a provocation, it's a declaration of war. After such a long period of peace, the Navy is finally gearing up for battle against the Emperor of the Sea. If the Navy triumphs, it would be incredibly uplifting. Haha, how amusing. This news is simply the finest appetizer. Another week? I can hardly wait to witness the clash between that monster, Whitebeard, and the Navy. This is bound to be the most spectacular scene of this era. And let us not forget the recent events in Wano. Whitebeard has allied with that emerging man. Will the one who seized Wano make an appearance in this war? To this day, we remain unaware of the true nature of the so-called 5 emperors. Let us eagerly anticipate the outcome and see if that man is truly as formidable as Morgan's claims. As the winds swirled in the New World, at this very moment, on a certain island under the dominion of the old king of the sea, the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, a news brought by a messenger bird suddenly stirred the tranquil sea into a tempest. The once clear skies became overcast. The heavens and earth altered their hues due to the wrath of a single individual. Ace has actually been defeated by Teach. The words of that red-haired fellow rang true. Teach had been hiding his strength all along. The 1st Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, roared in fury. Teach, that scoundrel, has managed to bring down even Ace. Unforgivable. Absolutely inexcusable. That scoundrel Teach must not be spared. The 3rd Division Captain, Diamond Jozu, declared angrily. The Navy. How dare they publicly punish Ace? They will know the price of provoking the Whitebeard Pirates. The 16th Division Captain vowed, his voice filled with murderous intent. Indeed, publicly executing Ace is a challenge to the Whitebeard Pirates. We are the Whitebeard Pirates. We must rescue Captain Ace. Kill Teach and save Ace. Let the Navy know the consequences of provoking us. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates, gathered on the deck of the massive whale ship, the Moby Dick, were filled with righteous indignation. The roar of their battle spirit and anger echoed, causing the sea to surge with violent waves. Gahaha. Navy, this war was ignited by you. Come on, if you want to play, I will accompany you to the end. Everyone, get ready. The war is commencing. Whitebeard's resounding laughter rang through the sky, full of dominance. In the new world, the land of love, passion, and toys, Dressrosa, how interesting. Truly fascinating. What an enthralling event this is. This era is simply the best. In the open-air pool of the palace, the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, clad in a flaming bird coat, covered his forehead with his right hand and laughed uproariously. Indeed, the sea will never be dull. The clash between the maritime rulers of two eras and the navy marked the signal of an era's transition, regardless of the war's outcome. The age of Whitebeard would come to an end. Doflamingo's face shone with excitement. Doflamingo, are you suggesting that Whitebeard, the one who is as strong as a monster, might lose? The sharp-voiced Pika exclaimed in shock. Isn't it obvious? No matter how strong Whitebeard is, he is merely the local emperor of the sea. The world government, which has ruled the seas for 800 years, and the navy are the true behemoths. Certainly, this outcome is predicated solely on the participation of the Whitebeard pirates. Should other forces intervene, the predetermined result may very well change. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth gradually curled into a wider arc. The 5 emperors of Wano, Luyu, the so-called ally of Whitebeard. It is time to unveil your true visage. Fufufu, Tori Pole, covered in glistening slime, hastily approached. Flustered, he asked, "What's the matter, Tori Pole?" The Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Fireburn Mountain has arrived. He claims he intends to summon you, Doflamingo, to participate in battle as a warlord. Tori Pole exclaimed in panic. Fufufu. Coming even faster than expected. Doflamingo laughed heartily. So, Doflamingo, will you go? Diamante inquired. Of course. The Marine Headquarters is the epicenter of this era. How could one possibly miss the Marineford War? In the New World, Totland, the stronghold of the Big Mom pirates. It is now transformed into a joint base for the Beast Pirates and Big Mom. Following the events of Wano, the Beast Pirates have been thrown into disarray, with 2,000 subordinates stationed in Wano becoming prisoners. Under Yamato's leadership, they are working towards the revival of Wano. However, as a deeply entrenched faction in the New World, the Beast Pirates' territory extends far beyond Wano. The combined number of Beast Pirates on other islands exceeds 10,000. Although the loss of the 6 disciples is significant, fortunately, the 2 marquee figures, Fire Calamity Ember and Plague Queen, have managed to escape, alongside the marauders who were already stationed in various locations, despite their weakened state. The strength of the Beast Pirates remains formidable. As the main forces of the Beast Pirates settle in, the atmosphere of Totland subtly shifts. For instance, the once delightful homies singing and dancing have now been influenced to perform rap. If I lost weight, I would be more handsome, so should I lose weight? Plague Queen. With her neck in a cast, let a group of homies enjoy a song and dance, attracting the collective ire of the passing Big Mom Pirates ministers and executives. Ugh. Thanks to those barbarous Beast Pirates, even the wine has become undrinkable. And that Plague Queen, her incessant writhing is maddening. She is so ugly yet so full of herself, murmured Big Mom's children. Oh, you over there, are you discussing my handsomeness? Plague Queen perked up, straining to listen. You fat pig. Who a minister began to reprimand but was silenced by a mere glance. Brother Katakuri. The crowd respectfully bowed. What are you waiting for? Hurry and assemble. The meeting is about to commence. Katakuri spoke with a deep voice. Yo, you over there, let us get lively together. Plague Queen beckoned. Idiot Queen. Came a voice from above. A toothless dragon wreathed in flames swooped in. Stop your foolish antics. Kaido is already waiting. This is our first joint assembly between the Beast Pirates and Big Mom. Chapter 45, The Reinforcements of the White Pirates in Totland, Cake Island, the spacious Parliament Hall. The formidable Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, sat upon her throne. To her right stood the 4 commanders, Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, and Snack, arranged in order. Below them were her eldest son, Perispero, her 3rd son, Daifuku, Oven, and over 100 ministers and executives. At this moment, all the high-ranking members of the Big Mom Pirates were gathered, creating an imposing spectacle. Opposite the Big Mom Pirates stood the cadre of the Beast Pirates, led by Fire Calamity Ember. The atmosphere in the hall, seemingly calm, was filled with an invisible yet potent tension. Although many within the Big Mom Pirates dared not voice their dissent, several held reservations about the alliance with the Beast Pirates, such as Perispero, Daifuku, and Oven. The prolonged standoff was abruptly broken by a thunderous laugh. The cadres of the Beast Pirates, including Scopper, were visibly delighted. Lord Kaido, Captain Kaido, you have finally arrived. The beleaguered members of the Beast Pirates eagerly greeted him. Apologies for the delay, Kaido said, bouncing into a seat beside Big Mom. The 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, merely cast a glance at Kaido without reproach, considering his notable efforts the previous night. Well, I hereby declare the inaugural joint assembly of the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates officially commenced. Charlotte Linlin's imposing laughter quelled the commotion in the hall. Finally, it's about to start? Linlin, this time we must utterly annihilate Wano. If I cannot possess that territory, then neither shall anyone else. Kaido, the 4 emperors, spoke with a venomous glare. What nonsense are you spouting, Kaido? When did I ever say I wanted to attack Wano again? Charlotte Linlin retorted with a sidelong glance. Has your intelligence network already confirmed that the monstrous kid was present during the Sabaody incident and is currently absent from Wano? As long as that monstrous kid isn't around, obliterating Wano and reclaiming our weapons and manpower will be a piece of cake. If you want to go, then I shall, Kaido coldly declared. He was eager to exact revenge on Lu Yu, who had repeatedly thwarted him, inflicting upon him tremendous humiliation. He knew full well that he was no match for Lu Yu in a one-on-one confrontation, especially in his current state. However, he excelled at employing underhanded tactics. His plan for revenge was to obliterate Wano, which Lu Yu had painstakingly conquered. Now calm down, young Kaido. I have prepared a grand scheme. Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily. What scheme? Kaido furrowed his brow. An exquisite opportunity has arisen to eliminate both that monstrous kid and the old monster simultaneously. In the eyes of Mondor and Charlotte Linlin, a cold glimmer flashed. Yes, mother, the scribe of the Charlotte family, Mondor, stepped forward. He immediately informed everyone of the impending war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy, as well as Big Mom's grand plan. In an instant, the cadres of the two great factions were thrown into shock and uproar. Well, what do you think, Kaido? This is undoubtedly a magnitude greater than your petty skirmishes, Charlotte Linlin declared with pride. Is it truly feasible to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates and that monstrous boy with the Navy's inside help? Furthermore, are you certain that the monster will indeed assist Whitebeard at Navy headquarters? Kaido of the Beast frowned. Whether he goes or not is of little consequence. If he does not, the Navy will likely obliterate the Whitebeard pirates without our intervention. We can merely sit back and watch, incurring no losses. Should that boy choose to join them in battle, amidst their mutual destruction, we can strike suddenly and effortlessly vanquish them all. Perhaps even the Navy will be dealt with in the process. At that point, the seas will truly belong to us. Well, the Empress of the Seas. Big Mom is indeed correct, Charlotte Linlin proclaimed confidently. You do have a point. However, I prefer to seize their homeland while they are away fighting. Just imagine their expressions when they return to find their homeland and territory gone. Ha. What a delightful thought. Kaido of the Beasts laughed heartily. What are you doing? Kaido scolded as Charlotte Linlin slapped his head. You were so short-sighted, Kaido. What does Wano mean in the grand scheme? If our plan succeeds, the entire new world and indeed the vast seas will be ours. Charlotte Linlin chastised. Indeed. You are utterly useless, beasts. Our mother is truly the strongest. The cadres of the Big Mom pirates chimed in unison. Well. Who is the king of the seas? Charlotte Linlin laughed. Of course, it is our mother. She is the true queen of the seas. In the New World, within the territory of the red-haired pirates, a grand red-hued three-masted ship sailed through the stormy seas. Captain, you were right. Ace. That ace has truly been defeated by Blackbeard and even captured by the Navy. This incident is monumental. The core cadres of the red-haired pirates expressed their astonishment. Shanks. The balance of the seas this month is surely unsustainable. What do you intend to do? Beckman, the first mate, inhaled deeply. Let us keep an eye on the situation. Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, replied with a resigned smile. This is all we can do. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the seas as time slipped away. There were only 4 days left until the public execution of Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Father, Squardo, Doma, Little Oars. Everyone is eager for the mission to rescue Ace. Those who are swift are already nearing the Red Soul continent. Joza reported with a smile. Ha. They're indeed a good bunch. Whitebeard laughed heartily. We must not fall behind. Vista smiled. However, the 1st Division commander, Marco, wore a worried expression. Following the recent incident in Wano, Whitebeard had clashed with Big Mom and Kaido for an hour. Though victorious, that royal battle had taken a severe toll on his already ailing body. It would take years to recuperate, yet here they were, barely a month later, preparing for another major conflict, this time against the even more terrifying Navy. What's wrong? Marco, do you lack confidence in me, your father? Whitebeard inquired. No, father, you are undoubtedly the strongest. It's just, I was wondering if we should inform Luffy. Marco's words were cut short by Whitebeard's decisive wave. Absolutely not. This is our battle against the Navy. There is no reason to involve Luffy. Whitebeard asserted firmly. But, Marco began, only to be interrupted again. No need to say more, Marco. However, I do have a matter to discuss with Luffy, Whitebeard nodded. Marco's expression brightened. Send a message to Wano. While we engage in battle with the Navy, ask Luffy to keep an eye on our territory. We cannot allow any opportunists to take advantage. This is already enough trouble for him, Whitebeard said. Marco left with a sense of disappointment. Soon after, Father, look who has arrived, exclaimed Izo, the 16th Division commander, joyfully. 2 towering figures leaped onto the deck of the whale ship, landing in unison. It's Inuarashi and Nekomamushi. Chapter 46, Roger S. Son Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, Jozu Vista, and the other veterans of the Whitebeard pirates were taken aback at the sight of the cat and dog. They recognized them instantly. They were partners who had joined the Whitebeard pirates alongside Kazuki Oden 30 years ago, only to later follow Oden when he switched sides to join the Roger pirates. These 2 mischievous fellows had hidden in a barrel and gone along with him. After many years apart, their reunion was filled with joy. Ha. You 2 scamps. It's good to see you back. Whitebeard laughed heartily at the sight of his sons before the war. Father, everyone, it's been so long. Inuarashi greeted excitedly, panting. But wait, what brings you here? Joza asked in confusion. We heard the news of Wano's liberation. We initially planned to head to Wano to assist, but Inuyarashi began. But before he could finish, Nekomamushi interjected. However, we heard that father is about to go to war with the Navy, and we came specifically to help. To repay the favor of your rescue of Wano. The canine warrior glared at the viper-like feline, a tension brewing between them. Of course, the early bird catches the worm. You foolish old dog, the feline retorted, crossing its arms defiantly. What did you say? Do you wish to brawl? The canine rolled up its sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. The feline shot back without hesitation. Moments later, as the two were on the verge of clashing, their captains, Jozu and Aizu, rushed in to separate them. What on earth is going on between you two? Weren't you once the best of friends? Aizu inquired, perplexed. With a haughty huff. Both the canine and the feline turned their backs to one another, each refusing to engage. Ever since their lord, Kazuki Oden, perished 20 years prior, they had maintained a cold silence towards each other. Even during their departure from Zo to Wano, they had chosen to act separately. However, upon learning of Whitebeard's impending battle with the Marines, they serendipitously found themselves united once more. Ha ha ha. You two are quite the handful, but fret not. I understand your intentions. There's no need for gratitude. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Why not? Both the canine and the feline exclaimed, wide-eyed in surprise. Because the main force liberating Wano from Kaido is not us. Whitebeard declared. If you wish to express your gratitude, go seek out Luffy and Wano. Indeed. Cat Viper and Dogstorm, to be frank, aside from Marco and our captain, the rest of us are merely tagging along to Wano without any real contribution, Vista shrugged. Is that so? The feline pondered, scratching its head in confusion. Even so, our musketeer squad will still join the fight. I was once a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Oh come on, that's just too cunning, old dog. Our samurai squad will certainly lend a hand, the feline quickly added in agreement. Ha ha ha. What a delightful bunch you are. Meanwhile, in a vast expanse of the Grand Line, a massive island floated in the sky, its origins unknown and its destination uncertain. A palace with a glass dome and a swimming pool lay within. Lu Yu basked leisurely in the sun, his right hand's index and middle fingers gently resting upon his temple. His thoughts wandered far beyond the horizon. Lord Lu Yu, you truly hit the nail on the head. Bai Xiao's father just reached out to me. The voice of Rihi echoed in Lu Yu's mind. So what did the old man with the white beard say? Lu Yu inquired. Marco replied that Bai Xiaoji's father had requested Lu Yu to oversee their territory while they were engaged in battle, ensuring that Kaido and his allies would not have an opportunity to exploit it. Riho succinctly remarked, is that all? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Marco mentioned that. Lord Lu Yu, is there any issue with Bai Xiaoji's father and the others this time? Rihi inquired with concern. No problem at all. Lu Yu spoke calmly and with conviction. If it were only the Whitebeard pirates, their fate would undoubtedly be annihilation. However, with Lu Yu's involvement, the outcome would surely be markedly different. That reassured me. Riho smiled playfully, possessing unwavering trust in Lu Yu. Since Lu Yu had expressed such confidence, she had no reason to doubt. Lord Qixiang, when will you return? Although they could converse daily, merely hearing Lord Lu Yu's voice was far from sufficient. Riho subtly hinted, it won't be long now. Lu Yu casually replied, thinking to himself that once this tough battle was over, he could finally rest for a few months. Suddenly, he was startled. Am I setting a flag for myself? Chi chuckled and shook his head. How could a death flag possibly occur to him? Even though the upcoming battle would require numerous hard-fought contests and might present unexpected formidable foes, he was not entirely unprepared. The Yanlong King mode was sharpening its blades, and the Leilong King mode was preparing to load. On the battlefield, there were also the powerful allies, the Solar General Huang Yuan and the Fire Transmitter Ace, ready to recharge his strength at any moment. In addition, Liu possessed his greatest trump card. There was simply no reason to lose this war. Splashing sounds resonated from the expansive swimming pool. Lord Lu Yu, haven't you rested yet? Hurry up and continue. Robin perched at the pool's edge, playfully blinking her large eyes, filled with anticipation. I really can't do anything with you. Then let's get to it. On another side, at Winter Island's open grounds, Shaki's bar, the bamboo stick, along with a small hill, stood prominently in the square. Inside the bar, Shaki leaned against the counter, wiping the wine rings with boredom. With no customers to fleece, the days inevitably grew dull. Yet she understood well that it would take some time before returning to Sabaody Archipelago. The infamous Shiki the Golden Lion would not kindly send her back. Moreover, what troubled Shaki the most was a certain implication from Shiki. Her intuition told her that the Golden Lion was subservient to the 5 emperors, including Lu Yu, and there was an undisclosed significant secret behind it. So, she decided to wait a little longer, until the war concluded. Shaki's gaze fell upon the newspaper before her. Suddenly, boisterous laughter echoed from the sky. Shiki had returned. Alongside him were Rayleigh and Straw Hat Luffy. During the 6 days on Sky Island, Luffy, having learned that his companions were alive, did not remain idle. After being educated by Lu Yu, Huang Yuan, and Kuma, he resolved to grow stronger. On the day of their departure from Sabaody, he requested Rayleigh to train him. Naturally, Rayleigh did not refuse and immediately agreed, commencing his teachings on haki. Shiki the Golden Lion also joined in the fun, taking the opportunity to spar with Luffy under the guise of training. with the encouragement of the legendary figures Rayleigh and Shiki, combined with Luffy's innate combat talent. Within less than a week, Luffy had grasped the essence of haki and could even trigger it occasionally, although the chances were slim. He had at least begun to grasp the fundamentals. "Shaki, we're back. Quickly, pour me a drink." Rayleigh boisterously sat down at the bar, his gaze landing on the newspaper, where he immediately spotted the explosive headlines. "Big news? Has something interesting happened at sea recently?" Rayleigh inquired with keen interest. "Aha. You don't know?" Truly slow on the uptake. Shiki shook his head. "Of course, I've been busy training Luffy this past week." Rayleigh rolled his eyes and grabbed the newspaper. As he read the report, even he couldn't help but gasp in shock. "Come on. Have a drink to steady your nerves," Shaki offered, bringing the drink to Rayleigh's lips. "Is it true? The Navy is really going to declare war on the Whitebeard pirates? Don't they care about the Navy headquarters anymore?" Rayleigh's eyes widened in disbelief. "Whitebeard? That name sounds somewhat familiar." Luffy, focused on his food, tilted his head and suddenly realized. I remember now, the Whitebeard pirates are where Ace is." He asked anxiously, "Are they going to war with the Navy? Does that mean Ace will go too?" "This isn't a matter of going or not. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Port Asti, Ace, is the very spark that ignited this war," Shaki explained. "Huh? What about Ace?" Luffy froze. "Ace has been captured by the Navy and is set to be publicly executed in 4 days, Shaki replied instinctively. "By the way, Monkey D. Luffy, what is your relationship with Ace? Why do you care so much?" Shaki began to ask, but she stopped short, noticing that Luffy, who usually loved to eat, had dropped his food. His expression was one of unprecedented panic, even more so than 6 days ago. Ace is my brother." Sighing, Shaki and Rayleigh exchanged glances, realizing they were hearing this for the first time. "Wah, Ace, such a powerful man. How could he be captured by the Navy?" Luffy cried, tears brimming in his eyes, his voice trembling. He was utterly shocked and stunned by the sudden news. "That Port Asti, Ace's, Monkey D. Luffy's brother. This is truly unexpected." Shaki spoke in disbelief. "Ha ha ha, what an interesting relationship. I didn't expect that old man Garp would be so lucky to have 2 grandsons who were pirates, one of whom is about to be sent to the gallows. I wonder how that old man feels right now. If it were me, I would have just snatched him away and fled. Who cares about the Navy?" Shiki laughed heartily, reveling in the chaos. "Shiki, can you refrain from making such callous comments?" Rayleigh shot a disapproving glare at Shiki. "Monkey D. Luffy, don't worry. Your brother will be just fine, just like your companions. He will come through this safely," Shaki said, her maternal instincts kicking in as she comforted Luffy, who was suffering another heavy blow. "No buts." Shaki shook her head resolutely. "A week ago, the tyrant Kuma risked defending the government to save you. This time, he absolutely will not stand idly by while the leader's other son is in danger. As long as Kuma can send Ace away as easily as he sent you flying, everything will be all right. Besides, if anything goes wrong, you still have your grandfather, Garp, around, right? He wouldn't just watch his grandson be executed." Shaki reasoned logically. "Indeed, Luffy, that tyrant Kuma's abilities are quite unique. Saving people is a piece of cake for him." Rayleigh nodded in agreement. "But, Ace, he is not my father's son." Luffy sobbed. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh and Shaki were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. "Ha, Straw Hat Kid, are you a fool? You're your father's son. So how could your brother not be your father's son? Who else could he be?" The Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily. Ace is the son of the Pirate King, Roger. He and I, along with another, are sworn brothers without any blood relation," Straw Hat Luffy proclaimed confidently. As his words echoed, the vast tavern fell into a profound silence. Moments later, "What? Ace is Roger's son." Chapter 47. Impel down. "What did you say? Luffy, is that truly the case? Ace, is he really Roger's son?" The man known as the Dark King Rayleigh suddenly stood up in shock. At that moment, his aged face reflected extreme astonishment and disbelief, overwhelmed by the revelation from Straw Hat Luffy. It wasn't just Rayleigh. The other 2 in the room, Shaki and Golden Lion Shiki, were equally astonished, their eyes wide, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Ace, the Fire Fist Ace of Whitebeard's crew, is actually Roger's son. Roger's child was raised by his old rival, Garp. What a convoluted relationship this is. Even Shaki, who was usually sharp-minded, found her thoughts in disarray. That scoundrel Roger had a descendant? A son? Damn it, that is outrageous. I have no heirs, so why should that rascal Roger? Golden Lion Shiki glared with a mix of rage and indignation, cursing vehemently, ignoring Shiki's complaints. Shaki turned her gaze to Rayleigh. "Old Ray, you didn't know either? That Roger actually had a son?" Rayleigh shook his head. "I had no idea. Roger never mentioned it to us." "But," Rayleigh's face took on a contemplative expression. "But what?" Shaki pressed. "More than 20 years ago. On the day our Roger pirates disbanded, Roger got drunk and mentioned a girl he liked in the South Blue, who had been waiting for him. We all thought he was just boasting." Rayleigh shook his head. "Liked? Don't be ridiculous. How could someone like Roger possibly be liked? He must have forced that poor girl. Aren't pirates known for such things?" Golden Lion Shiki interjected with a sour tone. "Shut up, Shiki. Don't project your own actions onto Roger. He would never do such a thing." Rayleigh shot back angrily. Then how do you explain Ace being raised by Garp? Aren't you Roger's closest ally? If he wanted to entrust his child to someone, why not you? There is but one truth. Golden Lion Shiki declared like a detective unveiling a mystery. That girl, forced by Roger to bear a child, didn't he want to raise the son of a demon? So she handed him over to Garp, who happened to be passing by. His analysis, though somewhat plausible, caused even Rayleigh to ponder. No, don't spout nonsense. The reason Roger didn't tell me was that after our disbandment, no one knew where anyone was. Rayleigh vehemently shook his head, glaring at the smug Golden Lion Shiki. Ha ha, you're getting anxious, Rayleigh. Shiki teased with a mocking tone. Rayleigh, furious, felt an urge to slap him. Enough, you two. Let us calm down, Shaki intervened, halting the pointless argument. This is not the time for such discussions. The pressing matter is Roger's orphan, Little Ace. Shiki, you and Luffy have been lingering around the vicinity of Paradise these days, waiting for this war, right? Is Luffy also going to join the fray? Shaki inquired, looking at Golden Lion Shiki. Truly, Shaki, your intellect remains as sharp as ever. Shiki snapped his fingers. But what reason would Luffy have to join? His alliance with Whitebeard should only pertain to the Wano incident, Shaki remarked. Ha ha ha. Does one really need a reason to join such an exhilarating affair? Opportunities like this are rare in a lifetime. It must not be missed. Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily. With the Whitebeard pirates, along with Lord Luffy and myself, we cannot allow anything to happen to Roger's son. Rayleigh declared resolutely. Old Ray, you're truly joining the battle too, Shaki said, her worry evident. Of course. Now that I know Ace is Roger's son, as an elder, I cannot just stand idly by, Rayleigh asserted. Rayleigh, I must go too. I absolutely must save Ace. We need to go now. Straw Hat Luffy, finally awakening from the shock of Ace's capture, affirmed determinedly. Luffy, that battlefield is still too perilous for you. You should wait here, Rayleigh advised. No. Ace is my brother. I must protect him myself. Sister Shaki, where's Ace now? I can't wait to rescue him. Straw Hat Luffy insisted resolutely. Ha ha ha, what an unknowing young lad. But now that you know the Fire Fist is imprisoned and impelled down, do you still dare to go? Golden Lion Shiki laughed. Impelled down? What is that? Straw Hat Luffy asked, bewildered. Bang. Golden Lion Shiki nearly stumbled in surprise. Luffy. Impelled Down is a notorious underwater prison known for its impregnable walls. Once inside, not even a bird can escape. Since its establishment, no one has ever invaded or escaped. Shaki's words were abruptly cut off by Golden Lion Shiki's interruption. Wait a moment, Shaki, what do you mean? Am I not human? He puffed proudly. After all, he was the only known man to have successfully escaped Impelled Down. Well, aside from this old lion, no one has ever managed to flee. Attempting to rescue someone from there is akin to climbing the heavens. You should just give up, Shaki urged. As long as there is even a glimmer of hope. I will never give up. Besides, if I can rescue Ace from Impelled Down, the war may not happen. I must protect him this time. I have grown stronger. Straw Hat Luffy nodded firmly. But Luffy, Impelled Down is situated in the calm belt, making it nearly impossible to even approach. Rayleigh furrowed his brow, unwilling to allow Straw Hat Luffy to become obstinate. He wished for him to retreat from this arduous endeavor. If Luffy insisted on going, it would be together with him to the Navy headquarters. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh, do not forget about me. As for a place like Impelled Down, I can go there as I please. So what do you say, Straw Hat lad? Would you like me to accompany you? The Golden Lion Shiki grinned with feigned benevolence. Really? That would be splendid. You are truly a good person, Shiki, Straw Hat Luffy exclaimed in enthusiastic agreement. At this moment, Shiki was taken aback. He had merely spoken casually, yet this Na'vi boy had taken him seriously. Did he genuinely wish to visit Impelled Down? For a moment, Shiki was uncertain whether to commend his audacity or find his innocence charming. Without further ado, Shiki, let us depart at once. Luffy urged with impatience. Are you serious? Straw Hat? Shiki inquired, his expression oddly perplexed. Ah, are you suggesting that your earlier claim of being able to come and go as you please was false? Luffy tilted his head, unwittingly employing a tactic to provoke Shiki. What did you say? Are you underestimating me? Let me assure you. Going to Impelled Down is as easy as returning home, Shiki declared with unwavering confidence. All right, to be quiet now, Shiki, Rayleigh, and Shaki glared at him in unison. If this continued, Luffy might genuinely decide to venture to Impelled Down. Shiki, regarding this matter, your agreement with Luffy does not hold weight. It is prudent to consult Mr. Lu before making any decisions, Shaki interjected. Indeed, that makes sense. Let us seek the captain's opinion, Shiki consented, promptly leading Luffy to find Lu, who was finishing an exercise session with Robin, to inform him of everything. Ho, Straw Hat, you wish for Shiki to take you to Impelled Down, huh? Liu narrowed his eyes slightly. Straw Hat Luffy nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains. Ha ha ha, Luffy, your request is indeed quite a tall order. Even His Excellency Liu might not. Rayleigh stepped in to mediate. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was rendered speechless. To his astonishment, Liu smiled gently and nodded. Very well. If you wish to go, then go ahead. Just remember, should you find yourself ensnared, do not blame me for not having warned you. Liu smiled as he reminded everyone of the price. Wonderful! Exclaimed Straw Hat Luffy, leaping 3 feet high in excitement. Ha ha ha, we're heading to impel down. Did you expect this? The Golden Lion has returned. Prepare to tremble. Chapter 48. The tremor at Marine headquarters. The piercing sound of a red alarm echoed across the vast blue sky. The endless azure sea lay still and undisturbed. In the midst of this ocean stood a magnificent edifice, as formidable as a copper wall or iron bastion. Surrounding the structure were numerous large warships emanating from Marine headquarters, encircling it completely, rendering it almost impregnable. This was the legendary underwater prison, Impel Down, the world's foremost penitentiary throughout history. Apart from the notorious escape of the Golden Lion Shiki, who severed his own legs to utilize his devil fruit powers to flee, no one had ever recorded a successful prison break. At this moment, the atmosphere within the prison was palpably tense. The highest level of alert blared incessantly. From the warden Magellan to the lowest-ranking guards, everyone was on high alert. Magellan, what on earth is this alarm about? What do you mean by an island floating above us? Shouted Vice Warden Hannibal, whose appearance resembled that of a fearsome demon. Hannibal, quickly check the transponder snail-ass footage. Once you see it, everything will become clear, urged the shocked Vice Warden Domino, her golden locks flowing as she gasped in disbelief. What is happening? An island is truly floating above us. Hannibal exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out as he observed the images transmitted from the sea. This terrifying ability. It couldn't be. Magellan began to piece together the truth and could not help but gasp in horror. This is bad. Really bad, he declared. Hurry, Magellan, as the warden. You must think of a solution. If that island falls, it will be too late. Hannibal jumped anxiously. A moment later, silence fell, and a contemplative expression crossed his face. Wait a moment. If something catastrophic occurs at Impel Down, the one held accountable will undoubtedly be Magellan. Wouldn't he have to resign in disgrace? That would leave the position of warden open for me. Ahahaha. Hello everyone. I am Hannibal, the warden of Impel Down. I look forward to your guidance. He mused happily, his thoughts spilling forth uncontrollably. Magellan, Little Suddy, Domino, and the others could only stare in disbelief. Ha! Magellan exhaled a plume of purple poison mist, snapping Hannibal out of his pleasant reverie. Ugh! What are you doing, you bastard Magellan? Hannibal groaned, collapsing to the ground, retching uncontrollably. This is what I should be asking you. At a time like this, you're still lost in thought. If I'm not mistaken, the mastermind behind that island is the only escapee from 20 years ago. Magellan spoke solemnly. Nanny, the escapee from 20 years ago. Hannibal's realization dawned as he understood whom Magellan referred to. The Golden Lion Shiki. His towering frame trembled uncontrollably, memories of 20 years ago flooding back. A monstrous figure, having severed his own legs, sat upon the rafters, smiling as he asked about his weapon. That was nothing short of a nightmare. Ha 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 ha. The nightmare returned with the familiar, raucous laughter. As the transponder snail transmitted images, a small black dot descended from the floating island, gradually coming into focus. It was none other than the airborne pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki. He is coming. He is really coming. The airborne pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki. Hannibal screamed in terror. What is your purpose for coming here? Magellan demanded, his voice echoing across the waves through the transponder snail. Ha ha, nothing much. I merely wish to revisit old haunts and pay my respects. After all, I lost my legs right here. Shiki replied with a hearty laugh. Open fire. Target the Golden Lion Shiki. Bring him down. The naval ships surrounding Impel Down turned their cannons in unison, launching a barrage under the command of their officers. Ha ha. How impatient. I had intended to reminisce with you all. Since you're so unwelcoming, then so be it. Shiki waved dismissively. The small floating island, now no longer hovering, descended dramatically. The horrified gazes of those within the prison and the Marines watched as it crashed down, obliterating a layer of facilities on Impel Down. A terrifying tempest erupted in the windless zone. Ha ha. This was merely a casual greeting. Please, do anticipate what comes next. With that, the Golden Lion Shiki soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. At this moment, at Marine headquarters, Marineford, Marshal Sengoku. The panicked voice of Rear Admiral Brand-New echoed in the corridor outside the Marshal's office. Crack. In the midst of reviewing documents, Marshal Sengoku's expression darkened as he inadvertently crushed his pen. He had once admired Brand-New's competence, but lately, his visits had grown increasingly vexatious, as they never brought good news. Great. What trouble has arisen now? He grumbled, reluctantly allowing Brand-New to enter and relay his news. Marshal Sengoku, it's bad. The airborne pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, has attacked Impel Down, hurling an island towards it. Brand-New reported breathlessly, without pausing for breath. After a moment of stunned silence. What did you say? That bastard Shiki has truly gone too far. Marshal Sengoku erupted, rising abruptly and slamming his palm down on the desk, shattering it. Brand-New went silent in fear. Calm down. Sengoku. Brand-New, what is the current situation at Impel Down? Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired. Yes, Vice Admiral Tsuru. According to Warden Magellan's report, fortunately, the main prison structure has not been damaged. However, a significant amount of seawater has flooded in, and the first and second underground levels are in complete disarray. Brand-New succinctly informed the situation. Upon hearing this, Marshal Sengoku's grim expression finally eased slightly. He waved his hand, and Rear Admiral Brand-New hurriedly departed. How infuriating. Why must it be at this moment that bastard, the Golden Lion Shiki, makes his move? Sengoku muttered in anger. It's not what the Golden Lion Shiki intends, but rather what that fifth emperor intends. Major General Crane, with hands clasped and chin lowered, remarked, Sengoku. The report from Karp regarding the Sabaody incident a week ago has made things abundantly clear. Although the reasons remain unclear, it is evident that the fifth emperor, Luffy, must have allied with the Golden Lion Shiki and possibly with the Dark King Rayleigh as well. They will undoubtedly come. The war in 4 days. I have a foreboding that this conflict will evolve into an unprecedented struggle. Major General Crane spoke with a heavy heart. I understand. The G5 and T-Pigs, who were supposed to be dispatched, are now on standby at headquarters. The 5 elders, the government, and the chief of staff will surely formulate corresponding strategies. This war must be won, Marshal Sengoku declared resolutely. Chapter 49, The Expedition Above the Vast Ocean. The winds howled ominously. With the escalating turmoil, a shadow loomed over the entire sea, enveloping it in a stifling atmosphere. There were merely 9 hours left until the public execution of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division commander. Port Asti, Ace. Across the globe, people from all walks of life were gripped with anxiety and fear. Even the youngest of children understood that Whitebeard was a figure more terrifying than any demon, the strongest man in the world. His existence had dominated the era of great pirates that commenced after Roger's death. Among the countless pirates scattered like stars in the sky, Whitebeard remained the one at the pinnacle. This era is known as Whitebeard's. Now, this fearsome embodiment of an era, after years of silence, had finally awakened completely. The public execution of Port Asti, Ace served as the catalyst for the impending war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters. In which direction will this world evolve? Victory or defeat? Regardless of the outcome, this upcoming era marks our best opportunity to set sail. Will Whitebeard truly make an appearance? Merely for the sake of a comrade? He will undoubtedly appear. Whitebeard is not the kind of man to abandon his comrades. The war is inevitable, and in this rampaging era, who shall rise to claim the throne? In the New World, Whitebeard's territory no longer bore witness to the Moby Dick, and the renowned captains had seemingly vanished. It appeared that they were already in the latter stages of their journey. Ha ha ha, who can truly predict this? We shall merely observe as the grandest war of this era prepares to commence. At this moment, deep beneath the sea, the Dream Island, Fishman Island. For several days, pirates preparing to traverse Fishman Island en route to the New World were informed that the island was under lockdown, with ships permitted to enter but not to leave. In the past, such a tyrannical restriction from Fishman Island would have provoked a rebellion from the notoriously unruly pirates. Out of a sense of superiority as humans, they had always viewed fishmen as mere animals. Under ordinary circumstances, the fishmen would have already been embroiled in chaos due to the pirates' insurrections. However, this time was different. Regardless of how unruly the pirates were, the moment they entered Fishman Island, they all tucked their tails between their legs like dogs, not daring to utter a sound. This was all due to the flag that fluttered above Fishman Island, Whitebeard's flag, at the port of Fishman Island for pirate ships anchored, including the genuine flagship of the 4 emperors, the Moby Dick, and 3 accompanying vessels. No one knew that the main force of the Whitebeard pirates, which had suddenly vanished from the New World, had now arrived at this deep-sea island. Dad, the coating work on the Moby Dick has been completed, and we are ready to set sail, reported Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, sporting a pineapple hairstyle. From Squard's End, the brothers, DeKalbin, Ma, and Little Oars, along with all 43 pirate ships, have safely crossed the red line to reach paradise. Everyone is now on standby, awaiting your command, Dad, reported Jozu and Bista, among other captains. Ha ha ha, what a lovely bunch of sons. As their father, I cannot lag behind. Whitebeard boomed with laughter. Marco, notify everyone to board the ship and prepare for departure. With that, the fleet led by the Moby Dick set sail. At the Fishman Island's royal palace, King Neptune and the island's higher-ups silently bowed in respect to the distant figure of Whitebeard, honoring the man who had protected their island for 2 decades. 3,000 meters above the ground, a massive winter island floated through the sky. Ha ha ha, it is finally beginning, exclaimed the Golden Lion Shiki, adjusting his long-neglected black suit, filled with enthusiasm and eager anticipation. The war at Navy headquarters is not merely Luffy's stage, it is also his opportunity for a grand entrance. After 20 years of silence, he awaited the day to astonish the world. Originally, Shiki intended to use the destruction of the East Blue as a backdrop for his return. However, due to Luffy's interference, the plan to annihilate the East Blue had utterly failed and could not be executed. Yet now, a better stage lay before him. Even if he were merely a supporting character on this stage, it mattered little. Hey, Luffy, I understand the reasoning, but this is a war, not a banquet. Why dress like this? Shachi remarked, glancing at her extravagant evening gown, feeling utterly out of place. She hadn't dressed up like this in 40 years. Haha. Don't you get it, Shachi? This war is our stage for a grand entrance. If it's a stage, we must naturally appear in our finest attire. Shiki chuckled heartily. Haha. Shachi, that outfit suits you well. Rayleigh, also dressed in a black suit and tied, praised, giving a thumbs up. After spending so many years with Shachi, it was the first time he realized her elegance rivaled that of even the youngest maidens. Fine then, Shachi sighed, reluctantly accepting her attire. Lord Luffy, Robin similarly clad in an elegant black gown, approached, linking her arm with Luffy's. "What's wrong? Are you feeling nervous?" Liu smiled and inquired. "No, it's not anxiety. I wonder how Luffy is faring now?" Robin let out a soft sigh. For days prior, upon awakening from a weary slumber, she learned that their captain, Luffy, had ventured to impel down, which startled her greatly. Yet, there was nothing she could do. After all, it was Luffy's own decision. Rest assured, that lad is remarkably fortunate. And regardless of his strength, his luck is unparalleled. Besides, if he truly cannot escape, his beloved grandfather will surely intervene. Liu gently stroked Robin's smooth, flowing hair, offering a comforting smile. "Indeed, that is true," he said. Robin responded with a relaxed smile. Her grin is radiant as a blooming flower. Liu grinned widely, adjusting his glasses. "Well then, it seems we are almost ready to embark. Prepare to astonish the world." At precisely noon. In the plaza of the Marine Headquarters Bay, the somber-faced Fire Fist Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, trudged forward, escorted by 2 executioners wielding long knives, step by step ascending the execution platform. Chapter 50. The war begins at this very moment. The Marine headquarters at Marineford had gathered elite naval officers from across the globe, transforming it into a veritable den of danger, eagerly awaiting the Whitebeard pirates' self-imposed demise. 100,000 naval elites stood in meticulous formation throughout the plaza, their fighting spirit coalescing into a palpable force. Even the clouds above seemed to dissipate. At the forefront of the marine forces stood 5 warlords of the sea, summoned for this occasion: Gecko Moria, Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Dracula Mihawk, and the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Due to Liyu's intervention, Monkey D. Luffy could not reach Amazon Lily, and thus, nothing transpired between him and the Empress. Boa Hancock remained the impervious pirate queen she had always been. Among the other warlords, Jinbe was imprisoned and impelled down for resisting the war against Whitebeard, while Crocodile had long been incarcerated for his treachery in Alabasta. The newly appointed warlord, Blackbeard, had likely also arrived at Impel Down by now. Not only the Marine headquarters, but the depths of Impel Down were equally lively. Guarding directly beneath the execution platform were the Marine headquarters' most formidable forces, the 3 admirals, Akiji, Kazan, Kizaru, Borsellino, and Akainu Sakazuki. Below them, the elite vice admirals led by the hero Garp awaited. On the platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood beside Ace, holding a din mushi. As the preparations for the execution reached their zenith, the strongest formation of the Marine headquarters is complete. A chorus of thunderous cheers erupted from the plaza. All naval officers were brimming with fighting spirit, poised to seize this opportunity to obliterate the formidable fleet of the Yonko, Whitebeard. Today is a momentous day. Before the execution commences, I have an announcement to make. Sengoku's voice resonated through the din mushi, echoing throughout the plaza of Sabaody Archipelago. Port Asti, Ace. Declare your father's name. Sengoku's command caused a fleeting moment of unease to flicker across Ace's visage, which quickly transformed into calm resolve as he declared, "My father is Edward Newgate, Whitebeard." "That is incorrect," Sengoku vehemently interjected. "Nay, my father is solely Whitebeard, no one else." Ace bellowed in defiance. "We fought tooth and nail to uncover the last traces of that man. We meticulously investigated the scan information provided by CP, seeking any leads on the newborns and their mothers, yet found nothing. Of course, for your birth was paid for by your mother's life. That woman deceived us and the world. Your mother's name is Port Asti, Rouge. Her actions far exceeded our understanding, allowing you to remain in her womb for a full 20 months, a complete violation of nature, yet it preserved your life. 1 year and 3 months after your father's death, a child bearing the world's most notorious lineage was born. You must know. Your father's name is Gold. Roger." Sengoku's voice boomed, unveiling a shocking secret that had been hidden for over 20 years. In that instant, the Marine headquarters, filled with 100,000 soldiers, fell into silence. The plaza of Sabaody Archipelago also quieted. Time passed, and the revelation struck like a thunderbolt. The son of the Pirate King, Fire Fist Ace, is indeed the offspring of the Pirate King. The most wicked bloodline still exists in this world? Is the legend of the Pirate King still alive? How fortunate that he was captured. Surely, the son of the Pirate King has inherited his brutality. Laughter erupted. This execution will be the grandest performance ever. This is monumental news. Quickly, write the report. We must spread this message to every corner of the world. After a brief silence, a more fervent uproar ensued. The Marine forces were ablaze with excitement, and the journalists and spectators at Sabaody Archipelago erupted in chaos. Meanwhile, Fleet Admiral Sengoku continued his address. "Fire Fist Ace, your execution today holds profound significance. We are prepared to wage a full-scale war against Whitebeard if necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, let us fight." With Sengoku's words, the entire bay erupted in a thunderous roar of agreement. "Prepare for battle." At that moment, the naval officers monitoring the coastline suddenly cried out in alarm. An ear-piercing alarm echoed through Marineford. Outside the Marine headquarters, amidst the thick fog, the silhouettes of a vast pirate fleet began to materialize. The 43 subordinate pirate crews under Whitebeard's banner emerged, including renowned captains like the Knight of the Sea, Jinbe, and others, all summoned to partake in the impending conflict. The next moment, as the attention of the Marines was drawn to the pirate captains offshore, an unexpected twist unfolded. In the center of the Crescent Bay, a massive whirlpool began to swirl ominously, as though some colossal beast was about to rise from the depths. Could it be that they intend to emerge from an unexpected direction? Vice Admiral Tsuru, who also served as a candidate for admiral, gasped in realization. Ah, I see. They have coated their flagship, preparing for a direct underwater assault. Just as Tsuru's words fell, 3 enormous whale ships, led by the Moby Dick, burst forth from the sea. The foremost ship, a smiling whale vessel, bore upon its massive, flat-headed towering figure wielding a bicinto. The crescent-shaped white mustache was his unmistakable emblem. He was none other than the legendary Sea King, the Emperor of the Seas, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. Ha ha ha. It has been decades, Sengoku. I trust you have taken good care of my beloved son during this time. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Under the gaze of countless spectators, the Whitebeard Pirates' Grand Fleet finally made its appearance, standing in stark opposition to the full might of the Navy. A terrifying atmosphere enveloped the skies above Marineford, as an invisible battle intent simmered in the air. Chapter 51, Whitebeard vs. Navy. At the bow of the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates, the man known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard, flashed a formidable grin. His captain's cloak billowed majestically in the wind. Wait for me, Ace. With a sharp clang, Whitebeard thrust the bicinto in his hand into the bow of the whale ship, spreading his arms wide. He then clenched his fists, bringing them together before him, his body slightly leaning forward in a half-crouch. Drink! Whitebeard bellowed, and his fist suddenly flung outward. A series of cracking sounds echoed, as if something were shattering, piercing the ears of everyone present. Each Navy soldier in the bay's square widened their eyes in horror. The atmosphere. It has split apart. How could such a thing happen? Is this something achievable by mere mortals? Following the rift in the atmosphere, the waters surrounding Marineford erupted in violent turmoil. The sea roiled as if boiling, creating a thunderous roar beneath the clear sky. The water level continued to rise, seemingly on the verge of breaking through the heavens. The sea trembled. That bastard Whitebeard has stirred the ocean, Sengoku exclaimed in anger. This is Whitebeard's power. How terrifying it is. Even the elite officers of the Navy could not help but feel a surge of fear. Ace, I'm sorry for sending you into such danger, Whitebeard said gently, gazing at Ace on the execution platform. At those words, Ace could no longer suppress the emotions within him. He leaned forward with all his might and shouted, No, you clearly tried to stop me. No, it was I who insisted you let me go. You heard it too, Marco, Whitebeard declared, taking all the blame upon himself. Yes, I heard it too. You've suffered so much, Ace, Marco. The 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates echoed. On this sea, everyone should know the consequences of laying a hand on our comrades. Vista, the 5th Division commander, smiled confidently. We will never let anyone who has harmed you go, Ace. Diamond Jozu, the 3rd Division commander, crossed his arms. Just wait a moment longer, Ace. We will rescue you now. Brace yourself, Marine Headquarters. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates and the affiliate forces surrounding the bay were filled with fighting spirit, their roars shaking the heavens. Kula-la-la-la. Whitebeard laughed heartily at the bow of the whale ship. As he stepped forward, a resounding boom echoed. The entire island of Marine Headquarters trembled visibly, tilting under the force. The ocean's waves surged higher, rapidly rising. Here it comes. The earthquake he triggered has transformed into a tsunami. Garp shouted a warning. Just as Garp's words fell, a colossal shadow loomed over Marine Headquarters. It was a tsunami so vast it defied description, born from the natural disaster invoked by Whitebeard's power. This is Whitebeard's ability, the strength of the Tremor fruit. Among the mightiest in the Paramecia category. A tsunami. It's a tsunami. The tsunami unleashed by Whitebeard's earthquake surged towards Marineford. The soldiers responsible for monitoring the coastline turned pale, their voices lost in panic. If that terrifying tsunami were to crash down upon Marineford, the consequences would be unimaginable. La. It seems it's my turn to take action. At this critical moment, one of the highest combat powers of the Marine Headquarters, Admiral Akiji, stepped forth. Ice Age. Akiji leaped from the execution platform, pointing his hands at the towering waves of the tsunami. The power of his ice fruit erupted with chilling intensity, freezing the entire bay along with the incoming tsunami. The brilliant sunlight shone down, illuminating the scene. Akiji's actions effectively transformed the bay into a battlefield. War erupted as the forces of the Whitebeard Pirates, totaling 47 pirate ships, clashed with the 10,000 elite Marines. How terrifying war is. But as long as that man doesn't arrive, everything will be fine. Just below the execution platform, following Akiji, the second highest combat power of the Navy made his move. The light fruit user, Admiral Kizaru, transformed into countless photons, appearing directly above Whitebeard in an instant. A blinding golden laser shone down. Yet, Whitebeard remained oblivious to the imminent threat above him, not even lifting his head. Kizaru, how can you so easily approach our captain? Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, ignited the flames of the immortal Phoenix and soared into the air. With a technique named Phoenix Dive, he sent Admiral Kizaru flying 100 meters away. On the other side, facing the terrifying slash sent by Dracula Mihawk, Diamond Jozu, the 3rd Division commander, dashed forward, his body turning diamond hard. With his indomitable form, he redirected Mihawk's strike upwards. Then, without retreating, Jozu punched the ice surface. he shouted, his hands embedding into the ice. He lifted a massive chunk of ice weighing tens of thousands of tons and hurled it towards the execution platform in the base square. If you all leave, who will guard the execution platform? The final admiral, Akane Sakazuki, brushed his short hair and rose to his full height. The fiery eruption of Akainu's magma fist collided with the enormous ice block hurled by Jozu, instantly vaporizing it into countless scalding steam. Subsequently, Akainu's magma fist exploded, transforming into a multitude of fiery meteors cascading downwards. Both pirates and navy alike were indiscriminately affected by Akainu's onslaught, creating a scene of utter devastation. The anguished cries became the sole melody of this battlefield, where blood rained down and blades flashed dangerously. With each passing moment, both navy and pirates fell, one after another. Suddenly, a heavy footfall echoed across the icy coast, resonating like a war drum, causing the shattered ice and stones to leap. From the depths of the mist, a colossal figure gradually revealed itself. The green-skinned giant, Little Oars, comparable in size to several large warships, emerged, wielding a massive cleaver and marching resolutely towards the execution platform. Just as the bond between Shanks and Luffy exemplifies friendship, the unique camaraderie also existed between Ace and Little Oars. Although Little Oars appeared brutish, with a fearsome countenance capable of frightening any child, within him lay a remarkable tenderness. The bond of friendship that once blossomed from a simple straw had now fueled his advance. Enduring the relentless barrage of cannon fire, his steps remained unwavering. Ace, wait for me. I will save you. Little Oars roared, clearing the last obstacle, a Marine Rear Admiral, as he surged towards the inner bay. At that moment, a peculiar ripple surged through the atmosphere. Unlike the previous tremors caused by Whitebeard, this time the air was compressing. It was Bartholomew Kuma of the Seven Warlords. What was he planning? Little Oars, be careful. The pirates of Whitebeard's crew shouted in alarm. Little Oars, sensing the danger too late, looked down to see Kuma, expressionless, bringing his hands together as if preparing to unleash a devastating technique. A small, deadly sphere emanating a destructive aura floated towards his abdomen. The moment Kuma unleashed his devastating specialty, the Ursa's shock, the compressed atmosphere exploded with unparalleled ferocity. The immense pressure radiated outward from Little Oars, sending shockwaves that echoed across the battlefield, drowning out the cries of both pirates and navy who were flung away by the terrifying force. The thick ice beneath him cracked and splintered, and the ground where he stood sank several meters, creating a massive circular hole. Little Oars, having absorbed the full brunt of Kuma's attack, was left battered and bruised, his eyes rolling back as he struggled to remain conscious. Blood sprayed from his wounds as he fell to his knees, creating two deep craters in the ice. Oars, Captain Oars. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates shouted in anguish and fury. Oars, you fool. Yet even such a foolish son could not be left unattended. From the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard cursed softly, sending a powerful strike that sent a giant marine flying. However, before Whitebeard could make another move, an inexplicable oppressive feeling filled the air. Whitebeard, Marco, Bista, Sengoku, Garp, and the three admirals all instinctively looked towards the southeastern sky, sensing a powerful presence approaching. What was moving in the mist? Is it another giant? One marine shouted. No, it's an island. The island is moving towards the headquarters. The soldiers gasped in shock. Wait a moment, could it be? The man at the forefront, along with the two flanking him, appeared to be the legendary 5 Emperors. Luffy and the others are coming. Chapter 52, Kizaru, the Golden Lion at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. The great war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy officially commenced with the thunderous roar of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. From the outset, the battle unfolded with brutal ferocity. The vast icy bay transformed into a harrowing battlefield of blood and fire, with elite forces from both sides clashing with overwhelming powers. The most savage combat persisted for over a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, the wind shifted across the battlefield. An oppressive, suffocating aura descended upon the scene. The gazes of the strongest warriors from both the Navy and the pirates converged towards the southeastern sea, feeling as if a creature at the top of the food chain was observing them. Expressions of horror spread across their faces as an instinctive realization struck. An unimaginable calamity was approaching. Terrifying. Terrifying. A dreadful entity is coming. Alarm bells rang in the mind of Admiral Kizaru, one of the Navy's mightiest forces. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, cascading down his weathered features. At that moment, Kizaru's usually relaxed demeanor was replaced by shock, panic, and dread. Having once battled against Luffy for an hour, no one understood the ominous presence better than he did. The painful memories of the catastrophic events 10 days prior at Sabaody Archipelago flooded back to him. He knew that the foreboding feeling that had lingered since the war's inception had indeed materialized. The monstrous threat had truly arrived. Taking a deep breath, Kizaru resolved not to confront Luffy again. I must retreat. Without hesitation, he transformed into countless golden particles, escaping the clash with Marco and swiftly returning to the execution platform, hiding behind Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Ha ha ha, so the yellow monkey knows fear after all. What an eye-opener. Marco mocked, his laughter ringing out. Yet, as he laughed, a familiar excitement began to spread across his face. He too recognized the approaching dread. It's here. It's really here. This battle is no longer shrouded in darkness. Ahead, dawn and hope have finally appeared. Reflecting on this, the composed captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, felt an urge to gaze skyward and howl. Father, this presence. Could it be? The captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu, leaped back to Whitebeard's side, sensing the familiar aura. An overwhelming excitement appeared on his face. They had clearly stated that it was unnecessary. A slight smile involuntarily crept onto Whitebeard's lips. Though he feigned complaints, his body and heart were honest, filled with joy at Lu Yu's return. Prior to this moment, Whitebeard had steadfastly believed that by risking his own life, he could rescue Ace. Yet, upon arriving at Marine headquarters and witnessing the congregation of the Navy's supreme combatants, he finally realized that his thoughts were overly optimistic. Even with his formidable reputation, he was still far from matching the Navy's colossal power. The admirals, Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu, alongside Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the legendary hero Garp, each possessed terrifying strength that could rival his own. If the Navy were to exert their full strength, it would not only be impossible to rescue Ace. It was likely that the Whitebeard pirates and their affiliates would face total annihilation, becoming mere whispers of history. However, with Lu Yu's arrival, the grim situation finally began to ease. Furthermore, Whitebeard sensed that Lu Yu was not alone in his return. It has been far too long. You scoundrels. At the execution platform in the bay, Fleet Admiral Sengoku shot a glare at the Admiral Kizaru, who was preparing to use him as a shield. His gaze swiftly returned to the Southeast Sea, his expression darkening to the point of almost dripping with foreboding. The control room had already received communication reports from the Marines. Even without prior encounters, he recognized the ominous energy emanating from that direction. It wasn't just Lu Yu. There was also that iconic flying island. How could Sengoku, having battled countless times against it, not guess its origin? The Golden Lion Shiki. Has he finally come? Below the execution platform, the legendary Marine Vice Admiral Garp gritted his teeth. It wasn't just Shiki. There was one, even 2 legends present. The gap in combat power at the pinnacle had been narrowed dramatically. Rear Admiral Tsuru spoke softly. Sister Tsuru, is that man truly that powerful? I would very much like to meet him. The pink-haired candidate Admiral, Momonosuke, rested her delicate hand on the hilt at her waist, brimming with fighting spirit. Under the anxious and astonished gazes of countless individuals both inside and outside the battlefield, the imposing flying island came to a halt off the coast of Marine headquarters. Not advancing further. Following it was a large dragon-headed sailboat, transformed from the Golden Lioness ship. Ha 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 ha. A raucous, unrestrained, and joyous laughter echoed across the skies of Marine headquarters. A figure leaped from the dragon-headed ship, soaring freely in the air, ultimately standing proudly above, under the watchful eyes of the masses. After 20 years, Sengoku, Garp, how have you 2 scoundrels been? The Golden Lion Shiki laughed boisterously. That figure is. Could it be? The flying pirate admiral, Golden Lion Shiki. The legend has emerged. This is the Golden Lion Shiki, renowned alongside the pirate King Roger and Whitebeard, as they recognized the identity of the figure in the sky. Every Marine and pirate present on the battlefield widened their eyes in shock. An unsettled feeling enveloped the Marines. One Whitebeard was already a formidable challenge, and now the Golden Lion has appeared as well. How could this not instill fear in the Navy? It is worth noting that Golden Lion Shiki is a super legend from the same era as Whitebeard, having left an indelible mark on Marine headquarters. 22 years ago, he had single-handedly stormed Marine headquarters, nearly overturning it. This memory still haunted many veteran Marines. At that time, it was only through the combined efforts of Garp and Sengoku that they managed to subdue this mad lion. Now, this mighty lion has returned to Marineford. How could this not evoke a sense of dread and terror? Meanwhile, at the Sabaody Archipelago's live broadcast square, with the flamboyant appearance of Golden Lion Shiki, every image transmission focused on him. On the square, all reporters and onlookers gaped, oblivious to the pin dropping. The silence lasted but a moment before the square erupted in chaos. Shock. The legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, has appeared on the battlefield. The flying pirate admiral, Golden Lion, is still alive? This is bad. This is dire. The legendary flying pirate has descended, and war is about to erupt. What will be the outcome of this war? Can the Navy still win? Let's move. Regardless of the outcome, our mission is to report the truth of this war to every corner of the world. Chapter 53, The Battlefield Above. Ha 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 ha. What a gathering of familiar faces here today. This is truly the best stage. The Golden Lion Shiki floated down through the air, his face radiating joy and satisfaction. Finally, he stood at the bow of the whale ship, Moby Dick, facing Whitebeard. Shiki, I didn't expect you to come as well. Marco descended from above, positioning himself between the two. Marco, today is not your day to speak. Step aside. The Golden Lion Shiki said without hesitation. Marco, step back. Whitebeard commanded. Yes, father. Marco moved aside. Karalalala, old lion, you've dressed quite impressively today. So, are you here to lend a hand? Whitebeard asked straightforwardly. Who knows? 20 years ago, when I escaped from Impel Down and sought your cooperation, you vowed to sink me to the sea, Shiki teased. Still not having let go of Whitebeard's refusal from years past. You remain as you always were, Shiki. If you're not here to help, then just watch from the sidelines. Of course, if you wish to take advantage of the chaos, I wouldn't mind putting you in the sea right now, Whitebeard declared, his words dripping with authority. Is that your way of asking for help? Shiki retorted, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at Whitebeard. Karalalala. Whitebeard suddenly laughed. What is so funny? Shiki's smug expression faltered. A scoundrel like you wouldn't come here without some special reason. In that ship. It's truly remarkable that you managed to tame even you, old lion. Whitebeard had already seen through everything. The arrogant golden lion Shiki was quickly exposed by Whitebeard, leaving him grinding his teeth in frustration. Lower the ship quickly. The person I wish to converse with is not you, Whitebeard declared. Shiki huffed in dissatisfaction, waving his hand as the massive dragon-headed ship descended. As the ship landed, the gazes previously fixed on Shiki shifted toward the vessel. Upon recognizing the white-haired elder with slick-back hair on the ship's bow, the naval elites on the battlefield were once again left in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. That person is. It's the Dark King Rayleigh. A trembling rear admiral exclaimed, pointing at the old man with a voice straining with astonishment. The right hand of the pirate king, Silver's Rayleigh. How could he possibly be here? Following Shiki, yet another legend had appeared, including Rayleigh. The Marine headquarters now boasted 3 legendary pirates. Oh dear, another formidable figure has emerged. This truly spells trouble. Admiral Akiji lamented. Sigh. What was bound to come has indeed arrived, sighed Vice Admiral Tsuru. The truly troublesome individuals are yet to reveal themselves, Garp stated ominously. How could that old man Rayleigh and Shaki be here? What are they doing here? Pondered the Empress Boa Hancock, her thoughts interrupted as she bit her thumb. Contemplating her obligation to protect Shaki as a way of repaying an old debt. Fufufu, how intriguing. Following Shiki, we have the Dark King Rayleigh. Who will come next? Doflamingo laughed heartily. Those 2 old fellows alone are already outrageous. Who else could possibly compare? Cried the warlord Gecko Moria. Shiki and Rayleigh have never been allies, stated my hawk calmly. Indeed, that's the crux of the matter. Why would Shiki and the Dark King be together? There must be a connection. Doflamingo chuckled. The 4 emperors truly live up to their name. Let us witness the prowess of the one who defeated the strongest creature. In the Sabaody Archipelago's South Live broadcast square. As Rayleigh made his entrance, all the transponder snails focused on him. The reporters and onlookers erupted in excitement. It's the Dark King Rayleigh. The right hand of the Pirate King has appeared. He must be here to rescue Roger S. Bloodline. A captain with a bounty of 300 million, Eustace Kidd clenched his teeth. Today's battle is far from simple. The man who united Shiki and Rayleigh has yet to show himself. The supernova Trafalgar Law SI sparkled with intensity. Captain, who could have brought those 2 legends together? Cried the notorious pirate, with a bounty of 500 million, Bartolomeo. Undoubtedly, it must be that monster. The 5th Emperor of the Seas, Luffy. Hawkins, Apu, Urage, and Drake all chimed in. Damn it, growled the Mafia Don Capone Beach, spitting in frustration. For days, I have racked my brain, trying to understand why that monster suddenly attacked me without warning. The gluttonous girl Jewelry Bonnie, who had narrowly escaped disaster, frowned in confusion at the expressions of the other supernovas. Oh no, the scene has shifted again. What is happening now? The crowd gasped in astonishment, sensing something monumental unfolding. On the battlefield of the Marine headquarters, Whitebeard and Rayleigh exchanged brief pleasantries. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard cast a questioning glance at Rayleigh. Understanding the unspoken message, Rayleigh merely gestured towards the coastline. As he nodded, the transponder snails focused on the coastal battlefield, revealing a scene of raging flames that had scorched the heavens, in the formidable twin wings of a fiery dragon. The overwhelming crimson flames engulfed the air, collapsing the void. Above the battlefield, the fiery dragon's wings spread wide, blotting out the sun. The mission progress against the Marine Rear Admirals reached 510. Admiral Dalmatia, Admiral Steele, Admiral Kongming, Admiral Mozambia, even Admiral Stalaberry. Chapter 54, The Meeting at the Top. On the coastal battlefield of Marine headquarters, the naval officers responsible for intercepting the pirate crews under Whitebeard's command stood frozen in disbelief, utterly astonished by the sight before them. In an instant, 5 powerful Marine Rear Admirals had fallen, defeated in an unprecedented display of power. What a terrifying scene. It felt surreal. Given that these were not mere captains or even vice admirals, but 5 rear admirals, all vanquished by a single man who had descended from the sky. Who are you to dare strike our? The enraged naval officers shouted, their fury rising. However, the trembling of their bodies betrayed their inner fear. In the face of the one who had so effortlessly defeated 5 Marine Rear Admirals, beneath the shadow of the Dragon's wings, no one could remain unafraid. No one could respond calmly, not even the elite officers of the Navy, nor the pirate captains of the New World. Just standing before that blazing figure instilled a primal fear within them, rendering them akin to ants in the presence of a mighty dragon, compelling them to instinctively submit. Damn it, I am not afraid of you. A young naval major, brimming with youthful vigor and fervor, clutched his sword tightly, closing his eyes as if to embrace his own demise. Halt, you foolish novice, exclaimed Vice Admiral Jonathan of the G8 branch, forcefully pinning the impulsive major to the ground. With a commanding gaze, he surveyed the surroundings. Everyone, stand down. Vice Admiral Jonathan's voice resonated with authority. 5. The Emperor of the Seas, Liu Yu. Vice Admiral Gomir of the G2 branch inhaled deeply, articulating Liu Yu's name with deliberate precision. As his words echoed, an immense silence enveloped the battlefield. A stark contrast to the earlier chaos. Moments later, a cacophony erupted. 5, 5, 5, the 5th Emperor. That was indeed the legendary 5th Emperor of the Seas. Liu Yu, The Emperor had finally made his appearance. How infuriating that this man would show up here. With a single strike, he had vanquished 5 naval vice-admirals. This was the might of the Sea Emperor. Truly terrifying. His reputation was well-deserved. Following this battle, the world would have no doubts regarding the 5 emperors. Naval officers who witnessed Liu Yu's prowess, alongside pirate captains from the New World, were left in awe. Their voices rising in a chorus of shock and astonishment. The Sea Emperor has arrived. A formidable character has emerged. Yet, this was anticipated. Vice Admiral Jonathan's expression turned unusually solemn, his resolve hardening for a desperate fight. The mere presence of this man was an affront to the rules of engagement. Even vice admirals would stand no chance against the Sea Emperor. Where are the admirals? They must swiftly remove this man from the scene. The naval officers cried out in despair. Faced with the pirate captains of the New World, they felt invincible as naval elites. However, now, standing before them was the fearsome Sea Emperor, an entity perched atop the world. Just confronting that man had drained their strength and courage, in stark contrast to the Navy's despair. Upon learning of Liu Yu's identity, the very man who had decimated the vice-admirals and was an ally of their father, the emotions of the New World pirates, including the Ice Witch Pei, the Daikarman brothers, and the cavalryman Doma, surged to exhilarating heights. The 5 emperors are magnificent. The 5 emperors are imposing. This is the Sea Emperor. Naval officers, do you see? Our father's ally has arrived. With 2 Sea Emperors united, they are invincible. The New World pirates erupted with fervor. Leave the naval officers here to us, Liu Yu. You should hurry to the bay to support our father. Indeed. We've got this covered. The cavalryman Doma and the Daikarman brothers chimed in. Yet, no sooner had the words left their lips than a cold sweat dampened their backs. Are you instructing me on how to proceed? Liu Yu spoke calmly, as he gazed at the Daikarman brothers with a serene yet indifferent expression. Their smiles froze on their faces. An overwhelming sense of panic and dread instantly engulfed their entire beings. And no, esteemed Lord Liu Yu, we did not intend any offense. Please forgive us. The ice sorceress, who had spent several years with the Whitebeard pirates, quickly realized the gravity of the situation and bowed in apology. The Knight of the Sea, Doma, and others, such as Lord Lei and Makugai, hurriedly followed suit. Liu Yu averted his gaze, his eyes sweeping across the coastal battlefield. They lingered momentarily on Jonathan and Gumir, before shaking his head. The system's reward mission demanded a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. The vice admirals dispatched from the branches were of little significance. However, in the distance, there were still a few vice admirals from the Navy. Nevertheless, Liu Yu found no reason to make the journey for that. There would be ample opportunities ahead. With this thought in mind, Liu Yu's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. The fiery dragon's wings fluttered gently, stirring up a tempest of scorching heat. As Liu Yu departed, Jonathan, Gu Zhang'er, and other naval admirals, along with the ice sorceress Pei and the pirate captains of the Daikarman brothers, finally exhaled in relief, feeling the air cool significantly. However, their respite was short-lived. As a new crisis emerged, the ice beneath their feet began to collapse under the heat wave brought by Liu Yu. Ignoring the chaos along the coast, the immense wings of the dragon swept across the sky, casting terror and shadows upon the world. Countless gazes, both awestruck and horrified, were fixed upon the battlefield and beyond. Liu Yu dove straight toward the bow of the whale ship, the Pequod. The blazing wings of the dragon gradually transformed into a dazzling stream of light, dissipating into the air. By the time Liu Yu landed completely, the splendid golden red tail flame had just faded away. At the pinnacle of the battlefield, 2 great emperors of the sea converged here. Oh, Whitebeard, how could you engage in such intriguing matters without my presence? Is this what you call an alliance? Liu Yu grinned widely. Suddenly, an ominous figure emerged aboard the ship of Whitebeard. Who could this terrifying man be? Was he yet another legend? The earlier wings, were they dragons? The elite Navy personnel from around the globe gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixated on the whale bow amidst the icy battlefield. Chapter 55. A shocking revelation. No. That's not right. A rear admiral of the Navy suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. His eyes widened in horror, mouth agape. His face contorted in a ghastly expression. Those Marines gathered from across the world were perplexed. However, the Marines stationed at headquarters were all too aware of the identity of the colossal dragon that blotted out the sun, especially Rear Admiral Mura, who could hardly contain his curiosity. Who was that man? That is the 5th Emperor Liu Yu. The 5th Great Sea Emperor has finally arrived. The Brigadier General, Golden, muttered in shock, his weapon trembling in his hands. Like a stone causing ripples in a pond, the knowledge shared among the informed Marines quickly spread throughout the naval headquarters. Thus, the cacophony of the heavens erupted. Despairing cries from the Navy resonated, while the Whitebeard pirates cheered with fervor. I knew it. I knew it. The puppeteer of legends has made his appearance. The grand spectacle of this era is approaching its zenith. This place is the epicenter of the times. Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords, spread his arms wide and laughed maniacally. Is that little brat the one who defeated the bastard Kaido? Moria, another warlord, looked momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Is this so-called 5th Emperor merely a child? The Kaido who once bested me has now fallen to a mere boy? How utterly absurd. Or could it be that after 20 years, that scoundrel Kaido is weakened? If so, perhaps I could emerge victorious now. Moria clenched his fist confidently, unknowingly succumbing to one of life's greatest illusions. The fifth Emperor Liu stirred a furrowed brow from Hancock, the Empress. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her gaze as she struggled to reconcile Liu with the image of the formidable foe who had vanquished Kaido. Until one witnesses it firsthand, it is impossible to conceive that the being who toppled the strongest creature could be so refined. Is it truly that man who defeated Kaido? In the execution platform's second tier, the prospective Admiral Peach Rabbit inquired, her tone laced with suspicion. Do not judge a person's strength by their appearance. That young man is of a similar ilk to the red-haired Shanks, Vice Admiral Crane replied solemnly. Terrifying, terrifying, terrifying. A litany of anxious murmurs echoed from a corner of the execution platform. Fleet Admiral Sengoku turned, his face darkened, gritting his teeth as he glared at Admiral Kazar behind him. Borsalino, can you be quiet? Your incessant muttering is giving me a headache. Sengoku scolded. Mr. Sengoku, I'm merely reminding you. That monster, he eats people. Admiral Kizaru exclaimed, his expression one of horror. Eats people? I don't see any missing flesh on you. Sengoku retorted. Oh, well? Kizaru fell silent. Meanwhile, Ace on the execution platform wondered. Dada's ally? The fifth Emperor Liu? When did this happen? What on earth has transpired in the sea during my capture? Regardless, this increases the likelihood of Dad and the others returning alive. Thank you. Ace bit his lip, silently expressing his gratitude. On Sabaody Archipelago, the live broadcast square erupted with excitement as Liu Yu's identity was unveiled. Fifth Emperor Liu Yu. Did you hear that? That young man is the fifth Emperor. Is it truly him who defeated the four Emperor Kaido? It's hard to believe he appears so youthful. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, confusion, and skepticism. Quickly. Move. The mysterious fifth Emperor Liu Yu has finally appeared. We must seize this opportunity and not allow the Birdman of the World Economic Journal to monopolize this exclusive news. Journalists from various news agencies shouted in excitement, fervently scribbling notes, eager to disseminate this monumental news worldwide. Since the significant events in Wano country, the enigmatic fifth Emperor had been their focal concern. Who is he? What does he look like? How old is he? All remained shrouded in mystery. Now, the answers have finally been revealed. The reality is even more shocking than imagined. This is undeniably a world-shattering news event not to be missed. As journalists buzz with anticipation, the supernovas occupying the high points of the live broadcast square were equally excited. At last, he has made his appearance. What changes will this man bring to the war? The outcome of this chaotic conflict is beyond my foresight, murmured the magician Hawkins. The situation is growing increasingly intriguing. The disparity among the top-tier individuals has been leveled with his arrival, remarked the enigmatic Monkeyurich. Indeed. The man behind the legends of the Golden Lion and the king of the underworld is none other than him. How terrifying. Perhaps. Trafalgar Law pondered. Kid. That man those colossal fire dragon wings earlier, they must be a mythical beast, gasped Killer in awe. It can't be wrong. My metallic arm was also scorched by his flames. The user of the flame fruit must be that fire fist. Kid spoke gravely. No, what mythical beast? That man is the user of the win fruit. Don't you agree, Hawkins, Drake, and Urich? That guy used the power of the wind when he thrashed us. Skillacaman AP shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice resonating so powerfully that it could be heard from several miles away. It was now common knowledge that they had been thoroughly beaten. As AP's cries echoed, the expressions on Hawkins and UGI's faces stiffened, their minds cursing AP's ancestors in a fit of frustration. Drake, whose demeanor was already shadowy, found the lines of tension on his face deepening. What nonsense are you spouting? That loudspeaker over there, the man's abilities must be related to lightning. He is undoubtedly a natural type user of the thunder fruit. I have distinctly felt his lightning coursing through me. Capone Beach retorted grimly. Captain, wait a moment. When we saw Kid and the others getting beaten, it was clearly flames, exclaimed Beepo, the polar bear. Thus, it became evident to all that Kid and his crew had also suffered a severe beating. After a brief pause, the gluttonous giantess, Jewelry Bonnie, interjected, listening to you all ramble. It seems you are quite familiar with that emperor, aren't you? Bonnie inquired. Aren't you acquainted with him? Did he not come looking for you? Capone Beach countered. Not at all, Bonnie replied nonchalantly, shaking her head. In an instant, the other supernovas, excluding Trafalgar Law, cast disdainful glances at Bonnie. They had all agreed to endure the beating together, yet one among them had emerged as a traitor. Hey, this isn't the time to discuss that. Look at the screen. Something else has fallen. Trafalgar Law exclaimed, his eyes wide open in alarm. At that very moment, in the heart of the Marine headquarters, the battlefield was ablaze with chaos. At the bow of the whale ship, Liu Yu, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Rayleigh sat facing one another, each with a large bowl of wine before them. In the midst of the looming conflict regarding the future of the world, they leisurely indulged in their drink, undeterred by the watchful eyes of the Navy. This was indeed a rare occasion. Kula-la-la-la-la, Liu Yu, I express my gratitude without words. Everything is in this wine. I shall drink first as a gesture of respect. Whitebeard laughed heartily, boldly downing the contents of his wine jug. It has truly been a long time, ha ha ha. Following suit were Rayleigh and Golden Lion. Then let us prepare to embark on a grand endeavor. Liu Yu's lips curled into a fierce and wild smile, radiating an air of aggression. He rose with determination, his gaze fixed upon the distant execution platform where Admiral Sengoku of the Navy stood. Navy, he declared, as we meet for the first time, I have prepared a little gift for you. I hope you will graciously accept it. Liu broke into a grin and waved his hand lightly, with a boisterous laugh. The golden lion Shiki responded with a knowing smile, abruptly gesturing with both hands. Suddenly, the sharp sound of slicing through the air echoed, and 3 small black dots swiftly approached from the distance. They ultimately landed heavily upon the icy surface before the whale ship, revealing 3 crucifixes. Bound upon these crosses were 3 celestial dragons. Chapter 56. The shocking execution of the celestial dragons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The urgent sounds of wind slicing through the air grew closer. Under the watchful gaze of countless soldiers at the Navy headquarters battlefield, 3 large crucifixes descended from the heavens. Controlled by Golden Lion Shiki, they pierced the ice before the whale ship. The blood-stained crosses bore the gruesome figures of 3 mangled individuals. A horrifying sight that was both bloody and tragic. Navy, do you appreciate this rather grim greeting? Liu grinned widely. The 3 individuals on the cross were none other than the celestial dragon family that had vanished during the Sabaody incident, Roswald, Elros, and Shalulia. Liu harbored no intention of showing mercy to the detritus of this world, the parasites. Had it not been for their lingering utility, he would have long since dispatched them. Could it be that? As he gazed upon the bloodied figures, the martial Sengoku's pupils constricted sharply. His aged visage contorted into an expression of extreme displeasure, revealing a ferocious countenance. He had already deduced the identity of the 3 individuals. It was not just Sengoku. Were they the celestial dragons? The Roswald family, the celestial dragons who had disappeared during the Sabaody incident 10 days prior? Indeed. They had fallen into the hands of the Emperor, Liu. These were celestial dragons, aristocrats of the world. Yet now, the soldiers on the battlefield widened their eyes in terror, having recognized the identities of the 3 celestial dragons. With the revelation of the cross-bearing trio, a storm of shock swept through the battlefield once more. The voices of astonished Marines rose in a cacophony. The celestial dragons, descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 8 centuries ago, had always regarded themselves as the progeny of creators. Believing themselves superior and viewing all others as mere slaves, they enjoyed all privileges of the world and acted with impunity. This was a group more vile than pirates. Yet, for 800 years, few dared to lay a hand upon them. The reason was singular: to kill a celestial dragon, or even to offend one slightly, would incite the wrath of the Marine Headquarters' highest-ranking admirals or CP0, leading to dire consequences. Throughout history, incidents involving the disappearance of celestial dragons were not without precedent. Some became unsolved mysteries, and the perpetrators vanished into obscurity. No one ever dared to publicly acknowledge their actions against the celestial dragons. Yet now, on this battlefield, before the full might of the Marine Headquarters, their fleet admiral, 3 admirals, and 100,000 elite Marines, someone had presented 3 bloodied figures, scarcely recognizable as human, as a gift to the Marines. The very organization that staunchly protected the celestial dragons was witnessing their public execution. What audacity and boldness! This was an outright provocation to both the Marines and the government. A demon. Indeed, a demon. How could the world's aristocrats, the celestial dragons, commit such egregious acts? It was evident that this emperor must be eliminated. Damn Marines, what do you say? Are you idiots truly mistaken? Do you not understand what the celestial dragons are? They are nothing but detritus, the parasites of this world, compared to the misdeeds of the celestial dragons. We pirates are ashamed. Mr. Liu is acting in the name of justice. The celestial dragons must be utterly erased from this world. The members of the Whitebeard pirates blushed with indignation, vehemently refuting the Marines. In response, the Marines were infuriated, their faces reddening. Yet they found themselves at a loss for words. After all, the pirates were indeed correct this time. Even within the Marines, many harbored discontent towards the celestial dragons' unrestrained atrocities. However, bound by their rules, they had kept their grievances hidden, daring only to feel anger without voicing it. Ha ha ha. The Roswald family truly deserves this. I never thought you'd meet such an end. Doflamingo cackled with delight, though his expression gradually soured as he observed the Roswald family. Unconsciously, memories long buried within him resurfaced. That year, they too had been disgracefully nailed to a cross after leaving Mariewa. Daring to publicly execute celestial dragons at Marine Headquarters. That action does exhibit some courage, Moria laughed heartily, watching the spectacle unfold. Pirate Empress, what troubles you? The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, regarded the Empress Hancock, who stood not far away. The formerly aloof pirate queen, who had disregarded all on the battlefield, now exhibited signs of intense emotional turmoil. This was to be expected. Beneath her cold exterior, Hancock harbored a secret past unknown to anyone, a past she could never reveal. 16 years ago, at the age of 12, she and her 2 sisters had been abducted by human traffickers, becoming slaves to the celestial dragons in Mariewa. Enduring 4 years of darkness, that past was Hancock's greatest secret, a shame she could not utter. Mariewa and the celestial dragons were the deepest shadows of her psyche. Even with her formidable strength, she could never confront those memories. Yet now, the dark shadow that loomed in her heart began to waver, as if illuminated by a ray of light, bringing a semblance of clarity to her soul. Gazing at the cross bearing the celestial dragons on the icy battlefield, at the gruesome figures of the celestial dragons, and at the imposing man who held their lives in his hands, Hancock's narrow eyes suddenly sparkled with extraordinary brilliance. This man was indeed exceptional. The Empress Hancock's initial disdain transformed. Her feelings for Liu surged, crossing the threshold from mere indifference to burgeoning admiration. In her eyes, every action of Liu Yu's appeared unique and extraordinary. Even his mere presence captivated her. Liu remained oblivious. Even if he were aware, it would hardly provoke any significant emotional shift. At this moment, his gaze swept across the entire battlefield, a hint of mockery and derision gracing his features. The Navy, those 3 celestial dragons are still very much alive. Should you wish to rescue them, feel free to approach. Liu faced the entire assembly, ultimately directing his gaze towards Marshal Sengoku and provocatively beckoning with a dismissive wave. This gesture precipitated a dramatic shift in the battlefield's dynamics. What had initially been a unilateral threat to Whitebeard's side from the hostages now saw the Navy equally constrained by the celestial beings known as the Tenryubido. With the disparity in combat prowess already evident, both factions found themselves on an even keel. Consequently, even the Navy could no longer afford to act with trepidation or preemptively execute their judgments. Curse be these Tenryubido, who seem intent on sowing discord wherever they go. On the execution platform, Sengoku's gaze fixated on the distant cross of the Tenryubido, his eyes ablaze with fury, his teeth grinding audibly, and his expression twisted in a grimace of rage. He had initially contemplated the swift execution of Ace to bring matters to a close. However, with Liu Yu's audacious maneuver, even he could not disregard the lives of the Tenryubito in such a public forum. Pausalino, that task was entrusted to you. How long do you intend to evade your responsibilities? Sengoku seethed, casting a glare at Admiral Kazara. It's a matter of life and death. Kazara replied, shaking his head earnestly. Kula-la-la-la. Once again, I find myself indebted to a significant extent. Whitebeard exclaimed with hearty laughter, fully grasping the shift in the situation. Truly, Liu Yu is remarkable. With this turn of events, they would undoubtedly think twice before acting against Ace. This has been an immense assistance. At this rate, even if we were sold, we could never repay these debts of gratitude. Marco, Jozu, Bista, and other leaders of the Whitebeard crew expressed their exhilaration in rapid succession. Heh. Liu flashed a grin. Taking the dragon as a hostage and restricting the Navy's movements was merely a secondary objective. His true intentions lay elsewhere. A sudden flash of lightning illuminated the scene. Liu reappeared before the crucifix of the 3 celestial dragons. Come forth, Navy. Engage in a fierce battle. The much-anticipated battlefield of the summit. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Liu materialized before the execution cross of the celestial dragons. His eyes opened and closed, surveying the surroundings with an air of superiority. He stood tall, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance, as if prepared to engage the world with a singular might. Under the imposing presence of Liu Yu, akin to that of a mighty dragon, the nearby Marines instinctively felt a shiver of fear and retreated involuntarily. Do not be afraid. He is merely a pirate. At that moment, a loud voice rang out, shattering the tension. Indeed, you scoundrel, vile pirate. What of the Sea Emperor? I fear you not. This is the Navy headquarters. How can we allow you pirates to act with impunity? The Marines, emboldened by the rallying cry, surged forth. Those worthy of this battlefield were the elite officers of the Navy. Even in the face of a being of the caliber of a Sea Emperor, they would not falter and abandon their resolve at the first encounter. At this instant, fueled by the fervor of their shouts, over 100 Marines charged forward recklessly, swords glinting and cannons roaring. However, their valiant assault came to an abrupt halt within a 10-meter radius of Liu Yu. The atmosphere around them shifted dramatically, compressing into an invisible wall of wind surrounding him. Whether it was bullets or cannonballs, or even the blades of the Marines, they all seemed to sink into a quagmire upon contact. Let these insignificant fish charge forth. Does the Navy not possess more formidable warriors? Do not underestimate me. Liu Yuping's calm voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the battlefield. As his words fell, an invisible wall of wind suddenly surged forth, wreaking havoc. The elite naval officers who had approached were all sent soaring into the sky, scattering like dumplings in all directions in an instant. Within a 100-meter radius of Liu Yu, the area was entirely cleared. Do not become complacent, for I, the 5th Emperor Liu Yu, shall meet you head-on. The initial booming voice reverberated once more. The towering figure of Admiral John Janduo, standing over 20 meters tall, swung his colossal sword with the force of a mountain's descent. As the great sword sliced through the air, a tempestuous wind erupted, revealing the immense power behind it. This strike could undoubtedly cleave a warship with ease. However, it could not breach the palm of Liu Yu. In the face of the giant's full power slash, Liu Yu remained unfazed. Liu Yu calmly extended his right hand. The sharp edge of the sword met Liu Yu's palm, producing a heavy clang of metal against metal, accompanied by a shower of piercing sparks. How infuriating, how incredibly tough this man's body is. Is it the armament hockey? Before the giant general could ponder further, something occurred that made his pupils constrict in shock. A series of agonizing crack sounds resonated, as intricate fissures began to emerge on the massive sword in his grasp. With a thunderous roar, the colossal blade shattered. General John Jian Duo staggered violently, and before he could fall, he was swept into the air by an invisible tempest. The Dragon Slayer's secret technique illuminated the heavens above. The Dragon Slayer magic erupted, and a hurricane, vast as the sky, lifted the giant general's formidable form skyward, soaring to unimaginable heights. After a considerable time, a tremendous thud echoed from the direction of the distant naval headquarters residential area. Thick clouds of dust billowed into the air. The progress of the mission to defeat the Vice Admiral at the naval headquarters had reached 610. Attack. Do not be intimidated. Advance in step with the commanders. As long as we can tire him out, it will be deemed a success. The elite naval officers roared once more, organizing their charge. Even though they were aware of the seemingly invincible adversary, they pressed on with fearless valor. This courage was indeed commendable. Yet for Liu Yu, it was an unnecessary hassle. After all, defeating mere naval soldiers offered no substantial aid to the mission. Ha ha ha, these cannon fodder are utterly useless regardless of their numbers. The golden lion Shiki laughed heartily as he soared into the sky. With a flourish of his feet, the famed sword Sakura Shiitake unleashed a torrent of sword energy, obliterating all the marines charging toward Liu Yu. We shall assist as well, meow. Do not interfere, foolish old cat. Two towering figures, a dog and a cat, soared through the air, sending the remaining marines flying. Soon, more animals gathered from all corners of the battlefield. Jaguar Pedro, lion Sicilian, buffalo, panda, rhinoceros. The royal duo of the Wolf King and his musketeer squad, along with the Viper Cat and her band of warriors, all arrived in full force. Mr. Liu Yu. Your Excellency Liu Yu. The Wolf King and Viper Cat both approached Liu Yu. You are indeed the Dog King and Cat Viper spoken of by Nico, Liu Yu remarked, recognizing the duo and others like Jaguar Pedro and the Little Rabbit Gallet without surprise. He had anticipated their arrival, having learned of the feline and canine support for Whitebeard days prior in his correspondence with Nico. You are the Mr. Liu Yu that Lord Nico spoke of. By Lord Nico's command, our musketeer squad holds Mr. Liu Yu in the highest regard, the Wolf King stated solemnly. Your great benevolence towards Wano will now be repaid by us. The Viper Cat commanded her warriors, all members of the band, heed my orders and guard the cross. Oh. The Jaguar Pedro and others responded in unison. Meanwhile, the musketeers, under the Wolf King's leadership, scattered to obstruct the advancing naval officers. Gallet. What are you still doing standing there? Wanda urged. Oh, my apologies. The Little Rabbit Gallet bowed slightly to Liu Yu, then hurried to catch up. With the natural warriors of the fur tribe actively engaged, the ordinary naval officers found themselves effectively held at bay. The ground upon which Liu Yu stands seems to have transformed into a stage for a grand arena. As Liu Yu, the guardian of the arena, awaited the arrival of formidable challengers, it was not long before the first contestant made their entrance. The pressure cannon, a bear paw-shaped burst of air, effortlessly sent a warrior of the skin tribe soaring. The tyrant, a creation of the scientist Vegapunk, completely transformed and devoid of consciousness, approached with deliberate steps. You are the first, Tyrant Bear. I had intended to recruit you as my subordinate, but at this juncture, it seems that whatever I say will be lost on you. Won't it? How truly lamentable. Liu shook his head, contemplating how formidable beings like Tyrant Bear might one day find themselves reduced to mere mounts for the father and son duo upon the crucifix. Liu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. However, at this juncture, such events would undoubtedly never transpire. Lord Rosewood and his son Charles would not live to see that day. The Tyrant Bear would soon no longer be under the control of the Navy. Chapter 58. Everything under control, my Lord Liu Yu. Be cautious. That bear is about to employ its previous perilous technique. The delicate cry of the rabbit girl jolted Liu Yu from his reverie. Was it that bear's devastating impact? On the Dragonhead ship, Robin, elegantly dressed, slightly paled at the thought of the horrifying spectacle of the fearsome three-masted vessel. It was with that very technique that the Tyrant Bear had annihilated everyone, not long ago. It was this same move that severely injured the colossal Oz, who stood over 80 meters tall. The casting of the formidable technique was complete. The Tyrant Bear achieved the atmospheric supercompression. A small bear paw slowly floated from its palm, and a radiant pure white shockwave erupted forth. Everyone, down, Dogstorm shouted, having witnessed the power of this strike firsthand. The warriors of the Mink tribe, well aware of its ferocity, along with nearby sailors, immediately dropped to the ground, bracing for the impending attack. However, the next moment, an awkward occurrence unfolded. The once terrifying shockwave that had overwhelmed us suddenly misfired. Huh? Could it be a dud this time? The notion of a malfunctioning projectile was not uncommon. The simple-minded Panda Man quietly exhaled in relief. Fool, how could it be a dud? It is Lord Liu Yu who has suppressed the atmospheric explosion, Cat Viper exclaimed in shock, under the astonished gazes of those observing from various points on the battlefield. The untriggered supercompressed bear paw was seized by Liu Yu, who twisted it effortlessly. How is this possible? That is the Tyrant Bear's signature technique. A member of the Naval Scientific Unit cried out in disbelief. This sky and everything flowing within it is all within my grasp. Liu Yu flashed a grin then, amid the astonished expressions of onlookers, tilted his head back and opened his mouth wide. He consumed the air bomb, potent enough to shatter the ancient giant race. In a single gulp. In that instant, the entire venue was enveloped in an eerie silence. With a satisfying belch, Liu digested the supercompressed atmosphere, feeling an inexhaustible surge of power within him. He had never anticipated that the atmosphere, subjected to the Tyrant Bear's extreme compression, would serve as a remarkable tonic, rivaling the light particles of the yellow ape. The efficiency of this consumption surpassed that of ordinary ingestion by several magnitudes. This revelation only strengthened Liu Yu's resolve to claim the Tyrant Bear as his own. Tyrant Bear, you are now mine. Luyu, with a lingering desire, gently licked the corner of his mouth. Noticing this action, the General Huang Yuan on the execution platform instinctively shrank his head. Before he could speak, silence, barked Marshal Sengoku. What in the world is that fiend of the 5 emperors? He even devoured that Tyrant Kuma's ultimate move in one gulp. How is this even possible? The Marines stationed in the Bay Square whispered in terror and unease. Xiaohe, can you discern what he has done? The candidate General Peach Rabbit Ji Yuan furrowed her brow. Even if it were the natural type wind fruit, it likely couldn't achieve such a feat. Sighed the Chief of Staff. Lieutenant General he. Fire, thunder, along with wind in the atmosphere, he is a veritable monster. Gritted Carp. Mr. Carp, what do you mean by that? Could it be that he possesses more than one ability? But fire. Isn't the natural type flame fruit the source of that fiery fist? Peach Rabbit Ji Yuan was taken aback repeatedly. His abilities remain a mystery. We must continue to observe. Lieutenant General, he said softly. In the midst of their conversation, the icy battlefield underwent a transformation as the clash between the Tyrant Kuma and Luyu continued. Kuma placed both palms on his waist, striking out in a manner reminiscent of a sumo wrestler, generating a series of small bear paw pressure cannons. These were incessantly fired at Luyu, each possessing the power to effortlessly shatter rock. Yet, upon striking Luyu, they felt as gentle as a breeze, failing to even momentarily disrupt his footing. As he faced the barrage of Kuma's pressure cannons, Chi Xiang advanced to within 10 meters of him. A blinding laser of golden light erupted from deep within Kuma's throat, shooting forth with great intensity. Luyu's right hand spread wide, fingers splayed like a fan. Brilliant golden lightning coalesced into armor, enveloping him. With a powerful extension of his fingers, he leaped into the air, striding directly into the path of the menacing laser. Ultimately, his right palm descended heavily upon the Tyrant Bear's head, forcefully pinning it against the icy surface. It is over. Now, even your most formidable abilities cannot be wielded with agility. You may as well lie there. Liu Yuping spoke calmly, as radiant golden sparks of electricity emanated from his hand. It was not a release, but rather an absorption. In an instant, the power supply within the mechanical Tyrant Bear was entirely consumed by Luyu. The Tyrant Bear's eyes darkened, rendering it completely immobile. The progress of the 7 Warlords' mission. 17. On to the next. Liu lifted his foot and kicked the Tyrant Bear onto the dragon head ship, speaking with a calm demeanor. His imposing stance left countless onlookers on the battlefield utterly astonished. In that moment, even the fierce were seen to pause in reverence. Truly, he is the man I have chosen. How extraordinarily handsome. The Empress Hancock cradled her delicate face in her hands, lost in admiration. Observing this, Hawkeye thought, is this woman truly an imbecile? Unbelievable. It is simply unfathomable. That is the Tyrant Bear, one of the 7 Warlords. Yet, in such a brief moment, he was defeated by that man? How could a member of the 7 Warlords, who stand alongside the Marines and the 4 Emperors as one of the 3 great powers, be so swiftly vanquished? Is this a testament to that man's terrifying strength? The 5th Emperor Luyu. He is indeed a being that surpasses even the strongest of creatures. Quickly, it is time to silence the doubts that plague the seas with the truth. The reporters and spectators in the live broadcast square of Sabati Archipelago erupted in astonished cries. Could it be that even the 7 Warlords are utterly powerless before him? Just how monstrous is that man? The strange monk Urki and the magician Hawkins exclaimed in unison. Ah, it is Brother Pedro. Not only him, but also Duke Inuarashi and Cat Viper, Sicilian Wanda, Gallet. Everyone, it's me. I'm Beepo. Can you hear me? Trafalgar Law's polar bear fur companion, Beepo, was leaping with excitement. Quiet down, Beepo. Trafalgar Law snapped, unable to bear it any longer. Only then did Beepo, who could not endure being scolded, finally settle down, his expression crestfallen. Meanwhile, on the other side, the gluttonous girl Jewelry Bonnie clenched her thumb tightly, blood streaming from her bite. Here we go again, the slaughterer Kid Kira exclaimed. This time it is. Hiss. The Mafia Lord Capone Beej involuntarily gasped. On the icy battlefield above, a frigid aura spread, causing the warriors of the Mink tribe to recoil in shock. Amidst the Marines' jubilant cheers, the second round of challengers appeared. Led by Admiral Akiji, accompanied by Vice Admiral Tsuru, and the elite rear admirals, including the Weasel, Fire Mountain, and Doberman, lined up in formation. Chapter 59, The Dragon Annihilation Technique, Thunderous Roar. Led by Admiral Akiji, 4 of the Navy headquarters' most elite rear admirals took the stage as challengers. This lineup was indeed splendid. First, as the highest combat force of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Akiji's strength is beyond question. Admirals are figures capable of standing on equal footing with the 4 emperors of the New World. The 4 rear admirals serving as a support are no mere trifles either. Vice Admiral Tsuru, having earned the nickname through the combination of color and animal even during his time as a rear admiral, evidently possesses exceptional strength. While he may not be an admiral, his power is nearly on par with one. Among the rear admirals, only the legendary hero garb from the previous era could surpass him. Aside from Tsuru, the other 3, Weasel, Fire Mountain, and Doberman, are all seasoned veterans of the Navy. Their strength ranking among the very best in the headquarters, only beneath Garb and the 2 vice admirals. In terms of overall strength, They could certainly match the core officers of the four emperors, such as the three calamities of Kaido, Big Mom's four commanders, and the top 5 captains of the Whitebeard pirates on this battlefield. The battles between admirals and the four emperors usually spell doom for any ordinary person caught in the fray. However, Tsuru and the others undoubtedly qualify to participate in this grand clash as support. Considering only myself, I suppose it may not suffice. So I brought a few helpers along, is that all right? Admiral Akiji maintained his usual languid demeanor. Before Liu could respond, haha, in that case, count me in too. 2 against 5 should be about right. The idle golden lion Shiki laughed heartily as he soared into the fray. In the next moment, Shiki's smile froze. This is my battlefield, Shiki. You'd best stay out of it. Liu cast a tranquil glance at Shurji. It was rare to encounter 5 targets from the task list. How could he allow others to partake? Haha, I understand. If you don't want me to interfere, then I shall refrain, he said. As the golden lion Shurji forced a smile and retreated in defeat. Old lion, this brings back memories from years gone by. Who would have thought that 40 years later, history would repeat itself? Whitebeard laughed heartily. Enough. Do not speak of the past. Shurji replied, his face twisted in discomfort. However, contemplating the prospect of witnessing Whitebeard's bewildered expression today brought him a sense of relief. In battle, Lord Liu remained as earnest as ever. Preventing Shurji from getting involved likely stemmed from an unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish his foes. The fully transformed Tyrant Bear is merely an appetizer. The true battle is only just commencing, Marco exclaimed with astonishment. Prepare to witness the genuine prowess of the man who defeated Kaido. The 7 warlords Doflamingo deftly manipulated the captain of the Buffalo 13th Division, Atmos, with his parasitic strings, standing triumphantly atop the buffalo's head, roaring with laughter. The stage was set for the highly anticipated royal battle. With the troublesome elements eliminated, it was time to commence. Liu's face broke into a wild smile. Brimming with combat spirit. We are numerous. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to take the initiative, the General Akiji remarked languidly. Although he appeared nonchalant on the surface, his inner vigilance was at its peak. His formidable observation haki radiated outward comprehensively. The 4 vice-admirals, Chibuta, Gozu, Daoboman, and Huashishin, stood ready. Fully aware of the gravity of facing the Sea Emperor. Since you have put it that way, I shall not hold back. Liu spoke, and as his words fell, his figure vanished without a trace. Even the observation haki could merely catch a fleeting glimpse of the golden arc of lightning. Kaji, his target is you. The expression of Admiral Akiji changed dramatically as he urgently called out a warning. In truth, it was unnecessary for Akiji to speak. Kaji, the vice-admiral, had already sensed the ominous shadow lurking in the depths of his being. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. With unwavering resolve, he utilized the iron block technique, enhancing it with advanced haki. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped. He then expanded this state outward, layering it further. In this condition, he could repel any attack directed at him. In terms of defensive prowess, even Kaido's Thunderbagwa would struggle to inflict any harm. This was truly an invulnerable form. To wield haki to such an extent was a testament to his capabilities as a vice-admiral. Then I shall also take this a bit more seriously. Liu Yu's voice resonated behind T-Pig Kaki, akin to a whisper from the Grim Reaper. Startled, Kaki's expression transformed dramatically. A formidable aura of advanced armed color surged forth, crafting an impenetrable defense around him. Golden arcs of electricity, exuding a destructive essence, erupted from Liu Yu's being, coalescing upon his fist. The Dragon Slayer's ultimate technique, thunderous roar. A thunderous clap reverberated through the heavens and the earth, an unending cacophony. The essence of the thunderous Dragon Slayer magic exploded upon Kaki, enveloping both Liu Yu and Kaki in an unparalleled brilliance of golden lightning. The scattering golden arcs detonated upon the icy surface, creating vast craters. Kaki, how infuriating. It's utterly impossible to approach him. Such terrifying electric shocks, could he truly be a user of the natural lightning fruit? The expressions of the 3 vice-admirals, Squirrel, Doberman, and Fire Mountain, shifted dramatically, their faces etched with astonishment. Before the might of the thunderous Dragon Slayer, they found themselves unable even to draw near. Admiral Akiji intertwined his hands and, in a sudden motion, unleashed 2 beams of frigid air, aiming to encase the resplendent sphere of golden lightning and the 2 individuals within it in ice. However, before his chilling assault could fully manifest, the searing heat and devastating force from the lightning obliterated his icy breath into nothingness. Indeed, this is futile, Admiral Akiji mused, his brow furrowed deeply. Before he could make another move, the highly compressed golden lightning sphere abruptly expanded and then detonated with a resounding roar. A charred, smoking figure, accompanied by a cascade of golden arcs, was hurled through the air. It was none other than the renowned defensive powerhouse, Vice-Admiral Kaki. Under the onslaught of the thunderous might that Liu Yu had amassed within himself, even Kaki's formidable shell-like defense was pierced through layer by layer. Mission progress. Defeat the Marine Headquarters Vice-Admiral, 710. Truly, the position of Admiral candidate was not easily attained. Liu Yu solemnly remarked, Admiral Akiji. The Marine led by Admiral Sengoku, and the pirates under Whitebeard. It's quite astonishing that even a mere candidate admiral was defeated with a single blow. Is this truly no easy feat? Chapter 60, The Demon and the Iron Divine Sword. With just one strike, the formidable T-Pig, boasting power nearly equivalent to that of an admiral and defense surpassing even that of Admiral Kizaru, was vanquished. His body charred and smoking. He lay scorched by a terrifying lightning force, devoid of consciousness, clinging to the last remnants of life. What sheer horror this entails. While Luyu's prior act of swallowing the impact bear pod to dispatch the warlord Bartholomew Kuma was indeed shocking, the instantaneous defeat of T-Pig is tenfold more astonishing. The impact from Kuma may have been a dud, as the warlord himself was entirely modified, devoid of independent thought, and merely acting on instinct and system commands. Thus, his strength was utterly diminished, making his defeat by the Sea Emperor unsurprising. However, the candidate Admiral T-Pig, at the pinnacle of his prowess, utilizing haki and possessing a significantly superior defense to that of Admiral Kizaru, fell in an instant. This outcome exceeded all expectations. Even the sagacious Sengoku and the chief strategist, Vice Admiral Tsuru, were caught off guard. Cursed be that lightning, it even penetrated T-Pig's armed haki armor. How terrifying must it be? On the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku's countenance was grim. One thing is certain, such mastery over lightning can only belong to a Logia-type devil fruit user, specifically the Thunder fruit. Vice Admiral Tsuru ascended the platform. Thunder, what then was the wind earlier? And what of the raging flames that ignited on the coast prior? Vice Admiral Guion, also a candidate admiral, gasped in shock upon witnessing the tragic demise of T-Pig. Her heart harbored no trace of contempt for Luyu any longer. Though reluctant to admit it, T-Pig's strength indeed surpassed hers, particularly in defense. Yet, he was still annihilated. If it were she in his place. Guion shook her head repeatedly, unable to fathom the horrifying image of being scorched by lightning. She must never allow herself to be in close proximity. Lightning and flames. Either possesses the most ferocious attacking power. It seems that even Kazan will not have an easy time this round. Hero Carp remarked, it's unavoidable. Kazan's ice is inherently countered. Nevertheless, even if he ultimately falters, it won TB without a struggle. Originally, Vice Admiral Tsuru cast a sidelong glance at Admiral Kizaru, who was hiding behind her. Sister Tsuru, please don't look at me. Whether it be Shiki the Golden Lion or Whitebeard, I am not keen on confronting that monster again. I would be devoured. Admiral Kizaru replied earnestly, Devour? Do you believe I would not eat you right now? Admiral Sengoku shot a glare at Kizaru. Carp, Tsuru, and Guion had already thoroughly reviewed and analyzed Kizaru's report on the events at Sabaody. They were not deceived by Kizaru's mention of devouring. After all, he was perfectly intact, without any missing limbs. While the upper echelons of the Marines, including Admiral Sengoku, deliberated and discussed, the battlefield remained abuzz with shock and uproar over T-Pig's swift defeat. Yet, the battle for the throne on the icy battlefield was far from idle. Even after witnessing T-Pig's downfall, Admiral Akiji and the three elite vice admirals remained undeterred in their fighting spirit. They understood the value of time. Liu had previously unleashed his full power to defeat the Thunderpig. At this moment, with his strength still not replenished, he was undoubtedly in a state of vulnerability. This presented the perfect opportunity for an assault, one that must not be squandered, as it was forged by the sacrifices of his comrades. This inference was not only reasonable but also accurate. In order to penetrate the formidable defenses of the Thunderpig, Liu had indeed exhausted the electrical energy he had accumulated within him. Currently, he could only resort to basic electric attacks, as the Dragon Annihilation technique required time to cool down. However, they had not anticipated, nor could they imagine, that Liu possessed 5 distinct forms of dragon power, akin to having 5 different reservoirs of elemental strength within him. With the electrical energy still recuperating, he decided to employ his other powers in the meantime. With a swift motion, 3 glimmering blades of icy light flashed forth. The elite generals from the 3 main divisions, Squirrel, Fire Mountain, and Dauberman, boldly engaged. The gleaming blades were stained with a hue of armed color, dark as ink, while a layer of imposing aura flowed like water along the edges. Simultaneously, their figures flickered with sudden intensity. Their feet struck the icy surface repeatedly, executing the 6-style shave technique with a speed rivaling that of Lucci. In the blink of an eye, the 3 generals stood before Luyu. The scarred-faced General Dauberman slashed towards Luyu's waist, while Fire Mountain's concentrated thrust aimed directly at Luyu's heart. As for General Squirrel, his large blade surged straight towards Luyu's face. Being seasoned elite generals, they were well aware of where to strike for maximum impact. In the face of the ferocious assault from the 3 generals, Liu prepared to respond. Liu remained unflinching and resolute. The blade of the Doberman sliced through his suit, sparking a dazzling flare. The tip of the Fire Mountain's dagger struck down with a light ding, failing to penetrate even a fraction. As for the Major General's mighty blade, it was now clamped firmly between Luyu's teeth. How could this be possible? Just how resilient was this man's physique? Our assaults could not even breach his defenses. The expressions of Doberman, Fire Mountain, and the Major General changed dramatically. With their mastery of the sword and the fluid, outward, entwined essence of their martial prowess, they could effortlessly sever steel. Yet, they could not penetrate Luyu's flesh and blood. Retreat, barked the General Akiji, jolting the trio back to their senses. Without hesitation, Doberman and Fire Mountain withdrew swiftly. However, the Major General found himself unable to escape immediately, his blade ensnared by Lu Yu's grip. In the next instant, a sound that sent shivers through the Major General's being echoed, a sickening crunch. The formidable blade he had painstakingly forged with armed color over the years shattered into pieces with a crack. Lu Yu chewed twice, then swallowed in one gulp amidst the bewildered expression of the general. What a fine blade it is. Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement, a grin spreading across his face. A monster. A beast that devours blades. An ice coffin. The Admiral Akiji forcefully slammed both hands down onto the ground. A frigid tempest surged forth from the icy surface, coalescing into an ice coffin that ensnared Lu Yu entirely within its frozen grasp. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The Admiral Akiji struck again, enveloping him in a second layer of ice, soon followed by a third. Seizing this moment, Daoberman and Huashishin each took hold of a side, retreating with the dazed squirrel. Huashishin and Daoberman, truly, they were monsters. He not only severed my blade but consumed it as well. The squirrel exclaimed in agitation. Was it not evident that such deeds belonged to the realm of monsters? Daoberman clenched his jaw tightly. What a pity. Huashishin glanced at his beloved blade, fully prepared for the possibility of its ultimate sacrifice. In an instant, before the onlookers could fully grasp the shock of Lu Yu shattering and devouring the exquisite blade, the battlefield was again filled with the distinct sound of cracking. Crisscrossing fissures appeared upon the surface of the 9-layered ice coffin created by Admiral Akiji at its very core. Lu Yu smiled faintly. The strength derived from the exquisite great knife converged upon his right arm. A brilliant radiance of blade light subsequently erupted. The Iron Dragon Annihilation's profound essence, the demonic Iron Divine Sword. Chapter 61, The Legend of the Sword Path, the Iron Dragon Annihilation. The demonic Iron Divine Sword. Within the 9-fold ice coffin, Lu Yu grinned broadly, raising his right hand like a sword. With his motion, the colossal 9-layer water coffin trembled violently. A massive fissure, spanning several dozen meters, formed as a result, causing Admiral Akiji's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. In the next moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Lu Yu's right arm, straight as a sword, suddenly gleamed with brilliance, as though it had truly transformed into a blade. The resplendent light of the sword burst forth, leaving deep and profound marks upon the immense 9-layered ice coffin at a certain moment. The sword light on Lu Yu's arm suddenly surged, transforming into a colossal 40-meter sword that soared towards the heavens. With a fierce swing of his raised arm, the immense blade descended, cleaving through the air. The ice, as hard as rock, crumbled beneath the might of the Iron Goddess Sword energy, as if it were made of mere paper. The 9-layered ice coffin was effortlessly split apart by the radiance of the Iron Goddess Sword. Simultaneously, the entire icy battlefield was severed, with a terrifying fissure extending from Lu Yu's position, stretching 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, ultimately reaching 1,000 meters into the naval plaza. This left a profound scar upon the ground. What kind of technique is this? A strike that spans 1,000 meters. Could this creature truly be a master swordsman? What a jest. He doesn't even wield a blade. Witnessing this astonishing scene, even those caught in its wake could not help but cry out in shock. This is not right. Bogard, the Vice Admiral under Carp, suddenly exclaimed, his squinted eyes shining brightly as if he had witnessed the most incredible sight in existence. He bore no sword, yet the sword resided within his heart. Another shocked swordsman of the Navy murmured, his hand and body embodying the sharpness of the finest blade. Could this be one of the supreme swordsmanship realms described in ancient texts? On the execution platform, the esteemed swordsman and candidate admiral, Peach Rabbit, appeared nearly dazed. What did you say? Captain Bista, Lu Yu is indeed a swordsman of unparalleled caliber, surpassing even you. The White Regiment pirates, locked in fierce battle with the Navy, were left in awe. There could be no mistake. This was the legendary realm of winning without a sword. I witnessed it myself 2 months prior on that island. Bista, the flower sword, spoke with solemn conviction, leaving the surrounding pirates and marines momentarily stunned. Haha, who would have thought that the captain was a grand swordsman? Truly, it is beyond appearances. The Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily. Kerala, how many more surprises does Lu Yu hold? Perhaps today we'll unveil them all. Whitebeard chuckled as well. Old Ray, is Lu Yu truly a grand swordsman? The skeptical Shaki inquired. The possibility is quite high, yet Rayleigh frowned in contemplation. Fufufu. Hey, Mihawk. Aren't you the world's greatest swordsman? What do you make of that monster-esque technique? The warlord Dakihote Doflamingo, now acting as a reporter, inquired. However, for Doflamingo's interview, Mihawk remained indifferent. At this moment, his sharp, piercing gaze was fixated on Lu Yu's right arm, locking onto the brilliance of the Iron Goddess Sword. A fierce flame of battle intent ignited deep within his keen eyes. Previously, he held little interest in Lu Yu, merely observing the spectacle. However, this was no longer the case. After witnessing Lu Yu embody the legendary realm of becoming one with the sword, how could the world's foremost swordsman remain unmoved? A lifetime devoted to swordsmanship, he yearned for a formidable opponent. Now, a legend had materialized before him. Clang. Without any visible movement from Mihawk, a resounding sound of unsheathing blades echoed. The ground beneath him fractured, the crack smooth as a mirror, as if cleaved by a sword. Even Mihawk exhibited such a profound reaction. It appears that this enigmatic creature truly is a genuine grand swordsman. The Navy and pirates alike gasped in astonishment, sensing the shift in Mihawk's aura. At this moment, The battlefield resonated with the awe of those witnessing the prowess of swordsmen and grand swordsmen alike. Liu was momentarily at a loss for words, his expression slightly peculiar. Within, he felt no turmoil. In fact, there was a hint of amusement. Possessing the Dragon Slayer magic of iron, he was, in essence, the finest weapon himself. Transforming his arm into weaponry akin to swords was merely a fundamental skill. The formidable strength of his previous strike was a result of invoking the profound essence of the Dragon Slayer of iron. Moreover, the dazzling brilliance perceived as sword light was merely a special effect of the Iron Divine Sword. However, he decided to let it be. As long as they were content, he would allow them their thoughts. Liu, lacking the patience to elucidate his intentions, slowly raised his right hand, enveloped in the radiance of the Iron God Sword. The blade was poised directly at the trio of lieutenant generals. The three, perceiving Liu as a grand swordsman who had attained an unprecedented realm, were taken aback. Their expressions shifting dramatically. Without hesitation, they dispersed in three separate directions, thus avoiding a simultaneous defeat. However, despite their awareness of the overwhelming strength of their adversary, they refused to retreat in cowardice. It was their duty as lieutenant generals of justice to stand firm. Furthermore, as swordsmen, they yearned to engage in a direct confrontation with the legendary grand swordsman, renowned for his prowess in wielding a sword without the need for a blade. In light of this, the general, Akiji, abandoned his languid demeanor, exhaled softly, and conjured an icy longsword in his grasp, with formidable advanced haki enveloping it. Its hardness rivaled that of a formidable blade. The tension escalated as the clash of swords commenced, for all were eager to witness the might of his iron godsword. Liu chose to acquiesce to their demands, meeting the blades of General Akiji and his three companions directly with the iron godsword. The sound of metal clashing rang out in a series of crisp, resounding strikes. A dazzling swordsmanship battle erupted. Under the interference of General Akiji, even Liu found it impossible to replicate the ease with which he had once defeated Bista with a single strike against the three major vice-admirals. The prolonged activation of the dragon-slaying secret art had taken a significant toll on his iron dragon power, causing the sword radiance on his right arm to gradually dim. However, after a series of jarring sounds that made one cringe, the radiance of Liu's iron godsword flared back to life. In contrast, Vice-Admiral Weasel's longsword had been reduced to a mere dagger, now significantly shortened. The high-intensity clash of rapid sword strikes, barely perceivable through blurred afterimages, continued for 5 minutes. The beloved swords of Weasel, Shoshan, and Doberman were now nothing but hilts. Thank you for the hospitality. Liu expressed his gratitude after consuming the three formidable blades. The brilliance on his right arm suddenly erupted with an intensity even greater than before. Ice Fortress. General Akiji's eyelids twitched violently as he forcefully clapped his hands down. The icy surface trembled, and a massive ice fortress rose up from the ground, shielding himself and the three major vice-admirals. Meanwhile, Liu's 40-meter iron divine sword sliced horizontally from right to left. The icy fortress of Admiral Akiji shattered with a resounding crash, not merely severed but utterly obliterated. Within the fortress, Admiral Akiji remained unscathed, protected by his natural elemental abilities. However, the three admirals could not boast the same fortune. Their dual defenses of iron and haki were breached, and they were sent flying hundreds of meters by the might of the iron divine sword. The sky rained down 3 streams of hot blood. The 3 elite admirals of the Navy headquarters were defeated. Defeating the top 10 elite admirals of the Navy headquarters grants a reward: Dragon Slayer Magic Level 10. Dragon Power 20, Dragon Power Level 110. Notification: would you like to consume 100 levels of Dragon Power to activate the new Dragon King mode? Yes. Activating Thunder Dragon King mode. Chapter 62. Thunder Dragon King mode. A rumble echoed. The previously clear sky, devoid of clouds, was suddenly shrouded in darkness. Heavy, pitch-black clouds appeared as if conjured from thin air, descending upon the Navy headquarters and exuding an aura of devastation. It was the sky resonating with the Thunder Dragon King. Liu. Following the previous floating island event, the awakening of dragon power surpassed 100% once more. The order of ascension was already predetermined. Following the Fire Dragon King mode, the Thunder Dragon King mode was activated. At this moment, as dragon power fused with Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, an upgrade commenced. Within Liu, astonishing transformations were also taking place. The muffled rumble of thunder resonated within him, deafening in its intensity. Resplendent golden lightning surged ceaselessly through his veins. Within Liu's body, the reservoir of power representing the Dragon Slayer magic of lightning overflowed instantaneously. As the force of the dragon surged, the lightning pool swelled dramatically, rapidly expanding to rival the vastness of the sky, ultimately reaching a size comparable to that of the Dragon Slayer magic lake. Both its attack potency and output power multiplied exponentially. This heralds the emergence of the new Lightning Dragon King mode. Host: Liu Fire Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100, Flame Dragon King Mode Sky Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100, Mastery Achieved Iron Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100, Mastery Achieved Lightning Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100, Transitioning to Lightning Dragon King Mode White Dragon Slayer Magic Level 70, Integrated Understanding Dragon Force Level 10 Skills, Telepathic Magic, Instantaneous Movement, History of the Undead, SSS, Quests, Captivate the 3 Unparalleled Beauties of the Pirate World, Incomplete. Rewards unknown. Captivate the top 10 beauties of the pirate world, incomplete. Rewards unknown. Gather 4 pieces of historical markers, incomplete. Rewards unknown. Collect 20 pieces of historical manuscripts, incomplete. Rewards unknown. Educate 10 supernovas, incomplete. Rewards unknown. Subdue 5 imperial subordinates, incomplete. Rewards unknown. Subdue 10 imperial officials, incomplete. Rewards unknown. Eliminate 10 celestial dragons, incomplete. Rewards unknown. Defeat the 3 marine admirals, incomplete. Rewards unknown. Overcome the marine fleet admiral, incomplete. Rewards unknown. Defeat the marine hero, Garp, incomplete. Rewards unknown. Vanquish the 7 warlords of the sea, incomplete. Rewards unknown. With a wave, the system panel dissipated. Liu involuntarily curved his lips into a delightful smile. A month prior, on the floating island of Golden Lion Shiki, he had activated the Inferno Dragon King mode. In the subsequent week, Xiang had been endeavoring to merge this mode with the Thunder Dragon's annihilation magic. However, the once harmonious elements of fire and thunder now seemed to rebel against his will. The lightning, when infused into the Inferno Dragon King mode, was swiftly consumed by the flames. Yet, the conventional annihilation magic of fire still melded seamlessly to invoke the Thunder Flame Dragon. The underlying reason for this was evident to Lu Yu. It stemmed from an imbalance of power. The might of the Inferno Dragon King mode overshadowed that of the ordinary Thunder Dragon's annihilation magic. Nevertheless, the situation had now changed. Even without direct experimentation, Liu was certain that the lightning at the level of the Thunder Dragon King would surely harmonize perfectly with the flames of the Inferno Dragon King mode. The long-anticipated Thunderflame Dragon King mode was on the verge of manifestation. With this thought, Liu's smile deepened. As he clenched his fist, thunder rumbled across the heavens. As if a multitude of storms celebrated the birth of the Thunder Dragon King, lightning illuminated the heavy clouds, exuding a devastating aura that sent shivers throughout the naval headquarters battlefield. Was this abnormal tempest of lightning conjured by him? On the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku cried out in terror. What did he intend to do with this thunderous power? The expression of Tantada's princess, Momonosuke, turned pale. Sengoku, let us end this trial here. Allow me to take over from this point. That man's lightning must not strike down. The legendary hero, Garp, clenched his iron fist, prepared to act at any moment. However, at that moment, Liu casually waved his hand towards the distant icy battlefield. Instantly, the oppressive clouds that had blanketed the sky dissipated into thin air, ceasing to exist. The fear that had loomed over the Navy and pirates alike began to lift, allowing a collective sigh of relief to escape their lips. What do you truly mean? Admiral Akiji fixed his unwavering gaze upon Lu Yu, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Previously, despite recognizing Lu Yu's strength, Akiji had possessed the confidence to engage him in a reciprocal battle. Yet now, as the foremost combatant of the Navy, doubt crept into Akiji's mind. Only as an opponent, standing before Lu Yu, could he perceive the significant enhancement in Lu Yu's prowess. Even he, with a moment's lapse in caution, might find himself swiftly defeated by Lu Yu's hand. Do not be so tense, Akiji. Since you have shown some favor towards my Robin, I shall not strike too harshly. Lu Yu smiled. Nico Robin, the Admiral Akiji, fell into silence. At this very moment, he could not help but once again question whether his previous decisions to spare Robin were indeed right or wrong. During the events of Eni's lobby, he had thought that there was no longer a need to monitor Robin, as she had found her rightful place. The Straw Hat Pirates were also individuals he held in high regard. He was well aware that they would never entertain the idea of wielding ancient weapons. Yet, what about Lu Yu? Did he still have the leisure to ponder such matters? Lu Yu's calm and indifferent voice roused Admiral Akiji from his reverie. With a mere wave of his hand, a resounding and piercing bird call erupted. A magnificent avian figure, entirely sculpted from ice, soared forth from Akiji's grasp. Upon colliding with Lu Yu's fire dragon, the two elemental forces clashed, generating a tumultuous spectacle of steam as fire and ice grappled with one another. Before the steam could even rise, it was swiftly crystallized into ice under Akiji's frigid aura. Fire and ice, a battle of destiny indeed. Liu smiled broadly. Although he had already attained the Thunder Dragon King mode, he did not intend to utilize it in his battle against Admiral Akiji. As for the higher echelon of Thunderflame Dragon King, that would be utterly unfair. This confrontation with Admiral Akiji, Liu intends to confront with the power of flames, fire and ice. This is a fateful duel, akin to the legendary clash between Natsu and Gray in the world of fairy tale. Come, Akiji. Let us engage in a battle to the fullest. Liu's wild roar echoed, flames engulfing him, melting the ice beneath his feet. As you desire. Admiral Akiji took a deep breath, dismissing all distractions, fully concentrating on the battle before him. The piercing chill spread outward, causing the melted ice to refreeze. Ice shards surged towards Akiji's beak as he leapt high into the air. The powers of his Logia-type ice fruit were unleashed to their utmost limit, conjuring a colossal bird, measuring dozens of meters in size, that surged forth to launch a surprise attack on the icy expanse below. Liu stood firm, unflinching, as flames danced in both of his hands. Subsequently, an even greater conflagration spiraled around his arms, merging seamlessly into the fiery display. Liu was struck by a sudden inspiration, akin to a tyrant capable of creating a bear's impact. He brought his hands together. The fireball, which should have been infinitely expanding, was now undergoing an intense reverse compression. In the blink of an eye, Liu spread his palm, revealing a flame lotus that could hardly be deemed exquisite. I have long desired to test this technique. Prepare yourself, Buddha, wrathful fire lotus. Chapter 63. Let the warm-up conclude here. The flame lotus, not particularly intricate in design, floated gently from Lu Yu's palm, ascending into the air. In comparison to the grandiose, soaring ice bird with wings spanning dozens of meters, the lotus flower crafted by Lu Yu, in stark contrast, appeared rather unremarkable. However, upon its emergence, the formidable warriors on the battlefield, including Sengoku at the execution platform, Carp, Whitebeard aboard the whale ship, and others, could not help but change their expressions. Their advanced observation haki enabled them to distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within that seemingly inconspicuous flame lotus. Even the void itself began to collapse under the immense pressure of the condensed fiery energy. At last, under the gaze of countless spectators, the fury of Lu Yu's Buddha unleashed its wrath upon Admiral Akiji's formidable ice, resulting in a blinding flash of light, more radiant than the blazing sun above, capturing the gaze of all present on the battlefield. This was swiftly followed by a terrifying explosion, as if the skies had erupted into the grandest fireworks display in history. Rings of flame expanded outward, causing the atmosphere to ripple in waves. The battlefield was enveloped in a thick haze, a manifestation of steam rising from ice vaporized by the inferno, saturating the surroundings. Those caught within, be they elite pirates of the White Regiment or esteemed naval officers, were consumed by anguished cries. Why are you hesitating? Fall back quickly, commanded Smoker, the natural smoke fruit user, as vast clouds of smoke enveloped him, shielding his comrades from the searing steam and buying them precious time to retreat. What is the situation? Tina, a beautiful naval colonel with flowing pink hair, expressed her deep concern. It will be fine. After all, it is Admiral Kazan, asserted the bespectacled Dashki, clenching her small pink fist to bolster her confidence. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the scalding steam. Look, it's Admiral Kazan, the soldiers exclaimed, their spirits lifted. Yet, in the next moment, their smiles faded. For the sight of Admiral Akiji before them was far from reassuring. His naval uniform was tattered beyond recognition, resembling that of a beggar on the street. His exposed skin bore evident burn marks, and his face was as dark as charred iron. His once curly hair now appeared even more disheveled, emitting a burnt odor. Caught at the epicenter of the explosive Buddha's fury, even a natural-type admiral could not emerge unscathed. Yet, despite his injuries, Admiral Akiji's eyes remained clear, and his aura was still robust. As he ascended, he raised his hands high above his head in a gesture of defiance. A frigid sphere of ice began to take shape in his grasp. Ice block thorn, he bellowed, as the ice sphere began to spin violently. One by one, frozen spears erupted from within, piercing through the heart of the steam. The sphere, hundreds of meters in diameter, abruptly solidified. In the next heartbeat, a searing dragon of fire roared across the heavens, sweeping in all directions. Amidst the horrified cries of the soldiers, the dragon's roar consumed Admiral Akiji and his icy sphere, evaporating them in an instant. Yet, some fragments of ice plummeted onto the frozen surface, reshaping themselves in the blink of an eye. Oh, truly worthy of the Emperor of the Sea, exclaimed Admiral Akiji. You are not weak either. Liu smiled and spoke, dispersing the pervasive humidity with a mere wave of his hand. The formidable Admiral Akiji looked up, sensing an impending downpour. As his words hung in the air, a torrential rain suddenly cascaded down. The vast amounts of vapor that had previously evaporated condensed upon encountering the chill, giving rise to this deluge that enveloped only 100 meters in radius. But what of it? Liu raised an eyebrow. The torrential rain evaporated upon reaching a 10-meter radius around him due to the intense heat. The spot where Lu Yu stood resembled a pristine oasis. In that moment, Admiral Akiji lifted his hand. The relentless downpour of rain abruptly halted. Subsequently, influenced by the frigid air, countless raindrops transitioned from liquid to solid. They solidified and transformed, ultimately becoming slender ice needles. Ice block, hail needle, Admiral Akiji spoke calmly. The endless ice needles shifted, forming a united front. This technique bears an intriguing name. In that case, Lu Yu chuckled softly as the flames spread from beneath his feet, transforming into a colossal vortex of fire. In swift succession, countless flames surged forth from the whirlpool, converging in the palm of his outstretched right hand to form a sphere of fire, initially no larger than a basketball. The fiery orb expanded exponentially within the briefest of breaths, soon evolving into an immense sphere with a diameter of several tens of meters. The Flame Emperor. Liu unceremoniously appropriated Ace's ultimate move. Boom. The Admiral Akiji's hail of rain pear blossoms clashed with Lu Yu's Flame Emperor. The searing heat and the frigid cold each claimed half of the sky. The spectacle was truly terrifying. What manner of creature possesses such abilities? The might of this flame rivals that of the earlier thunder. On the execution platform, Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Could it be that there exists another Mara no Mi in this world? Carp glanced sideways at Ace, who timidly shrank his head, thinking to himself, please don't look at me, old man. My Mara no Mi pales in comparison to that individual. Compared to him, my flames seem almost counterfeit. Haha. Truly worthy of being the captain I admire. This power is simply unparalleled. The golden lion Shiki laughed heartily, though a wave of trepidation washed over him as he recalled the time Lu Yu fought against him, employing only the gentlest power of the sky. Had he unleashed flames, he would have been reduced to nothing but ash. Flames, thunder, storms. Could that man have consumed a logia fruit that embodies all natural powers? Rayleigh's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this be? Is it conceivable that such a fruit exists in this world? Shuki shook her head. The sea is vast, Shuki. Anything is possible. Whitebeard laughed heartily, not entirely dismissing Rayleigh's conjecture. Kekiki, that man is not one to be judged by common sense. After all, he is a god capable of manipulating even the dead. Shiki mused, as the crowd marveled. The clash between the hail of rain pear blossoms and the flame emperor drew to a close. The ice and fire that had occupied half the sky dissipated, alternating between cold and heat, causing chaos in the heavens and the earth. Lu Yu and the Grand General Akiji exchanged glances from a distance of 100 meters. Let the warm-up end here, Akiji. Lu Yu spoke calmly, yet the dominance in his words could not be concealed. The warriors on the battlefield trembled in response. A warm-up? You mean to say that the previous battle, which nearly altered the weather, was merely a warm-up? What, then, would a serious confrontation entail? The inner doubts of the people were soon to be resolved. Chapter 64. Lu Yu versus Akiji. The General Akiji inhaled deeply and nodded, his expression bearing an unprecedented gravity. He was preparing to unleash his ultimate trump card. Akiji slowly crouched down, his hand resting upon the icy surface. With a thunderous sound, the vast expanse of the bay's ice trembled. Behind General Akiji, a jagged block of ice abruptly surged forth. Interesting. If that is the case, I shall also engage earnestly. The Flame Dragon King mode has been active for quite some time, yet I have yet to achieve any tangible results. Lu Yu broke into a grin, turning his gaze towards the whale ship several hundred meters away. Whitebeard, hurry and call your men aboard or ashore. Lu Yu reminded them. At the bow of the whale ship, Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he raised his right hand. All hands aboard. This was the captain's command. Without hesitation, Whitebeard acted decisively. He did not question Lu Yu's warning, nor did he waver for a moment. He immediately issued the captain's order. This exemplified his absolute trust in Lu Yu. All crew, aboard. Do not linger on the ice. This is a command from the old man. Marco, Jozu, and the other captains relayed the captain's orders in succession. In a pirate crew, the captain's orders are to be obeyed unconditionally. Thus, the members of the Whitebeard pirates hastily abandoned their respective opponents and returned to the whale ship. Seeing this, the Navy personnel prepared to pursue. However, soldiers throughout the bay waved red flags, signaling a retreat, indicating the commencement of a particular operation. It seemed that Mr. Sengoku had anticipated this. Though one could not discern his intentions, he could utilize his fire to thoroughly eliminate the obstacles on the ice. In a certain part of the bay, the long-absent Admiral Akaina proudly stroked his buzzcut. Sengoku, are you planning? Yet with that flying lion present, this operation was unlikely to succeed. On the execution platform, Vice Admiral Tsuru wore a worried expression. I know, but we must at least give it a try. When Kazan and that monster clash, we will make our move. There must be some gain. What are you all trying to do? Ace demanded. Carp's iron fist fell, leaving a large bump on Ace's head. This is none of your concern, Carp replied. Damn old man. Ace grimaced, tears streaming from the pain. At this moment, while the entire battlefield was captivated by the clash between the ice-encased Kazan and Lu Yu, few noticed a group of unexpected guests arriving in the sky above the battlefield. More precisely, atop the tsunami created by Kazan's ice age, a crew led by the pirate monkey D, Luffy, former warlord Crocodile, the fishman Jinbei, the Okama king Ivankov, and the clown Buggy had arrived on a warship. For days prior, the legendary Shiki the Golden Lion had hurled a small island at impelled down, causing great chaos. Seizing the opportunity amidst this disorder, Luffy, who had been hiding on the island, infiltrated the prison, joining forces with Buggy to launch a spectacular escape operation. Having initially grasped the basics of hockey, Luffy was slightly stronger than in the original timeline. However, this minor enhancement did not significantly alter the larger scenario. Ultimately, he was swept along by the current to this location, where he was frozen by Admiral Kazan hundreds of meters in the air, unable to move. At this moment, atop the tsunami ice wall, Luffy, Buggy, Jinbei, Ivankov, and Crocodile sat in a row, their eyes fixed intently on the battlefield, their faces etched with shock and awe. The fifth Emperor of the Sea, Lu Yu, is indeed deserving of the title. Jinbei exclaimed. Who would have imagined such a monster would emerge while I was imprisoned and impelled down for these past years? But Ivankov interjected, shifting the subject. To commit such egregious acts against my comrades, even if he is one of the emperors, Stay calm, Ivankov. You saw him take down Mr. Kuma with a single strike. And those formidable navy forces, and that Admiral Kazan. The Sea Emperor is extremely dangerous. We absolutely must not provoke him. A chorus of high-heeled, strikingly dressed Okama urged in unison. I would never provoke him. Only an idiot would do such a thing, haha. Ivankov retorted, striking a pose akin to a rooster standing on one leg. How foolish. Crocodile scoffed. What did you say, Crocodile boy? Ivankov threatened, narrowing his eyes. Humph. Crocodile's face darkened, choosing not to respond further. At that moment, seated cross-legged, Luffy's eyes lit up in excitement. What a magnificent giant! Boom! The ground trembled, under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers. A giant made entirely of ice rose from behind Admiral Kazan. This was Kuzan's ultimate technique, a deep blue frost giant, compressed by extreme cold, its hardness rivaling that of steel. Standing 20 meters tall was not its limit. However, the size of the frost giant did not equate to greater strength. The larger the form, the more dispersed the haki, resulting in diminished power and defense. The 20-meter frost giant was perfectly manageable for Admiral Kazan, striking an optimal balance between agility, offense, and defense. Come forth. Admiral Kazan leaped into the giant's forehead. The once lifeless eyes of the frost giant suddenly blazed with life, and the massive sword it wielded danced with fierce winds. This is becoming increasingly interesting. The smile on Liu Yu's lips grew increasingly pronounced. Even he was unaware that Admiral Akiji possessed the ability to pilot a Gundam. However, upon reflection, it seemed plausible. After all, the charging device from Sky Island was operated by the Thunder God Gundam. Furthermore, the Lord of Gold City, Tazaro, could command the Golden Gundam. It stands to reason that Akiji could pilot an Ice Giant Gundam. Similarly, Admiral Akaina could wield a Magma Giant. Ace was too weak to be considered. And now, there was that lecherous figure behind Ace, Kizaru. A person? With this thought, Liu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that most of the people on the icy surface had already retreated. Thus, it was time for me to commence as well. Liu broke into a grin. A colossal vortex of golden-red flames once again surged forth from beneath his feet, accompanied by a resounding rip. Liu raised his hand and tore away the tattered remnants of his suit, unveiling a physique marked by well-defined muscle contours. While only Robin and the Empress were captivated by his form, their eyes sparkling with admiration, the gazes of others on the battlefield were drawn instead to the intricate tattoos adorning his skin. More precisely, it was the dragon scales that captured their attention. As these scales emerged, a magnificent dragon began to illuminate from the base of his spine, culminating in a vivid silhouette at the center of his back. The fiery dragon's wings suddenly unfurled, extending outward and further materializing. The air crackled with intensity as a tempest brewed around them. The broad dragon wings of Liu unfurled, casting a shadow that eclipsed the sun. Unlike the previous flame constructs, these were substantial and truly existent dragon wings. This marked the activation of Liu Yu's Flame Dragon King mode. It was not merely an enhancement of power. He could descend upon the world in a draconic form. Flame Dragon King mode, fully unleashed. A dazzling golden red blaze engulfed the surroundings, radiating a brilliant light. The terrifying heat spread, causing the temperature in the air to soar by dozens of degrees. On the battlefield of the frozen bay, once encased by Admiral Akiji's icy rain, the ice began to melt, crumble, and subsequently boil under the infernal heat of the Flame Dragon King. Red and blue colors divided the heavens and the earth. Let the battle commence. Chapter 65, The Collapse of the Flame Dragon King's Fist. The frost giant, constructed from extreme cold, advanced with earth-shaking steps. The boiling sea refroze beneath its feet. Even the most ordinary flames could not escape the awakening-level freezing aura of Admiral Akiji. However, the flames burning at the Navy headquarters were no ordinary flames. The golden red fire, infused with brilliance, was the fierce flame of the Flame Dragon King. Even Akiji's awakened ice abilities could not extinguish it. Although the deep blue breath of extreme cold occasionally froze the golden red flames, they quickly flickered back to life, releasing horrific heat that dispelled the chill. If the awakened deep blue ice struggled against the flames, one could only imagine the fate of ordinary ice blocks formed from seawater. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates finally understood why Liu had ordered them to retreat to their ships. Under the purgatorial heat of the Flame Dragon King, the ice surface, measuring dozens to hundreds of meters, was already collapsing, melting, and boiling. In no time, the boiling seawater would rise to over a person's height. Those who remained would find themselves either drowned or scalded. What an overwhelming temperature. Terrifying. Indeed, it was utterly fearsome. Was this truly the extent of Liu Yu's power? The Whitebeard pirates, including the division captains, cried out in astonishment. It's so hot. I'm going to die from the heat. Oh. The sail of the second ship is on fire. The deck of the third ship is ablaze. Hurry, extinguish the flames. Chaos erupted aboard the Smile Whale. Ha. I'll take my leave first. The Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily, waving his hand. The Dragon Head ship, carrying Robin, Rayleigh, Shachi, and others, distanced itself from the scorching sea to the cool skies. But what about Whitebeard and the others down there? Cat Viper and Dogstorm inquired anxiously. Just mind your own business. Shiki retorted dismissively. Even though they were former comrades, and there was a factor of helping out this time, he would not voluntarily lend a hand unless Whitebeard humbly asked for it. Ha. This old lion. Whitebeard chuckled softly, yet he still held his head high, commanding the ships to retreat. Such intense heat was within the tolerable limits for the battle-hardened Whitebeard pirates. They would endure some discomfort, but it would pass. Amidst the chaos among the Whitebeard pirates, no one noticed, not even Whitebeard himself, that at the misty edges of Crescent Bay, specially crafted alloy walls burst forth from the melting ice, rising upright. One by one, dark cannon mouths aimed at the 3 whale ships in the bay. The Navy's encirclement operation quietly commenced. What is that? On the Dragonhead ship, Robin, dressed in an elegant black evening gown, sensed the change. Without waiting to investigate further, a terrifying clash ensued. The ice giant controlled by Akiji collided head-on with Lu Yu, who bore the dragon wings of the Flame Dragon King. The ice giant swung its massive sword, Frostmourne, from over 100 meters away. A deep blue aura surged from the sword's tip, not a mere sword wave, but a frost-cold shockwave even colder than the underworld's chill. As this frost shockwave emerged, it faintly suppressed the purgatorial heat of the Flame Dragon King, albeit for just a fleeting moment. As the frost shockwave approached, Lu Yu beamed with joy and opened his mouth wide. The roar of the Flame Dragon reverberated through the heavens. The roar of the Flame Dragon King, tenfold more potent than an ordinary fire dragon's roar, instantly consumed the frost shockwave. With unyielding momentum, it surged toward the ice giant's body. Admiral Akiji raised his massive sword, slashing down at the advancing golden-red inferno. The sharp blade of ice cleaved through Lu Yu's roar. However, the chilling aura of his sword melted and evaporated under the onslaught of the fierce flames. Before long, the 15-meter-long sword was reduced by half. Simultaneously, Akiji's complexion paled, for the powerful ice giant, an awakened manifestation of the ice fruit, was intrinsically linked to his own being. As Lu Yu's roar subsided, the ice giant's once deep blue hue faded significantly. This temperature of the flames exceeds my imagination, Akiji chuckled helplessly. He knew that even with his last resort deployed, he could not match Lu Yu, who bore the wings of a mighty dragon. Yet, he resolved to hold on a little longer. Taking a deep breath, Akiji commanded the ice giant to close the distance with Lu Yu. A bone-chilling cold enveloped the area. For an ordinary person, merely approaching would likely result in being frozen solid. This was the terrifying aspect of the awakened ice fruit, sacrificing elemental damage mitigation for the sake of extreme offensive power. Even a master of advanced hockey would find it difficult to avoid suffering frostbite upon contact with the ice giant. However, the chilling aura posed no threat to the fiery Lu Yu, who exhibited no hesitation or trepidation. With a sweeping display of dual wings, Lu Yu swung advanced, accompanied by a torrent of golden-red flames towards Admiral Akiji. His searing fists fell like rain, each impact resonating with a dull thud interspersed with the ominous cracking of burdens too great to bear. The frost giant's colossal sword, Frostmourne, manifested deep, intersecting fissures. The terrain beneath him mirrored this chaos, marked by crisscrossing ravines, its hue shifting from deep blue to a lighter azure. Blood oozed from Akiji's mouth and nose, his pallor growing increasingly haggard. This was dire. If this continued, Kazan would soon be unable to endure. On the execution platform, Gun's expression shifted subtly. It was too late. Garp clenched his teeth. As his words fell, a resounding thud echoed, akin to the heartbeat of the universe. It was nearly time to conclude this. Akiji, Lu Yu spoke calmly, his right fist gradually tightening. It seems this is where it ends. Nevertheless, I am still a Navy admiral. Admiral Akiji grinned, forcibly pushing his limits, channeling all his strength into his great sword. The once cracked light blue sword suddenly emanated a brilliant blue light. The fissures on the blade smoothed out and healed completely. Come now, this is also my final move. Admiral Akiji's eyes sparkled as he swung his ultimate sword strike towards Lu Yu. This battle has brought me great pleasure, but I must ask you to exit the stage. Lu Yu broke into a wild grin. Flame, Dragon King's, crushing fist. A resounding roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, as if a dragon was unleashed. The colossal head of a dragon, enveloped in an endless blaze of golden-red flames, erupted from Lu Yu's fist with great fervor. The frost greatsword shattered upon contact in an instant. Lu Yu's Flame Dragon King's collapsed fist struck the frost giant with devastating force. In an instant, the frost giant erupted, scattering countless shards of ice that dissolved and evaporated before they even touched the ground. Amidst the chaos, Admiral Akiji was hurled backward, blood spewing from his mouth. The Imperial battle reached its conclusion. The highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Akiji Kazan, was defeated. Chapter 66. The Straw Hat Crew appears. Kazan Admiral. Mr. Kazan. Admiral. The terrified cries of the Navy personnel echoed across the battlefield, their voices rising in a cacophony of disbelief. They gazed at the frost giant, shattered by Lu Yu's fist, and the wounded Admiral Akiji, who lay helplessly, bloodied and flung away. The faces of the sailors were etched with profound shock and incredulity. They could hardly fathom that one of the Navy headquarters' greatest powers, Admiral Akiji, had been vanquished, especially in such a brief span of time. After exhibiting his most formidable stance, he was still overwhelmed by Lu Yu's direct assault. There were no underhanded tactics employed. It was a straightforward confrontation. Admiral Akiji was defeated by the 5 Emperors Lu Yu in a manner that was nearly a complete obliteration. The magnitude of this shock was immense. The terror it invoked was equally staggering. As they beheld the figures standing majestically in the sky, the sailors across the battlefield could not suppress their overwhelming dread. In this moment, a shared sentiment arose within their hearts. It was as if they were not gazing upon a mere individual, but rather a dragon of flames, coiling majestically in the heavens. Kazan, you have worked hard. Now, allow us to take over. You should rest and recuperate. Carp gently caught the fallen Admiral Akiji, who sighed. Ah, at last I can rest. Cough, cough. The Admiral closed his eyes in a serene manner. You rascal. Carp lightly struck Akiji's chest, and then turned to Sengoku. Let us begin. Surround and engage. Meanwhile, at Crescent Bay, with Admiral Akiji's defeat, Liu Yu also reigned in the raging flames, allowing the temperature in the air to gradually return to normal. The pervasive mist that enveloped the area dispersed with the wind. Oh, the 5 emperors are majestic. The 5 emperors are powerful. Lord Liu Yu, the white-clad pirates aboard the 3 whale ships, and the 43 New World pirates along the coast cheered in unison, celebrating Liu Yu's victory. Ha ha ha, this is truly remarkable. To vanquish an admiral in such a short span of time, even I must concede. The Golden Lion Shiki exclaimed with hearty laughter. Let us descend and celebrate the captain's triumph. With a grand gesture, Shiki commanded the Dragonhead ship, soaring 500 meters high, to slowly descend. Mr. Liu Yu. The admiration in Robin's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the figure standing at the bow. Her emotions surged like a torrent, yearning for release. At that moment, a cheerful voice called out from nearby, capturing the attention of those aboard the Dragonhead ship. Look over there at the iceberg. It seems there are quite a few people up there. How did they manage to get up there? Impressive. The warriors of the Wave tribe, including Gallet, exclaimed in astonishment. That's Luffy. Rayleigh gasped in disbelief. Little monkey, how did he end up there? No, he has escaped from Impel Down and made it here. Truly remarkable. A smile blossomed on Chi's face, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. Luffy, I'm so glad you're safe. Robin breathed a sigh of relief, her smile growing ever brighter at the sight of her captain unharmed. Just then, with her keen eyes, Robin seemed to notice something. Her expression shifted. Hurry and leave there, Luffy, their ass. Crocodile? Robin exclaimed in alarm. Huh. Straw Hat Luffy was taken aback. Humph, traitor, Crocodile scoffed. Luffy, the place you're standing is about to collapse. Robin urged anxiously. Upon hearing this, not only Luffy but even Crocodile and Jinbei froze in surprise, their gazes drawn to the ice beneath their feet. Having been immersed in the Battle of the Emperors, they finally realized that the thickness of the ice below them had dwindled to less than half a meter and was continuing to melt. Captain Buggy, a foolish fan in prison garb, cried out in fear, looking to Buggy on the warship, contemplating how to escape. What is happening? Buggy snapped back to reality and leaped from the warship. No. Emporio Ivankov, the Okama King, and others cried out in horror. But it was too late. Their hard-won balance shattered. Buggy's leap became the final straw that broke the ice beneath them. A nauseating cracking sound echoed. Huh. Buggy stared blankly at the fissures beneath him, his face paling. Goodbye. As his words fell, the ice completely gave way, and the hundreds of escapees from Impel Down could no longer remain spectators, plummeting down. Ah! Their piercing screams resonated through the sky, drawing the attention of those below. Those people were. The naval lookout, peering through his telescope, was the first to see the falling figures, his face draining of color. Mr. Shiki. Robin anxiously turned to the Golden Lion Shiki. What a troublesome kid, Shiki muttered, reluctantly playing the role of a caretaker as he maneuvered the Dragonhead ship to catch Luffy and a few fortunate souls beside him. As for the others, he naturally wouldn't concern himself with them. Fortunately, perhaps due to some fortunate twist of fate, their luck held. The ice beneath them had melted in the battle between Liu Yu and Admiral Akiji. With the resilience of pirates, they wouldn't perish from the fall. Moreover, the warm sea water felt like a soothing hot spring. Wow, we're saved, Luffy exclaimed, scratching his head in innocent disbelief. I thought I was really going to die. Ivankov gasped, panting heavily. Ha ha ha, I knew luck was on my side. Buggy laughed heartily, hands on his hips. Ha ha ha. Hey, the red nose over there, you look somewhat familiar. Could it be Roger's comical red nose? Shiki recognized Buggy. Who are you calling a red nose? Whose nose is comical? Buggy roared, incensed. The foolish fans from Impel Down gazed at Buggy with adoration. Did you hear that? The legendary Golden Lion indeed knows Captain Buggy. He must have saved us out of respect for Captain Buggy. And look at Captain Buggy's earlier attitude towards that airborne pirate. Truly, Captain Buggy is a legend among legends. They shouted in unison. Shiki. Nicole Robin. Crocodile calmly approached Robin. Crocodile, long time no see. Robin smiled slightly, unperturbed. Oh. Crocodile raised an eyebrow, surprised. He had expected Robin to be flustered upon seeing him, yet her composure exceeded his expectations. Ha ha ha, you're the Sand Crocodile. What do you want with my captainess lady? Shiki interjected, arms crossed, looking down at Crocodile. Don't you dare lay a hand on Robin. Luffy stepped forward as well. Crocodile merely smirked at Luffy's threat, unfazed. Yet, Shiki's prior statement struck a nerve. The captain's woman? The woman of the 5th Emperor. Liu Yu. This woman had found such a formidable ally. No wonder she was so brazen. Recalling the earlier battle of the Emperors, Crocodile felt a chill run down his spine, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. I'm leaving. Apologies for the intrusion. Crocodile took a deep breath and departed without looking back. Hee hee. All is well, Robin, Luffy grinned. Robin nodded. Luffy then stood at the bow, gazing into the distance at the execution platform where his brother Ace was. Taking a deep breath, he called out, Ace. Ace, equally excited, shouted back Luffy. What are you doing there, you little brat? The expression on Carp's face, recognizing his grandson Luffy, was exceptionally vivid. Once again, it was your grandson, and there was impelled down. Sengoku's heart sank. His instincts warned him that a significant upheaval must have occurred at impelled down. However, at this moment, the matters of war took precedence. Initiate the siege wall operation. The voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku reverberated through the transponder snails, reaching every artillery station. The dark cannon mouths instantly aimed at the Whitebeard pirates in the Bay of Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 67, The Five Elders. Sabaody Archipelago, live broadcast square. Navy lost. Navy lost. Even the highest-ranking admirals of the Navy have been defeated by that man. The clash of fire and ice ultimately favored the monstrous flames. This must be a joke. That is Admiral Akiji Kazan. Such a formidable presence, and yet he fell in such a short time. That man is truly terrifying. Is the Navy going to be defeated? Following the defeats of the Yonko Kaido and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, yet another top-tier individual has succumbed to him. The blood of the admirals has forged the brilliance of the five emperors. Liu. Reporters from major news agencies gazed intently at the live broadcast screen, their eyes wide with shock as their pens moved without pause. Article after article chronicling the grandeur of the previous war against the emperors began to emerge, destined for the world. This was their duty and obligation as journalists. Kazan was not the first admiral to fall at the hands of that man. In a corner of the square, Trafalgar Law spoke softly. Indeed, on the day of the Sabaody incident, we also witnessed Admiral Kizaru being relentlessly pursued by some entity. Only that five emperor could do such a thing. The underworld godfather, Capone Beach, wore a grim expression. He still could not comprehend why, that day, Liu had suddenly given him a thorough beating. But what exactly was the nature of that man's abilities? Thunder, storms, flames. How many powers does he possess? The strange monk Urki exclaimed in shock. That monster can't possibly have consumed more than one Logia-type devil fruit ability. What a creature he is. Wait, the Navy is on the move again. The keen-eyed magician Hawkins reminded solemnly. The booming cannon fire on the live broadcast screen immediately captured everyone's attention. However, before the crowd could delve deeper, the next second, all three live screens flickered with static, plunging into darkness. The connection is down? What is happening? Why has the screen gone black? Restore the footage quickly. We need to see the war. How can you cut us off midway? We would even pay for continued viewing. The vast square descended into chaos. The reporters and onlookers were frantic, as if they had suddenly been immobilized in their tasks. Who could withstand this? Kid, the ruthless warrior killer, seemed to have discovered something, his pupils narrowing beneath his mask. Nearby, Kid, Trafalgar Law, and other supernovas followed Killer's gaze. On a thick red branch to the southeast, two figures had appeared. One was clad in a dark prison uniform, with a pair of black wings and surrounded by flames. The other was tall and imposing, with a cold visage, his mouth concealed by a scarf. Those two men were from the Beast Pirates and Big Mom's crew. The voracious girl Jewelry Bonnie recognized Fire Disaster, Ace, and Charlotte Katakuri, her eyes widening in astonishment. Fire Disaster Ace from the Beast Pirates, and Katakuri from the Big Mom Pirates. Why were they together here? Drake, who had remained silent for a long time, felt his pupils constrict. The alliance between the Beast and Big Mom Pirates had indeed been solidified. The strange monk Urki murmured. The Beast and Big Mom surely did not come alone. Perhaps there are bigger fish behind them? Hawkins speculated. Are you suggesting that Kaido and Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, may also join the fray? DJ Apu appeared dazed. If those two Yonko also entered the war, would the Navy truly become a thing of the past? Drake's expression grew increasingly grim. However, the targets of those two Yonko might not be the Navy. Capone Beach conjectured. How many more significant events will unfold in this war? How many more formidable figures will appear? Killer exclaimed. An unprecedented new era is about to dawn. There is no time to waste here. Let us prepare to set sail. To the Navy headquarters, to witness the shift of the ages. Trafalgar Law rose, excitement evident in his demeanor. Wonderful. Then I shall soon see my brother Pedro and the others. Bonnie exclaimed joyfully. Kid, of course we must go. Meanwhile, above the Sabaody archipelago, at a height of 1,000 meters, a magnificent azure dragon, several hundred meters long, emerged amidst the clouds. Beneath the dragon, a fiery cloud supported a flamboyant warship. The ship's body took the shape of a cake, adorned with colorful candies. The face at the bow of the ship even possessed a consciousness of its own, singing merrily. This vessel was the Queen Mama Chanter, the flagship of the Big Mom Pirates. On the deck of the warship, the formidable Big Mom and her loyal commanders gathered. Linlin, how long must we wait? If we decided to act, let us charge in and enjoy ourselves. The Azure Dragon turned its head, speaking with authority. Well, you're quite bold now, Kaido. Don't rush, the timing is not right yet. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily. Mom, Katakuri and Fire Disaster have returned. The small lion. Bruley reported. Soon after, Fire Disaster Ace, transformed into a toothless winged dragon, soared back. Katakuri leaped gracefully onto the deck. Mom, that 5 Emperor has indeed made his presence known in the war. He has already engaged Admiral Kazan in battle and emerged victorious. Katakuri reported solemnly. As his words fell, the massive deck of the warship erupted into a frenzy. An admiral and a 5 Emperor. The war had only just begun, and that monster had already defeated an admiral. Perispero, Daifuku, and Oven wore expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Well, it seems the admiral is still lacking compared to me. However, achieving victory so swiftly suggests he must have exerted himself to the fullest. He should be wounded by now, Big Mom chuckled. Katakuri fell silent for a moment, recalling the scene he had witnessed, ultimately shaking his head. The atmosphere on the deck once again fell into a stunned silence. A naval admiral, despite his defeat, could not inflict any damage on his opponent? What a terrifying prospect. Could it be that the power of that emperor has reached a level capable of overwhelming an admiral? Queen exclaimed in horror. But that is not the worst of it. This battle involves not only that scoundrel emperor, but also the Golden Lion Shiki and the Dark King Rayleigh. Enraged, the Calamity Jin revealed this dreadful truth. Thus, the vast deck of the mothership was engulfed in a chilling silence. Shocked and astonished, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The situation had deviated drastically from their expectations. They never imagined that other legendary powerhouses would make an appearance. Lingling, if you're scared, you still have time to retreat to the new world and hide in your homeland. Kaido, in his dragon form, grumbled. Stop talking nonsense, Kaido. It's merely the old lion and that scoundrel Rayleigh. I can handle them alone. Besides, the Navy has only lost 1 Akiji. Let them continue to fight a while longer. Charlotte Linlin confidently countered. Mama. At that moment, Charlotte's scribe Mondor hurriedly burst through the door, his face etched with dread. What is it, Mondor? Big Mom's eyes gleamed ominously. Mondor trembled as he spoke. Just now, our snail received an invasion signal from an external line. Invasion? By whom? Katakuri inquired gravely. The intruder claims to be the highest authority of the world government, the 5 Elders. What? Chapter 68. The Cataclysmic Battlefield Naval Headquarters, the battlefield at Marineford. The war, which had been paused for the War of the Emperors, was now reignited at the command of Admiral Sengoku. The Navy's ultimate plan, the encirclement strategy against the Whitebeard pirates, was set into motion. The thunderous sound of cannon fire jolted the Whitebeard pirates, who were immersed in excitement and shock. Gazing at the relentless barrage of cannonballs that blotted out the sky, the pirates aboard the 3 whale ships felt their scalps tingle. For a moment, they were rendered speechless in terror. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a dull roar, followed by the incessant sound of cracking. It was Whitebeard on the bow of the flagship, unleashing his might. As his fist struck down, the atmosphere shattered once more. The torrential rain of cannonballs detonated upon contacting the ruptured air. The sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks. Don't just stand there. All hands, intercept. A blue streak zipped through the air as Marco, embodying the Phoenix, summoned a fierce wind to intercept the first wave of cannonballs. The commanders and elites aboard each ship sprang into action to minimize the damage from the barrage. However, before the pirates could catch their breath, the command rang out. Fire. The second wave of cannonballs descended once more. Pacifistas, you fire as well, commanded the red-vested captain of the Naval Science Unit, Frankie, leading a host of bears onto the encirclement wall. Initially, they were meant to guard the only exit, but with the ice melted by Luffy's flames, they had no choice but to adapt. Under Frankie's orders, dozens of human weapons and pacifistas extended their arms, mouths agape, releasing hundreds of terrifying golden lasers that shot forth towards the 3 whale ships at the base center. Unlike the cannonballs that could be intercepted, the lasers posed a far more formidable threat. Damage quickly became widespread. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates finally comprehended their dire situation and the terrifying nature of the Navy's tactics. The Navy no longer needed to engage them in close combat. A constant barrage of cannonballs could exhaust the Whitebeard pirates to their demise. The crescent-shaped bay had become a trap, and they were the captured turtles within it. Damn it, this is utterly despicable, Navy. Indeed, if you have the ability, let us come to you, and I shall take you all on. The Whitebeard pirates shouted in outrage, infuriated by the Navy's despicable yet effective strategy. Do not be misled by their ramblings. Our mission as the Navy is to eradicate the pirates. If we can accomplish this in the simplest way, it is for the best, significantly reducing our casualties, a naval officer bellowed. Silencing the young ones who had fallen for the provocation, their faces flushed. The brutal encirclement battle raged on. In this war-torn battlefield, the only sanctuary was the sky. To annihilate the Whitebeard pirates without losing a single soldier, the Navy's strategy is indeed sinister. Golden Lion Shiki remarked coldly. They were aware of the underhanded nature of this tactic, which is why even their image-transmitting snails had been shut down. The reporters at Sabaody Park could no longer witness this scene. Shachi shook his head. Old man, Jinbei, the former warlord and sea knight, shouted anxiously, leaping from his ship. Even if his personal strength was limited, he had to do something. Not only Jinbei was anxious, the Cat and Dog Kings, Cat Viper and Dogstorm, were equally concerned. However, strictly speaking, they were no longer part of the Whitebeard pirates. With Luffy's arrival, they had to follow his commands and could not act on their own. This is bad. Ace's revered Whitebeard is in danger, and Monkey D. Luffy attempted to follow Jinbei's lead and leaped down. However, before he could jump very high, two pale hands reached out from the deck and seized his ankle, causing him to fall unceremoniously. Calm down, Luffy. Your strength alone cannot alter this situation, Robin remarked, her gaze shifting to Luffy beside her. Lu Yu offered a gentle smile, merely caressing Robin's hair without uttering a word. Shiki raised an eyebrow at the Golden Lion, a subtle hint conveyed in his expression. Haha, this is the war of the Whitebeard pirates, not ours. If everything requires our intervention, the Whitebeard crew might as well join us. Besides, that fellow Whitebeard is far from being unable to fight. Shiki laughed heartily. Hearing this, Rayleigh, the Snake Mamba, and others fell silent. Meanwhile, at the encircled Bay of Wall, the relentless assault of the Navy continued. This is bad. The number 3 Moby has been sunk. The number 2 ship is barely holding on. The furious Navy was relentless. Under the barrage of cannonballs and the terrifying lasers of the pacifists, the Whitebeard pirates found themselves on the brink of annihilation. If they did nothing, their demise was inevitable. Old man, those bears and their lasers are quite troublesome. Retreat is impossible. Marco, covered in dust and fury, returned to the bow of the ship, his face etched with anger. Gahaha. In that case, let us advance. Whitebeard responded with a deep chuckle. His light golden eyes focused on the only gap in the port. Under the immense pressure of Oars Jr.'s colossal form, the encirclement had not closed. The Navy, that Braddock Hiji has already fallen. This time, I wonder what you will use to stop us. Whitebeard grinned at the bow of the whale ship. Suddenly, the expression of Admiral Sengoku changed drastically. Was he contemplating? The Chief of Staff, Admiral Tsuru, also sensed Whitebeard's intention. In the next moment, a terrifying tremor arrived as expected. The cataclysmic power of Whitebeard's strongest paramecia, the tremor fruit, erupted once more. The air trembled, triggering an earthquake. The earthquake induced a sea quake, and the force of the sea quake culminated in a cataclysmic tsunami, sweeping towards the Navy headquarters. However, compared to the previous tsunami, this one was considerably smaller in scale, for Whitebeard's aim was not total destruction. If the tsunami were too massive, it would spell doom for them as well. Everyone, brace for impact. As Admiral Sengoku's voice faded, the monstrous tsunami crashed down. This time, the exhausted and gravely injured Admiral Akiji could not summon his Ice Age to counter it. The tsunami struck the Navy headquarters, instantly dismantling their formations. The soldiers manning the cannons were swept away by the tsunami's force, scattering in all directions. The pacifists also experienced a momentary malfunction due to flooding. Under Whitebeard's devastating tsunami assault, the Navy suffered significant losses. To make matters worse, the impact of the tsunami triggered further calamities. Utilizing the cover of the tsunami, 3 whale ships surged through the breach created by Oars Jr., landing in the bay's plaza. Oh, damn those Navy scoundrels. Brace yourselves, roared the Whitebeard pirates, firmly anchored to their ship. Gahaha. The war is just beginning. Sengoku. Chapter 69. Whitebeard versus Akaina. The earthquake and tsunami struck simultaneously, shaking the Navy headquarters to its core. The battlefield above descended into chaos. Riding the momentum of the tsunami, the 3 Smile Whale ships surged through the floodwaters. The Whitebeard pirates invaded the Bay Plaza, breaching the Navy's encirclement strategy with resounding defeat. Haha. That Whitebeard fellow's cleverness is truly remarkable this time. Now it is Sengoku's turn to be troubled. Shiki laughed boisterously. The Navy's encirclement was indeed flawless, save for the unexpected emergence of the ancient giant race. Furthermore, the melted ice provided Whitebeard's tremor fruit with ample opportunity to shine. Excellent. Truly excellent. Both the Snake Mamba and Inuarashi exhaled in relief. That Uncle Whitebeard is indeed formidable. Well then, I cannot remain idle. I must hurry to Ace's side. Luffy exclaimed, extending his arms and launching himself toward the Bay Plaza from the bow of the ship. What a hasty lad. Rayleigh shook his head. The Straw Hat Boy, Ivankov the Okama-king, wished to follow suit. However, upon assessing the distance and height, he hesitated, shrinking back slightly. The head of Whitebeard is mine to claim. Crocodile. The former Shichibukai showed no concern for the height as his body transformed into sand, hastily making his way toward the Bay Plaza. Of course, his desire to claim Whitebeard's head was merely a pretext. What truly spurred Crocodile's eagerness to depart was the gaze of Lu Yu. He was now acutely aware that Nico Robin, who had once betrayed him, had latched onto one of the strongest allies at sea. The power dynamics between the two sides had entirely reversed. Crocodile was certain that Lu Yu's sudden interest in him was due to Robin's whisperings. If he lingered any longer, he feared repercussions. Yet, what Crocodile did not realize was that Lu Yu's scrutiny was merely a contemplation of whether the former Shichibukai still counted as one and if he could contribute to the mission's progress. Naturally, Lu Yu bore no grudge against Crocodile for having nearly killed Robin. Unexpectedly, Crocodile made a swift exit, neglecting even his loyal subordinate, Des Bones. Nonetheless, Lu Yu had no intention of venting his frustrations on the little bald head. Moving forward, he would remain focused on his hunting mission. Shiki, steer the ship closer. The battle continues. Liu Yuping calmly issued his command. Ha ha ha, the golden lion Shiki laughed heartily, waving his hand. The massive dragon-headed ship swooped down toward the square in the bay. At this moment, at the Navy headquarters square, the Four Emperor's Whitebeard rested his hand on the great blade Song Yunxia, standing at the bow of the whale ship. His gaze fixed on the execution platform, not far away. Kula la la la. Ace, just hold on a little longer. Dad will be here soon. Whitebeard smiled gently yet dominantly. Dad, Ace shouted at the execution platform. At this moment, he would no longer utter reckless words, urging Whitebeard and the others to disregard him. He simply believed in Dad and in his comrades. You despicable Whitebeard. Is this truly your intention behind provoking the tsunami? Sengoku questioned, his face a shade of iron. He never anticipated that the supposedly flawless encirclement strategy would be so easily unraveled by Whitebeard. Kula la la la, Sengoku, we suffered greatly under your command before. Now it's your turn to taste the bitterness. Whitebeard spoke coldly. Indeed, awaken, Navy. The debts from before will be repaid double this time. The members of the Whitebeard pirates roared in unison, their spirits ignited after being suppressed by the Navy's underhanded tactics. Even the elite Navy forces felt an overwhelming pressure. However, at that moment, a thunderous shout of hellhound erupted from beneath the bow of the whale ship. The whale's head of the Moby Dick suddenly turned a fiery red. In the next instant, a searing flow of lava surged through the whale's head, launching an attack toward Whitebeard's head. The sudden magma assault caught everyone off guard, including Whitebeard himself, who evaded just in time. The scorching magma grazed his face, singeing half of his crescent mustache and burning his shoulder and face. Dad, Marco, finally reacting, rushed to Whitebeard's side. Admiral Akainu. Diamond Jozu caught sight of Admiral Akainu, who had appeared out of nowhere through the large hole in the ship's bow. Did I miss? Akainu shook his head in regret. What did you say? The captains, including Bista, were enraged and prepared to charge forward to avenge the surprise attack on Whitebeard. Everyone retreat. Whitebeard commanded sharply. He slightly bent his knees and stepped onto the square, facing Admiral Akainu directly. If you want to take my head, you're still far from it, Magma Brat. Whitebeard coldly gazed at Akainu. Far from it? If it were you in your youth, you might have been my equal. But now, Akainu feigned regret, shaking his head. Whitebeard, you have grown old. You are no match for me now, Akainu declared with confidence. Kula la la la, you dare to say that, Magma Brat? Then let us start with you. Whitebeard laughed deeply. The supreme great blade Song Yunxia swung like a windmill, creating gusts of fierce wind. The blade, with its white shockwave, descended upon Admiral Akainu. The terrifying shockwave sent Akainu flying several meters back. Marco, don't stop here. You must save Ace. Whitebeard shouted. Yes, Dad. Marco and the other captains replied in unison. Leading the Whitebeard crew, they formed a vanguard and charged toward the execution platform. The brutal war, where blood would be shed every second, erupted once again, staining the square in the bay red. Don't get too cocky, pirates. The waiting admiral candidate Suru launched into action from the execution platform. From the very outset, she displayed overwhelming power, intercepting several Whitebeard division commanders, including the Swordmaster Bista. Mr. Sengoku, it appears something is about to drop, Admiral Kazara remarked, puckering his lips in warning. Sengoku looked up to see a figure soaring toward the execution platform like an arrow, accompanied by a joyous shout. Ace. What audacity! Sengoku scoffed, his body radiating golden light, preparing to unleash his transformation and strike down the intruder from the heavens. However, just as Sengoku began his transformation, a large hand suddenly pressed down, halting the metamorphosis and pinning him to the execution platform. Garp, what are you doing? Sengoku glared at Garp, gritting his teeth. Sorry. My body just acted on its own. But Sengoku, this is your fault. A mere child has come, and you intend to get serious? If you hit him, my Luffy would be finished. Garp, the villain, shifted the blame first, confronting Sengoku. Hearing this, Sengoku, pinned beneath him, was enraged to the point of nearly losing his composure. Your grandson is also an extraordinary villain. It would not be excessive to execute him. By the way, you rascal Garp, get off me. Sengoku shouted angrily. You promised me first. Don't interfere. Leave it to me, Garp replied. All right, you two. Both of you are veterans of the Navy. What kind of behavior is this? Rear Admiral Tsuru finally intervened, separating Garp and Sengoku. Thankfully, they were at the top of the execution platform, and not many could see them. This is really happening. Admiral Kazaru retracted his hand, which was poised to fire a laser, speaking leisurely. Just then, with a thud, the straw-hatted boy landed precisely on the execution platform. He rolled lazily, directly ending up in front of his bound brother. Ace. Monkey D. Luffy sat up, looking at his brother with a broad smile. Ace's mouth fell open, his expression stunned, clearly taken aback by his brother's sudden arrival from the sky. Ace. I've come to save you. Luffy chuckled bashfully, scratching his nose. Finally, Ace snapped back to reality, his eyes widening like saucers. Luffy, you big idiot. Ace's anguished cry reverberated beneath the sky. Bound hand and foot, he delivered a headbutt to his brother Luffy, sending the unsuspecting boy tumbling. What are you doing? Ace protested. While Luffy rubbed his forehead in discontent. I understand you don't wish for me to witness your disgrace, but we are brothers. How could I possibly stand by and watch you face execution? Luffy exclaimed with heartfelt fervor. Foolish Luffy, this is not about whether you can save me. It's about whether you can protect yourself. Ace lamented, his face a mask of despair and frustration. Look around you. Luffy paused, glancing to the sides and ahead. The presence of Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru weighed heavily upon him. The leering old face directly before him widened his eyes in alarm, his body instinctively tensing in defense. Admiral Kizaru. Luffy gasped in horror. The recent events at Sabaody Archipelago, where Admiral Kizaru had instilled despair in the Straw Hat crew, flooded back to him. Hello there, Straw Hat boy. It's nice to see you again, Kizaru greeted with a disarmingly cordial smile. Luffy instinctively took a few steps back, colliding with an unseen wall. When he looked up, the familiar old visage before him drained the color from his radiant smile. Gramps, Luffy stuttered, his body trembling uncontrollably, a grimace more sorrowful than tears adorning his face. Luffy, Garp chuckled, his fingers cracking ominously. You have some nerve to come here. Do you even comprehend where you are? This is not your place. Garp swung his iron fist mercilessly, landing a heavy blow on his grandson, leaving Luffy battered and bruised. You old coot, if you have a problem, come at me, don't hit Luffy. Ace shouted in desperation, the chains clanking behind him. All right, that's enough. You wouldn't let Sengoku take a swing, yet you're all too eager to lay into him, Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected. Ha ha ha. This is a punch filled with love. I trust Luffy can feel his grandfather's affection, Garp replied with a grin. Sengoku, are you satisfied now? Sengoku grumbled, disinterested in conversing with Garp. Garp, Sengoku, the great menace is approaching, Admiral Kizaru warned. Unbeknownst to them, he was already at the edge of the execution platform, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Tsuru, keep an eye on this kid for now, Garp said, entrusting his bruised grandson to Tsuru's care. He then stood alongside Sengoku, facing the descending ship emblazoned with a dragoness head. Having struck Sengoku earlier, Garp felt a twinge of guilt and was determined to make amends. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. Garp, you two bastards look well, roared Shiki the Golden Lion as he swept forward, brimming with bravado. Shiki, you've truly fallen from grace. As a legend, you now bow before a newcomer of this era, Sengoku teased, crossing his arms. You are no longer worthy of conversing with us. Summon your master. Garp chimed in agreement. How bold of you to say that. Shiki's forehead pulsed with veins, his fists clenched and released in agitation. Sengoku, Garp, just wait. Soon enough. You'll have your turn to weep. A subtle smirk played at the corners of Shiki's mouth. In this battlefield, only he comprehended the truth. Everything was merely the beginning. The true spectacle awaited, as the spirits of the forgotten returned. Who could remain unshaken? Especially Sengoku and Garp. After all, they were the fleet admiral and the hero of the navy. The voice of Luyu resonated from behind the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion, Shiki, wisely stepped aside. You must be the two strongest individuals here, Luyu remarked. Why don't you face me together? Luyu's lips curled into a commanding smile. Should anyone overhear his words, they would undoubtedly be left in a state of profound astonishment. After all, he was standing before the true legends of the Navy, one a fleet admiral, the other a universally acknowledged hero, a formidable figure who had relentlessly pursued the pirate king, Roger, for decades. Their alliance was unmatched, a testament underscored by the blood and pain etched into the legacy of the Golden Lion Shiki 20 years prior. Yet, now, a challenger to authority had once again emerged. Ha 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 ha, what an audacious young lad. I've longed to meet you. Sengoku, with a fervent spirit, stepped forward. Just don't let us down, Sengoku cautioned. Oh, Garp replied, confidently clenching his fist. Hero Garp. In Luyu's eyes, a fierce battle intent ignited. He had long desired to test his mettle against the legendary naval hero. As his gaze flickered, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from behind him. A pair of expansive wings, spanning several meters, unfolded once more from his back. Unlike the fiery dragon wings of before, this time, it was the resplendent wings of thunder that emerged. The Thunder Dragon King's wings. Thunder Dragon King mode activated. Chapter 71. Luyu vs. Garp Boom. The sky resonated with the roar of thunder, descending from above and reducing everything to ashes. On the battlefield above, the heavens darkened once again as Luyu's Thunder Dragon King wings unfurled. Bolts of lightning, imbued with a destructive aura, connected heaven and earth, traversing in all directions, accentuating Luyu as the sovereign of lightning. The solid ground cracked and shattered under the onslaught of thunder. Within a radius of 100 meters, both marines and pirates were filled with dread, hastily scattering in all directions. Their instincts warned them that even a mere brush with the lightning would herald a fatal end. Come forth, naval hero Garp. Let us engage in a fierce battle. With hands clasped around the thunder, Luyu's aggressive gaze was firmly fixed upon the legendary Vice Admiral. Garp. Just how formidable was the fabled Kaizen and Kakanin? He would soon experience it firsthand. For Luyu, whether it was the intense clash with Akiji or the impending struggle with Garp, it was not merely about fulfilling a system reward task. It was a culmination of 10 years spent battling savage beasts on Cloud Leopard Island. Liu had shed much of the refinement characteristic of a scholar, embracing instead a primal and untamed spirit. For him, there was no longer a need to suppress his strength. Engaging in battles against formidable adversaries brought him boundless joy. He yearned to confront all the powerful beings in this world. The war atop the pinnacle was, to him, the most exquisite stage imaginable. Following the Admiral Akiji, there stood the legendary hero garb, and soon after, the Admiral Akainu, the Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the world government. Even the enigmatic figures behind the 5 elders of the world government. The clash unfolded in the blink of an eye. In response to Liu Yu's fervent invitation for combat, the heroic garb on the execution platform showed no signs of retreat. Without hesitation, he answered with his unparalleled iron fist. His punch soared like a meteor, radiant against the heavens. The earth trembled with a resounding roar. The tumultuous waves crashed against the shore. A brilliant meteor streaked across the dim sky, illuminating the hero's fist. The legendary Vice Admiral Garp's battle cry echoed with earth-shattering intensity. "Come forth, Garp." Liu Yu stood firm, his arms crossed before him. A thunderous shield took shape, swiftly followed by an expansive web of electricity. Layer upon layer emerged, second, third, until 9 intricate webs of lightning intertwined in the air, intercepting the dazzling meteor-like punch of Garp. This web, forged from the essence of lightning, exhibited an unexpected resilience. The first 3 layers were easily shattered by Garp's meteor punch, while the 4th to 6th layers slowed its advance. Ultimately, at the 9th layer, Garp was halted, the web contorting beneath the force of his blow, resembling a dimensional wormhole. "Break it for me," Garp roared, his feet propelling him forward like a frog leaping into the void, shattering the atmosphere. With a bellow, he breached Liu Yu's final line of defense. His meteor-like fist collided with Liu Yu's radiant golden thunder shield. The shield groaned under the strain, emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds before erupting into fragments under the weight of Garp's iron fist, imbued with the most advanced internal destruction haki. The residual force of the punch struck Liu Yu's arms, and even in his Thunder Dragon King form, he was forced back, retreating 10 steps in the air. Oh! The onlookers in the base square were left breathless, their voices filled with exhilaration, their faces alight with intense excitement. Not long ago, Admiral Akiji had decisively overwhelmed Liu Yu, casting a shadow over the hearts of the Navy's elite. Thus, when they learned that their hero would face Liu Yu, they could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for Garp, fearing he might share the same fate as the Admiral. However, witnessing Garp repel Liu Yu dispelled their trepidation, replaced by fervor and elation, for he was their strongest hero, their unwavering pillar. Yet, contrasting the soldiers' elation, Garp's expression bore no trace of excitement. Instead, it grew increasingly solemn. The meteor-like punch he had unleashed was a testament to his utmost strength. In the past, opponents who faced his fist head-on either bled, were gravely injured, or collapsed. Yet, it had only forced Liu Yu back a mere 10 steps. While the electric webs and thunder shield had mitigated the impact, it was evident that Liu Yu had been primarily on the defensive, as if testing Garp's power. Indeed, he is the legendary hero Garp. Such strength is no mere fade. Even my arms are left tingling. Liu Yu expressed his admiration with a soft click of his tongue, shaking his numb arms. However, upon receiving Liu Yu's praise, Garp displayed no hint of pride. Instead, a deeper apprehension etched itself upon his aged visage. Now, it was time for me to make my move. Liu Yu smiled widely, raising his hand to grasp the air. The dazzling golden thunderbolts in the sky converged into a 100-meter-long halberd, spanning the heavens and the earth. The halberd of the Thunder Dragon King. Liu Yu raised his hand and lightly waved it. The Fangdianhua halberd sliced through the void, arriving above Garp's head in an instant. Its speed was unparalleled. Even though it took the form of the Fangdianhua halberd, lightning remained lightning, one of the swiftest elements in this world. In the blink of an eye, even Garp found himself unable to evade it. Just as Liu Yu had done before, his hands intertwined, and a powerful surge of the highest-level armament haki surged forth, weaving layers of defensive armor upon his arms. Boom! Liu Yu's Fangdianhua Ji descended with a resounding crash. Boom! The heroic Garp plummeted from the heavens to the earth, his feet sinking deeply into the ground. In that moment, the land within a radius of several hundred meters shattered. Countless stones of various sizes and shapes soared into the air, only to be crushed into smaller fragments by the overwhelming force, ultimately reducing to mere dust. As tranquility returned, a massive pit, several hundred meters in diameter, emerged in the square, resembling the aftermath of a meteorite impact. At the center of the crater, the naval hero Garp knelt on one knee. His once white hair had returned to a deep black, and his half-burned white suit had turned to ash. Though his trousers were tattered, they served the crucial purpose of providing some semblance of modesty. Vice Admiral Garp. Just a moment ago, the enthusiastic and spirited sailors found themselves unable to muster a smile. Instead, they were engulfed by profound shock and fear. "Ha! I've told you not to celebrate too soon, Navy brats," roared the Golden Lion Shiki. "Garp, are you all right?" On the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku clenched his fists tightly. Anxiety etched across his face. At last, amidst the sailors' eager anticipation, Garp's charred body trembled within the deep pit, and he exhaled smoke laced with arcs of electricity. I am fine. Fine. What sort of fine is this? At that moment, observing Karp in the center of the pit, the elite members of the Navy felt their hearts leap into their throats. The earlier excitement and exhilaration had vanished, replaced by a heavy dread. After all, their legendary hero now appeared utterly wretched, resembling a coal-black figure, as if he had just rolled in a pile of soot. From a distance, one could even catch a faint whiff of the burnt odor emanating from Karp, a testament to his singed hair and flesh. Disaster remains the most terrifying existence in this world. Among the various natural calamities, fire, ice, sand, light, magma, and thunder, lightning stands as the most fearsome element, embodying true catastrophe. Even magma, in terms of destructive potential, pales in comparison to the might of thunder. The native wielder of the rumble fruit, Enel, had shown lackluster performance against opponents. None he struck perished. Rather, they would soon bounce back to life. However, this does not diminish the ferocity of lightning attacks. After all, Enel's ultimate move, Rumble, is truly capable of island-level devastation. Now, in the form of the Thunder Dragon King, Lu Yu surpasses even Enel in his mastery of lightning. The ultimate technique of the ordinary dragon-slaying mode annihilated the Vice Admiral candidate, Kaido. The power and destructive capability of the Thunder Dragon King's Fang Tian Huaji eclipsed even that of the Flame Dragon King's devastating strikes. Even Karp, the Navy's strongest defender, whose ironclad defenses and hockey had been honed to perfection, found himself breached. Since mastering the unmatched Iron Fist and standing at the pinnacle of the world, Karp had long since forgotten how many years had passed since anyone had breached his defenses, excluding the Axe Emperor of the East Blue. Even the pirate King Roger's godly dodge could only make him momentarily retreat. Yet now, his indomitable physique had been compromised. The strength of lightning inflicted severe damage both internally and externally. For an ordinary person, such injuries would be fatal dozens of times over. Yet he remained alive. He could still endure while retaining considerable combat prowess. For he is the strongest hero of the Navy. On the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku shouted vehemently, his face etched with panic and fear. He could discern that Karp's condition was dire. Battles between titans at the peak of the world should not unfold with such swiftness. However, if the fight began with a life-or-death struggle, the duration of the battle would inevitably be drastically shortened. Lu Yu and Karp each executed a single strike. Yet, within that solitary blow lay an immense terror. Had Karp's meteoric iron fist managed to directly strike Lu Yu, it would have undoubtedly shattered his arm. Alas, Karp's iron fist was mitigated by the layers of electric defense that Lu Yu had constructed. Lu Yu's devastating attack struck Karp directly, even piercing through his hockey defense. Given Karp's monstrous physique, a single blow would not be fatal. However, if several more were to follow, the outcome could indeed be deadly. The mere thought of such a possibility caused Sengoku's face to pale, igniting an overwhelming sense of dread within him. Although he and Karp often engaged in quarrels and banter whenever they met, it was not a reflection of a poor relationship. As comrades who had traversed the trials of the previous era together, they shared a bond of true friendship and brotherhood, ready to lay down their lives for one another. Xiaohe, Borsalino, the execution platform is in your hands, Sengoku declared, gripping the justice cloak behind him with determination, preparing to join the fray. Yet, before he could finish, Karp's stooped figure straightened. With a powerful voice that resonated through the sky, he shouted, "Do not come over, Sengoku. I have my battle, and you have your duties. Just ensure you guard the execution platform well. My fight has only just begun, and it is far from over." Karp flashed a grin, and the fierce glint of determination sparked in his eyes. After enduring Lu Yu's breakthrough strike, his aura did not wane. Instead, it surged even stronger. Truly, he was a hero of the Navy. Lu Yu was equally filled with fighting spirit, his thoughts stirring. The fiery patterns on his right wing gradually receded. Had the warring states chosen to join the fray, he would have unhesitatingly activated the Thunderflame Dragon King mode. However, with Karp alone, it was unnecessary. "Come forth, hero Karp. Let us continue the battle." Lu Yu grinned widely. "As you wish," Karp bellowed. No sooner had his words left his lips than golden arcs of electricity erupted from the surface of his inky black form. In an instant, a muffled thud resonated, and Karp, once at the center of the massive crater, had vanished. He reappeared before Lu Yu, his speed surpassing even that of the previous meteor-like punch. "HM?" She raised an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. There was no time for further contemplation, as the fierce gale of his punch had already surged forward. Lu Yu exhibited no hint of negligence, his entire being on high alert. The clash of the Thunder Dragon King's thunderous fist against Karp's iron fist erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The ferocious shockwave radiated outward like ripples across the ocean, causing both the marine soldiers and pirates engaged in aerial combat to stagger back to the ground as if struck by a formidable force. Brilliant arcs of golden lightning scattered in all directions, rendering the faces of those battling on the ground pale, as if they were avoiding venomous serpents. Splendid! Vice Admiral Karp is unharmed. The Marines, witnessing the vibrant energy of their hero Karp, finally felt a weight lift from their hearts. Yet, a question lingered. What had transpired? Karp seemed to have grown even stronger. Could it be? Captain Jaws expressed his doubts. What exactly is that golden arc of electricity surrounding Carp? Smoker furrowed his brow in confusion. Enveloping Captain Lu Yu's lightning with haki? Quite impressive. That old fellow Carp. The golden lion Shiki raised an eyebrow, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. Had he been in Carp's position earlier, he would have been fortunate merely to remain unscathed, let alone standing. Sengoku, his thoughts racing, recalled something. Surely this is the result of Carp's rigorous training on Thunder God Island in the New World. A glimmer of excitement crossed Sengoku's aged face, as distant memories resurfaced from 2 or 3 decades prior. One fateful day, while walking down the street, Carp had been inexplicably struck by lightning multiple times. In a fit of rage, he resolved to tame the very lightning that assaulted him with his own flesh and blood. The training ground he chose was one of the renowned initial islands of the New World, Thunder God Island, perpetually shrouded in storms. For 3 long months, Carp endured relentless lightning strikes, screaming and struggling for survival. Ultimately, he failed to fully tame the lightning, yet he emerged with newfound resilience against it. Moreover, he had even devised a unique method to amplify his own lightning. By enveloping it with haki, he stimulated the vitality of his cells, thereby enhancing his speed, agility, and defense to a superior level. This was undoubtedly a terrifying ability. However, throughout the years, Carp had seldom had the opportunity to utilize it. On the battlefield, lightning was not readily available for his use, and in most situations, he had not needed to amplify himself with the perilous force of lightning. The toll it took on his body was substantial, akin to dancing on the edge of a razor. One misstep could spell disaster. Consequently, over time, even Carp himself had nearly forgotten about this technique. Until now. After being struck by Lu Yu's thunderous halberd, his inherent resistance to lightning was rekindled. He instinctively harnessed Lu Yu's lightning power, invigorating his cellular activity. It was reminiscent of the lightning release chakra mode from the world of Naruto. Observing Carp in this state, Lu Yu smiled. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. The hero Carp. Lu Yu had roughly deduced what Carp had done. However, there was not a trace of discontent upon his face. Instead, it was suffused with overwhelming joy and exhilaration. This was the exhilarating battle he had longed for. The 5 emperors, Lu Yu. Let us determine the victor. Iron Fist. Flash. Lightning. Chapter 73. Golden Lion vs. Yellow Ape Boom. The thunderous roar that echoed across the sky was not merely that of lightning. It was accompanied by the resounding clash of fists, reverberating through the air. The sky above the Marine headquarters battlefield seemed to manifest 2 bolts of lightning, moving at an unparalleled speed. Not even the keenest human eye or the observation haki of the strongest could accurately perceive their forms. They could only vaguely capture their trajectories and the ripples that spread through the atmosphere. Carp, in a manner akin to self-destruction, continuously absorbed Lu Yu's lightning, converting it for his own use. He had truly unlocked the lightning release chakra mode, invigorating his bodily cells with the electric energy, coupled with his own Six-style shave. His speed had reached the limits of human capability, even capable of keeping pace with Lu Yu's lightning. As the battle progressed, the golden arcs of electricity surrounding him grew ever denser and more tumultuous. Beyond his own armament haki armor, he donned a suit of lightning armor. The fusion of armament haki and lightning powers unleashed a lightning-infused iron fist that tore through the void, creating explosive bursts. In that moment, even Lu Yu, in his Dragon King mode, found himself momentarily suppressed by the force of Carp's eruption. His exposed upper body bore the imprints of fists, and even the corners of his mouth bore faint traces of blood. Of course, Carp himself would not emerge unscathed, despite possessing resistance to lightning. A flesh and blood body remains just that, a body of flesh and blood, unable to achieve the complete immunity of Monkey D. Luffy's rubber form. Furthermore, the absorption of lightning coursing through his veins, organs, and cells imposed an unimaginable burden upon his body, maintaining the lightning release chakra mode. Carp endured immense backlash and pain at every moment. However, he seemed oblivious to this internal agony, his expression unwavering. He had forgotten everything else, wholly absorbed in this battle, pouring forth all that he had. Marine hero Carp, you truly are the finest of adversaries. Strive with all your might and endure a while longer. This way, I too can relish the joy of our fierce clash for a little longer. Lu Yu broke into a wide grin, the fierce gleam of battle igniting his eyes with unprecedented intensity. As he clapped his hands together, a surge of energy coursed through his fingertips. Between his parted hands, 5 streams of interconnected electricity emerged, converging at the center where a luminous white sphere materialized out of thin air. Initially no larger than a sesame seed, it swiftly expanded to the size of a bowling ball. Lu Yu clasped his hands together, one hand seizing the highly compressed sphere of solidified lightning. In the blink of an eye, Carp unleashed his formidable iron fist, enveloped in crackling bolts of electricity. Lu Yu remained steadfast, confronting Carp's iron fist head-on, as a golden sphere of lightning descended from his right hand. Raikiri. Boom. The sky erupted with the collision of 2 dazzling meteoric bolts. The atmosphere reverberated with a thunderous roar. It was as if the very heavens and earth resonated with the drums of battle, marking the clash of titans. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. In the next instant, an unparalleled shockwave radiated from their fists, dispersing in all directions. The unleashed electric currents and force of their blows created massive craters upon impact. The air was thrown into extreme chaos, swirling with debris, enveloping the entire battlefield in a tempest of lightning. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. A brilliant golden light erupted in the sky, more radiant than the sun itself. It was the explosion of the highly compressed lightning sphere. Under the most intense bombardment of electricity, even the dauntless hero Carp was sent flying 100 meters away. His once proud iron fist was left battered and bloody, the blood scorched by the high temperatures of the lightning before it could even seep out. What manner of monster is Lu Yu, the fifth emperor? That is Vice Admiral Carp, our Navy's strongest hero. Is the invincible legend of Vice Admiral Carp destined to fall today? Who can possibly counter that beast? The naval elites scattered across the battlefield could not suppress their astonishment. Despair washing over them. Don't die, old friend. On the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku clenched his teeth, his fists tightly balled, knuckles turning white. Before Carp joined the fray, he had instructed him not to lose. Now, however, the situation had drastically changed. As long as Carp remained alive, victory or defeat became secondary. Ha ha ha. What a thrilling battle this is. Just watching has rekindled my fervor. The Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily, soaring high to match the height of the execution platform. Golden Lion Shiki, what are you planning? Rear Admiral Tsuru questioned sternly. Nothing much, just that since I'm here, I can't just stand idly by and watch, Shiki responded, casting his gaze across the execution platform. Who among you dares to face me? The Golden Lion bellowed with commanding presence. Don't get carried away, Shiki. Sengoku stepped forward, suppressing his anger at the sight of his comrade Carp's dire condition, his body radiating golden light. Wait. A second golden light flared as Admiral Kazara materialized before Sengoku. Mr. Sengoku, allow me to handle Golden Lion Shiki. As an admiral of the Navy, it is my duty. Kazara spoke with unwavering resolve, shedding his earlier cowardice. This was only natural. After all, the threat was no longer the ravenous Lu Yu, but merely a scruffy old lion, a soft target. If he did not take action now, when would he? Given the current circumstances, it would be utterly unreasonable for him to hide away. Don't wait for Lu Yu. Sengoku might just devour him. Sengoku looked at the slacker admiral with exasperation, but ultimately did not refuse his rare request. Then it's entrusted to you, but you must win, not lose. Sengoku commanded firmly. Rest assured, Mr. Sengoku. I will secure a victory. Kazaro assured with a confident pat on his chest. Ha 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 ha, quite the bravado, Navy's yellow monkey. It seems I've been away from these seas for too long, and you've forgotten my terror. Shiki scoffed. How could we forget? The flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, is truly fearsome. Kazaro replied, reverting to his usual sardonic tone, his demeanor betraying no hint of fear. Do you dare to underestimate me, you yellow monkey? Shiki growled, his anger boiling. Shiki, be careful not to trip. That yellow monkey is no simple foe. Rayleigh warned from the Dragonhead ship. Be quiet, Rayleigh. Just watch how lively I am. Shiki roared, leaping into action, generating a third battlefield amidst the war above. Not long after, I knew it would be like this. That old lion talks a big game, but falters when it counts. On the Dragonhead ship, Rayleigh shook his head as he observed Shiki being suppressed by Kazuru. All right, old Ray, no need for your sarcastic remarks. At least Shiki has made his entrance. What about you? Little Monkey D. Luffy is still up there. Shaki pointed towards the execution platform. There was no need for excessive worry over Luffy. Even Sengoku would not dare to strike against him while Carp was fighting. Besides, if I left as well, who would protect this ship? Rayleigh smiled. As Lu Yu and Carp's aerial battle raged on, Golden Lion Shiki was left with his ship grounded, unable to ascend. This predicament soon posed a challenge. With 3 celestial dragons bound aboard, the Navy's elite were relentless in their assault, determined to rescue the celestial dragons. Ordinary opponents like the warriors of the B-Ruza tribe, Ivankov the Okama king, and the duped rookie Buggy could hold their ground, but his presence was essential. After all, no one knew if the Navy had hidden strongmen lurking in the shadows, or even if agents of the world government had arrived covertly. Rayleigh's concerns were swiftly validated. A man stealthily navigated through the chaotic battlefield and boarded the Dragonhead ship. However, before Rayleigh could act, the figure that attacked first collapsed, for the man was already gravely injured. Barely able to move. Admiral Akiji, Robin exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Admiral Akiji. Upon seeing the powerless man slumped at the edge of the deck, Robin instinctively widened her eyes, her body instinctively brimming with caution. This was the shadow that had haunted her heart for 2 decades. Akiji Kazan, what brings you here? Rayleigh inquired, raising an eyebrow as he sheathed his sword. With a single glance, he confirmed that the admiral remained in a wounded state, posing no threat to them. Oh, please don't be alarmed. I am in no condition to do anything now. I only came to have a chat with her. Admiral Akiji managed to move his finger, pointing at Robin, who was shielded behind Rayleigh. What do you want with little Robin? Xiachi inquired further. It's all right, Sister Xiachi. Robin inhaled deeply, striding gracefully past Rayleigh and Xiachi to stand before Admiral Akiji. Akiji, what is it you wish to discuss? Robin spoke with serene composure. The Judicial Island incident. I had thought you had found your place, Akiji remarked. Indeed, the The Straw Hat Pirates are my true home. I feel fortunate to have encountered them. Robin replied. Then why? Akiji raised his chin slightly, gazing at the intertwining flashes of lightning in the sky. The knowledge you possess is perilously dangerous. 20 years ago, I was responsible for your escape from O'Hara, and I must now bear the burden of monitoring you, as well as the consequences of the potential harm you could inflict upon the world. I once resolved that should you engage in any actions threatening the world, such as allying with a formidable pirate faction, I would take it upon myself to eliminate you beforehand. A solemn smile graced Admiral Akiji's face. Having found such remarkable companions, why would you choose to betray them? Robin pursed her lips, her expression remaining tranquil as ever. Akiji, you must understand one thing. I have never betrayed the Straw Hat crew. They are my cherished companions. Mr. Liu Yu is someone I hold dear. That does not constitute a conflict. Robin gently shook her head. Love, you say? I did not expect that a woman like you would one day experience affection. Firstly, I must congratulate you, Akiji chuckled. Thank you. Robin nodded in acknowledgement. But are you certain your feelings will be reciprocated? The Judicial Island incident was not too long ago, suggesting that your acquaintance with that man is also relatively brief. Akiji queried. And what of it? Human emotions are inherently elusive. Length of acquaintance does not necessarily equate to affection, nor is there a rule against love at first sight, is there? Robin smiled, her expression radiant as a blooming flower. Then how can you be assured that he is not merely drawn to you for your historical interpretation abilities, seeking the ancient weapons? Admiral Akiji countered. I cannot be certain. Robin admitted, shaking her head. Yet, a man as formidable and perfect as Mr. Liu Yu would not require weapons to conquer the world. He is destined to be a king. Robin replied, her face lifting slightly, imbued with heartfelt longing. Thunder rumbled. In the battlefield above, the skies were alive with the sounds of thunder and explosive clashes. The breathtaking duel between the Thunder Dragon King Liu Yu and the Navy hero Garp raged on, the battle continuing unabated. On Liu Yu's chest, arms, and thighs, there are imprints of Garp's fists, some deep, others shallow. The invisible bones of his arms are also marked with fractures. To have fought Liu Yu in his Thunder Dragon King mode to such an extent, Garp himself has undoubtedly paid a tremendous price. His once resilient body has become battered and torn, flesh and blood a gruesome sight. In certain areas, one can even glimpse the stark whiteness of bone. He is, after all, not a being of thunder and lightning like Liu Yu. The prolonged onslaught of electric power has rendered even his indomitable form susceptible to collapse. Yet, despite reaching this critical juncture, Garp shows no inclination to relent. His hands remain fierce. With a low growl, Garp's left hand forms a fist and strikes out, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. The movements have begun to slow. The legendary hero Garp. Liu Yu spoke calmly. His right hand shot out like lightning, swiftly grasping Garp's wrist with a grip as firm as a vice, nullifying all strength in the punch and rendering him utterly immobile. Garp remained silent, his body half-turned, and his right leg swept horizontally towards Liu Yu's waist with the force of an iron whip. The air around them twisted and rippled, accompanied by a piercing sound of explosive pressure. Liu Yu executed a flawless somersault, evading Garp's kick while simultaneously throwing the exhausted Garp over his shoulder. This time, Garp could not endure any longer. His body flew like an arrow, crashing into the Marine headquarters building. With a thunderous roar, the structure collapsed significantly upon impact. Witnessing this scene, the Marines scattered across the battlefield could not help but gasp in astonishment. In stark contrast, the members of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in jubilant cheers. Oh, Lord Liu Yu is magnificent. Did you see that, Marines? This is the Emperor of the Sea. You are facing not one, but two Emperors of the Sea. The Five Emperors. The name echoed through the skies above the Marine headquarters like a mighty tsunami. Indeed, Lord Liu Yu is a true monster among monsters. The commanders of the Whitebeard pirates marveled. Certainly, he has grown stronger since the events in Wano. Diamond Jozu stated solemnly. If Lord Liu Yu were to face Kaido and Big Mom now, it would surely be a battle. Marco spoke gravely. In an instant, he transformed into the Phoenix, intercepting all bullets, cannonballs, and sand aimed at their father, Whitebeard. The fierce battle with the Admiral must not be disturbed. Marine Peach Rabbit, your hero has already been defeated. You should clear the way. We will definitely rescue Ace. Not even Jesus can stop us, exclaimed Flower Sword Vista, shouldering his sword and pointing it menacingly at the obstructing Admiral candidate, Peach Rabbit Shine. The five commanders led by him had been stalled by Shine for quite some time. Mr. Garp, that man. Peach Rabbit Shine took a deep breath, shifting his gaze from the awe-inspiring figure in the sky back to Vista and the others. If you wish to pass, you must first contend with my blade, he declared confidently, his wrist flicking to reveal the dazzling radiance of his famed sword, Kineman. Goodness. Has that monster Garp truly been defeated? The warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo mused, perched atop the water buffalo Atmos, causing the Whitebeard pirates to cry out in terror. If that's the case, it couldn't be better. The shadow and corpse of a marine hero are both prime material that cannot be missed, chuckled the warlord Gecko Moria, stealthily making his way toward the Marine headquarters building. As Moria approached, the eerily silent headquarters suddenly stirred. The earth trembled and cracked. The legendary marine hero Garp's roar reverberated through the land, startling Moria into a seated position. The next moment, under Moria's horrified gaze, the bloodied Marine hero leaped from the ruins of the headquarters. Empowered by the cheers of the elite Marines, he unleashed a final charge strike toward Liu in the sky. His fist, akin to a shooting star, soared majestically through the air. Yet, Liu simply shook his head. It is time for the curtain to fall. You too must exit the stage, Hero Carp. Liu responded with tranquility and confidence. His wings unfurled, diving with the speed of thunder and storm. A fist, shimmering with brilliant lightning, descended. The Thunder Dragon King's devastating punch. Boom. There was not a moment of stalemate. The legendary Marine Admiral, Hero Carp, made his final struggle, only to be forcefully shattered by Liu Yu. Carp transformed into a human cannonball, crashing once again into the ruins of the Marine headquarters. The already crumbling building collapsed completely at this moment. Equally destroyed was Carp's indomitable physique. The legendary Marine Admiral, Hero Carp, was defeated. Defeating the Marine Hero Carp, 11, awarded Liu with 10 levels in light magic and 20 levels in dragon power, along with the forbidden magic. The Hall of Divine Sound. Defeating Moonlight Moria, task progress for the 7 warlords reached 27. Chapter 75, The Severed Arm of Whitebeard. Rumble. The Marine headquarters, standing for centuries, collapsed with a thunderous roar, reduced to utter ruins. The earth trembled as if a dragon were writhing beneath it, with clouds of dust soaring into the sky. Carp, Carp, Admiral Carp. The 10,000 elite Marines of the headquarters cried out anxiously, eagerly awaiting the re-emergence of a miracle. They hoped their pillar of strength could rise once more. Yet, the miracle they longed for did not occur. The legendary Admiral Carp had fallen, completely defeated. This monumental achievement added a vivid stroke to Liu Yu's record of victories. A prolonged silence ensued. The ruins of the headquarters remained eerily quiet. The Marine Hero Carp could not rise again. The hero had truly fallen. This reality caught all Marines off guard, plunging them into profound shock. Carp's defeat was akin to a bolt from the blue for the entire Marine force. All Marines present, whether in battle or observing, stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Mr. Carp, Admiral Carp, Kobe cried out in terror, regaining his senses first. He used the Sara technique, racing with utmost speed to the ruins of the collapsed headquarters. The G3 branches Bogart and others soon followed. Like madmen, they began to excavate the debris, shattering massive stones to retrieve the charred form of Carp. Admiral Carp, Admiral Carp. The double-chinned boy, Barumabur, cried out in panic, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. He was still alive. Admiral Carp was still alive. Feeling the faint but undeniable heartbeat of Carp, Kobe was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Medical team. Where's the medical team? Hurry. Bogart and others urged in unison. The scene descended into chaos. At one moment, the frantic rescue effort fell eerily silent. Kobe, Bogart, and the doctors all shared a moment of stillness, instinctively knowing who the man was that loomed behind them, exerting immense pressure. Cold sweat soaked the Marines from head to toe. Five emperors, Liu Yu. The timid Kobe was the first to turn around, trembling as he faced Liu Yu. Kobe, what are you doing? Don't throw your life away. Barumabur frantically warned. As long as I'm still alive. No, I won't let you touch even a finger of Admiral Carp. Despite his heart racing with fear, he bravely spread his arms, positioning himself in front of Carp. Such bravado. Liu let out a soft chuckle, his fingertips shimmering with radiant golden sparks. Oh dear, I am doomed. Truly doomed this time. His eyes were tightly shut, his heart wailing in despair. Yet, he remained utterly still. A voice, aged and resonant, echoed from behind Liu Yu. It was Admiral Crane, a venerable figure of the previous era, much like Carp, who approached with a calm demeanor. Given your stature, I presume you wouldn't hold a grudge against a mere rookie. If you still wish to engage in combat, I shall gladly oblige. Admiral Crane spoke with a composed tone. Liu turned around, a breath lingering in the air. The sunken areas on Liu Yu's body gradually regained their form, smoothing out. However, the fractured ribs and cracks in his arm bones still required time to heal. Has the Navy truly run out of personnel? They actually sent an elderly woman. How utterly dull. Liu shook his head, disregarding the general He turned his gaze towards the dark, ominous thunderclouds in the sky and inhaled deeply. The scattered thunder contained within the pitch-black clouds cascaded into his being, replenishing the nearly depleted Thunder Lake. However, compared to the toll taken during the battle with Carp, this meager restoration was but a drop in the bucket, far from meeting the minimum requirements to unleash the Divine Sound Pavilion. Having acquired a rare forbidden magic, Liu was eager to experiment with it, yet it was still insufficient. It seemed that he would first need to replenish his strength a little more. Liu Yu murmured softly to himself, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. He glanced at Ace on the execution platform, then turned his attention to Admiral Kazuru, who was embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the Golden Lion. The expended thunder elements called for replenishment, and naturally, the most effective source would be lightning. However, at this moment, he was the only one capable of summoning such power in this arena. Thus, Liu had no choice but to resort to alternative methods for replenishment. He would convert flames and light elements into pure energy, which he would then transmute into lightning power. This two-step transformation process would result in an approximate loss of half the energy. Yet, he regarded the loss with indifference. After all, it was not a loss for him. If necessary, he could simply consume a bit more of Kazar's light essence or Ace's fire essence. It seemed as though he sensed an ominous intent lurking in the air. The Admiral, engaged in battle with the Golden Lion, suddenly shivered like a startled bird. Without uttering a word, he turned and fled. It mattered little, after all. The other one was bound and could not escape. With this thought, Lu Yu no longer hesitated. He strode forward, surpassing the sweat-drenched Major General He. Fear not, Major General He, for I am not so petty as to engage in a quarrel with you, an elderly woman. Lu Yu smiled broadly. In response to Lu Yu's disdain, the Major General He felt no trace of dissatisfaction. He merely let out a long sigh of relief, then quickly walked towards the severely injured Carp. On the other side, Lu Yu walked directly toward the execution platform. Along the way, he encountered a charred figure, a portly man convulsing on the ground. After a careful examination, he finally recognized that this unfortunate soul, struck by the errant lightning, was none other than the warlord Gecko Moria. The battles of others had yet to conclude. Yet here he was, in a frantic rush to claim the fallen. If he did not suffer, who would? Onward he pressed. Lu Yuling delivered a powerful kick that sent the obstructive Moria soaring into the sky. Suddenly, a fierce aura surged forth. As a massive blade of emerald light cleaved through the earth, hurtling directly towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu's gaze sharpened, his hand reaching forth to grasp the terrifying emerald blade of light, which he subsequently shattered. His attention then shifted to the three figures situated 100 paces away. Apart from the tyrant bear and Moria, the other three active warlords of the sea were present. The world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, the formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo, and the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. Shall it be your turn next? He mused. You could have lingered a while longer, but since you have chosen to come, let us settle this matter once and for all. Lu Yu spoke with a tranquil confidence. Fufufu, 5 Emperors Lu Yu, do not misunderstand. I have no intention of battling you, Doflamingo hastily clarified, retreating. On the other side, the pirate empress Boa Hancock, upon feeling Lu Yu's gaze upon her, let out a delicate gasp and fell to the ground. The intense electricity of that esteemed individual, is this what it feels like to be struck by lightning? I am becoming numb. The Empress Hancock clutched her heart, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. As Lu Yu was about to employ his mind-reading abilities to thoroughly examine the somewhat troubled mind of the Empress, a sudden gust of wind swept towards him. The world-renowned swordsman, the stoic and formidable Mihawk, once again made his move. 5th Emperor Lu Yu, let me see your sword once more, Mihawk declared. His gaze fixed upon Lu Yu with intense fervor. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly regain his composure. It appeared that the formidable Mihawk, known as Hawkeyes, was not motivated by the obligations of the 7 warlords. Rather, he was purely intrigued by the Iron Dragon's ultimate technique, the Iron God Sword. You wish to witness it? Very well, come at me. Lu Yu offered a subtle smile, his gaze fixated on the black blade, knight, wielded by Hawkeye. This unparalleled great sword, one of merely 12 in existence, was of a quality incomparable to ordinary blades. It was indeed a rare treasure. Perceiving the nuance of Lu Yu's smile, Hawkeye Mihawk felt a sudden jolt of unease within him, instinctively sensing a foreboding. However, in the realm of swords, there was no room for overthinking. Without a trace of hesitation, Hawkeye swung knight once more. The clash of steel resonated through the air. Yet, the anticipated clash of blades did not materialize. Instead, it was the teeth of his black blade that met Lu Yu's grip. Was this fellow attempting to? Hawkeye Mihawk's pupils constricted as he comprehended Lu Yu's intentions. The memory of Lu Yu severing and consuming the great swords of the admirals lingered vividly in his mind. At this moment, even the composed Hawkeye Mihawk felt a surge of indignation. After all, knight was the strongest black blade he had painstakingly forged over decades. To see it meet its end here would be an immense loss. With a thunderous roar, Hawkeye employed his blade technique, ultimately rescuing knight from Lu Yu's grasp. Yet, it was not without damage. The edges of knight bore 2 neat rows of bite marks. Truly, it was a formidable greatsword, capable of inflicting pain even upon the most seasoned of blades. Lu Yu ground his teeth, astonished by the hardness of the knife knight. Even the Iron Dragon's biting force failed to shatter it immediately, merely leaving behind teeth marks. However, if it were the jaws of the Iron Dragon King, whether it be the blade or the supreme great knife, it would effortlessly sever it. Observing the regretful expression on Lu Yu's face, Hawkeye Mihawk's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, wishing he could. Just then, before Mihawk could make any further moves, the battlefield above suddenly underwent a shocking transformation. In another area of the royal battlefield, an unexpected upheaval occurred. An arm, clutching a long-handled scimitar, soared skyward amid the swirling magma. Old Man. Chapter 76. Enraged and striking at the pinnacle of the Red Earth continent. In Mariewa, the live broadcast from the Sabaody archipelago was abruptly cut off. Yet deep within Mariewa, in the conference hall where the 5 elders convened, the broadcast continued uninterrupted. The 5 venerable figures, representing the world's highest authority, sat or stood in solemn silence. Lightning illuminated the entire screen, depicting the final clash between Lu Yu and the hero Carp. The Grand Naval Headquarters building crumbled under the weight of their confrontation. The outcome was now clear. Who would have thought that after Akiji, even Carp was defeated? The fifth Emperor Liu Yu's power is truly terrifying. The Elder, clad in a long martial arts robe and wielding a sword taller than himself, adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting ominously. Although reluctant to admit it, Karp had been a formidable force throughout the centuries. Yet, still, the golden-haired Elder, appearing relatively youthful, shook his head in shock. Humph. What kind of Navy hero is he? As a member of the Navy, he refuses to heed our government's directives. He even nurtured that dangerous revolutionary, Dragon, and took in the Pirate King's son and his grandson, the Straw Hat Brat, both of whom are considerable nuisances. If not for that heroic title, he would have been executed 100 times over by now, remarked the scarred-eyed Elder, his noble curls framing his disdainful expression. Now is not the time for old grievances. At least Karp has fulfilled his duties as a Navy hero this time. That monster, the fifth Emperor, should be sufficiently exhausted now. The bald Elder with a birthmark on his head scoffed repeatedly. Yet, it is not enough, replied the sword-wielding Elder, shaking his head. Indeed, to this day, we remain ignorant of the true nature of his abilities. Fire, thunder, storms, that peculiar arm blade, and the power to devour Kizaru. I initially thought it was some form of dragon-like mythical beast ability, but the golden-haired Elder furrowed his brows in contemplation. That abomination seems like a bug in this world. It should not exist here at all. The curly-haired noble Elder's expression darkened. Before Liu Yu's emergence on the battlefield, they had merely regarded him as a slightly more potent human. If he arrived on the battlefield, they would simply deal with him. However, now, witnessing the successive defeats of the admirals and heroes, the Elder's composure had vanished. They never anticipated such a strange existence could exist in this world. One that surpassed the strongest creature Kaido and consecutively defeated both admirals and heroes. Liu undoubtedly qualified to replace Whitebeard as the new strongest man in the world. Yet, such a terrifying being had not been heard of prior to the Wano country incident. This was undeniably unusual. Perhaps we should report to that esteemed gentleman? The bald Elder with the birthmark tentatively suggested, casting a questioning glance at the elderly man with long white hair and beard. Indeed, we must report. But not at this moment. The war is paramount, and the time has come. The Elder in deep blue attire suddenly rose, his eyes fixated on the screen, radiating intensity. The display no longer showcased Liu Yu and Karp, but rather the royal battlefield with Akainu and Whitebeard. Esteemed colleagues, it is time to notify Sora to take action. The next battlefield shall be under our command. At the naval headquarters, on the battlefield above, the war took unexpected turns. Just as attention was drawn to the defeat of the hero Karp, another shocking event unfolded in the terrifying royal battlefield. The long knife of Squord, captain of the New World's great whirlwind spider pirates, pierced through Whitebeard's chest. Seizing the opportunity, Akainu's magma dog head seized Whitebeard's right arm. The situation took a drastic turn. Witnesses to this scene were left in utter shock, their minds numbed by the unparalleled spectacle. The battlefield fell silent for hundreds of meters around, even before the battle between Liu Yu and Karp commenced. The fateful confrontation between Whitebeard and Admiral Akainu had already ignited. Unlike the bloody struggle between Liu Yu and Karp, the combat between Whitebeard and Akainu was marked by restraint. Both sides fought cautiously, waiting for the other to reveal a flaw, poised to deliver a lethal blow. As the royal battle reached a stalemate, the captains from the New World, initially responsible for the coastal battlefield, broke through the Navy's defenses and joined Whitebeard's crew on the main square. This was a significant development. The Navy had lost 10 vice admirals due to Liu Yu's intervention, and the ordinary Navy officers could not withstand the advance of the New World captains. Rescuing Ace was now imminent. However, at that moment, Squord intervened in the royal battle between Whitebeard and Akainu, as Squord was about to be engulfed by Akainu's magma. The protective instinct of Whitebeard compelled him to act decisively. Yet, the result was Squord's treacherous filial sword, leaving Whitebeard's heart chilled. Anticipating this turn of events, Akainu grinned triumphantly. The fierce attack of the dog-biting Red Lotus veered, seizing Whitebeard's entire right arm, creating the current scene. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Marco, the strongest shield of Whitebeard, gradually closed his gaping mouth. His lips trembled uncontrollably, and his pupils, along with his mind, quivered in disbelief. Squord, what the hell are you doing? Marco's anguished roar echoed across the battlefield. Captain Squord, you bastard. Do you even know what you're doing? That is our father. Joss, Vista, Izo, and the other commanders and crew members of the Whitebeard pirates, alongside the Ice Witch Pei, the Knight Doma, and the Daikalban brothers from the New World, all cried out in heart-wrenching despair, questioning the motives behind Squord's actions. They were left bewildered, unsure of why this betrayal had occurred. Why did Squord, the son of Whitebeard, suddenly attempt to assassinate him? Stop the nonsense, you bastards. You have forced my hand. Squord staggered back a few steps, shouting vehemently. What did you say? Maruko, enraged, forcefully slammed Squord's head to the ground, shattering the surface and leaving him bloodied. With the wounds from the filial sword in the severed arm, Whitebeard's towering figure finally faltered, kneeling on one knee. Old man, hold on. I will help you reattach your arm, Marco urged anxiously. However, that arm had already succumbed to the intense heat of the magma, rendered beyond recovery. Let us end this farce, Whitebeard. Haven't you already colluded with the Navy? You and the Whitebeard pirates, along with Ace, will surely be saved. They must have promised you, Squord proclaimed, revealing everything he had learned from the arrogant Admiral Akaino. It's nothing short of a miracle that I struck you. I am prepared for death. So just kill me. Squard feigned the demeanor of a hero exposing lies. You are an irredeemable fool, Squard. You have been deceived. Why can't you trust the old man? Urko shouted passionately. Be quiet, Marco. Stop pretending to be ignorant, as the captain of the 1st Division. You cannot be unaware of everything. With the assassination of Whitebeard now in motion, Squard found himself with no path of retreat. At last, Whitebeard broke his silence. The fact that Ace is the son of Roger is indeed true. They manipulated the man most susceptible to being swayed by this revelation. It seems their strategy has outmatched ours. Whitebeard spoke calmly, raising his massive left arm high. You should be aware of what you have done. To turn against the old man, you truly are a hopelessly foolish son. Whitebeard's enormous hand descended, but instead of striking down Squard, he embraced him. Even a foolish son, the old man still loves you. Stop joking. Squard struggled, his body and heart in turmoil. He began to realize that perhaps he was indeed mistaken. That he had truly been deceived. You idiot, Squard. Do you think the old man allowed you to stab him? He was trying to protect you from Akainu's magma. Urko roared. If you wish for my life, I am right here. It has nothing to do with the old man. On the execution platform. Ace was once again overwhelmed by guilt, tears streaming down his face. Ace, Uncle Whitebeard, exclaimed the bruised and battered Straw Hat Luffy, struggling against his chains. How absurd. Whitebeard. This is the divine retribution for your reckless accumulation of sons. The Golden Lion Shiki remarked solemnly. Whitebeard, Newgate, and Rayleigh, along with Shaki, fell into silence. Aya. The cries of anguish echoed through the sky. Old man, I'm so sorry. Truly sorry. Doubting the old man and attempting to assassinate him. I do not deserve to live in this world. Finally accepting the truth of his deception, Squard broke down, weeping uncontrollably. It's not your fault. It was merely an arm. It is nothing of great consequence, Whitebeard stated calmly. At that moment, he began to understand the thoughts of Shanks when he lost his arm. No, Whitebeard, the Admiral Akaina sneered. Half of my body is now magma. This time, I will not miss. I will take your head. I need to conserve my strength for that monster. Admiral Akaina grinned, and as his words fell, the blazing head of magma surged forth, roaring towards Whitebeard's head. Old man. Marco shouted, I cannot allow you to succeed. Whitebeard's head is mine. Marco and the ever-watchful crocodile sprang into action to intercept. Stay out of this. Admiral Akaina stomped his right foot onto the ground. The scorching magma erupted from beneath, forcing Marco and Crocodile back. The roaring head grew ever larger in Whitebeard's light golden eyes. Just as Whitebeard prepared to block with his left arm, a powerful force akin to a dragon's breath descended. This is truly outrageous, Whitebeard. Liu spoke softly, raising his hand effortlessly to block the searing head of the magma dog. Chapter 77. Akaina was stunned. It was truly absurd. Whitebeard. With a thunderous roar, a figure abruptly appeared before Whitebeard. It was none other than Liu. With a casual gesture, Liu's right hand met the oncoming magma dog head that sought to bite Whitebeard. The formidable attack of the Admiral Akaina was effortlessly thwarted by Liu. It was as serene as a gentle breeze, akin to a leisurely stroll in a garden. This scene once again left the onlookers in awe. After all, this was magma. In the realm of elemental powers, it possessed an attack capability that rivaled that of lightning. Yet now, it was being stopped by Liu's flesh and blood. The intense heat of the magma posed no harm to his palm whatsoever. Observing Liu, who had suddenly arrived to save him, Whitebeard's aged face reflected a mixture of shock, disbelief, and relief, ultimately transforming into a wry smile. Spare me, Liu. I am but an ordinary man with a single heart. Whether labeled as a demon or a monster, I cannot remain the strongest forever. The coming era belongs to you, young ones. No, it belongs to you, the strongest among you. Whitebeard spoke calmly, casually entrusting the title of the world's strongest in the name of the era to Liu. The new world's strongest has been born. The elite Navy personnel scattered across the square murmured in astonishment. Yet, deep within, they held no surprise at this outcome. After witnessing Liu's victories over Admiral Akiji and Hero Garp, no one could doubt his power any longer. In this twilight of Whitebeard's life, no. Even if it had been a decade or two earlier, during the zenith of Whitebeard's era, Liu is still regarded as the true strongest in the world. A pinnacle capable of suppressing an entire era. The era of Whitebeard has concluded, and a new age has dawned, one that belongs to the 5 emperors. Led by Liu. Swiftly let this monumental news reverberate across the globe. At the Sabaody Archipelago live broadcast square, bolstered by the outdoor broadcaster Bucky, the gathered journalists and onlookers finally witnessed the unfolding of the paramount battle. While Whitebeard's assassination is indeed shocking, the transition of eras and the shift in the title of the world's strongest is even more profoundly stirring. The vast Sabaody live broadcast square buzzes with excitement. As the crowd stands in awe of this new era of unparalleled strength, a voice thunders from the sky above the headquarters. New era? The new strongest in the world? Do not jest. I shall shatter your so-called new age. The cold voice of Admiral Akaina reverberates, as torrents of magma surge across the square like the tumultuous waves of the sea. Old Man Mard calls out, delivering a powerful kick that sends the despairing Squard to safety, before escorting Whitebeard away from the searing magma. Admiral Akainu, however, remains unfazed. With Liu's arrival, his quarry has shifted. The aged and ailing Whitebeard, now missing an arm, poses little threat for the Navy to secure victory in this conflict. They must first contend with the true menace, Luyu. Both Aokiji and Garp have fallen. Now it is his turn to take charge. Do not worry. Your efforts shall not be in vain. The head of this monster shall be mine. Admiral Akainu proclaims with quiet confidence, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. He possesses unwavering faith in his formidable magma powers. Should Luyu wield the might of lightning, he might pose a challenge. However, following his battle with Garp, Akainu firmly believes that Luyu's lightning reserves are dwindling. If Luyu resorts to fire, it would only serve to benefit him. After all, his magma reigns supreme. Even flames would be consumed by his molten power. With this thought, Admiral Akainu's angular visage radiates confidence. With a mere thought, the magma hound head, once solidified by advanced armament haki, melts and flows like water, encircling Luyu's arm in an instant. Luyu's right arm, along with the exposed half of his upper body, was completely engulfed by molten lava. The sight of Luyu encased in magma left Marco, Josu, and others wide-eyed with astonishment and dread. In stark contrast, the faces of the Navy personnel were painted with hope. On the Dragonhead ship, Robin's fair visage turned pale with an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Wait, do not worry just yet, little Robin. Your Mr. Luyu will not simply fall without a fight. Shaki reassured her repeatedly. He is the one who has defeated the world's strongest Garp. Moreover, let us not forget, he is a master of fire himself. If my intuition serves me correctly, that Admiral Akainu's magma is likely countered by Luyu's innate abilities, much like how he deals with Kizaru. Rayleigh inhaled deeply and spoke with conviction. Indeed, the reality unfolded just as Rayleigh had anticipated. The legacy of the fire-extinguishing dragon magic of Luyu has been passed down to the Fire Dragon King Igneel in the fairy tale universe. The Dragon King Igneel stands as the pinnacle among all fire-type dragons, governing all matters related to flames. Tasks such as bathing in magma are but trifles for him. Naturally, Luyu, who has perfectly inherited the power of the Fire Dragon King, is no exception. The proud Admiral Akainu boasts of his scorching magma, capable of incinerating everything in its path. Yet, for Luyu, it poses not the slightest threat. Such temperatures are scarcely sufficient to warm a bath for him. However, the fact that his most formidable attack fails to inflict any harm upon Luyu is something the overconfident Admiral Akainu has yet to realize. 5 Emperors Luyu. Your era is destined to end before it even begins. What a truly laughable jest. Admiral Akainu sneers repeatedly. Even as half of his body is enveloped in magma, Luyu remains unfazed. His eyes narrow slightly, regarding Admiral Akainu as if he were a fool. Upon sensing Luyu's subtle gaze, Admiral Akainu's heart skips a beat, plunging him into confusion. He finally grasps the unsettling truth. Despite being nearly engulfed by his magma, Luyu's expression remains unchanged, as if the searing heat brings him no pain whatsoever. How can this be? Is it possible that this creature is devoid of sensation? Admiral Akainu thinks in astonishment, while he vaguely senses the draining of his own power accelerating. Admiral Akainu, is this the extent of your proud magma abilities? Such a level of magma would scarcely suffice for my bath. Luyu shook his head in calm disappointment. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire venue was instantly left in astonished silence, with jaws dropped and eyes wide open. Chapter 78. Is Akainu powerless? Is this the extent of your magma? I would still find it insufficiently warm for a bath. Luyu wore a smirk at the corner of his mouth, as his words echoed through the arena. An immediate silence enveloped the crowd. Whether they were the elite of the Navy or the pirates of the White Crew, each face bore an expression of sheer disbelief. Jaws dropping as if they had encountered a ghost. Their eyes widened, nearly popping from their sockets. Soaking in magma? Is that even a reasonable statement? It is magma, one of the most fearsome elements on Earth. For an ordinary person, it spells either death or disfigurement, especially when controlled by the monstrous Admiral Akainu. The terror of his magma surpasses that of ordinary natural magma. The ferocity of his blows is no jest, creating gaping holes with a single strike. Even Kaido's dragon form or Big Mom's iron balloon would find themselves grievously injured if struck head-on by Akainu's magma fist. Thus, the horror of his magma abilities is evident. Yet now, enveloped almost entirely by magma, Luyu remained remarkably composed, his visage devoid of any anguish, rather displaying a hint of enjoyment. The 5th Emperor, Luyu, is he truly human? Admiral Candidate Peach Rabbit Shirchuan's eyes widened in astonishment, her delicate fists clenched tightly, her heart racing with overwhelming shock. She understood all too well the formidable strength of Admiral Akainu. If even he could not subdue Luyu, and was instead overpowered, could it be that the Navy would be vanquished by a single individual? Such a notion seemed nothing short of an impossible myth. Yet now, the birth of this miraculous tale appeared imminent. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. No matter how you spin it, the reality of your capture remains unchanged. I shall render you speechless. Admiral Akainu bellowed fiercely, dispelling the ominous premonitions within. Without hesitation, he maximized the output of his magma abilities. The surface of the molten lava, once a high-temperature fluid, erupted into clusters of deep crimson flames. As he reveled in the intensifying fiery energy enveloping him, a foreboding atmosphere thickened. Luyu's smile radiated with increasing brilliance. On this battlefield, apart from Ace and Kizaru, Akainu's magma also served as a wellspring of power for him. However, the impurities within Akainu's magma were far too numerous. The essence of magma consists of various crystals melted at high temperatures. To consume it would be akin to swallowing half of the periodic table, unless it were absolutely necessary. Liu was resolutely unwilling to succumb to despair. As long as he could absorb the flames and intense heat from the magma, he would be fine. Thus, since the onset of this confrontation, he had not exhibited any resistance, instead calmly allowing Admiral Akainu's magma to engulf him while silently drawing upon its power. The results were remarkable. Damn it. That despicable 5 emperors. I wonder how long you can keep smiling. Admiral Akainu gritted his teeth as the ground erupted with a torrential rain of magma, completely enveloping Liu Yu's form, merging him into a bubbling sphere of molten lava. More magma flowed from Admiral Akainu, layer upon layer accumulating upon the sphere, akin to the heavenly star technique from the neighboring world of ninjas. However, unlike the sealing technique from that realm, Akainu's magma heavenly star was a harbinger of destruction. Father. If this continues, it seems dire. Marco exclaimed anxiously. No, don't panic. Liu never undertakes actions without assurance. His lack of resistance must serve a purpose. Whitebeard asserted confidently. Ha ha ha, Captain Liu, what surprise do you intend to bring to the world this time? Above, the golden lion Shiki grinned, brimming with faith in Liu Yu's unpredictability. Truly terrifying. That man-eating monster. Could he possibly intend to devour Sakazuki? Admiral Kizaru remarked, somewhat weakly. Damn it, there's no way. Sakazuki's magma can consume even flames. On the execution platform, Marshal Sengoku clenched his fist nervously. While he spoke of confidence, his heart was filled with uncertainty. After all, Liu had bested even Garp, a being of immense strength. How could such a monster possibly be reduced to ashes without a fight? In the midst of the fierce battle atop the platform, as Liu was consumed by Admiral Akainu's magma star, the intensity of the conflict momentarily paused. Both Navy and pirates cast anxious glances toward the ever-expanding sphere of terrifying magma. I refuse to believe I cannot incinerate you, a fierce pirate proclaimed, seated like an alchemist, channeling his energy into the magma to sustain the output. Tom slipped away unnoticed. The fiery sphere expanded to a diameter exceeding 100 meters, its core environment rivaling that of the Earth's mantle. How do you like this, 5 Emperor Liu? You shall perish. Admiral Akainu gasped for breath, his energy depleted from conjuring such a monstrous magma sphere, feeling as though he had been drained completely. The toll was far greater than his previous battle against Whitebeard. Yet, despite his exhaustion, Akainu's eyes sparkled with excitement and confidence. He believed that no one could emerge unscathed from his devastating attack. With Akainu's fervor, the Navy's morale surged, their cheers reverberating across the battlefield in premature celebration. However, suddenly, Admiral Akainu's expression shifted, his smile freezing. He sensed an ominous force, a terrifying pull that drained him of all strength, constricting his body. Despite ceasing his abilities' release, his body involuntarily began to elementalize. Torrents of magma continuing to flow into the colossal sphere. Is that creature still alive? He is absorbing my magma. Akainu finally grasped the pivotal realization, and without hesitation, he severed his connection to the magma sphere, retreating over 100 meters. Sakazuki. Mr. Sakazuki. What on earth? The Navy soldiers began to inquire. But in the next moment, they were startled to see the massive sphere tremble violently. The sphere began to rotate, or more accurately, the flames and heat within the magma world, transforming into a colossal vortex that permeated through the myriad of volcanic rock pores on the sphere's surface. As calm returned, the oppressive heat that had shrouded the headquarters gradually dissipated. The glow of magma and flames vanished, revealing a massive volcanic rock sphere, a product of the magma's cooling. What is happening? This has never occurred before. How did Sakazuki's magma turn to stone? The Navy soldiers exclaimed in shock, their faces etched with disbelief at the transformation unfolding before their eyes. Akainu's magma has extinguished. Could this also be the doing of the 5 Emperor Liu? He is still alive. Surely he is. The Whitebeard pirates, including Urko and Jozu, were equally astounded. Whitebeard's golden eyes flickered as he recovered from the pain of his severed arm. He raised his left arm, ready to wield the powers of the Tremor fruit to shatter the volcanic rock sphere. Yet before he could act, a crack echoed, a massive fissure forming across the sphere. Then came a series of resounding cracks. Under the astonished gazes of tens of thousands on and off the battlefield, the 100-meter-wide volcanic rock sphere exploded. A pair of colossal fiery dragon wings unfurled from within. Thank you for the hospitality, Admiral Akainu. Chapter 79, Sengoku takes action. A thunderous roar akin to the heavens tearing apart resounded across the sky. The explosion of the volcanic rock sphere sending countless fragments flying like cannonballs. Amidst the raining debris, fierce flames consumed the void, and the majestic dragon wings spread wide, casting an overwhelming presence that left both Navy and pirate forces in stunned silence. The 5 Emperor Liu, that 5 Emperor, indeed still lives. Not only does he live, it seems he has grown even stronger. What could possibly explain this? What had he accomplished? Across the battlefield, both Navy and Whitebeard's pirates, upon witnessing those colossal dragon wings, were collectively struck with awe, shock, and disbelief, unable to fathom the sight before them. How could one endure such a terrifying confinement of magma for so long? Liu Yufei not only emerged unscathed but exuded an even more formidable aura. The fatigue and injuries accumulated from his prior battles against the formidable Admiral Aokiji and the legendary hero Garp seemed to vanish as if swept away, revitalizing his spirit. This outcome was unforeseen by all. After a brief moment, he, that fifth emperor, previously uttering a mere thank you for the hospitality? Moreover, with the disappearance of the searing flames from Admiral Akainu's magma, could it be that he had turned the Admiral's magma to his advantage for recovery? A particularly astute marine soldier grasped the crux of the matter. As his words fell, the battlefield fell silent once more. Indeed, this must be the case. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, nodded with conviction and exhilaration. The powers of fire and lightning are but sustenance for Lord Luyu. He is the man capable of consuming flames to grow stronger. Until now, we believed it was merely magma, unaware that flames resided within it as well. Once the fire and extreme heat were absorbed, the magma was rendered into mere stone. No wonder Mr. Luyu did nothing, allowing the hound to act freely. It was all for this purpose. Ha ha ha, truly befitting of the 5th Emperor. Joza, Vista, and others who had witnessed Luyu devour Big Mom's devastating attacks began to analyze the situation as well. Upon realizing the origin and implications of it all, they confirmed that Admiral Akainu's previous efforts had not only failed to harm Luyu but had instead replenished his strength. The Marines across the battlefield stood in stunned silence. Marshal Sengoku on the execution platform was equally bewildered. Admiral Akainu himself was left astounded, his mind a tempest of frustration. He never anticipated that his all-out destructive assault would instead nourish his enemy. With a single effort, he had nullified the desperate endeavors of both Aokiji and Garp. In this moment, the thought of one day becoming a hindrance to his allies surged within Admiral Akainu, igniting an inferno of rage that trembled through his body. Aha. Serves you right. Marines. Can you still laugh now? Navy. I told you, you learned too early. And what about you, Admiral Akainu? You truly are our greatest ally. Yes. Indeed. Thank you for helping Lord Luyu recover. Thus, the previous efforts of Aokiji and Garp have all come to naught, haven't they? Akainu. Who would have thought you'd become a hindrance one day? This is the outcome of your deceit towards Squard and your betrayal of the old man. As the Whitebeard pirates mercilessly mocked Admiral Akainu's current predicament, the Marines, prompted by the pirates' taunts, began to regard Akainu with a different gaze. Indeed, the pirates spoke the truth. Their once reliable Admiral Akainu had truly become a liability, rendering the efforts of Aokiji and Garp futile. Ha, truly worthy of Captain Luyu. Sengoku, how do you feel? Are you afraid now? The Golden Lion Shiki crossed his arms, observing the iron-faced, nearly furious Marshal Sengoku on the execution platform. At that moment, Sengoku had no time to spare for Shiki's provocations. He had initially believed that Admiral Akainu's magma abilities would be the key to defeating Luyu. Little did he expect that it would ultimately serve to empower Luyu instead. In the face of Luyu, who could withstand the heat of magma and consume flames for his own use, Akainu's high-temperature magma had lost all significance. In terms of compatibility, it was even inferior to Aokiji, who was restrained by fire. It could be said that Luyu stood on an unassailable position against Akainu. How could they possibly fight back? Sengoku, I have long warned you. That fellow consumes everything. Now you must believe it. And now, it seems Akainu has been consumed as well. Admiral Kazara leisurely returned to the execution platform, pouting. Borsellino, Sengoku shot him a fierce glare. Staring at me won't help, Sengoku. Kazara replied nonchalantly. We must bring Akainu back. He can no longer serve as nourishment for the enemy. Kazara spoke earnestly. You go and hold him off, Sengoku commanded. Me? No, I too would become nourishment. Kazara waved his hands in refusal. Sengoku was not surprised by Kazara's response. In fact, he had already made up his mind. The only one on this battlefield capable of confronting Luyu was him. With a flick of his cape of justice, which he had been unable to shake off previously, Sengoku prepared to charge forth. However, a torrent of magma surged upwards from the depths of the marine headquarters, ignited by Akainu's fury, forming a terrifying wave of molten rock. Shut up, all of you. The head of the 5th Emperor Luyu will be mine. Admiral Akainu roared in fury. The waves of magma surged forth towards the pirates, who seemed like ants beneath the scorching calamity, utterly powerless to resist. Just as the pirates were on the verge of being engulfed by the magma in the sky above, Luyu, with fiery dragon wings, opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. In the next moment, an astonishing sight unfolded once more. The terrifying wave of magma solidified into a wall of volcanic rock, with all its searing essence flowing into Luyu's mouth, transforming into his strength. The power of fire metamorphosed into lightning, coursing like a gentle stream into the lake of thunder. Yet it was still far from sufficient. Luyu licked the corner of his mouth, gazing at the formidable General Akainu in the distance, as if he were observing a delectable morsel. The flea shall be pulled from you first. With a resounding crash, the heavens and earth echoed with the roar of thunder. The fiery Dragon King behind Luyu unfurled its magnificent wings, unleashing an unparalleled tempest that howled through the air. The fierce wind swept Luyu's form away, and in an instant he materialized before the great General Akainu. With a single punch, Akainu's canine visage was obliterated, transforming into a cascade of molten droplets. In response, Luyu felt neither surprise nor discontent, for this had been his intention all along. With a fist that penetrated the canine visage, the colors of the magma element gradually faded, Sensing the continuous depletion of the fiery power within, even the composed Akainu could not help but feel alarmed. His expression shifting to one of sheer horror. Abandoning his original form, Akainu reconstituted himself from a distance. With a fierce swing of his right hand, his proud technique. Dogbite Red Lotus erupted once more, a fearsome canine head shaped from magma roaring forth. Upon this canine head rested the most advanced armament haki, capable of inflicting internal devastation. With this strike, Admiral Akainu had undoubtedly eviscerated countless pirates, claiming numerous heads. Yet now, faced with Liu, he was destined for defeat. Confronted with the menacing canine head, Liu neither flinched nor evaded. Instead, he unleashed a punch. A torrential blaze of gold and crimson engulfed the entire canine head and arm. In the instant of reversal, the magma canine head had been reduced to mere cooled volcanic rock. Having experienced it once, he was now familiar with it. After experimenting with various absorption methods, Liu had mastered the art of harnessing the intense heat of magma for his own purposes. Admiral Akainu, is this the full extent of your magma? Allow me to indulge a little more. Liu flashed a commanding smile, shattering the volcanic rock of the dog head while advancing once more. With a single punch, he struck Akainu squarely in the face. Akainu's true form was sent spinning backward, hurtling several meters under the force of Liu's blow. Remarkably, Liu, devoid of haki, managed to propel Akainu away through sheer physical prowess, a feat attributable to Akainu himself. He refrained from elemental transformation. Or perhaps he was simply too fearful to attempt it. Yet, stripped of his formidable magma-enhanced abilities, what could the Admiral Akainu possibly wield against an emperor standing atop the ocean's pinnacle? Indeed, the Admiral Red Dog would certainly face dire consequences should he choose to elementalize. Liu offered a kind reminder. Silence, you villain. Do you truly believe you know who I am? I am a great general. A sudden exclamation of frustration erupted as Liu's rising dragon fist struck the jaw of the formidable Admiral Akainu, propelling him skyward. Under normal circumstances, he would have evaded the blow with his observation haki complemented by the six powers. However, in his current state of agitation, his perception faltered. Having relied on the intense heat and explosive nature of his magma abilities for so long, he had rarely needed to dodge. And his mastery of the Navy's six powers had grown rusty. With his magma capabilities unexpectedly curtailed, he found himself unable to mount an effective offense or defense. Thus, an exceedingly rare spectacle unfolded before the collective gaze of countless observers on the battlefield, broadcast live through the din mushy in the hands of Buggy. Liu mercilessly battered Admiral Akainu, the highest combatant of the Navy, delivering a punch that sent him soaring into the heavens. A kick followed, sending him crashing to the ground. Before he could fully descend, Liu instantaneously arrived at the path where Akainu was destined to land, with another powerful punch directed skyward. This scene instilled a profound terror among all the Marines, causing them to hold their breath in fear. This was not a duel, it was a one-sided annihilation and beating. The spectacle of ruthlessly battering the Admiral continued to unfold, with the heavens crashing down repeatedly, a cycle of ascension and descent that seemed endless. Until, enough. A voice resonated like a grand bell, echoing from behind Liu. Following this was an unparalleled wave of terrifying force. It was a resplendent golden figure, a colossal Buddha of the mortal realm. The Marine Headquarters Fleet Admiral, Sengoku, who possessed the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, had finally made his move. Chapter 80. A solo battle against two admirals. As if a great bell had been struck, or an ancient Buddha was chanting in meditation, the sound pierced through the air, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. The battlefield was suddenly illuminated by a brilliant golden light, an intense radiance that engulfed the entire arena. This was the power of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the ability of the mythical Zoan-type Buddha fruit, fully unleashed in this moment. Sengoku showcased his formidable strength for the first time on this battlefield. His initial strike sent shockwaves throughout the area. Caught off guard by Sengoku's sudden assault, Liu, who was immersed in the joy of beating Admiral Akainu, was unable to react in time. He was struck head-on by Sengoku's immense shockwave, his body soaring through the air for dozens, if not hundreds, of meters. With a rustle, the wings of the Flame Dragon King unfurled, aiding Liu in stabilizing his form. However, the terrifying shockwave of the Buddha continued to wreak havoc within him. Ultimately, it even caused his throat to taste sweetness, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. This demonstrated the sheer magnitude of power behind Sengoku's strike. Under the might of the legendary Carp's meteoric iron fist, the shockwave of the Buddha, imbued with the Conqueror's haki, truly exemplified the prowess of an admiral. Liu raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled broadly. Within the power hierarchy of the pirate world, the three types of haki play a profoundly significant role. The observation haki, which allows one to sense movements and even foresee the future. The armament haki, which can fortify, enhance, emit, and even destruct internally. And the Conqueror's haki, which awakens only among the rarest individuals, 1 in a million. Among these three, both armament and observation haki can be acquired through diligent training, whereas the most extraordinary Conqueror's haki is an innate gift, unattainable through practice or enhancement. Liu is well aware of the crucial importance of these three types of haki in the pirate world. However, a misjudgment on the island had led him never to contemplate such training. Moreover, even if he wished to train, he had no idea where to begin. Until now. He finds himself in a position where he no longer requires the three types of haki. The perception provided by observation haki can be supplanted by a form of telepathy. As for the fortification offered by armament haki, he finds it unnecessary. The formidable power of multiple Dragon Slayer abilities amalgamated is terrifying enough. Regarding the crucial aspect of capturing through natural powers, he finds that direct large-scale elemental bombardment suffices. Only the unique Conqueror's haki remains irreplaceable. For even the might of a dragon cannot substitute its foundational purpose of large-scale troop clearing, a feat that dragon intimidation can only achieve to a limited extent. Furthermore, it is little known that Conqueror's haki possesses a secondary advanced application. Much like armament haki, Conqueror's haki can also be used for constriction, enabling long-distance attacks. Yet, across the vast seas, few possess mastery over the constricting aspect of Conqueror's haki. In the previous era, figures like Roger and Whitebeard could wield it, while the likes of Shiki could not. In this era, red-haired Shanks is renowned as the strongest in Conqueror's haki, and Kaido of the Beast's formidable technique, the Thunder Bagua, derives its terrifying destructiveness from this variability. As for Charlotte Lin Lin, also known as Big Mom, she possesses an innate talent for Conqueror's haki constriction. Following the significant events in Wano, after clashing with Charlotte Lin Lin, Lu Yu finally comprehended the origin of her ironclad form. It was due to the constant autonomous release of her Conqueror's haki, which enveloped her body. Beyond the pirates at sea, there are also masters of Conqueror's haki within the Navy, not the legendary hero garb, but rather Fleet Admiral Sengoku. His Conqueror's haki, imbued with the justice of a sovereign, is undeniably formidable. Coupled with the powers of the mythical Zoan Buddha, even Lu Yu's dragon form, caught off guard, could not withstand the full force, causing him to spit blood. Nonetheless, that was the extent of it. In this world, no one possesses the capability to eliminate Lu Yu with a single strike. He has endured similar constricting attacks from both Kaido and Big Mom numerous times. After a brief moment of recuperation, he steadied himself. The tumultuous breath of Lu Yuba gradually subsided. His countenance returned to tranquility as he smiled at the distant giant Buddha. He harbored no dissatisfaction or resentment regarding the sudden ambush by Admiral Sengoku. After all, this was the essence of warfare. It simply did not concern Lu Yu. However, the members of the Whitebeard pirates could not remain silent. It was utterly despicable. The Fleet Admiral, to resort to a covert attack, does that truly befit your title? Is this all the Navy is capable of, employing such underhanded tactics? First, deceiving Squardo into assassinating the old man, and now launching a surprise attack on Mr. Lu Yu. How shameless. A torrent of insults and vitriol surged toward Admiral Sengoku from the pirates. Yet, the Admiral appeared impervious to their barbs, filtering them out with ease. He approached the battered Admiral Akainu. "Sakazuki, are you all right?" Sengoku inquired solemnly. Coughing up blood, Admiral Akainu gently shook his head. His swollen, half-closed eyes fixated unblinkingly on Lu Yu. "Your magma abilities are ineffective against that monster. It is best that I take over now. You should continue dealing with Whitebeard," Sengoku stated. Understood. Although Admiral Akainu was unwilling, he reluctantly accepted the order. He had to concede that against Lu Yu, he could barely muster 1/10 of his power, enduring a one-sided beating. Even if he forcefully joined the fray, he would offer no assistance to Sengoku and might even become a hindrance. Just as Admiral Akainu prepared to withdraw, Lu Yu finally spoke again. "Admiral Red Dog, who permitted your departure? Who granted you the authority to make unilateral decisions regarding your positions? Since you are here, whether it is one or two, I shall accept them all without reservation." Lu Yu's voice thundered across the heavens, a resonance that eclipsed all others. His words exuded an undeniable aura of dominance, instilling a sense of solemnity among the warriors on the battlefield. What does this so-called Five Emperors truly signify? Could he possibly intend to face two adversaries alone? Such a feat seems implausible. After all, he stands against the illustrious Grand Marshal of the Warring States and the formidable Admiral Akainu. No, if it is that man, perhaps it is conceivable. Not merely conceivable, but highly probable. Swiftly, we must act. Following the defeat of the legendary Carp, another earth-shattering revelation is on the brink of unfolding. The journalists from various news agencies gathered at the live broadcast square of Sabaody Archipelago were left in awe, preparing for a momentous story destined to shake the world. On the battlefield above, Admiral Akainu halted his advance at Lu Yu's audacious declaration of war. Anger flickered across his swollen visage. "Stand down, Sakazuki," commanded the Marshal Sengoku. What seems to be the matter? Are you, Marshal Sengoku, afraid?" Lu Yu taunted. "If fear grips you truly, I could easily accommodate you. For the ensuing battle, I shall refrain from absorbing that Red Dog's magma. How does that sound? After all, I have grown weary of this game." Lu Yu smiled effortlessly, a broad grin illuminating his face. Upon hearing this, Sengoku and Akainu exchanged glances, each stirred by the unspoken understanding between them. Although the words of pirates often lacked credibility, the statements made by someone of Lu Yu's stature naturally carried weight. At the very least, one could expect him to adhere to his word in the initial stages. The alliance of two formidable admirals is not merely a matter of addition. It transcends the simplistic equation of 1 + 1 = 2. If it were solely Sengoku, he harbored no confidence whatsoever in overcoming Lu Yu. However, with the unrestrained Akainu joining forces, their combined might could potentially subdue Lu Yu before he had a chance to react. This battle, perhaps, we might emerge victorious. Sengoku and Akainu exchanged another knowing glance, nodding in agreement. Indeed, this is the right course of action. Lu Yu smiled. To this day, he had triumphed over Qing Nin using the Flame Dragon King mode and defeated Akapa with the Thunder Dragon King mode. Now, it was time for the Radiant Flame Dragon King to make his grand entrance. For this endeavor, a single general would be utterly insufficient, at the very least. 2 formidable warriors of general rank were necessary to match the prowess of the Radiant Flame Dragon King. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted as the momentum of Marshal Sengoku and General Akainu coalesced, targeting Lu Yu with unwavering resolve. The formation of a conflict involving 1 emperor and 2 generals was solidified. It was only at this moment that the other combatants on the field finally understood that Lu Yu was not jesting. He genuinely intended to confront both the Navy's marshal and general simultaneously. This was utterly reckless. Was His Excellency Lu Yu serious? Marco was beside himself with anxiety. To take on 2 opponents was already audacious enough, but why had he publicly vowed to seal his techniques against Akainu? The faces of Jozu and the others were filled with confusion. Ha ha ha, Captain Lu Yu truly lives up to his reputation. Above in the sky, the Golden Lion Shiki remained unfazed, harboring absolute confidence in Lu Yu. Since he dared to make such a declaration, it was surely not an empty boast. We shall merely observe. Rayleigh and Xiaoqi nodded in agreement. Robin clenched her fists, beads of anxious sweat forming in her palms. Fu. An intriguing and extraordinary duel is about to commence. 1 emperor against 2 generals. What hidden cards does this man possess? The warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo laughed heartily. This was the audacity of the strongest man in the New World. Truly magnificent. The cross-dressing King Ivankov screeched with excitement, having consecutively defeated generals and heroes. Now he was set to face both the marshal and a general at once. Did he possess the strength for such a feat, or was he courting his own demise? Crocodile's expression was grave. Old man, what do you intend to do? Father, your injuries. Whitebeard, surrounded by his captain and doctors, took a deep breath and rose to his feet, disregarding his son's protests. The aura of a 4th formidable warrior erupted on the main battlefield. Ha, Lu Yu, Whitebeard began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Lu Yu's gaze. Whitebeard, this battle is of my own choosing. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Yu said, there is no but. You may simply sit and observe. Alternatively, you may attend to your own matters. For I believe your purpose in coming here has yet to be fulfilled. Lu Yu spoke with unwavering determination, leaving Whitebeard and the others momentarily stunned. Had it not been for Lu Yu's reminder, they might have almost forgotten that the primary objective of their expedition was to rescue Ace. What shall we do, old man? Marco inquired. Let it be. We shall first rescue Ace, Whitebeard replied with a bitter smile, making a resolute decision. The once stagnant battlefield atmosphere became charged with tension once more. Are you prepared to face defeat? Questioned Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Akainu. Lu Yu's face broke into a wild grin, his arms outstretched. Behind him, the left wing of the Flame Dragon underwent a sudden transformation. Waves of dazzling golden lightning patterns replaced the flames. The Lightning Flame Dragon King mode had been unleashed. Chapter 81. Overwhelming pressure. The battlefield above was once again engulfed in the throes of war. Upon realizing Lu Yu's determination, Whitebeard ceased his insistence, silently marking another debt of gratitude in his heart. He then hurried with Marco and the other captains towards the execution platform to rescue Ace. Sengoku was fully aware of their intentions, yet he found himself powerless as he faced the most formidable opponent on this battlefield. The fate of the execution platform was now entrusted to Admiral Kizaru, with its defense left to chance. Meanwhile, on the execution platform, observing the Whitebeard pirates charging with fierce momentum, Admiral Kizaru did not dare to be negligent. Admirals Akiji and the Hero Garp were already exhausted from their fierce battle, while Admiral Akainu and Fleet Admiral Sengoku had their hands full staving off the most terrifying of adversaries. As the Navy's final line of supreme strength, Kizaru could not afford to be idle. He had to commit fully. Dazzling golden lasers illuminated the battlefield. Admiral Kizaru, along with the pacifists gathered beneath the execution platform, unleashed a barrage of lasers to halt the advance of Whitebeard's forces. The formidable power of these lasers was sufficient to easily obliterate ordinary pirates. Yet against a grand pirate like Whitebeard, they proved largely ineffective. Despite being gravely injured and beset by illness, even with just one arm remaining, Whitebeard's presence remained unparalleled. The unmatched blade, the Great Cleaver, cleaved through the air, generating shockwaves that sent everything in its path flying, including the Admiral candidate Guillaume. Before long, the main force of the Whitebeard pirates had reached the execution platform. The fiery lines surged forward. Ace, we have come to welcome you. Marco grinned, his eyes glistening with emotion. It's the guy who looks like a pineapple. Luffy, battered and bruised, remained oblivious. Before Marco could correct him, a terrifying pressure descended. Hey, I'm also an admiral, don't ignore me. Admiral Kizaru lifted his long leg. Speed equates to weight. With that, Kizaru unleashed a genuine lightspeed kick that sent Marco flying several hundred meters away. With the Yada no Kagami, Admiral Kizaru unleashed yet another devastating attack. The terrifying lasers fell like rain, enveloping the main force of Whitebeard below the execution platform. Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard, do you need assistance? The booming laughter of the golden lion from above made Admiral Kazuru's eyelids twitch. No need, came Whitebeard's resounding laughter amidst the clouds of smoke and dust. The blade of the great cleaver sliced through the void, triggering a white shockwave that detonated countless lasers. The residual shockwaves crashed upon the execution platform, causing it to collapse. The rescue operation was still underway, in stark contrast to the chaos and gunfire raging elsewhere, a corner of the square. Approximately 800 meters from the execution platform lay an eerie silence. An invisible aura, so terrifying it defied description, enveloped the area, transforming it into a forbidden zone. Both the elite navy and pirates from the New World hurriedly retreated to other regions, too fearful to approach. This was the site of an astonishing confrontation between two emperors and two admirals. This was the battlefield of Luyu, Sengoku, and Akainu, even before the battle formally commenced. The sky shifted ominously. In his true form as the Buddha, Fleet Admiral Sengoku brought his hands together, unleashing a radiant golden light. A sound akin to a mighty bell reverberated through the heavens. As Sengoku slowly separated his hands, terrifying threads of colored energy emanated from his fingers. The manifestation of Conqueror's haki entwining and stretching. You brought this upon yourself. If you die later, do not harbor any grievances. Admiral Akainu grunted. His mouth swollen like a sausage, his eyes glinting with hatred. He stomped his right foot down, causing scalding magma to surge behind him. This magma, originating from the depths of the Navy headquarters, erupted through cracks of various sizes, filling the air with heat. The golden light of the Buddha and the terrifying tide of magma consumed half the sky, pressing against the fiery expanse on the other side. Under the overwhelming pressure exerted by the two admirals, even the lightning flame Dragon King mode seemed somewhat inadequate. Yet, Luyu's expression remained unchanged throughout. A fleeting flash of inconspicuous golden lightning flickered, followed by a thunderous roar that shook the very earth. Dark storm clouds rolled in once more, not spreading widely, but merely enveloping the sky to the left of Luyu. Unbeknownst to anyone, the dragon wings that had been folded behind him began to change. The flames receded, replaced by dazzling golden lightning patterns. Sengoku's pupils constricted. He recognized these lightning-patterned dragon wings. Previously, when Luyu defeated Garp, he bore the same wings. Could it be that his powers could still merge? Sengoku's heart raced with dread as he grasped this terrifying reality. Correct, but unfortunately, there is no reward. Luyu unleashed a wild grin, and a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a mighty dragon, reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Behind Luyu, the Fire Dragon King, enshrouded in flames, and the Thunder Dragon King, crackling with electricity, roared as they approached. They intertwined and ultimately merged behind him, with one half embodying the fiery essence of the Flame Dragon King and the other half representing the radiant might of the Thunder Dragon King. The right side blazed with the crimson flames of the Fire Dragon, while the left shimmered with the golden lightning of the Thunder Dragon. Thus, the Dragon King of Fire and Thunder emerged into the world. At that moment, the sky seemed to split in four, even though he stood alone. Liyu's momentum remained undiminished, matching that of Sengoku and Akainu without the slightest hint of weakness. The roar of the Thunder Flame Twin Dragon King surged forth, forcefully overwhelming all in its path. Let the battle commence. Engage in the fray. Liu provocatively waved his hand. Do not become complacent. The mighty General Akainu bellowed, enveloped in a torrent of magma. Inferno. With a sudden, fierce motion, he unleashed his elemental-infused right hand. The magma fist swelled in size, rapidly transforming to the dimensions of a house, hurtling towards Lu Yu's location. Lu Yu's expression remained unchanged. With a flap of his dual wings, Lei Yin advanced. In each step, the heavens and earth resonated with thunder and wind. Liu stood resolute, his fist ablaze with flames and crackling with thunder, boldly meeting the onslaught of the magma-infused punch. Boom. The earth trembled. The dual assault of fire and lightning unleashed a terrifying shockwave of power. The full force of Admiral Akainu's fiery breath was utterly suppressed. Foolish trick, roared Akainu once more as the colossal molten fist erupted, transforming into a myriad of fiery meteors that scattered across the Navy headquarters. Liu let out a light chuckle, disregarding the meteor-like flames that scattered across the sky. Behind him, his dual wings of thunder and flame resembled two celestial blades, forcefully cleaving through all the magma blocks in their path, advancing directly towards the formidable General Akainu. With fists radiating the brilliance of both thunder and fire, he aimed a decisive strike at the general's head. You shall not succeed, roared Sengoku, as he harnessed his formidable observation haki to successfully track the lightning-fast Luyu. The colossal palm of the Buddha descended with ferocity, the shockwave of the Buddha's impact harmonizing with the overwhelming conqueror's haki, sending Luyu hurtling backwards. In a fleeting moment, Liu pivoted, redirecting the punch originally intended for Akainu towards the overwhelming conqueror's haki of Sengoku. Seizing this opportunity, the Admiral Akainu mercilessly unleashed a magma-infused projectile aimed at Luyu's vulnerable back. The searing heat of the magma posed no threat to Luyu, as he was naturally immune to its intense temperatures. However, the force of the advanced armament haki still caused him to stagger, sending him tumbling several meters, with a dull ache lingering in his back. This momentum, Sakazuki, did not grant him a moment's respite. Sengoku bellowed, demonstrating agility that belied his massive stature. He deftly pursued Liu with moonwalk steps, raising his colossal palm high. The conqueror's haki erupted once more, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the still and steady Liu. Such tactics are ineffective against me. Liu flashed a grin, meeting the challenge with a strike of his own. Yet this time, the resplendent golden thunder and crimson flames enveloping his fist radiated with an extraordinary brilliance. Within the swirling tempest of lightning and fire, it appeared as if two miniature dragon kings roared in unison. The thunder, the flames, the dragons, and the king converged into a cataclysmic punch. Boom. In that moment, the world descended into a brief stillness. Everything surrounding the two seemed to slow its passage, as if caught in a suspended reality. The battered ground of the Marine headquarters split open once more, creating a gaping chasm that nearly bisected the premises. A blinding white shockwave erupted, dazzling like a miniature sun hovering just within reach. Waves of white energy rippled outward from Liu, expanding in all directions. Above, the dense clouds churned violently, ultimately tearing apart to reveal a vast gash, reminiscent of a celestial scar. The intensity of the confrontation did not linger for long. Sengoku, the Buddha, wore a visage marred by ferocity and astonishment, his eyes wide and pupils constricting. In an instant, his mighty Buddha shockwave was vanquished by Liu's direct assault. The thundering punch of the Thunderfire Dragon King struck fiercely within his palm. Crack. Once more, the sound rang out. But this time it was the bones of Admiral Sengoku's hand, arm, and shoulder that shattered. The fusion of the Thunder Dragon and Fire Dragon, now embodying the Thunderfire Dragon King, had transcended the realm of admirals, akin to the overwhelming disparity of power between the four emperors and their vice-captains. In their head-on clash, Sengoku's formidable shockwave barely held its ground for a fleeting moment, a testament to his pride. With a cry of anguish, Sengoku was sent reeling, blood spilling forth, igniting a cacophony of gasps from the Marines. However, the iron-blooded Admiral Heichuan showed no concern for Sengoku's plight. Instead, he seized the opportunity birthed by Sengoku's turmoil, launching a ferocious surge of haki-infused magma towards Liu in the midst of his momentary stillness. Yet, it was all in vain. As a flash of lightning split the sky above, Liu forcefully cleaved through the magma flow of Akainu's armament haki with the left wing of the Thunder Dragon King, subsequently bisecting his entire body. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Liu unfurled his dual wings, merging thunder and flames into a tempest that reached from the heavens to the earth, engulfing the elemental embodiment of the great General Akainu. The dual fury of thunder and fire was an unstoppable force, even for those of the natural realm. Yet, it was not over. Despite having shattered bones in his right arm, Admiral Sengoku refused to concede. He valiantly maintained his Buddha form, wielding his left hand like a colossal palm, launching a fierce and resplendent strike down upon Liu. "You are still far from my level," Liu spoke softly, unleashing the full force of the Thunderfire Dragon King once more without mercy. The left arm of the great Buddha was shattered again with a series of cracking sounds. This time, even the flesh erupted under the might of the thunder, charred by the searing flames. "Mr. Warlord, it is enough. Please cease your assault. We have lost. That 5 emperors is an existence beyond the reach of mere mortals. If this continues, we will truly perish." The naval elites across the battlefield cried out in despair. Previously, they had been filled with unwavering confidence in the alliance of the admiral and the general, believing that no one could possibly rival the combined might of the two generals. They envisioned the situation as overwhelmingly favorable, convinced that even the terrifying 5 Emperor Liu would be crushed and swiftly defeated. However, their dreams were beautiful illusions, while reality delivered a harsh lesson once more. The battle of 1 emperor and 2 generals was indeed one-sided, but it unfolded in a manner that was precisely the opposite of their expectations. Alone, Liu overwhelmingly defeated the alliance of Sengoku and Akainu. Such an absurd scene, resembling a tale from the Arabian Nights, has indeed come to pass. This was not a battle of equals, but rather a one-sided obliteration. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that Captain Liu possessed such a terrifying form? The golden-lined Shiki laughed heartily, tears of mirth streaming down his cheeks. That power is simply inhuman. Rayleigh grimaced in disbelief. Truly, truly frightening. That monster has always reveled in the battle. Now, we are witnessing his true strength. The Marine Admiral Kazari's brow danced as if engaged in a tap dance. Cough, cough, cough. Carp, do not move recklessly. Do you wish to perish? Vice Admiral Tsuru admonished. Little Tsuru, if I do not act soon, Sengoku will meet his end. Carp replied weakly. There is no turning back now. What defines the strongest? This is the epitome of strength. Here, in this moment, the most fearsome and powerful man in history has been born. Over the past 800 years, none have matched him. The new king of the sea has emerged. Don Quixote da Flamingo spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally at the heavens. This flamboyant birdman must be a fool. My hawk, the Hawkeye, mused silently. He then shifted his gaze back to Liu, his expression complex. I merely wish to spar with you in swordsmanship. Why do you persist in fixating on my black blade, knight? So, this is your true strength, Liu? The old man humbly admitted his inferiority with a hearty laugh, having successfully rescued Ace. Indeed, Lord Liu is truly the strongest. Marco and the others cheered passionately, invigorated by the sight of Liu overpowering the Marine Fleet Admiral. They felt the surge of blood coursing through their veins. Boom. The Marine headquarters trembled. A colossal hand of magma emerged from the vast fissure that spanned the headquarters, scorching the earth beneath. Following this was the emergence of a second hand and the head of a magma giant, akin to the ice giant conjured by Admiral Akiji, the Admiral Akainu. Engulfed in a storm of fire and fury, absorbed an immense quantity of magma, transforming into a magma giant to re-enter the battlefield. Die, 5th Emperor Liu. The magma giant, with blood streaming from its brow, roared as it swung its fist. A resounding dragon's roar erupted. Liu's mouth gaped wide. The resplendent thunder and the blazing flames ignited within his throat. Thunder, fire, dragon, king, roar. Boom. A beam of light, more radiant than the sun by at least tenfold, surged forth. It obliterated the arm of the magma giant, simultaneously creating a gaping wound in its abdomen that nearly bisected it. The roar of the Thunder Flame Dragon King continued to resonate. It pierced through the vast expanse of the ocean and sky for thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of meters. But it is not over yet. As long as I draw breath, I shall never allow you, villain, to act with impunity. The general, Akainu, emitted a roar of iron will. The magma giant's remaining left arm rose, preparing to strike down upon Liu. Seeking death, are you? Then I shall grant your wish. Liu pressed forward without the slightest pause, advancing with a fierce intensity reminiscent of the biting chill of autumn and winter. With unparalleled force, he shattered the left arm of the magma giant, penetrating further until he reached the center of its brow. With a single punch, he sent the nearly immobile Admiral Akainu soaring into the sky. His fist, a tempest of thunder and flame, tore a gaping hole in Akainu's abdomen. At this moment, Admiral Akainu found himself utterly incapable of elemental transformation. Liu pierced through with his flesh and blood. A torrent of crimson erupted from his mouth. Admiral Sakazuki. Mr. Sakazuki. Is the Admiral about to perish? Across the battlefield, the Marines closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Sakazuki fell to the ground, struggling, while the Marshal Sengoku's eyes widened in despair. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he leaped into the air with his one remaining leg, desperate to render aid. Yet, before he could travel far, a terrifying storm of thunder and fire unleashed itself, engulfing his battered form and sending him crashing to the earth. This time, he could not rise again. The fleet admiral of the Navy, Sengoku the Buddha, has been defeated. Meanwhile, at the heart of the storm of thunder and fire, Liu's Thunderflame Dragon King's fist once again pierced the chest of Admiral Akainu. Boom. Admiral Akainu's body shattered into countless fragments, utterly obliterated. The sky was filled with a rain of magma mingled with blood, cascading down in a torrential downpour. The Marine Headquarters Admiral, Akainu Sakazuki, has perished. Chapter 82. The strongest man in history defeating the Marine Fleet Admiral grants 10 levels in the White Dragon Destruction Magic and 20 levels in Dragon Power. Unlocking the Shadow Destruction Magic. Defeating Admiral Akainu rewards 10 levels in Shadow Destruction Magic and 20 levels in Dragon Power. Defeating the 3 Marine Admirals grants 20 levels in Shadow Destruction Magic and 40 levels in Dragon Power. Reward. Super Magic Absolute Defense Fairy Sphere Notice. Dragon Power has reached level 130, awakening the Heavenly Dragon King mode. The torrential rain of magma, interspersed with the blood of the Admiral, fell like a delicate shower. Standing alone in the heavens, Liu took a deep breath. The immaculate wings of the Heavenly Dragon unfurled from his back, exuding an unparalleled sanctity. This stood in stark contrast to the crimson deluge of magma and blood that enveloped the sky. Heavenly Dragon King mode, activated. As the world shifted, a vast vortex of pure atmosphere swirled above, pouring into Liu's being. In any realm, the atmosphere remains an ever-present phenomenon. Following the Flame Dragon King and the Thunder Dragon King, Liu chose to unleash his assault on the weakest of the celestial dragons, driven by the desire to harness the power of atmospheric absorption for his own advantage. Just as he does now, in this very moment, with the Celestial Dragon mode activated, Liu absorbed the atmospheric energy at a pace more than tenfold compared to his previous ordinary mode. The power expended in the battle against Akainu and Sengoku was swiftly replenished. Furthermore, the Dragon King mode unveiled an unexpected boon that Liu had not anticipated. The fractures in his arm and several broken ribs, sustained during his fight with Carp, were rapidly healing under the influence of the Dragon King's power. The Sky Magic, which was initially only capable of healing others, now endowed him with the ability of self-regeneration after advancing to the Dragon King mode. This singular capability rendered him far more valuable than both Iron Dragon King and White Dragon King. Above the heavens, Dragon King Liu breathed deeply, absorbing the winds and clouds from all directions. On the battlefield above, the vast assembly of Navy and pirates was left in shock, paralyzed by fear. The once bustling Navy headquarters descended into an absolute silence. After an indeterminate period, the anguished cries of the elite Navy personnel shattered the stillness. Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku. The Navy officers cried out as they rushed toward the point where Marshal Sengoku had fallen. At that moment, Sengoku's appearance was harrowing, his body charred and blurred, with bones starkly visible beneath the scorched flesh, a sight that was nothing short of horrifying. As long as there was life, there was hope. Death meant utter desolation. Admiral Akainu. Sakazuki. The officers who had once followed Admiral Akainu cried out in sorrow, tears streaming down their faces as they lamented the loss of their commander. They were acutely aware that their leader would no longer respond to their calls. Admiral Akainu Sakazuki was dead, before the eyes of many. He had been obliterated by that man, both divine and demonic. Sakazuki, despite our past grievances, may you find peace, my comrade. Admiral Akiji closed his eyes. Sabo, my friend, you are the pride of the Navy, but don't expect my help for revenge. I am not ready to join you just yet. In the skies. Admiral Kizaru regained his composure after a brief moment of seriousness, reverting to his usual demeanor. Your name and brilliance shall forever be etched in the annals of Navy history. Sakazuki. Rear Admiral Tsuru bowed her head in sorrow. Gradually, more Navy personnel closed their eyes, a shroud of despair enveloping the entire headquarters. This war was a complete and utter defeat for the Navy, not at the hands of the Whitebeard pirates, but under the overwhelming might of that godlike man. There was nothing more to say. With a thunderous laugh, Whitebeard proclaimed, a single individual has single-handedly pierced through the Navy headquarters. For centuries, you were the first. Had you lived in my era, even Roger would have been overshadowed by you. After today, the name of the fifth emperor, Liu Yu, would be immortalized in history. Marco and others nodded in agreement, relieved that on that fateful island, they had chosen to befriend Liu Yu rather than make an enemy of him. Ace solemnly bowed in gratitude to Liu Yu above, not just for himself, but also for their father and comrades. He understood that had it not been for Liu Yu, the Whitebeard pirates would have suffered tremendous losses, potentially even their father's life. An unprecedented event had transpired. One man had broken through the Navy headquarters. History would remember this. The world and the era ahead would witness a radical transformation. Would the King of the Seas ascend to the throne, or could Mariawa maintain its lofty position? Don Quixote Doflamingo, reminiscent of a melodramatic character, clutched his forehead and laughed uncontrollably. Ah, Lord Liu Yu, you truly are exceptional. Hancock clutched her racing heart, enraptured. Perhaps it's best to avoid that monster's sword. Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, felt a rare inclination to retreat. Monster, Crocodile, formerly one of the 7 warlords, could only manage to utter those 2 words after a prolonged silence. Haha. Congratulations, Captain Liu Yu, on your victorious debut. For eternity, may you unify the seas. Shiki. The Golden Lion fervently showered praises. This time, his admiration was genuine. Meanwhile, at Sabaody Archipelago's live broadcast square, the onlookers, illuminated by the outdoor broadcaster buggy, gazed in disbelief at the unfolding war. Waves of despair spread among the crowd. If given a choice, they would have preferred to have never witnessed that horrific scene. The Navy Admiral is truly dead. Such a powerful figure as Admiral Akainu had perished. Both the Admiral and the Marshal had been crushed by that man. With Admiral Akiji and Hero Carp already defeated, who in this world could withstand him? Journalists and spectators murmured in despair. At that moment, no one dared to blame the Navy for their impotence. With one Admiral dead and the other gravely injured, the Navy had exerted their utmost effort. Everything had transpired because that man was simply too formidable, arguably the strongest in existence, perhaps even in the annals of history. At this very moment, on the Red Soil continent, a spaceship, ingeniously crafted by the brilliant scientist Vegapunk, pierced through the clouds, heading straight towards the naval headquarters. At the prow of the vessel stood 2 venerable elders, the 5 Elder Stars, with a third figure, an elderly man with hair reminiscent of mountain peaks, standing behind them. He was the former Admiral of the Navy, now the Supreme Commander of the World Government, Steelbone Kong. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Has something transpired at the naval headquarters during our journey? The imposing golden-haired elder furrowed his brow. Do not dwell on it. With Whitebeard severely weakened, this is our prime opportunity to seize control of the battlefield. What chaos could a mere Yonko possibly stir? The stern samurai elder scoffed. Let us hope so. Another elder replied. Meanwhile, in another direction, off the coast of the naval headquarters, 8 flamboyant pirate ships bobbed upon the waves. These were this year's 8 supernovas. Did you see that? The day's DJ, Apu, exclaimed, his eyes vacant. What in the world happened earlier? What was that beam of light that swept over us? The gluttonous girl, Jewelry Bonnie, shrieked in terror. If that roar of the Thunder Dragon King had been any softer, our 8 pirate crews would have vanished into the annals of history, she lamented. It felt as though it was the divine light of judgment. The Yonko, Luffy. Trafalgar Law inhaled deeply. That man defeated an admiral. Kid trembled uncontrollably. Admiral Akainu is dead. Drake clenched his fists, bowing his head to conceal his sorrow. To exist in the same era as that man, we shall have no further chances. The monk, Urich, chuckled bitterly. Is it our fortune or misfortune to share a lifetime with him? Hawkins shook his head. Damn luck. Capone Beej muttered under his breath. At the same time, above the supernovas, in the sky above the floating island of the Golden Lion, a mighty azure dragon tread upon flames, silently descending at the island's edge with a garish warship. Is this truly the floating island of that sky pirate? It is astonishing that it hovers in the air. If such a large island were to fall, it would indeed be a true calamity. Big Mom and the Beast Pirates officers marveled in awe. Charlotte Lin. The formidable Kaido of the Beast said gravely, his brow twitching. What is it? The Yonko, Charlotte Lin, feigned calmness. Did you see that beam of light earlier? Did it feel familiar to you? Kaido asked in a low voice. Lin remained silent. How could she not recognize it? Just a month prior, she had personally experienced that roar of thunder and flames. Yet, compared to a month ago, the terrifying intensity of that thunderous roar had increased tenfold. Lin. Do you think that man has grown stronger? Kaido inquired. Are you afraid? Lin countered. She resolved that if Kaido expressed fear, she would agree to retreat and no longer interfere. Kaido chuckled softly, attempting to feign strength. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat drenching his body. Simultaneously, Big Mom, Katakuri, and the others sensed it too. Their gazes collectively turned towards the distant sky, where a man with pristine white wings, resembling a deity, silently observed them. Standing at the edge of the floating island, they watched as the godlike figure gradually faded from view. The captains and officers of the two great pirate crews, Beast Kaido, Big Mom Charlotte Lin, Enel, and Katakuri, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The tension in their hearts easing. In that fleeting moment, when they were scrutinized by the celestial dragon, Luffy, everyone, including the two Yonko, broke out in a cold sweat. The man was the Yonko, Luffy. Katakuri took a deep breath, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. He is far more terrifying than a month ago. Enel spoke deliberately. Are we truly expected to fight that monster? Queen the Plague screeched. Lord Queen, weren't you the one who vowed to retaliate against those who ambushed you in Wano? A beast subordinate chimed in. Silence. Queen glared. He shrank back, fearful that his words might reach Luffy's ears. A month prior, during the Wano incident, he had been struck into the ground by a fist that descended from the heavens. Even the skull of the Allosaurus had shattered, and his neck was nearly broken. It was only through the ancient Zoan species' formidable regenerative abilities that he had survived. Though the physical damage had long since healed, the psychological scars from that punch still lingered, expanding ominously within him. If he were in command here, he would undoubtedly flee without hesitation. Alas, the decision lay with the two captains. Kaido, what do you make of that native's gaze earlier? Big Mom Charlotte Lin asked gravely. More imposing than before, but Kaido furrowed his brow. I wonder if that rascal was merely bluffing. He clearly saw us, yet only glanced and then left. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't he approach directly? Kaido expressed his confusion. Oh, I think so too. Lin laughed heartily. He must be bluffing. He is undoubtedly engaged in fierce battles with the admirals of the Navy. Perhaps he escaped with his life, but he must have sustained grave injuries. Hence his reluctance to confront us. This is a prime opportunity. Kaido gritted his teeth, speaking with conviction. Your hypothesis holds significant merit. However, let us not act hastily. The world government has not yet arrived. Moreover, I have always felt that the appearance of the Navy headquarters is somewhat peculiar. Katakuri. Take a few individuals and investigate the situation. Charlotte Lin spoke with poise. Jean, you shall go as well, Kaido gestured. Thus, Jean and Katakuri each led a group of individuals to disembark at the Navy headquarters. At this moment, on the ravaged battlefield atop the Navy headquarters, with the return of Luyu, the elite members of the Navy could not help but retreat in trepidation. Amidst the resounding laughter of Kula la 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 la, the Whitebeard pirates, led by Whitebeard himself, approached to greet him. Under Whitebeard's guidance, they bowed deeply in unison to Luyu, expressing their gratitude. They were acutely aware that had it not been for Luyu today, many among them would have remained here forever. Rise, this is quite unlike you, Whitebeard. The first time we met, you were not like this at all. Luyu smiled as he spoke. Kula la la, Whitebeard managed a faint smile, recalling his initial recruitment efforts, which made him feel quite embarrassed. Fortunately, at that time, Luyu did not engage in a serious dispute with him. Otherwise, the entire Whitebeard pirates would have faced dire consequences. Mr. Luyu, Ace said, pursing his lips and cautiously stepping forward. What is the matter? Luyu raised an eyebrow. Your immense kindness toward me and our Whitebeard pirates is beyond my ability to repay. I have heard from Marco that flames can replenish your strength. So if you do not mind, please feel free to indulge in my flames. Ace, liberated from the restraints of Sea Prism Stone, bowed deeply, his body igniting in a blaze of fire. Gratefulness and reciprocity are indeed virtues to uphold. Luyu did not extend any pleasantries. In an instant, his hand descended upon Ace's head, an endless surge of high-purity flames flooding into Luyu's body. Before long, Ace's complexion turned pale as he staggered backward, feeling as though he were being drained from within. Supported by his brother Luffy and Marco, he managed to remain on his feet. Luyu, what do you intend to do next? It seems you have no intention of retreating. Whitebeard discerned some clues from Luyu's frenzied replenishment of power. Haha. Do not be in such a hurry to leave, Whitebeard. A grand spectacle has yet to unfold starting today. Do stay tuned. It will certainly not disappoint. The Golden Lion Shiki descended with a hearty laugh. A grand spectacle? Observing Shiki's suggestive and lewd expression, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and others could not help but display expressions of skepticism. Shiki, there is something I must entrust to you. Liu pointed to the floating island in the sky, casually mentioning a few words. The Golden Lion Shiki was momentarily taken aback, but soon the lewd grin on his aged face grew even more pronounced. Ha ha ha, splendid. This is delightful. Let's take a brief respite first, Whitebeard. Liu sat down amidst the ruins of the square. Let us continue to wait, he said. Whitebeard nodded in agreement. After instructing the pirate captains of the New World to prepare their ships for departure, he took a seat alongside the leaders and main forces of the Whitebeard crew. The audacity of the pirates' provocations left the Navy personnel seething with anger yet unable to voice their frustrations. After all, their current admiral, the hero, and the generals had all fallen into obscurity. Only Kizaru and Vice Admiral Tsuru remained, struggling to uphold the situation, which led to a deadlock. Meanwhile, a sudden upheaval was quietly unfolding at the rear of the Navy headquarters. A group of ruthless pirates stealthily invaded the rear of the base square. One among them was of broad stature, with a protruding belly and an exceedingly unattractive visage. Behind him were a one-eyed sniper, a pantomime artist with a ghostly white face, a frail patient riding a scrawny white horse, a brawny fighter, a swordsman adorned with a flying cap, a long-nosed harpy, a horned cat-eyed man, and an enormous giant towering over 80 meters. They were the notorious crew of Blackbeard, the masterminds behind today's summit war. Seizing the opportunity while the Navy was embroiled in combat with Whitebeard, Blackbeard had quietly infiltrated and impelled down under the guise of a warlord, rallying the vicious denizens of the 6th level as his allies. He then returned to this battlefield, populated by countless formidable adversaries, to aim for the ultimate prize, the strongest paramecia-type trimmer fruit belonging to Whitebeard, aspiring to become an unprecedented double fruit user. Ha ha ha, my plan is flawless. Let us put on the grandest performance together. Blackbeard cackled exuberantly. 5 minutes later, they stood atop the ruins of the headquarters, facing the crowd. To their astonishment, the sight before them was utterly bewildering. What is going on? Why has the war ceased? The crew of Blackbeard was taken aback, unable to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. Captain Teach, something feels amiss. What has transpired during our absence? The champion fighter, Shisa's basis, bore a grave expression. Is this what you call war? Teach, this is nothing like you described. The cat-eyed tyrant, Abelo Pizarro, had a glimmer of suspicion in his eyes. The others, including the barrel-like Bakashchote and the Moon Hunter, exchanged doubtful glances with Blackbeard. The Navy's demeanor was peculiar. They seemed to be in despair. Rain Eshiria narrowed his eyes slightly. Hey, Navy, what are you doing? At last, Blackbeard could no longer contain his voice. This is war. This is a battlefield. Whitebeard's crew is right there. Why aren't you fighting? Where are your admiral and fleet admiral? Have they all vanished? Blackbeard's disgruntled shouts shattered the silence of the headquarters. The newly appointed warlords of the Blackbeard pirates had seemingly vanished from the battlefield. Wait, there is something else. That enormous creature cannot be anyone but the pirate giant ship, San Juan Wolf. That cat-eyed man is the tyrant, Abelo Pizarro, and the barrel-like Bakashchote is also here. The Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon, is present too. That man is Rain Shiryu, the former warden of Impel Down. Each one of them is a world-class criminal, concealed due to their heinous acts. Why are they here? The Navy personnel, recognizing the crew of Blackbeard, gasped in horror. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Someone instinctively began to call out. However, their voice trailed off, for their fleet admiral was also in grave peril. Noticing the unusual reaction from the Navy, Blackbeard's brow furrowed deeper, his ominous premonitions intensifying. I shall inquire further. The devilish captain, Lafitte, spread his wings and soon returned with a naval colonel. Under the influence of hypnosis, the Navy colonel revealed everything he had witnessed of the war. As the colonel's words echoed, the 9 members of Blackbeard's crew felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, an overwhelming chill surging from their feet to the crown of their heads. Shock, terror, and disbelief etched themselves across their faces. Admiral Akiji and even the hero, Carp, were defeated by a single individual. Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Akainu's combined might was crushed. That terrifying magma admiral was slain. One person toppled all of the Navy's highest combatants. Is such a feat truly achievable? 5 Emperor Luyu. Who is he? The expressions of Blackbeard's crew morphed into one of horror, their voices stifled in shock. He defeated Kaido, the 5 Emperors. Blackbeard's mind churned mechanically, and at last, he spotted Luyu surrounded by the Whitebeard pirates. Their eyes met. And under Luyu's indifferent gaze, Blackbeard shivered uncontrollably, his body trembling with fear. Worse was yet to come. Gahaha. Laughter erupted as Whitebeard rose. At this moment, it was not just Blackbeard's crew that was seized by immense dread. The alliance of the 4 emperors observing from the edge of Floating Island shared the same sentiment. Nanny, even the monster Carp was defeated by that kid, roared Kaido of the beasts. Nanny, not only Carp, but also Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Akainu was even killed on the spot, shrieked Charlotte Linlin. Hey, this ISNTA joke, idiot Jin, exclaimed Queen the Plague. Yes, Katakuri. Are you sure we've not misunderstood? How could anyone achieve such a thing? Those are the Navy's highest combatants. Among them are Carp and Sengoku, the old veterans. How could this be possible? Paraspero, Daifuku, Oven, and others shook their heads in disbelief. Yet the truth stood resolute. That man, 5 Emperor Luyu. He single-handedly breached the Navy headquarters, exclaimed the superhuman, Katakuri, taking a deep breath to articulate this unprecedented horror. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Moments passed before Linlin and Kaido turned to Big Mom, panic and resentment etched on their faces. I told you not to come, but you insisted. Now look at the mess we're in. Kaido lamented, on the verge of tears. Idiot Kaido, was your plan to raid the house any better? Fortunately, I did not heed your advice. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly face dire consequences in the future. Moreover, this entire situation has stemmed from your actions. Had it not been for you, would I have ever been entangled with that monstrous brat? Charlotte Lingling glared. Mother, what shall we do next? What are we still dawdling for? Hurry aboard the ship and leave this cursed place. The four emperors' big mom commanded in a panic. In that moment, rumbling shook the island violently. Simultaneously, under the astonished gazes of the two major pirate crew members, a colossal fissure emerged at the edge of the island. A vast expanse of the island was cleaved away by an enormous golden sword aura. Ha ha. A brazen laughter echoed through the air. Now that you're here, don't rush to leave. Ling Ling and that brat Kaido. The captain has been waiting for you. Chapter 84. The Sea Overlord Rocks. On the battlefield atop Marine headquarters, a gang of rogues led by Blackbeard collectively gasped in shock. Upon learning of the astonishing events that had recently transpired on this battlefield, they were utterly stunned. Overwhelmed to an unimaginable degree. Admiral Akiji, Hero Garp, Admiral Akainu, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku each one stood as a pinnacle of power in the world. Any one of them possessed the capability to annihilate a city. Yet now, they had all been vanquished in succession by the same individual. In the course of 800 years, such a feat had never been witnessed. If all of this were indeed true, then the strongest man in history has indeed been born. The fifth emperor, Liu Yu. Could his strength surpass even that of Roger? Just a mere junior. I refuse to believe it. The cat-eyed villain, the tyrant Abelo Pizarro, shook his head repeatedly. Though he professed disbelief, his body betrayed him, trembling with fear. The strongest man in history. Mullahuhu. Now this is a man worthy of my mother. The long-nosed crescent moon hunter, Katarina Devon, chuckled enigmatically. I don't wish to oppose such a monster. The barrel-sized Baskerville spoke up, clearly sober. They're coming. Rain Shiria warned sharply. Blackbeard jolted, finally emerging from the terror of locking eyes with Liu Yu. Upon focusing, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, Whitebeard and the captains, including Marco, had all risen and were calmly approaching them. Suppressing his fear, Blackbeard's gaze fell upon Whitebeard. Upon seeing the emptiness of Whitebeard's right arm, his eyes lit up. The Marines were not entirely ineffectual. At least Whitebeard had been severely injured by them. If he could slay Whitebeard and seize the power of the Tremor fruit, then even that fifth emperor, who pierced Marine headquarters, might not be unbeatable. With this thought, a fervor ignited within Blackbeard. Long time no see, old man. You still look quite lively. Ace, you're still alive. That's splendid. If you had died, I would have lost sleep over sending you to prison. Blackbeard greeted Whitebeard and Ace as if they were old acquaintances. Kukuku, Teach, you dare show your face before me. Just right, new grievances and old grudges. Let us settle them all. Whitebeard's face darkened, his light golden eyes filled with cold murderous intent. Feeling the terrifying aura of malice, Blackbeard's bulky frame involuntarily quivered, his inner confidence diminishing. Old man Ace, I'm just worried about you. Look, I rushed here with some powerful allies I found and impelled down to help you. Blackbeard feigned sincerity. Teach, you bastard. You are utterly unforgivable. Today, your blood will be the offering for Sachi's spirit. I will not let you off. Marco, Jozu, Vista, and the other Whitebeard pirates roared in unison. Teach. Ace's eyes turned crimson. Driven by rage, he sought to unleash his inner potential. However, before the flames could manifest, they suddenly dissipated. Ace let out a faint cry, nearly collapsing. Haha, Captain Ace, after such a time apart, why do you look so feeble? Blackbeard mocked, diverting attention from his fear of Whitebeard. The furious roar of Whitebeard resonated across the battlefield. Due to the overwhelming rage, Whitebeard's skin seemed to flush red, releasing clouds of scorching steam, reminiscent of Luffy's Gear Second. Teach, the captain of the 1st Division, not sparing a glance for Marco, followed closely behind Whitebeard, roaring in anger. Teach, the weakened 2nd Division captain, Ace, strained to shout. All the captains of the Whitebeard pirates lined up behind Whitebeard, with a space left between Jozu and Vista, dedicated to the late 4th Division captain, Sachi. Without any superfluous words, both Whitebeard and Marco, Ace, and the other 15 captains merely uttered 2 words. Yet the fury contained within was as boundless as the ocean itself. Teach, teach, teach. The enraged roar, akin to the hammer of Thor, struck Blackbeard's heart, rendering his complexion increasingly pale. In the end, the name Teach had become a nightmare for him, instilling a ridiculous notion to abandon this name he was born with. An unprecedented fear spread through Blackbeard Marshal Teach like a tidal wave. This is our fate. Fate has played an enormous joke on us. This stage here does not belong to us. The faithful disciple of fatalism, Venoka, stated with sorrow. To hell with fate. Teach, what are we to do now? The survival instinct surged within the fighting champion, Shas, who cried out in terror. Teach, I truly believed your nonsense. I came to watch a show, not to be beaten. The tyrant Abelo Pizarro sensed the impending doom and sought to disperse. The best performance has not been witnessed, and instead, we find ourselves in a dire predicament. Teach, is this your plan? Is this the grand stage you prepared? Don't make me laugh. The crescent moon hunter, Katarina Devon, scoffed, voicing her inner discontent. Before the battle had even commenced, Blackbeard was already gasping for breath, his spirit weighed down by immense pressure, straining to the utmost. The circumstances surrounding the Blackbeard pirates could only be described as a dire situation with little chance of survival. Regardless of the formidable strength of the individual who could breach the Navy headquarters, the presence of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, and the 15 captains led by Marco posed a significant challenge. Previously, he had harbored overly optimistic thoughts. In this predicament, seizing the Tremor fruit seemed an insurmountable task. What to do? What to do? Blackbeard was utterly panicked, racking his brain in search of a way out. An alliance with the Navy? The Navy, already driven to the brink of despair by Lu Yu, was rendered useless. Even if they were willing, they would not come to their aid. Despairing. Just as Blackbeard found himself at a complete loss, a whirring sound from the propellers echoed from above, capturing the collective attention of those on the battlefield. A large airship descended slowly, landing at the Navy headquarters. This is the end. From here on, this battlefield will be under our control. An elderly man clad in a white training outfit stood at the bow of the ship, his voice commanding and authoritative. That esteemed individual. As they gazed upon the descending airship and its occupants, the once despondent eyes of the Navy soldiers suddenly sparkled with renewed hope. Akin to a drowning person grasping the last straw of salvation. The Five Elders. It is indeed the esteemed Five Elders. The Supreme Commander of the world government has arrived. We are saved. The disoriented Navy, devoid of leadership, erupted in exhilaration. Akin to lost travelers spotting a lighthouse in the dark, illuminating their path forward. On the other side, they finally arrived. Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he rose to his full height. He was not taken aback by the arrival of the world government. For he had been anticipating their presence. The battle at the summit had veered off its original course the moment he chose to partake. The representatives of the world government would never stand idly by and allow the Navy to suffer defeat, tarnishing their reputation and, in turn, elevating Lu Yu to the status of the fifth emperor. Thus, this marked the inception of Lu Yu's intricate game with the world government upon realizing he was in the realm of pirates. Lu Yu's ambitions are already abundantly clear. He aspires not merely to be the king of pirates, nor solely the sovereign of the seas. He seeks to ascend as the ruler who surpasses the entire world. The domineering celestial dragons, who act with impunity, ought not to persist in existence. The forthcoming maritime order and global hierarchy shall be redefined by him. In that very instant. As these thoughts flashed through Lu Yu's mind, a prompt from the system resonated. Final mission of the pirate world. World King. Occupy 10,000 islands. Incomplete. Reward unknown. Defeat the Five Elders. Incomplete. Reward unknown. Eliminate Incomplete. Reward unknown. Dominate the seas to achieve the title of World King. Incomplete. Reward unknown. Sensing the benevolent gaze from Lu Yu, the two Five Elders aboard the ship felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines, overwhelmed by an immense pressure. The Emperor of the Seas, Lu Yu, cannot be allowed to leave today. The golden-haired, golden-bearded elder asserted with unwavering conviction. Elders, the situation appears dire. Admiral Sengoku and Akainu are absent. The Supreme Commander, Steelbone Kong, spoke gravely, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. Elders. Commander Sengoku has also been defeated by that monster. We are in grave peril. Supreme Commander, Admiral Akainu, has perished. The Marines cried out in anguish as they reported the dire state to the incoming reinforcements from the world government. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the two elders and Steelbone Kong were rendered speechless. Upon comprehensively grasping the events that had transpired, a profound sense of shock enveloped them entirely. Hiss. Hiss, hiss. The formidable figures of the world government, led by the elders, could not help but collectively gasp in disbelief. Commander Sengoku is gravely injured and on the brink of death. Admiral Akainu's remains are non-existent. They had witnessed Whitebeard severely wounded before their departure. Yet, in such a brief span of time, such a calamity had befallen them. The might of Lu Yu exceeds all imagination, far more terrifying than they had anticipated. By several folds, even tenfold or more. At this moment, a profound sense of foreboding arose within the hearts of the two leading elders of the Five Elder Stars. As though the end was nigh, a cacophony of laughter reverberated through the sky. The golden lion Shiki returned, laughing heartily, accompanied by a substantial fragment of an island. It crashed into the bay with a thunderous roar, stirring up monstrous waves. Panicked cries erupted. For those present were none other than the four emperors, Big Mom's pirate crew and Kaido of the Beast pirate crew. Why are the four emperors, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin here? The four great sea sovereigns have gathered. The marine headquarters is doomed. Across the battlefield, the shock and uproar among the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates reignited. The world government's Five Elder Stars realized that Linlin and Kaido's presence would lead to uncontrollable chaos. On the Dragonhead ship, Shucky's expression changed dramatically. Wait, Shucky. Look at Liu's face. He has hidden cards up his sleeve. Rayleigh's pupils constricted as he sensed that an extraordinary event was about to unfold. Aha. Captain Lu Yu. The actors are all in place. We can commence. Let the world feel fear. The golden lion Shiki let out the most anticipated and satisfying laughter of his life. The segment of the greatest battlefield he had long awaited was finally about to begin. Let it commence. Lu Yu smiled broadly. His figure gradually ascending to stand majestically in the sky. Within his eyes flowed shards of time and remnants of history. The history of the forbidden magic of the undead. Activate. In silence, a figure materialized on the battlefield. His blood-red, disheveled hair marked his identity. A wild, bloodthirsty aura symbolized his presence. The ruler of the seas, rocks, has arrived. Chapter 85. The entire field trembles. A gentle breeze swept through the heavens and the earth. A tall figure appeared silently. At first, he went unnoticed. Perhaps due to the collective gaze of the crowd fixated on Lu Yu. Few noticed the sudden manifestation of his presence. The first to sense the anomaly were the elite warriors on the battlefield. Almost in unison, the four emperors, Whitebeard, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, and even the distant Gorosei turned to lock their sights on the enigmatic red figure. As their gazes fell upon him, a tremendous wave of terrifying madness erupted, disturbing the very fabric of the world. Consequently, all those present on the battlefield became aware of the sudden appearance of this strange face. Who is he? This aura. It's dreadful. Who is that man? When did he arrive? How could we have sensed nothing? Could he be reinforcements from the world government or the pirates? Navy elites and Whitebeard pirates alike voiced their suspicions, acutely aware of the danger posed by the red-haired man, an unimaginable peril, in the grand battlefield, where tens of thousands gathered. Over 99% did not recognize the abruptly appearing red-haired man. Yet, a mere 1%, elders from the previous era, or even earlier, were unmistakably aware of who he was. The likes of the Gorosei, Steelbone Kong, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin could not possibly forget. How could they not recognize him? After all, it was this. This is impossible. I refuse to believe it. A dead man. How could he possibly appear? Kaido of the 100 Beasts shook his head vehemently, desperately denying the reality before him. Kaido-san, Kaido-sama, what is wrong? Do you know that red-haired man? The anxious and perplexed officers of the Beast Pirates inquired. Mama, Katakuri, Perispero, Daifuku, and Oven, why do you all look so shocked? Do you recognize that red-haired man? Who on earth is he? The younger generation of Big Mom's crew, including Smoothie, voiced their confusion. This is not merely a matter of recognition. Such a thing is simply impossible. Perispero, the eldest son of Big Mom, bled profusely from his tongue, nearly biting it off in his shock and terror. What he says is true. It cannot be. A dead man cannot return. Daifuku and Oven, who also experienced that era, fervently denied it. Is this something you could do? Even Katakuri, usually the epitome of calm, felt waves of turmoil within him. As for Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, her massive form stood paralyzed, her mouth agape, her pupils constricted, utterly speechless. In the ruins of the Navy headquarters, Whitebeard and his 15 commanders momentarily halted their psychic oppression of Blackbeard, old, dad, as they gazed at the increasingly potent red figure. Marco wore an expression of shock bordering on stupor. Old man, Jozu, Bista, and the others contemplated a possibility, yet struggled to believe it, casting inquiring glances at Whitebeard. Old man? Everyone? The new generation of pirates, including Ace, looked utterly bewildered. Taking a deep breath, Whitebeard solemnly nodded. With a resounding bang on the Dragonhead ship, the legendary pirate king Rayleigh crushed the ship's railing. His dark pupils shrank to pinpricks, revealing extreme shock and disbelief. As if he had witnessed the most terrifying and unfathomable event imaginable. The overwhelming conqueror's haki surged uncontrollably from Rayleigh's body. He is. But how could this be possible? At this moment, Rayleigh could not utter a complete sentence, resembling a stutterer. His mind was a tempest, shattered by the unexpected appearance of this undead figure, leaving his thoughts in disarray. Rayleigh, what is going on? Robin, also on the deck, asked in astonishment but received no reply. Turning to Shaki, she noticed the intensity of her emotions surpassed even Rayleigh's. The typically assertive and cunning bar owner trembled uncontrollably. The captain, the Marine Headquarters chief strategist, Vice Admiral Tsuru, also shook with fear. Albeit her emotions were purely terror rather than the complex mix of excitement and dread that Shaki experienced. Cough, cough, Tsuru, what is wrong? I sense a disturbing aura. It reminds me of. The legendary Marine hero Garp struggled to sit up, covered in 4 drips. Nothing happened. Vice Admiral Tsuru insisted, forcing Garp to lie back down. You must remain calm. Yet, the heavy gloom in the air could not be concealed. Is it really him? Garp forced a bitter smile. Even without witnessing it firsthand, he understood from Tsuru's expression that the worst outcome they had discussed before the battle was now a reality. The undead had truly returned. Garp closed his eyes in despair, his heart extinguished. No. Impossible. Such a thing is absolutely not feasible. The former Marine Fleet Admiral, now the Supreme Commander of the World Government, Steelbone Kong, shouted in a state of emotional turmoil. The undead. 2 elders of the 5 elders took a deep breath, exchanging a glance that revealed profound shock and terror. The war that transpired 36 years ago nearly shook the very foundation of their world government. Fortunately, it was Karp and Roger who halted the advancing demon, safeguarding the most significant secret of their world. Yet now, 36 years later, the demon has returned from the depths of hell. What a terrifying event this is. No. What lies before us may not even be real. It is an illusion, a trick conjured by that monstrous entity. The 2 supreme authorities of the world resolutely denied, unwilling to accept the reality before their eyes. The historical remnants of the dead were still taking form. Previously, the version of him that returned during the memory of the Golden Lion possessed less than 50% of his former strength. However, this time, he was intertwined with the historical memories of all the old rivals and friends on this battlefield. Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Golden Lion, Rayleigh, Karp, and Steelbone Kong. This time, the manifestation of the red-haired demon, Rox, was perilously close to the pinnacle of his power as the great sea overlord from 36 years ago. Finally, Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the aura surrounding the sea overlord, Rox, gradually stabilized. He slowly opened his eyes, with a hint of frenzied killing intent lurking within their depths. Do the young ones of this new era no longer recognize my name? Rox, the great sea overlord, spoke in a deep voice. The vast battlefield above was met with silence. After a long pause, a young marine mustered all his courage and shouted, Who are you? A chilling smile crept across Rox's lips as he raised his hands. Ha 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 ha. His maniacal laughter erupted, wild and exuberant. Young ones of this new era, listen well and remember. My name is Rox. Rox D. Jibek. His thunderous roar reverberated throughout the Marine headquarters. 36 years later, I returned from the abyss. Navy, government, and the world tremble. Chapter 86. Kaido and Big Mom submit. My name is Rox. 36 years later, I emerge from hell. Young ones of this new era, do you understand what despair truly is? Rox's boisterous laughter echoed above the Marine headquarters, resonating like thunder, unyielding and relentless. Across the battlefield, both Marines and pirates involuntarily felt a shiver of trepidation. How could this be? That Yonko, how has he done this? How can a soul dead for 36 years be resurrected? Steelbone Kong, the commander-in-chief, roared in fury. The sea overlord, Rox, from 36 years ago, is truly terrifying. But the real horror lies with that monster. What has he done? How is this possible? If all the ghosts from history, Admiral Kizaru, with a grimace, wore an expression of sheer terror and disbelief. Rox, he claims to be Rox. This name is not unfamiliar to me. A Marine in his 40s trembled involuntarily as he uttered the name. He is the red-haired demon, Rox D. Jibek, the sea overlord from 36 years ago, the one who ruled over the entire New World. As they listened to that ancient name, long buried in history, the veteran Marines felt a resurgence of fear, their faces betraying their horror. Meanwhile, the younger Marines in their 20s and 30s wore expressions of confusion, unaware of the name's significance that could elicit such reactions from their elders. Is it truly him? How can this happen? Colonel Tina, with her striking pink hair, gasped in shock, her complexion pale. There can be no one else. Rox D. Jibek, the demon who established Karp's heroic reputation. Admiral Candidate Momonosuke, in a daze, muttered softly. How can someone who has been dead for 36 years possibly return? This makes no sense. What is happening? Could it be the doing of that Yonko? It must be the only explanation. If even the spirits of the dead can be summoned back to the living world, does that Yonko, Luyu, possess divine powers? Or is he a demon ruling over hell? Ha 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 ha. In the sky, Golden Lion Shiki let out a hearty laugh, relishing the ghostly expressions on the faces around him. This was the exhilarating scene he had long awaited. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard, Linlin, Kaido, and Shachi, hurry over. Come and pay your respects to our former captain and Captain Luyu. At his words, a hush fell over the battlefield, stunned into silence. From Shiki's proclamation, they gleaned extraordinary information. Wait, is this a joke? What did Shiki just say? Former captain? Who's former captain? Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Shiki himself. They were all crew members of the man named Rox? This cannot be true. Oh mother, Kaido and the monster Whitebeard, they were once on the same ship, comrades. Kaido and the others, this is utterly preposterous. The cadre and ministers from the Big Mom Pirates and 100 Beast Pirates were left speechless in disbelief. Rox, what kind of creature is he to command such a formidable crew? Is he as terrifying as that Yonko, Luyu? The shock on the faces of the older Marines was palpable, and the younger ones could hardly comprehend the significance. Really, Shachi, that red-haired Rox, is it really? On the Dragonhead ship, Robin's stunned expression could not be concealed. It is all true. Shachi inhaled deeply, nodding. Rox, but why does the dead return? How is Luyu involved in this? Overwhelmed by shock and fear, Rayleigh crushed the ship's railing once more. Calm down, Rayleigh. Even at his peak, Captain Rox could not rival Luyu. Furthermore, the undead summoned back by Luyu should pose no problem. Xiachi reassured. Father, is what the Golden Lion said true? Father, you, Shiki, Kaido, and that madwoman Big Mom, you all. The people of the White Group inquired with astonishment. Whitebeard nodded calmly. Wow. Newgate's gaze fell upon Whitebeard, a grin spreading across his face. Whitebeard nodded again, and then Xiachi turned her attention to him. Captain Rock's smile widened further. Ultimately, his gaze shifted towards the bay. Ling, and that kid Kaido, you two come over here and face me. Rock's smile vanished, and he spoke in a commanding tone, listening to Rock's authoritative shout. The towering figures of the four emperors, Kaido of the 100 Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Lingling, instinctively trembled. Soon after, as if realizing their loss of composure, an infinite rage surfaced on the faces of the two great emperors. Once, they were indeed members of the Rox Pirates, but they had never felt a sense of belonging to that crew. In the past, Rox had dominated them with his overwhelming strength. However, the present was different. They had now risen to the pinnacle of the sea, no less formidable than Rox himself. Having grown to this extent, they no longer needed to heed Rock's commands. Lingling, Kaido, I have a rough understanding of your situation. Now come over and apologize to Lord Luyu, and swear your allegiance. With Lord Luyu's magnanimity, you may escape the death penalty. Rox roared with calm authority. The mention of Lord Luyu unequivocally established the master-servant dynamic. Even the fearsome sea overlord Rox, in this resurrected state, acknowledged Luyu as a superior. Ha ha ha. I once thought it was the most magical thing for a single person to breach the Navy headquarters. Yet, in this world, there is no limit to magic, only greater wonders. The strongest man in history may no longer be considered human, but a deity. Whatever happens next, I shall be unsurprised. The former warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo chuckled, clutching his forehead. The nearby elite Navy officers remained silent, their silence signifying acquiescence. The power to summon the undead. I wonder if there are others beyond rocks? Legendary swordsmen lost to history. I wish to test my mettle against them. Hawk on my hawk mused softly. The ability to summon the undead. How many more surprises will that man bring to this world? Next, it couldn't possibly be. Former warlord Crocodile gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha. Ling, Kaido, have you gone deaf? Captain Rox is calling you over to apologize. Didn't you hear? Shiki, the Golden Lion, chastised. Finally, the two emperors. Kaido of the 100 Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Lingling reacted. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter simultaneously. Ha ha ha. Charlotte Lingling and Kaido leaped forward, crashing down onto the headquarters ground. The overwhelming aura belonging to the four emperors surged forth, pressing down on Rox. Kaido, Lingling, what are you two planning? Shiki narrowed his eyes. Shut up, Shiki. Do you think we are as feeble as you? Furthermore, do you truly believe that as Captain Rox? Our captain has been dead for 36 years. He cannot return. Most importantly, a figure like Captain Rox would never submit to another. Kaido bellowed, his left mechanical arm releasing a plume of scalding steam. Ha ha ha. Even if you truly are Captain Rox, so what? The times have changed. The era of Rox has long since faded into history. This is our era. We are no longer beneath you. Big Mom Charlotte Lingling declared fiercely, her tone both sharp and terrifying. Roar. How dare you speak so boldly, Lingling, Kaido? The Sea Overlord Rock's eyes widened suddenly, his unique conqueror's haki surging forth like an unending tide toward the two great emperors before him. Do not think of me as a mere apprentice of the past. I am now the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, the four Emperor Kaido. Kaido proclaimed confidently. Ha ha ha. Big Mom laughed. Two waves of conqueror's haki, no less potent than rocks, surged forth, creating an expanse of red-black lightning in the air. This was the collision of their unleashed conqueror's haki. The battlefield became akin to a domino effect, with weaker navy and pirate forces collapsing in droves. The scene was chilling. Faced with this spectacle, the highest authorities of the world government, the five elders, sighed in relief and then smiled. Thank goodness. Thank goodness the 100 Beasts and Big Mom have some backbone and did not submit. The golden-haired elder exclaimed gratefully. Indeed. If the former Rocks pirates were to regroup under that man, I shudder to imagine such a possibility, the samurai elder remarked. No, 5 elders. What else does that man, the 5th Emperor Luyu, intend to do? In the graveyard, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's expression changed abruptly. If 1 Rocks were not enough, what would they do if more returned? In the sky, the corners of Luyu's mouth gradually curved upward. The forbidden magic of necromancy continued to spread. After the Sea Overlord Rocks, 2 more undead emerged from the memories of history. They are Adu. Chapter 87, Roger and Kazuki Oden. In the midst of the fierce clash of conquerors' haki, the imposing Kaido of the 100 Beasts suddenly let out a chilling and terrified scream, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Captain Kaido, what's wrong? The Beast Pirates executives, including Queen, asked urgently. Look over there. In front of Kaido, that man is. The fiery blaze, engulfed in flames. Felt his pupils constrict, his body radiating flames that mirrored his turbulent emotions. Another one has appeared out of nowhere? Could it be another undead? The battlefield erupted with exclamations as people voiced their astonishment. The fierce wind swept away the dust, revealing the identity of the second spirit. Materializing from Kaido's deep-rooted fears and memories was a warrior. He fixed his gaze upon a round-headed figure, clad in an orange kimono adorned with a crescent moon pattern. With massive purple and white Shimenawa ropes tied around his shoulders and waist. Oden. The 4 emperors Kaido exclaimed in shock, unveiling the identity of the second spirit. Oden. Kazuki Oden. A once legendary samurai from Wano. 18 years ago, Oden's dual-wielding swords had left indelible scars on Kaido's dragon form, a pain that still lingered after all these years. It could be said that before the appearance of Luffy, Kazuki Oden was the greatest shadow, the utmost fear in Kaido's heart. Now, 18 years later, Oden, who should have long been fried to a crisp, dead beyond resurrection, had returned. The impact on Kaido's psyche was unimaginable. Oden. It truly is Oden. The members of the Beast Pirates who had participated in the Wano operation, such as the Calamity's King and Queen, were also screaming in disbelief. A warrior. Oden? That man, that legendary warrior is indeed one of the tales. The Navy veterans, recognizing Oden, shouted in shock. Oden. On the Dragonhead ship. The fear that had surfaced on Rayleigh's aged face upon witnessing the resurrection of Rocks dissipated, replaced by boundless joy and excitement. For Kazuki Oden was also his comrade. Mr. Oden. The exuberance was shared by the red-nosed buggy. Undoubtedly, on this battlefield, the most thrilled were the Whitebeard pirates and Oden's former retainers. A hearty laughter soared to the heavens. That of Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. In his long life of over 70 years, this laugh was his pinnacle, the most exhilarating moment of his existence. All because of the towering warrior who had returned from the depths of hell. Dad, it's Oden. Our comrade Oden has returned. What a tremendous surprise. Oh, Odin is back too. This must be the miracle displayed by Lord Luffy. Truly, Lord Luffy is the most incredible being in this world. Marco, Jozu, and other captains of the Whitebeard pirates, along with seasoned members, expressed their astonishment and excitement. Everyone, why are you so happy? I heard from the Navy that this warrior should belong to the Roger pirates. Why are the seniors so agitated? The newcomers of the Whitebeard pirates, unfamiliar with the events of decades past, were filled with confusion. Fools, Odin was indeed part of the Roger pirates, but before that, he was also our comrade in the Whitebeard pirates. Initially, Odin set sail with our father. The veterans of the Whitebeard pirates passionately explained the history from decades ago to the newcomers. Consequently, the uproar among the people on the battlefield intensified. It was not only the newcomers from the Whitebeard pirates who were astonished. The Navy personnel were equally shocked by this revelation. Captain Odin. Blackbeard's dark and plump face shifted from a blank expression to one of profound shock and disbelief. How could he not recognize him? How could he forget? After all, that person was one of the legends of the Whitebeard pirates, not merely as a son but as a brother in arms. The former captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates had been like a superior to him. From the years following Odin's boarding, he had always received care from Captain Odin. They had initially thought Odin had switched to the Roger pirates, only to later fall victim to Kaido's treachery, leaving them no chance to reunite. Who could have imagined that now, in this moment, in this situation, where he had betrayed the Whitebeard pirates and brought about a great crisis, Captain Kazuki Odin had returned. At that instant, an inexplicable chill coursed through Blackbeard's heart. This is truly grotesque, Blackbeard. Is this the performance you prepared for us? The Crescent Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon, scoffed. Just a mere Kazuki Odin. And yet you were so frightened, it is quite absurd. If that is the case, perhaps we can part ways. The tyrant, Abelo Pizarro, desperately sought to break away from the group. Under the varied gazes of excitement, fear, joy, and shock, the historical figure of Kazuki Odin materialized. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and resolute. Through Luffy's information stream, he had come to grasp the present circumstances. Lord Odin, welcome back. The dual kings of the Mink tribe, Cat Viper and Dogstorm, rushed towards Odin at the first sight of him, jostling to embrace him, tears of joy brimming in their eyes. Dogstorm, Cat Viper, enough, enough. We have important matters to attend to. Odin chuckled, patting their heads. After bowing in gratitude to Luffy in the sky, his gaze fell upon the nervously sweating Kaido. It has been a long time, Kaido. Odin spoke with an air of calm. Kazuki. Odin. Kaido instinctively tightened his grip on the wolf-toothed club in his right hand. The atmosphere became charged, a palpable tension hanging in the air, as the prospect of battle loomed imminent. At that moment, approximately several hundred meters away from the central battlefield, the temporary medical station for naval casualties witnessed the gradual emergence of the third historical entity of the deceased. It became clear. The former pirate king, Gold, Roger, opened his weathered eyes, nodding in understanding, having gained clarity regarding the current situation. Finally, a naval officer noticed Roger's unexpected presence. In comparison to the notorious rocks buried by the government's machinations, no figure in this age of piracy could rival the notoriety of the pirate king, Roger. Soon, more and more naval personnel became aware of the spectral figure among them, their faces reflecting sheer shock and fear. Overwhelmed by their emotions, they found themselves unable to utter a coherent word. Vice Admiral Garp, what do you intend to do? Kobe, responsible for looking after Garp, exclaimed in alarm, ignoring his subordinates' protests. Garp struggled to rise despite the wounds that continued to bleed, stumbling forward towards the familiar silhouette in the distance. As he beheld that unmistakable figure, Garp's body trembled uncontrollably. The world was on the brink of transformation. Vice Admiral Tsuru softly spoke, seemingly aware of the commotion behind her. Roger suppressed the tumult of thoughts within him and turned gracefully, casting a smile at the mummified Garp. Ah, Garp, it's been a while. Roger. Chapter 88. A Father and Son Reunion. Roger, the legendary Vice Admiral of the Navy, the heroic Garp, shot up from his deathbed, stumbling before the man he once faced as an adversary. His voice, filled with all his strength and emotion, resonated like thunder, echoing across the battlefield of Marine headquarters. The astonishing reverberation lingered in the skies above Marineford, resounding endlessly in the hearts of all present. At that moment, the battlefield fell silent. The live broadcast square at Sabaody Archipelago also fell into a profound stillness. After a brief silence, a cacophony erupted that could shake the very heavens. Roger, that is the Pirate King, Roger. There was no mistaking it. The true Pirate King had returned. Following Rox and Odin, Roger had come back. The chaos of the battlefield escalated further with Roger's appearance. The shouts and astonishment of the naval soldiers soared into the sky. The uproar and shock spread like wildfire. In mere moments, the entire Marine headquarters was engulfed in tumult. At this instant, witnessing the resurrection of the Pirate King, thought to have perished 20 years prior, no one could remain composed. Thus, the world erupted. The entire sea boiled with excitement. The world itself was set ablaze. What day could this possibly be? The deceased were returning one after another. Was this a nightmare? Surely, I am dreaming. Everything before my eyes cannot be real. The mighty rocks, the Pirate King Roger, they cannot possibly exist. It must be false. False. All of it is false. Many on the naval side closed their eyes, attempting to escape the cruel reality. The Pirate King. The Pirate King had returned. Following the enigmatic rocks, the spectral presence of the Pirate King had also re-emerged. The Pirate King Roger, the King of the Sea, alongside the legendary figures such as Rayleigh and Odin. What a terrifying lineup. Would the Roger pirates rise again? In addition to the formidable rocks pirates, the heroes of the past, the legendary pirates, were returning one after another. Why has this war turned into such chaos? In this situation, even the Gorosei and the world government are powerless to intervene. The worst-case scenario. All of it leads back to that fifth emperor, Liu Yu. Who exactly is he? A deity from the heavens above? Or a demon ruling over the depths of hell? No one knows. One thing is certain, after this battle, he shall become the King of the Sea. At the Sabaody Archipelago live broadcast square, journalists and onlookers witnessing this miracle through outdoor streaming went wild. Marine headquarters. Haha. I never expected to see you again in my lifetime. How delightful. Roger exclaimed joyfully. High above in the sky, the Golden Lion Shiki couldn't contain his laughter. Initially believing that only the former Captain Rocks had returned, he was astonished to find that the Pirate King Roger had also come back. Who else might follow? Roger. On the Dragonhead ship, Rayleigh cried out with all his might, tears streaming down his face. The man known as the Dark King could not suppress his emotions at this moment, tears flowing freely. Rayleigh had seldom shed tears in his life. Counting the occasions on one hand. The day the Roger Pirates disbanded over 20 years ago, he had wept unconsciously after a drunken farewell with his comrades. The day Roger was executed, he had watched helplessly as tears fell. And now, this was the third time, shedding tears of joy for the reunion with his dearest friend. At this moment, witnessing the return of his past comrades and friends, Rayleigh felt nothing but immense gratitude and relief towards Liu Yu, the one who summoned the spirits. He was thankful for the opportunity to reunite with his long-lost companions. Captain Roger. Equally moved to tears was Buggy the Clown. What profound loyalty this displayed. Weeping for the return of his former captain, he thought, I was right all along. To follow Captain Buggy was indeed our greatest fortune. The mindless prisoners of the advancing city could hardly contain their admiration. He, the seven warlords Don Quixote Doflamingo laughed heartily. The fearsome Pirate King Rocks, the celestial Muku, and the deceased Gold. Roger returned one after another. Who would come next? Could it be characters from 8 centuries ago? Doflamingo spread his arms wide and proclaimed with unwavering confidence, this is the very center of the world. The epicenter of this era. I sense an unprecedented storm is approaching. After reigning over the seas for 8 centuries, will the world government continue to sit atop their lofty perch? Can the 5 elders and the powers behind you remain calm in the face of such a terrifying assembly? Doflamingo, seemingly oblivious to the tension he created, continued to voice his sensational proclamations, drawing the ire of the distant 5 elders. Yet, there was no time for reckoning with Doflamingo now. Roger, it's really Roger. The legendary captain has returned, brought back by Lord Liu Yu. The 1st Division Commander Marco murmured in disbelief. It's true. I was merely jesting. What other unexpected figures will appear next? The commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates, Diamond Jozu and Flower Sword Vista, collectively inhaled deeply, with a deep, hearty laugh. Whitebeard reveled in the moment. His light-colored gaze fell upon the stunned Ace. Consequently, the eyes of the Whitebeard Pirates and many others turned toward Ace. By now, Ace's identity as the son of the Pirate King was known to all, and they were all curious about how he felt about his deceased father's return. Ace. My brother, Jinbei softly called out. Ace, don't just stand there. Luffy patted Ace's back. Damn it, Ace bit down hard on his lip, refusing to let go even as it bled. He was holding back, suppressing tears. His mind was a tangled web of thoughts, rendering him unable to think clearly. Memories of the past surged forth like an overwhelming tide. In his childhood, he had heard the scornful remarks from those around him regarding Roger, mocking the notion that he might have descendants. This gradually extinguished his admiration for the Pirate King, even leading him to contemplate death before he turned 10. After setting sail, Ace vowed to surpass Roger and become the new Pirate King. Yet, by a twist of fate, he found himself aboard the ship of Roger's greatest rival, Whitebeard. From Whitebeard, he learned many untold stories about his father, Gold. Roger, who, despite being described as a great man, was still not embraced by Ace due to the prejudice instilled in him from a young age. In his heart, Whitebeard was the only father he acknowledged. But now, his biological father, the Pirate King Gold, Roger, had truly returned. He should have despised Roger, loathed the bloodline that abandoned his mother. Yet, he felt a flicker of joy at Roger's resurrection. Even his eyes unwittingly glistened with tears. I'm sorry, Garp. Let us save our reminiscing for another time. I must first meet my son, and thank you, Gold. Roger, the Pirate King expressed his gratitude. Without waiting for Garp's response, he strode purposefully toward Ace. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Roger and Ace, father and son, finally met. Chapter 89. History repeats itself at Marine headquarters. In the battlefield of the summit, 2 men, one old and one young, bound by blood, gazed only at each other, oblivious to the chaos surrounding them. You've grown, Ace. Roger, the Pirate King, spoke, his voice unusually trembling with emotion. He raised his large hand, intending to stroke his grown son's head, but hesitated, withdrawing it before contact was made. In that moment, Roger was devoid of the imposing presence of the Pirate King. He was merely a father overwhelmed with remorse, hesitant to approach his son. Father. Ace's face paled as he opened his mouth, yet no words came forth. Gazing at the familiar face before him, the very visage that had appeared countless times in his dreams, Ace's eyes brimmed with tears. He bit down hard on his lip, stubbornly forcing back the emotions that threatened to overflow. I'm sorry, Ace. Having a father like me must be a burden. Roger took a deep breath, gathering all his courage to place his hand on Ace's head. But before he could touch him, Ace shook his head away, rejecting the contact. I don't acknowledge you as my father, you bastard. Finally, Ace could no longer contain the torrent of emotions within. His head bowed as tears cascaded down his cheeks. Witnessing Ace's sudden outburst of sorrow, even the unparalleled Pirate King Roger appeared at a loss. What are you still doing standing there? Stupid Roger. You're not acting at all like yourself. Whitebeard clapped Roger on the back, causing him to stagger slightly, but he instinctively opened his arms, embracing Ace. Haha. Roger chuckled foolishly. Thank you, Newgate. A hearty laugh erupted from Whitebeard. Marco, Jozu, and others joined in the joyous laughter. However, a harsh laugh sought to intrude upon their celebration. Shut up, Teach. Bista barked at Blackbeard, who was being monitored. Don't be so heartless, Captain Bista. I was once a 2nd Division member. I also want to congratulate Ace on reuniting with his biological father. Blackbeard retorted. Silence. Save your insincerity. The commanders and crew of the Whitebeard pirates shouted in unison. On such a joyous occasion, what is the point of fighting? Let us each take a step back and save the battle for another day. Blackbeard attempted to negotiate. This is not up for discussion. Do not harbor such delusions. You will die here today. The souls of Sachi and the brothers who fell on this battlefield demand your blood. Marco and the others declared resolutely, their intentions clear and deadly. Blackbeard's expression darkened. Fine. If that is what you desire, then let the battle commence. Who fears whom? Blackbeard Teach exhibited a rare display of audacity. Captain Teach, the combat champions, Lafitte, Van Auger, and other seasoned crew members gazed at the suddenly exuberant Blackbeard with expressions of fear and confusion. In their understanding, Blackbeard was not a person of such gallantry. Teach, if you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you. Cat-Eye and the evil tyrant discreetly distanced themselves from Blackbeard, eager to sever ties. Hey. Blackbeard sneered. Between his hands, a dense surge of dark power erupted. Dark hole. With a forceful slam of his palms onto the ground, an infinite tide of darkness gushed forth from his being, spreading in all directions and engulfing everything above the earth. Captain Teach, we are being drawn in. The combat champion, Jahas's basis, screamed in horror. He attempted to struggle, yet his body was already ensnared by the darkness, as if sinking into a bottomless swamp. Under Blackbeard's self-destructive assault, even the leaders of the Whitebeard pirates were compelled to retreat. The encirclement, which had been tightly woven, now revealed a gaping hole. Now's our chance. Blackbeard's face lit up with joy. The darkness surging from the ground enveloped him and his loyal followers, Basis and others, in an instant, allowing them to break free and flee. This sudden turn of events left everyone present momentarily stunned, especially the escaping Cat-Eye and the Crescent Moon Hunter among the advancing marauders. Wasn't a battle supposed to commence? Yet you flee faster than rabbits, roared the infuriated Whitebeard pirates, feeling deceived once more. You think I would engage in battle under such circumstances? Do you take me for a fool? Blackbeard's triumphant laughter echoed from afar. Just a single crew of Whitebeard was enough to put them in dire straits. Not to mention, Captain Utian and Ace's biological father, Roger, has also arrived. If he were to discover my actions, I would surely face dire consequences. All along, Blackbeard harbored no intention of fighting to the bitter end. Hehehe, evil tyrant, Crescent Moon Hunter, as a token of gratitude for your release, be sure to hold them off for me. Blackbeard laughed heartily. Teach. The evil tyrant Abelo Pizarro and others seethed with rage, ready to retaliate. However, before they could act, they were enveloped by a flurry of sword flashes. You misunderstand. Whitebeard. We have no ties with Blackbeard. The Crescent Moon Hunter and others desperately sought to clarify their position. Yet, the Whitebeard pirates, who had already made up their minds, would not heed their pleas. Father, the captains, including Marco, looked toward Whitebeard for guidance. I have yet to permit your escape. Whitebeard's voice was cold and commanding. With a flick of his wrist, the supreme blade, Cloud Cutter, sliced through the darkness like a piercing arrow, revealing Blackbeard and his crew. Damn it. Blackbeard quickly rolled away, rising once more to flee. The conflict between Whitebeard and Blackbeard served as the catalyst for the long-dormant battlefield to erupt once again. Utian, Kaido. The clash of Utian's dual sword style and Kaido's thunderbagua resonated violently. Captain Rox, witness my current power. Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, swung her sword Napoleon, unleashing a massive deep purple blade of energy. Ha ha ha, how bold you are, Lin. Have you forgotten my terror after decades apart? The Sea Overlord, Rox, transformed into a figure of darkness, shattering Big Mom's formidable attack. The vast marine headquarters trembled under the chaos of the top-tier combatants. The 5 elders, along with the 3 commanders, Steelbone Kong, looked on with urgency and seriousness. This cannot continue. We must quell that man's arrogance. Indeed. The summoning of these phantoms must come at a cost. Now is the perfect moment to eliminate him. The 5 elders and the samurai elder nodded in agreement. With a wave of their hands, the elite forces secretly cultivated by the world government, led by the 5 elders, emerged. However, at that moment, the 4th, 5th, 6th phantoms from history began to materialize in the trembling plaza. Historical manifestation. Ah, that man. Could it be the infamous Captain John? The long-bearded man over there is Wang Ji. Not just them. That giant is Silver Axe from the Rocks Pirates. I too have phantoms appearing. This cannot be happening, even him. The cries of the marine elites echoed throughout the headquarters as they witnessed the return of those who had once instilled endless terror in them. Haha. Who would have thought we would see this day of return? The resurrected members of the Rocks Pirates, including John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and more renowned phantoms, now bowed in reverence to Lord Luyu, creating a grand spectacle. Lord Luyu, please give your command. Luyu's figure flickered as he reappeared on the dragon-head ship. With a mere gesture, 3 celestial dragons on the deck were propelled skyward, accompanied by 3 muffled thuds. Their heads and bodies were severed, and the terrified visages of the Rosward family soared into the air, blood gushing from their cranial cavities like a fountain. With a thud, the severed head struck the ground, heralding the signal of war. Let it commence. Join me in seizing this world. Luyu waved his hand. Amidst the jubilant cheers, the vengeful spirits, having returned from history, surged towards the world government and the 5 elders. It was as if history was repeating itself, transcending into a new realm. A battle even more terrifying than the God Valley conflict 36 years ago was about to commence. Chapter 90. The Return of the Kaido. With the blood and bones of the celestial dragons, a declaration of war was made against the tyrants who had dominated the world for 8 centuries. A war 10 times more horrifying than the God Valley was unleashed. Blood-soaked and brutal slaughters once again unfolded at the Navy headquarters. The final showdown between Whitebeard and Blackbeard. The fated duel between Kazuki Oden and Kaido. The clash of titans between the Sea Overlord Rocks and Charlotte Linland. The resurgence of historical figures like John and Silver Axe. A reenactment of history, alongside various renowned and obscure formidable spirits. The battlefield, teeming with powerful warriors, served as the perfect incubator for the taboo magic of the undead. At this moment, the battlefield atop the Navy headquarters had descended into utter chaos. Roger. This is truly wonderful. On the Dragonhead ship, Rayleigh wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, filled with heartfelt excitement as he gazed at his distant comrades. Rayleigh, if you wish to go, then go, Ji Ping calmly stated. Yes, thank you. Rayleigh earnestly bowed to Luyu before rushing toward his dear friends in the distance. Roger. Rayleigh. The 2 men embraced tightly at this moment. Let us once again venture forth together to overturn the world, Rayleigh. Roger extended an inviting hand to Rayleigh, reminiscent of 60 years ago. Oh. Rayleigh's eyes misted as he responded with fervor. Goodbye, Ace and Joy Boy. Roger turned, waving at Ace and Luffy. Oh, Uncle Roger, Uncle Rayleigh. See you later, exclaimed Straw Hat Luffy joyfully. Ace's mouth opened slightly. Watching Roger's departing figure, an inexplicable sense of panic arose within him. Yet, in the end, he said nothing. Merely observing as Roger and Rayleigh joined the battle against the world government. They engaged in combat against the elite forces led by the Supreme Commander, Admiral Sengoku. On the fringes of the devastated Navy headquarters, the 8 supernova pirate crews mustered all their courage to land on the chaotic battlefield. It's a revolution. It's a complete upheaval, exclaimed Scratching Manapo in astonishment. The Sea Overlord Rocks, the Pirate King Roger, the Samurai Kazuki Oden, John, Silver Axe. All the lost souls of history had returned, commanded by that singular man. He was nothing short of the god of the undead. The power to summon the undead. Hawkins articulated slowly. Could this truly be his real ability? The strange monk Urki speculated. At this point, he can hardly be called a monster. He is akin to a demon, or perhaps a deity. The godfather of the hand, Capone Beej, shouted in disbelief. Ha ha ha. A mad, maniacal laughter erupted. Kid. What is wrong with you? Asked the bloodthirsty warrior killer with concern. The Sea Overlords and the Pirate King have all become his subordinates? He alone could rival countless foes. Captain Eustace Kid's expression darkened, trapped in a chasm of despair. Captain, I want to help too, shouted Beepo, the pet of the Heart Pirates. Without waiting for Roger and the others to say more, he rushed into the battlefield. Foolish Beepo. Trafalgar Law's expression changed as he hurriedly led his crew to follow. Captain Bonnie, where are you going? The crew of the Bonnie Pirates shouted anxiously. However, the towering figure of Big Mom Bonnie seemed to be oblivious to her subordinates' cries. She held on to a certain belief, stubbornly painting the battle of the fallen spirits. This situation is even worse than the God Valley battle 36 years ago. At the bow of the government ship, the golden-haired elder shouted in frustration. I thought 3 undead would be the limit, but could it be that he truly controls the entire realm of the dead? The furious gaze of Elder Widow locked onto Luyu on the Dragonhead ship. He unsheathed his supreme great sword by half an inch, the ominous aura of death spreading around him. Do not act rashly. Elder Jean firmly shook his head, halting the samurai elders' advance. Before departing from Mariehua, their objective was clear, to swiftly eliminate Luyu and Whitebeard with overwhelming force. With the 5 of them combined, Sengoku, Akainu, and the 2 of them, they were certain to obliterate Luyu and Whitebeard's alliance in the shortest time possible, even if they managed to escape. Outside awaited Kaido and Big Mom, who had been prepped to guard against them. They would ensure that Luyu and the Whitebeard pirates would have no way back. Such fantasies were beautiful, yet reality often unfolded in an unsatisfactory manner. Rather than following their script, events spiraled like a runaway horse, moving further away from their grasp. Now that Sengoku and Akainu had been effortlessly defeated by Luyu, how much advantage could they hope to gain by teaming up? After all, their strength, even when superior to Sengoku and Akainu's collaboration, had its limits. Most importantly, they were afraid of death. The longer one lived, the more one reveres life and fears death. This is dire. If this continues, our forces will be slaughtered by those fearless monsters. Elder Wudo's face twisted in rage. This is the Navy's home ground. Surely, not all of the Navy has perished yet. Elder Jean chastised sharply, deeply dissatisfied with the Navy's lack of support. However, as his gaze swept across the battlefield, witnessing the suddenly materialized undead soldiers, Elder Jean fell into profound shock once more. Enough. Let us retreat. I have no desire to engage with you. A river of molten lava flowed across the ground, entirely separating the battlefield of the Navy and the undead. Admiral. It's Admiral Sakazuki. The elite Navy personnel, stunned, gazed at the iron-willed, short-haired figure clad in Admiral's attire, who stood before them, ready to assist the world government. There was no doubt that this man was their Admiral Akainu. Yet, just moments ago, they had witnessed his demise. Having seen him explode in the sky at Luyu's hands, could it be that Admiral Sakazuki evaded death by elementalization? A marine, filled with hope and whimsical thoughts, inquired. Admiral Akainu remained silent. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared as Admiral Kazara descended from the heavens. Sakazuki, Akainu, bore an unusual expression devoid of his typical lewd demeanor as he gazed across the river of magma at Akainu. He was acutely aware that they were no longer allies. Their stances had irrevocably shifted. The figure of Admiral Akainu before them was merely a specter summoned and controlled by Luyu. Borsellino, please lead everyone away. I have no desire to engage in battle with you. Admiral Akainu reiterated. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Tsuru navigated through the chaotic battlefield and approached Luyu aboard the Dragon's Head ship. She looked up at Luyu, her aged face betraying an uncontrollable surge of fury. 5 Emperors Luyu. Vice Admiral Tsuru bellowed. Oh. If it isn't Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy, what brings you here? Luyu smiled in response. You devil. To what extent will you torment the souls of the departed before you relent? Lamented General He, his heart heavy with sorrow. Devil? General He, you exaggerate. Compared to a devil, I would prefer you to refer to me as the master of dream fulfillment. Liu smiled broadly. The essence of the history of forbidden necromancy lies in the ability to peer into the minds of adversaries, manifesting figures who have profoundly impacted their memories. In theory, it can conjure any individual from their recollections, including, but not limited to, those who instill fear. Just as it is now. Alongside the terrifying undead army that resurrects the horrors of the Battle of the Valley of Gods. Lu Yu's historical diffusion has also summoned forth many naval heroes who have departed in recent decades. This includes generals from the last and even the previous era, as well as numerous naval officers who fell in battle. For the living, the opportunity to communicate with these departed commanders and elders is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime dream come true. In this moment of realization, the furious expression on Master General He's face froze. He observed the excitement of the great sage Shelwakoku. Awakened by the call of Xiaomi Guacorazone, he witnessed the battlefield adorned with faces radiating satisfaction. The anger that had initially consumed General He dissipated entirely. General He, I have selflessly granted you all a chance to fulfill your dreams, yet you dare to label me as a demon? Are you truly compelling me to embrace the role of a villain? Liu smiled broadly. The face of Vice Admiral He suddenly turned as pale as snow. She understood the underlying meaning of Lu Yu's words. As the master of the undead, he possessed the power to enable the spirits of the fallen naval heroes to coexist peacefully with their successors. Equally, he could, in an instant, incite them to turn against one another. Whether it was the spirits of the predecessors slaying their successors or the latter ruthlessly eradicating the spirits of their forebears. Both sides would descend into the most profound agony. At that moment, this place would transform into a true hell. Do not do that. Please. I will restrain the Navy. Vice Admiral He implored with a pleading expression. Oh, Vice Admiral He, is this truly the demeanor of one seeking a favor? Lu Yu's lips curved into a slight smirk. General He, the chief strategist, took a deep breath. Subsequently, in full view of the crowd, he knelt before Lu Yu at the bow of the ship, prostrating himself completely. A plea. Chapter 91. An unprecedented chaos in 800 years, an upheaval of unparalleled magnitude, unseen for 8 centuries, was currently unfolding. In the midst of this fierce battlefield teeming with monsters, the act of one man kneeling seemed inconspicuous. Yet, those who noticed could not help but display expressions of profound shock and disbelief. For the individual kneeling was none other than one of the legendary veterans of the Navy. General He, who had stood alongside figures such as Garp and Sengoku. The very person he bowed to was Lu Yu. The source of the turmoil that had pierced the naval headquarters and instigated all this chaos. Such an occurrence should never have transpired. Sister He, General He, the Reserve Admiral Peach Rabbit Shizuka and the female soldiers under General He's command rushed to her side, eager to assist her. However, their efforts were met with futility. What on earth have you done to Sister He, 5 Emperors Lu Yu? Peach Rabbit Shizuka's delicate face was filled with anger. Do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. I have done nothing. Liu raised his hands innocently, while the formidable sword, Jin Luo, at the waist of Tao Tu Ji Yuan, was unsheathed. Even though she was acutely aware of her impending defeat, and fully cognizant of the potential for her demise, she remained resolute. Stand down, Ji Yuan. The commanding voice of Vice Admiral Crane momentarily halted Ji Yuan's movements. Sister Crane? Ji Yuan turned, puzzled. Vice Admiral Crane said nothing, merely shaking her head with unwavering determination. At the bow of the ship, Xiang clapped his hands. Vice Admiral Crane of the Navy, your sincerity has not gone unnoticed. Please, rise. He continued, rest assured. As long as you refrain from any aggressive actions, I shall do the same. After all, I am not a demon. Liu grinned widely, his smile radiant. Oh. By the way, if possible, could you arrange for your naval admiral, Huang Houzi, to pay a visit? Liu added, you wish to. The conversation was abruptly interrupted once again by Vice Admiral Crane. Summon Palusalino at once. The war rages on. With the drama of joy and sorrow unfolding upon the battlefield of the four emperors. After years of separation, the White Bear, Bepo, reunites with his elder brother, Pedro, and their companion, Galette, joining forces with the Heart Pirates to confront the Beast Pirates and Big Mom's officers. Yet, at this moment, Trafalgar Law, the captain of the Heart Pirates, finds his thoughts far removed from the chaos of war. His gaze is fixated intently on the distant naval area, where a gentleman, adorned with a clown-like visage, engages in jovial conversation with the gravely injured Admiral Sengoku. Corazon. Tears swiftly blur Trafalgar Law's vision. He is not alone in his sentiment. Another man on the battlefield is equally stirred by the manifestation of Corazon. It is the flamboyant warlord, Don Quixote da Flamingo, who has been incessantly spouting banter since the onset of the battle. Rosinante. Upon witnessing his resurrected younger brother, da Flamingo's smile falters, leaving him parched, unable to utter another taunt. Suddenly, the battlefield is engulfed in a cacophony of thunder. The once bright sky darkens ominously as endless black thunderclouds obscure the sun. At the heart of the storm, a sinister grin emerges. Mama, I'm ready. Booms Zeus, one of the three mightiest homies under Big Mom's command. Mama. We're prepared here as well. Chimed Prometheus, transformed into a blazing sun. Mama. Captain Rox, let us see how you handle this. Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, cackles with delight. With a swift motion of her stout hands, she unleashes a fusion of thunder and flames from the heavens towards Rox below. However, the anticipated explosion of thunder and fire fails to materialize. In fact, nothing occurs at all. The terrifying bolts of lightning, instead of crashing down, suddenly veer off course, ultimately vanishing into Liu Yu's mouth, becoming his sustenance. Burp. Thank you for the hospitality. Liu let out a hearty belch and grinned widely. 5 Emperor Liu Yu. It is you once again, exclaimed the furious Big Mom, her voice filled with exasperation. However, Qi Xiang paid her no heed. His sole focus was to diligently amass strength in preparation for the impending actions. Lord Liu Yu, I present you with these two little ones. Boomed the Sea Overlord, Rox. With a hearty laugh, seizing the moment while Big Mom was flustered and distracted, he grasped the thundercloud Zeus in his left hand and captured the little son Prometheus in his right. He then hurled the two formidable homies towards Liu Yu aboard the Dragonhead ship. Ah, well done, Rox. Liu nodded, catching 2 large supplements in each hand. Mother, save us. Zeus and Prometheus cried out in despair. However, Big Mom merely cast a fleeting glance before hastily diverting her attention to the former captain. Ah, we are being drained, thundered Raijin and the little son. Before long, the 2 supreme homies became utterly listless, their spirits depleted. The last remnants of lightning and flames within them were absorbed by Liu Yu, transforming into his strength. With a flash of golden light on the deck, the lecherous Admiral Kizaru, Borsalino, made his appearance on the second tier. Oh, Kizaru, I thought you were going to flee again this time. Yet, it seems you have mustered the resolve to come forth. Liu smiled broadly. Upon hearing this, the expression on General Huang Yuan's face instantly resembled that of someone suffering from constipation. The thought of initiating contact with Liu Yu was utterly repugnant to him. Even if Rear Admiral Crane were to threaten him with a knife to his throat, he would still refuse. However, the hellish scenario described by Rear Admiral Crane compelled him to comply. 5th Emperor Liu Yu, I am acutely aware of your desires. Is it not my body that you covet? Come forth, and this time I assure you I will not resist. General Huang Yuan declared, adopting an utterly reckless demeanor. As his words lingered in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the vast deck of the dragon ship. Xiachi and Robin exchanged glances. First at Huang Yuan and then at Liu Yu, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. Listening to Huang Yuan's words and feeling Robin's odd gaze, Liu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Does he even comprehend how to speak? Who would desire the body of such an old and lecherous man? Liu Yu's forehead was furrowed with dark lines. 5th Prince Liu Yu, are you going to participate, or not? If not, I might as well leave. General Huang Yuan was poised to make his escape. He was simply waiting for Liu Yu to express his disdain so he could slip away. All the ambiguous words exchanged earlier had been in service of this very goal. Damn it, Huang the monkey, just you wait. I assure you, I will not let you off easily. Liu Yu unexpectedly uttered a curse. In a flash of light, he ascended to the second deck, radiating brilliance. He unleashed the full might of his maxed-out white dragon annihilation magic. He became the master of light, commanding all illumination within a radius of 100 meters. Even the formidable Admiral Kizaru, with his power over light, found himself ensnared within this realm. The sound of clapping echoed through the air. Liu mercilessly delivered a severe beating to Admiral Kizaru, subsequently draining the very essence of his light and transforming it into the formidable power of thunder and fire. Meanwhile, aboard the command ship of the world government, the golden-haired old star observed the distant scene where Liu Yu and Admiral Kizaru were entangled in a fierce struggle. What is that monster and Borsalino up to? Why is Borsalino so audacious this time, daring to challenge that beast? He inquired with a hint of suspicion. Though uncertain about the sudden boldness of Borsalino, the two of us, along with him, might stand a chance. The old star, Widow, felt a surge of determination. His hands trembling around the original blade, as if eager to engage in battle. This course of action is far too perilous. We cannot proceed. The golden-haired old star quickly interjected. The situation had escalated beyond their control. It was clear they could no longer remain here. Returning to the Holy Land to reassess their strategy seemed prudent. An ominous premonition grew stronger within the old star, igniting thoughts of retreat. The warrior old star, Widow, furrowed his brow but ultimately set aside his long blade. Let us depart immediately. 3 pairs of pristine white wings unfurled from the back of the golden-haired old star, stirring a tempest as they ascended, carrying the 2 elders away from the battlefield in silence. However, at that very moment, an unforeseen and profound sense of crisis enveloped them, heightening their vigilance to an extreme. Every cell in their bodies trembled with trepidation. Above them, amidst the heavens, a figure radiating blinding golden light stood suspended in the air. The dual dragon wings of thunder and fire spread wide, casting a shadow over the land. Why the rush to leave, dear friends? The Thunderfire Dragon King, Liu Yu, said with a disarming smile. Chapter 92. I merely wish to eliminate the 2 of you, or perhaps be vanquished by your hands. Since you're already here, do not be hasty in your departure. The spectacle is far from over. Liu Yushu unfurled his thunderous fiery wings, gazing with a smile at the 2 highest authorities of the world, who were in a state of utter panic. The 5 elders of Liu Yu. Observing the colossal wings that obscured the sky, they felt the overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from Liu Yu. The aged faces of the golden-haired elder and the warrior elder betrayed an uncontrollable expression of profound horror and unease. Their eyelids danced as if performing a tap dance. Trembling incessantly, countless cells within their bodies sounded alarm bells, warning them of impending danger. This was an unprecedented occurrence in centuries. Even 36 years ago, when the ocean overlord rocks reigned, they had never experienced such a sensation. As the leaders of the world government, the ostensible highest authorities, and the pinnacle of the celestial dragons, these elders, having lived for hundreds of years, were certainly not mere inept celestial dragons. On the contrary, they were formidable. After centuries of existence, even a pig could attain wisdom, let alone those endowed with potent devil fruit abilities. As the combatants among the 5 elders, both the golden-haired elder and the warrior elder possessed strength surpassing that of admirals and Yonko. In a one-on-one confrontation, even if victory was not assured, they could easily depart unimpeded. Together, they were an even greater force. They would dare to engage even the ocean overlord rocks. Yet, against Liu Yu, they felt no such courage. The formidable fleet Admiral Sengoku had fallen, and the Admiral Akaino had perished only to be resurrected as a puppet. The bloody lessons of the past were vivid in their minds, and they were acutely aware of the stakes. Liu Yu stands as the unrivaled strongest being, surpassing both the admirals and the 4 emperors, a singular force of the vast ocean. What is the matter? Are the celestial dragons, the highest authority, gripped by fear? To flee so swiftly is indeed rather tedious. Liu Yushuang embraced herself with her arms, speaking teasingly. Since the arrival of the 5 elder stars leading the team, Liu Yu had been waiting patiently, anticipating the gathering of the other 3 elders to resolve matters in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the 2 elders present displayed an alarming timidity. In this precarious situation, they chose not to summon further assistance. Instead, they appeared intent on discreetly making their escape, disregarding their subordinates. Thus, the time for waiting had come to an end. If it was just the 2 of them, he would seize the opportunity and eliminate them first. After all, should they manage to return to Marie Joa, dealing with them later might prove to be quite a challenge. Damn yon emperors! Do you intend to obstruct our path today? Exclaimed the golden-haired elder, his expression shifting dramatically as he gritted his teeth in fury. No, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to slay the 2 of you. Or perhaps be slain by you. Liu Yu spread his arms wide. In his calm words, there was a raw and untamed essence reminiscent of the wilderness. You could feel the unmasked intent to kill emanating from Liu Yu, a chill rising from the soles of the old warrior's feet, surging straight to the crown of his head. There was no need for further dialogue. Today, he was resolute in his intention to prevent our escape. Words were futile. Today, I shall ascertain whether you, the 5th sovereign, truly possess the strength that the rumors suggest. The most combative warrior, Old Xing, had a glint of cold light in his eyes. With a resounding clang, the sword sang like thunder. The long blade in Old Xing's grasp was drawn, enveloped by a tangible purple malevolence that exuded an eerie aura. The unparalleled great blade, the 12 artisans' first generation, Ghost Cleaver? Liu Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. I must concede you possess some discernment. If you are afraid, now would be the time to withdraw. The warrior Old Xing smiled with satisfaction. No. You have misunderstood. Liu waved his hand once more. I was merely pondering, how does the flavor of your blade fare? The warrior, old Shing, felt an ominous premonition rising within him, not waiting for his inquiry. Liu shook his head and let out a soft sigh. The blade of that earlier hawk-eyed Mihawk was exceedingly hard. I could only leave a tooth mark on it. However, it seems that your sword has yet to be forged into a black blade, indicating that there may be a chance to sever it. Liu flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. The sunlight cascaded down, reflecting dazzling rays. The seasoned warrior, Old Wu, was utterly astonished, his brows furrowed in disbelief. For centuries, he had encountered countless adversaries, but none quite like Liu. Who would dare to contemplate severing his blade upon first meeting? It was akin to courting death. Just as the thought of death lingered in Wu's mind, he suddenly recalled an image from long ago, when he had watched a live broadcast in Mariewa. It seemed that the formidable blade of one of the 3 elite Navy admirals had been savagely bitten in half by Liu. With this realization, Wu involuntarily gasped. Glancing at the original sword, Ghost Slash, usually combative, he now shared a sentiment akin to that of Hawkeye moments before. A reluctance to engage in battle began to take root within him. Yet, the present circumstances afforded them no such luxury of choice. Be cautious. The ever-vigilant old Jin, with his golden locks, bellowed as he forcefully shoved Wu aside. With his pristine 6 wings unfurled, he swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, a blade-like force surged between the 2 elder stars, crashing onto the surface of the sea and creating a massive crater spanning hundreds of meters. The response was swift, and your abilities appear to be rather intriguing. Liu raised an eyebrow, gazing with great interest at the golden-haired elder star, who bore 6 magnificent wings. They resembled the celestial wings of angels from mythological tales. Additionally, as Liu, adept in the mastery of various elements, sensed the surging energies beneath those 6 wings, he discerned the presence of 2 elements he favored most, fire and wind. This indeed seemed to be a rather exquisite ingredient. The smile at the corners of Liu's mouth grew increasingly pronounced, feeling the peculiar gaze from Liu. The golden-haired old star felt an inexplicable tightness in his heart. There was no turning back. It was time to fight. The warrior old star took a deep breath, stepping lightly as if walking on the moon. His form became erratic, as if shadows danced around him in the void. A crisp sound of swords clashing echoed once more, resonating in unison. As the enchanted blade in the warrior old star's hand was sheathed, he swiftly drew it forth with astonishing speed. The atmosphere rippled in response. A streak of violet sword energy, rivaling that of an eagle's eye, shot forth, accompanied by an ominous aura. It was the malevolent energy of the enchanted sword, demon severing. Liu stood his ground, raising his fist to shatter the sword energy of the warrior old star. Wisps of purplish-black energy, akin to maggots burrowing into bone, surged toward Liu's fist. Such trifles hold little significance for me. Liu, indifferent, spoke casually. A surge of formidable thunder and fierce flames erupted from his fists, incinerating all that was strange and ominous in an instant. Then, how about this move? A chilling voice filled with murderous intent resounded from behind Liu. Just as the words left his lips, several dozen meters ahead, the figure of the warrior, old star, gradually dissipated from Liu's line of sight. Unbeknownst to him, the warrior, old star, had appeared behind Liu, mercilessly thrusting his blade towards Liu's vulnerable back. Clang! The crisp sound of metal striking metal resonated in the air. How could this be? Old Star's eyes widened abruptly, disbelief etched across his face. His features were a canvas of shock and incredulity. This strike was his meticulously crafted assassination move. As long as his opponent did not possess the foresight of the observation haki, evasion was utterly impossible. And indeed, the reality confirmed this. Confronted with Old Star's sudden spatial leap, Liu was caught off guard, struck directly by his attack. However, the tip of the formidable blade, imbued with advanced armed color, surprisingly failed to penetrate Liu's bodily defenses. This was nothing short of preposterous. Just how formidable must one's physique be to withstand even the slightest incursion from such a blade? The thrust was indeed unexpected. Yet, how regrettable it is that you chose the wrong target. A dragon possesses a reverse scale. To touch it is to court death. Likewise, the dragon's reverse scale boasts the most formidable defense. When Liu activated his Dragon King mode, his strongest defenses were located at the front and back of his heart, as well as his forehead. Were it any other area, I might truly have been harmed by your strike. Liu smiled widely, reaching behind him to grasp the old warrior, Wushang. Yet, he still grasped at nothingness. The warrior, who should have been right behind him, had now leaped over 100 meters away, as if he had traversed through space itself. So it is, a power akin to instantaneous movement. Liu nodded in understanding. Indeed, even if you were lightning itself, you could never match my speed, the confident Earth-Old Star asserted. Oh, is that so? A voice filled with skepticism suddenly emanated from behind the seasoned warrior, Liu. Startled, he broke into a cold sweat. He hastily initiated another spatial leap. However, in the next moment, a terrifying presence lingered closely behind him. The seasoned warrior understood that Liu had followed his brief spatial leap. After all, instantaneous movement is a skill not beyond anyone's grasp. Liu let out a scoff, having already discerned the true nature of the warrior Old Star's abilities. He could only achieve instantaneous movement within a limited range, and there was a brief moment of delay before he could activate his power. For an ordinary person, This would undoubtedly be too swift to follow. However, for Lu Yu, who possessed an advanced version of instantaneous movement without any constraints, the spatial leap of the old star was trivial. It was now time for me to return the favor. After several exchanges, Lu Yu extended his right hand. A spear of lightning coalescing into a resplendent golden light, aimed directly at the back of the warrior old star's heart. The shadow of death loomed ominously, instilling an unparalleled terror in the warrior old star. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed through the sky as a dazzling object, resembling a small sun, intervened between Lu Yu and the warrior old star. Do not forget about me? The golden-haired old star, empowered by his animal-type phantom beast ability, coldly declared. Chapter 93. Red-haired pirates approximately 10 kilometers away from the Marine headquarters battlefield, a grand three-masted sailing ship, adorned with the Jolly Roger of the double-blade pirates, braved the waves. Anyone fortunate enough to glimpse this pirate vessel would be overwhelmed with awe, for this ship and its flag symbolized the emperor of these seas. They are one of the 4 emperors, the red-haired pirates. Following the alliance between Big Mom and Kaido, the red-haired pirates were also en route to the battlefield. An unprecedented gathering of 5 sea emperors was imminent. Captain, look. The Marine headquarters is in sight, exclaimed the chubby lookout, Rakairu, with a hint of skepticism. But the battle over there seems excessively exaggerated. The sky appears shattered. Shanks, I have a foreboding feeling. This war today may surpass all expectations. The first mate, Ben Beckman, remarked after finishing a cigarette, his tone somber. Aha, let's take it one step at a time, Shanks replied, his expression gradually growing grave. Even from 10 kilometers away, he could faintly sense the terrifying fluctuations of the fierce confrontation occurring in the distance. There existed an extraordinarily powerful presence in battle, and not just one or two. Full speed ahead. Let us put an end to this senseless war, Shanks commanded. Before the crew could respond, Rakira let out an eerie cry from the lookout tower. Soon after, the other members of the red-haired crew joined in a chorus of astonishment. The 4 Emperor Shanks suddenly stood up. How dazzling! What on earth is that? Is it a meteor? A meteor falling from the sky, the crew exclaimed. No, it's not a meteor, it's a person. But, that posture? How is that possible? How could such a creature exist in this world? The keen-eyed sniper, Jesus Burgess, shouted in disbelief. Is that an angel? Is it really an angel? Rakira cried out repeatedly. No, that's one of the 5 elders, Shanks murmured. In the battlefield above, the golden-haired old star, fully unleashed, revealed his true form from the blinding golden light. 6 snow-white angelic wings, radiating a sacred glow, first appeared before the eyes of the onlookers. His once neatly cropped dark golden hair had transformed into long, waist-length radiant golden locks, each strand shimmering with brilliant holy light. The golden-haired old star had become a 6-winged angel, suspended in mid-air, enveloped in warm divine light. His gaze was cold and indifferent, as if he were an angelic deity surveying the world from above. In this world, there was no race of 6-winged angels, just as Marco's phoenix, Sengoku's Buddha, and Kaido's dragon. The current form of the golden-haired old star was a manifestation of his powers, an animal-type human fruit phantom beast in angelic form. The sudden appearance of the angel in the sky drew the attention of those on the ground, causing an uproar across the battlefield. An angel has appeared. Is it truly an angel? No, the one fighting Mr. Lu Yu should be one of the 5 elders. That is the ability of one of the 5 elders. It is a phantom beast of the same type as Sengoku. The Marines and pirates alike exclaimed in shock. Whitebeard, your ally is currently besieged by 2 of the 5 elders. Why are you still lingering here instead of rushing to assist? Blackbeard coughed up blood and angrily rebuked. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can survive this, Teach. You will die today. Whitebeard roared with authority. Damn it, Teach, Lord Lu Yu does not require our concern. He single-handedly breached the Marine headquarters, the strongest in history. Whether it be the 5 elders or the 6 elders, he will annihilate them. Marco, Joza, Vista, and other commanders of the white team confidently proclaimed. Ha, Roger, Rayleigh, and the spirits, go forth. The Golden Lion Shiki commanded. You have no right to order us. You fool Shiki. The resurrected pirate John shouted. Ah. It seems Lord Lu Yu's side is quite entertaining as well. Roger laughed heartily. What are you looking at? Pirate King Roger. Steelbone Kong swung his steel fist, unleashing a terrifying force akin to a raging tide. Divine avoidance, Roger countered, unleashing a strike imbued with the strongest armament and conqueror's haki that even gods would evade, with a slash that could not be dodged by even the divine. He cleaved through Steelbone Kong's armored fist. Mr. Lu Yu. On the Dragonhead ship, Robin felt a chill run through her small hand once more. Do not worry, little Robin. Lord Lu Yu will prevail. Neither the Buddha nor the angel can pose any threat. Xiachi gently reassured her. At this moment, 300 meters above the ground in the sky battlefield, the golden-haired old star, fully transformed into a 6-winged angel, proclaimed, I am the messenger of heaven. You mortals should kneel before me. A unique wave of spiritual energy surged towards Lu Yu, carrying an authoritative command. Just an old fool, pretending to be a grand figure. Does he truly consider himself a celestial angel? Lu Yu let out a derisive laugh. The golden-haired elder angel snorted coldly, his 6 wings stirring the air. A tempest roared through the heavens and the earth, as the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water swirled beneath his angelic wings, exuding an exceedingly terrifying aura. The more powerful the fruit, the more arduous the development. Undoubtedly, the angel fruit is among the apex of such fruits. In mythological tales, countless angels inhabit paradise, each governing a realm and wielding distinct powers. However, the angel fruit, belonging to the mythical beast category, cannot further differentiate into other branches. This implies that possessing the ability of the angel fruit theoretically allows for the near-infinite development of angelic power. The seraph's elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water. The Ophanim's divine gaze, piercing through all illusions, the virtue's ultimate strength. For an ordinary person, acquiring the angel fruit might only enable them to develop a few basic abilities throughout their lifetime. Yet, the golden-haired elder is different. He has devoted time to the mastery of angelic abilities that far exceeds the lifespan of an average individual. Naturally, his power is extraordinarily formidable. In terms of combat prowess, the golden-haired angel surpasses even Kaido and Sengoku, who are also mythical beasts. What he lacks is merely combat experience and the crucial resolve to fight to the death against an adversary. This, indeed, becomes his most fatal weakness. Are you prepared to meet your demise? The golden-haired elder's wings fluttered, and a pristine feather detached from him, piercing through the air like an arrow aimed at Liu Yu's brow. Liu Yu casually pointed a finger. A brilliant golden lightning struck precisely at the white feather, and then exploded. Truly worthy of the 5 elders, you are indeed a worthy target. I hope you can endure a little longer. Allowing me to relish the joy of this kill, Liu Yu flashed a confident and audacious grin. Humph, arrogant youth, the outcome of today's struggle remains uncertain. Old Star of Destruction snorted coldly. To witness our full strength and compel us to unite against you, you have already displayed considerable hubris. The warrior Old Star also regained his composure, no longer gripped by fear. At the very least, he no longer found himself at a verbal disadvantage. Thus, without further ado, let the fierce battle commence. Liu Yu raised his hand in invitation, resolute in his decision to hold nothing back. The Thunderflame Dragon King in earnest mode. Chapter 94. The conclusion. Above the sky, a single emperor faced 2 elder stars. The fierce battle between Liu Yu, the Thunderflame Dragon King, and the illusory beast angel. Alongside the great sword master warrior, shattered the firmament. Blood continuously spilled forth. On the battlefield below, the situation among the various generals intensified and reached a boiling point. As formidable commanders, none would concede easily. Had they not initially fought for their lives, a resolution would remain elusive for some time. Even Locks could not subdue the fully matured 4 Emperor Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom, within mere minutes. However, should a disparity in rank exist, the battle would naturally resolve swiftly. Nearly 15 minutes after the resumption of war, the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and Blackbeard's crew at the rear of Marine headquarters approached its conclusion. Not long ago, Blackbeard's crew had broken free from the encirclement of the Whitebeard pirates, only to be pursued relentlessly. In a moment of desperation, Blackbeard, conceived a daring notion to provoke the gravely injured Whitebeard into a one-on-one duel, utilizing the powers of the dark fruit. He intended to slay Whitebeard and seize his tremor fruit abilities, thus attaining dual powers. Should he succeed, he would become invincible. This was their only path to survival. Whitebeard, as the ruler of the seas, could not evade Blackbeard's provocation. The duel commenced. Initially, Blackbeard, leveraging the dark fruit's ability to nullify all devil fruit powers, gained the upper hand against the severely injured Whitebeard, keeping him subdued. Yet, the tides of battle are fickle. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, how many times must I tell you? My darkness can absorb and nullify any ability. You can no longer cause earthquakes. Blackbeard laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. Faced with Whitebeard's assault, he merely waved his hand dismissively. However, this time, the battle unfolded contrary to his expectations. Without the use of the tremor fruit's powers, Whitebeard extended his left hand, grasping the supreme blade, Song Yunxie, previously sent flying. With the swiftness of a whirlwind, he delivered a devastating strike upon Blackbeard's shoulder. Blood erupted to a height of 1 meter. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. Blackbeard's anguished screams echoed from a corner of the battlefield. Just a moment ago, he had reveled in pushing the Sea Conqueror back, and now he found himself utterly bewildered by Whitebeard's counterattack. The sharp edge of Song Yunxie sliced diagonally down from his shoulder, carving a path through his chest and abdomen, showering the air with brilliant crimson. The excruciating pain compelled Blackbeard to howl, rolling helplessly on the ground. This has always been your way. Arrogant and reckless, this is your greatest weakness. No matter how powerful the fruit you possess, you cannot become the strongest. Whitebeard stood firm, his feet pinning down Blackbeard's hands, immobilizing him entirely. His left hand grasped Teach's neck, and a white shockwave began to radiate outward, enveloping Blackbeard's head. No, please, don't. Blackbeard cried out in terror, his expression one of utter dread. How pathetic, Teach, Marco remarked coldly. Father, I am your son. Please, are you truly going to kill me? Ignoring Marco's scorn, Blackbeard continued to plead desperately. Teach, you alone lack the qualifications to be considered my son, Whitebeard replied, his voice low and deliberate. The shockwave's power erupted fully, causing the ground to crack and collapse. The already damaged island of Marineford trembled under the strain. After a prolonged, resonating hum, the battlefield fell silent. Within the vast crater, Blackbeard lay bloodied and battered, his head a grotesque mess. Dark red froth spilled from the corners of his mouth, yet he was not dead. He remained alive. resilient against the relentless shockwaves from Whitebeard, akin to an indomitable cockroach. How infuriating. What a tenacious bastard. To withstand my father's ultimate attack without his head exploding. The Whitebeard pirates were filled with shock and rage, alongside a lingering fear. Should they fail to eliminate Teach today, he would undoubtedly become their greatest adversary in the future. Haha. Blackbeard struggled to rise, his face a mask of blood and chaos, yet he laughed triumphantly. What's wrong, old man? Keep going. That barely tickles. He taunted Whitebeard, who was visibly in pain, clutching his heart. During Teach's taunts, his breathing gradually steadied, soon returning to normal. This was the extraordinary resilience of Blackbeard, capable of enduring the unprecedented dual powers of 2 devil fruits. Coupled with the damage absorption of the dark fruit, his vitality had reached an astonishing level. Father, are you all right? Ace and the other division commanders expressed their concern, wanting to rush to Whitebeard's aid. Everyone, stay back. No one intervene. This is the captain's order. Whitebeard commanded, leaning on his blade as he slowly stood. Father, you are suffering too much. Let me grant you a swift end. Blackbeard smirked cunningly. If you can. Then come and try, brat. Whitebeard retorted, his gaze filled with the disdain of a king. Do you think I'm just anyone? I am Whitebeard. His powerful roar echoed across Marineford, resonating with authority. Indeed, that was Whitebeard. Before Luyu, the mightiest man upon this vast ocean. Ultimately, the power derived from the devil fruit merely dictates the lower limits of a person's strength. A true warrior, even stripped of their abilities, remains unparalleled. Much like Whitebeard. Whitebeard. You, Whitebeard, are merely a defeated relic of a bygone era. Do not think you can intimidate me, you scoundrel. Blackbeard bellowed with fervor. Kula-la-la-la-la-la. Whitebeard, stifling the agony of his wounds, strode forward with determination, ready to engage in battle. Teach. I shall make you pay for the regrets of Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division, the suffering endured by Ace, and for all those who perished here. Your blood and your life shall serve as their tribute. With a mighty swing of his supreme blade, the Tsongyun Xia, Whitebeard aimed a devastating strike at Blackbeard's head. How infuriating. Even though you are on the brink of death, why can you not simply allow me to end your life? Whitebeard, with no retreat left. Blackbeard could only brace himself for close combat with Whitebeard. The sound of flesh meeting flesh resonated in a brutal exchange, igniting the blood within their veins. After numerous collisions, blood trickled from the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. His body, riddled with ailments of old age and compounded injuries from battle, was in turmoil. Yet, the fervor of his fighting spirit and presence surged ever higher. Conversely, Blackbeard, who should have been youthful and vigorous, found himself increasingly beleaguered. Even though he had exerted every ounce of effort to nullify Whitebeard's seismic abilities, he remained unable to turn the tide in the face of Whitebeard's overwhelming might and physical prowess. No matter how robust his physique or rapid his recovery, he could not withstand such relentless blows. Hey, old man, let us cease this. Continuing like this will do neither of us any good. Let us take a step back and call it a day. Blackbeard's retreating thoughts emerged. Observing the unyielding Whitebeard, fear had replaced the bravado on his face. This moment of hesitation, or rather retreat, sealed Blackbeard's fate. Had he possessed even a modicum of resolve, perhaps he could have held out a while longer. Yet now, it was far too late. The gleaming blade of Tsongyun Xia descended with the force of a mountain, nearly cleaving Blackbeard in two. The grotesque wound revealed the mangled organs within. It hurts. I'm truly going to die. It's unbearable. Blackbeard screamed in agony. It is over, Teach. When you descend, kneel before Sachi and all those who fell here and apologize. Whitebeard's words were merciless. The tip of Tsongyun Xia plunged violently into Blackbeard's heart, twisting as it did so. Pooh! Blood erupted forth. Blackbeard's heart was utterly pierced and shattered, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. The cries of anguish abruptly ceased. The monstrous vitality within Blackbeard dissipated alongside the complete destruction of his heart. Life extinguished, Blackbeard was no more. The uprising of Blackbeard's crew was forcefully quelled by Marco and the other captains. Blackbeard's crew was annihilated. Whitebeard collapsed amidst the ruins, his pale golden eyes gazing upward at the fierce battle above, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I have truly grown old. Chapter 95, Piercing the Beasts. At the Marine Headquarters Ox Plaza, a decisive battlefield between the samurai Kazuki Oden and the beast Kaido unfolded. Lower the 3rd generation. Kazuki Oden's two-sword style, Peach Blossom Waterfall. The clash of Kaido's jagged club and Oden's two swords reverberated, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rippled across the earth. What should have been an intangible force became tangible and colorful. This was the clash of Conqueror's Haki against Conqueror's Haki. Both Kaido and Kazuki Oden were awakened wielders of this formidable power. At this moment, red and black hues of Conqueror's Haki shimmered around Kaido's club and Oden's twin blades. The mere shockwave released was enough to fracture the ground beneath them, showcasing its terrifying might. The stalemate between the jagged club and the twin swords persisted for some time. Kaido's mechanical arm erupted with steam, gradually overpowering Oden's swordplay. Oden, you are indeed formidable. But now, 18 years later, I am stronger than you. Rest well, spirit. Kaido's mechanical leg slammed down heavily, steam billowing forth. His hand swung the jagged club round, sending Kazuki Oden hurtling several hundred feet away. Oh, truly, Kaido is among the strongest. The beast pirates. engaged in battle with the Straw Hat crew and the Whitebeard crew, could not contain their excitement. As Odin was sent flying, his loyal retainers, including Kinemon, Dogstorm, and Inuarashi, were thrown into a panic. In the heat of battle, one could not afford distractions. Suddenly, the ground shook with thunderous footsteps. The powerful, elongated head of a brontosaurus swung by, crashing into the cat and dog kings, sending them tumbling and spitting blood. The beast pirates seized the opportunity, launching a fierce assault, decisively tipping the scales of victory. Despite being born warriors, the Mink tribe ultimately could not withstand the onslaught of the Yonko's crew. Even with the assistance of Kinemon, Water Buffalo, and the Ice Witch, they could only barely hold their ground. Once a flaw appeared, they would be utterly vanquished. Only a Yonko crew could contend with another Yonko crew. Ah, little minks, this time we have achieved complete victory, Queen the Plague boasted proudly, preparing to deliver the final blow to Kinemon and the others. At that moment, a piercing cry echoed from afar. A streak of blue flame cut across the sky. Phoenix mark. Boom. The talons of the phoenix struck the massive form of Queen, leaving a distinct blood-red claw mark. The overwhelming force sent Queen crashing to the ground. Marco. Captain Marco. The Whitebeard crew rejoiced. My apologies for my tardiness, Marco said regretfully. No, Marco. What are you saying? Kinemon exclaimed. By the way, has that scoundrel Teach been dealt with? Yes, I have sent him on his way. Marco nodded. Ha ha ha, splendid. He got what he deserved. The only regret is that we did not witness it ourselves. Amidst the cheers, the formidable Whitebeard pirates, led by the venerable Whitebeard himself, and the resurrected Kazuki Odin, returned to the battlefield. United as two emperors, they faced the beast Kaido and his crew. The smug smile that once adorned Kaido's face vanished, replaced by a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Come on, let's begin anew. You rascals of the beast pirates. Last time in Wano, we arrived too late. This time, we are right on time. The leaders of the Whitebeard pirates, including Joju and Vista, grinned broadly, their spirits soaring with anticipation. What a joke. Queen the Plague has reverted to his human form, but the arrogance on his chubby face has dissipated, replaced by sheer terror and unease. The other beast pirates, even the mindless brutes, were gripped by panic. After all, they were now confronted with the terrifying main force of the Whitebeard pirates. Their own faction could only be deemed a half-emperor crew, while the combined forces of their foes and Odin's party constituted at least a half-crew. The disparity in combat strength was glaring. This is our grudge with Kazuki Odin. It has nothing to do with you. Do you wish to meddle? Queen the Plague stated, his tone laced with faint calmness. Ha ha ha, are you afraid now, you scoundrel? Weren't you just so full of bravado? Now you know fear? Odin has always been one of us in the Whitebeard pirates. His affairs are our affairs. Marco and the other leaders of the Whitebeard pirates spoke with conviction. Whitebeard, I have troubled you once more. Odin expressed with genuine regret. What nonsense are you speaking, Odin? We are brothers. Whitebeard boomed with laughter as he patted Odin on the shoulder. Ha, Whitebeard and Odin, what can you two do together? One is a specter, and the other is an old fool half buried in the ground. I fear you not. Kaido bellowed, his voice filled with rage, bolstering his confidence. Indeed, the scoundrels of Whitebeard. Do not revel too soon. Queen the Plague seemed to recall something, and a smug expression returned to his face. He turned 90 degrees to address his allies. Big Mom's crew, come lend us your strength to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. Yet, there was no response from them. The members of Big Mom's crew, led by Katakuri, merely observed with cold indifference. Katakuri, according to our agreement, it is now your turn to act. Any-Eye the Blaze urged, brow furrowed in concern. You speak truth. But circumstances have changed. Katakuri finally spoke. Though they were allies, the present situation deterred any rash actions. A single misstep could lead to annihilation. Damn it. Are you betraying the alliance, Big Mom's crew? Queen the Plague yelled in anger. Silence, foolish beast pirates. We have never truly recognized you as allies. Your grievances with the Whitebeard pirates and Kazuki Odin are not our concern. Parasparrow and others retorted sharply. Is that to say there is no room for negotiation? Nti the Blaze's gaze fixated on Katakuri. I will not. Katakuri began, but suddenly halted, a glint of crimson flashing in his narrow eyes. The advanced observation Haki activated, allowing him to glimpse a future vision. The sight that unfolded before him filled his expression with extreme trepidation. In the next moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. The temperature in the air surged rapidly, and a searing black-red magma appeared before them. Inagami no Kurenai, a magma doghead, radiating intense heat, roared forth, crashing into the unsuspecting back of Kaido. Boom. The magma doghead pierced through Kaido's back, leaving a gaping, illuminated hole. Justice executed. Chapter 96. Kaido, dead Kaido, the four emperors of the beast pirates, stood in a daze, staring at the searing magma head that had impaled his chest. Confusion washed over his resolute face, leaving him momentarily stunned. At that moment, not only Kaido but also the members of the beast pirates, the Whitebeard crew, and Odin, as well as the distant Big Mom crew, were left in shock, frozen by the sudden turn of events. Time and space seemed to stand still in that area. After an indeterminate period, fine beads of cold sweat dotted Kaido's entire body. As the scorching black-red dog head withdrew, it left behind a gaping hole approximately 20 centimeters in diameter. Blood did not gush forth. Instead, the wounds were cauterized instantly by the magma's heat. As the excruciating pain surged through him, even the mighty Kaido could not suppress his agonized screams. Captain Kaido! Captain! The officers of the beast pirates rushed to Kaido's side. Their cries filled with alarm. Akainu! Marine Admiral Akainu! What have you done to Captain Kaido? They shouted, witnessing the Marine Admiral emerge from the depths. Having inflicted a decisive blow on Kaido, Eni the Blaze and Queen the Plague trembled with rage and fear. Not only them, but the members of the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom's crew were also taken aback. Admiral Akainu, why is he here? Wasn't that red dog obliterated by Lord Luffy? We all witnessed him being killed right before our eyes. Has he been feigning death all along? The leaders and members of the Whitebeard crew exclaimed in confusion. Even Jozu, Vista, and others were momentarily at a loss for words. That Marine Admiral is akin to me, Odin stated calmly, awakening the crowd from their stupor. Initially bewildered, realization dawned upon them. If figures long deceased like Rox, Roger, and Odin could return, then the recent demise of Admiral Akainu, whose remains were still fresh, could also be explained. With the understanding of this revelation, the expressions on the faces of the Whitebeard crew transformed into intrigue. Indeed, Admiral Akainu was also under the influence of Lord Luffy. The once arrogant admiral now found himself serving under Lord Luffy. How amusing it was. What feelings might he harbor now, as a proud member of the Navy? The wheel of fate turns inexorably, sparing no one. This is the price paid for injuring father. The members of the Whitebeard pirates jeered mercilessly. Were it not for the looming threat of war, they would undoubtedly seek revenge against Akainu without a second thought. Yet, the admiral, Akainu, remained inscrutable, displaying not a flicker of emotion. He returned with memories, strength, and a sense of justice intact from his former self. Above all, there existed an absolute rule he adhered to, unwavering obedience to the creator of history. In his heart, he felt no resentment towards his subjugation under Luyo, accepting everything as a matter of course. Likewise, he bore the mockery and derision from the Whitebeard crew without retaliation, for such was Luyo's command. What shall we do, father? Marco inquired, looking to Whitebeard. Life extinguishes like a candle, and our grievances with him ended the moment he perished. My arm has already exacted a toll in blood. There is nothing left to contest, Whitebeard declared with a hearty laugh. With their captain's words, the crew had no objections. Moreover, Akainu, for the moment, was indeed under Luyo's command. They were mindful that even in striking a dog, one must consider its master. Thus, the grudge between the Whitebeard pirates and Akainu reached a conclusion. However, reconciliation with the beast pirates was out of the question. Curse you, Akainu. Why did you ambush me? Kaido of the 100 Beasts gritted his teeth, enduring excruciating pain. He was accustomed to being the one to launch surprise attacks, never expecting to be the target himself. Gazing at the gaping wound in his chest, a chill ran down his spine. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have succumbed to death instantly. Fortunately, as a creature endowed with the mythical Zoan dragon powers, he clung to life through sheer tenacity. Yet, this reprieve was fleeting. If he did not receive prompt medical attention, even he, with his immortal form, would ultimately meet his demise. Contemplating this possibility, the prospect of his imminent death turned Kaido's face pale, igniting a sense of panic within him. For decades, he had either sought death or walked the path leading to it. Whether it was leaping from a 10,000-meter sky island or willingly entering a naval base to face execution, all his reckless actions had been predicated on the belief that he would not perish. His intent had never been genuine self-destruction, rather. He sought to showcase his strength to the world. Yet, when faced with the specter of death, he found no joy, no acceptance of his fate. His survival instincts surged to an unprecedented level. He yearned to continue living. This world does not require your kind, pirates, Akainu stated calmly. Magma bubbling and flowing towards the beast pirates. Don't be ridiculous, you red dog. You are merely a pawn under the pirates' control. Queen the Plague shrieked in disbelief. Lord Luyo is destined to become the king of the world. Akainu replied, undeterred. Then what of the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard stands over there. Why focus solely on us? A subordinate of the beast pirates timidly questioned. This time, Akainu did not respond, instead raising his magma-infused fist indifferently. As he manifested in the form of historical reality, his sense of justice remained unchanged. He was still committed to eradicating pirates. The Whitebeard pirates were considered allies, yet the beast pirates and Big Mom were not. Hence, he was present here, while Kaido remained on high alert against Whitebeard and Odin. Akainu stealthily approached from behind, ready to strike with a thunderous blow. This ends here, the era of the Marine Admiral. Kaido, I will settle this with you. It is a resolution we must reach. And you, Odin, take a moment to rest. Odin spoke resolutely. Akainu glanced at Odin, retracting his fist, and without further words, he strode directly towards Big Mom. Well, Odin, you are quite the character. Once I recover, we shall continue, Kaido sighed, preparing to flee. Do not misunderstand, Kaido. I shall not allow you to leave here alive today. Odin declared decisively. What did you say? Are you attempting to take advantage of me in my weakened state? How despicable. Kaido retorted furiously. Despicable? It is truly laughable to hear such words from you, Odin scoffed. Enough of your prattle, Odin. Can you wait until I recover to fight again? Taking advantage of someone like this is no act of a hero. Even if you win, it will be dishonorable. Kaido baited, eager to escape the confrontation. Haha, what I seek is not honor, it is vengeance. Odin laughed heartily. 18 years ago, my naivety led to irreparable consequences. This time, Lord Luyo has granted me a second chance, and I shall not repeat the mistakes of the past. Today, here, let us settle this. Either you die, or I do. Odin's resolve surged as he crossed his twin blades, his fighting spirit reaching its zenith. Kaido. The members of the Beast Pirates looked anxiously at their leader. Good. This is your own doing. 18 years ago, I was able to kill you once. Today, I can do so again. Kaido bellowed, unleashing a cataclysmic bolt of lightning. Transforming into a colossal dragon, he bore a gaping hole near his heart. A wound inflicted by a Kaido that even his dragon form could not heal. Come, Odin, Kaido roared, with a thunderous cry. The decisive battle between Kazuki Odin and Kaido of the 100 Beasts was reignited. Led by Marco, the Whitebeard crew surged towards the Beast Pirates, ready to clash with their foes. Meanwhile, not far away, a Kaido, propelled by a terrifying wave of molten heat, advanced towards Big Mom, intent on executing another surprise attack. You shall not approach Mama. The commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, led by Katakuri, vowed to defend their captain, Charlotte Owen, known as the Little Dog. A wielder of the superhuman abilities granted by the Maramara Nomi, boldly approached Admiral Akainu, with a resounding crash. Little Dog Owen was sent flying hundreds of meters by the Admiral's magma-infused punch. Despite his indifference to the searing heat of the magma, he found himself unable to withstand the terrifying haki and brute strength wielded by his opponent. Without hesitation, Katakuri unleashed the full potential of his Machi Nomi, releasing an enticing aroma reminiscent of grilled rice cakes, capturing the attention of food enthusiasts on the battlefield, including Monkey D. Luffy. The fierce battle raged on. Nearly 5 minutes after the conclusion of the clash between Whitebeard and Blackbeard, in a devastating turn of events, the severely injured Kaido fell to Kazuki Odin, who pressed forward with unyielding ferocity. Odin's dual-wielding technique forced Kaido into a retreat, wounds marring his dragon form and blood splattering across the ground. Damn it! How can I die here? Kaido bellowed in his final rage. It ends now. Kaido. Odin's dual sword style, Tijin Tatsuka, with a thunderous roar. Odin pierced through Kaido's body, creating a gaping hole from which he emerged, his blades ripping through the darkness created by Akainu. A piercing dragon's roar erupted across the battlefield, as Odin landed triumphantly, drenched in dragon blood, while the once mighty Kaido, the beast, fell lifeless. Chapter 97, Slaying the 5 Elders on the Battlefield. Blood rained down, a deluge of dragon's blood. The long-standing enmity between the Beast Pirates and the Kazuki clan had reached a tragic conclusion. The once invincible Kaido, the beast, lay dead, marking the second Yonko to perish on this battlefield. Kaido is dead. How can this be? Such a thing is impossible. The executives of the Beast Pirates were overcome with horror, unable to fathom the sight before them, the fall of the immortal dragon. Captain Kaido was hailed as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. Queen the Plague stared in disbelief, his voice cracking with terror. There is no such thing as an immortal being in this world. If your captain had fled, he would have been killed by Lord Lucius over a month ago. In the midst of battle, the 3rd Division clashed with Diamond Jozu, sending a stunned Queen flying, blood pouring from his mouth. Neither the scoundrel Teach nor Kaido could survive a heart pierced and shattered. Queen lamented. It's fortunate that Admiral Akainu opened that hole, or Odin Wood and T have achieved this. Regardless, their long-standing grievances had finally come to an end. Marco allowed himself a relieved smile before shifting his gaze to his opponent. Enel, are you still planning to struggle? Enough with the chatter. Enel retorted. Beast Pirates, disperse. In another sector of the battlefield, disbelief spread like wildfire. Kaido, the strongest creature, had perished. Though I disagree with the alliance, Kaido was indeed powerful enough to stand with us. Members of Big Mom's crew echoed their shock. They felt no sorrow for their fallen ally. However, with Kaido's demise, their own situation grew increasingly perilous. This is bad. This is truly dire. Kaido's death primarily resulted from that sneak attack by Admiral Akainu. We cannot allow him to reach Big Mom. The situation there is already perilous, and if another. The Big Mom Pirates, led by Katakuri, were consumed by panic, desperately trying to halt Akainu's advance, but it resulted in heavy losses. Kaido. That boy is dead. Big Mom, currently engaged with the former Captain Rocks, bore a look of terror. She was acutely aware of the battlefield's many shifts, having witnessed Kaido's death at Akainu's hands. Ha ha ha. Lin, what's wrong? Are you frightened? Rock's manic laughter jolted Big Mom from her stupor, as she regained her composure. Rock's formidable fist loomed larger in her vision, sending her sprawling several meters, blood trickling from her lips. Even with her innate conqueror's haki, she could not entirely withstand the overwhelming might of Rocks, the tyrant of the seas. Lin, will you not surrender? The fate of that arrogant Kaido serves as your warning. If you do not pledge allegiance to Lord Lucius, I shall show you no mercy. The tyrant of the seas, Rocks, advanced with an air of dominance, his words resonating through the atmosphere. Captain Rocks. Big Mom's resolute spirit finally wavered. Her deep purple eyes quivering not only from the terror of Rocks before her but also from the encroaching molten lava, the gaze of Whitebeard and Odin in the distance, and the godlike figure looming above. She understood, her dreams of conquest had come to an end. Lin, have you made your decision? Rock's fist tightened slowly. I submit. In that moment, Charlotte Lin, the Yonko Big Mom, surrendered. What did you say? Speak louder. I can't hear you, Lin Lin. Rox bellowed. I admit defeat. I surrender. Captain Rox and Captain Lucius, please accept me and the Big Mom pirates into your ranks. Under the shadow of death, the Yonko, Charlotte Lin Lin, fully relinquished herself, declaring her allegiance to Lucius before the world. Ha ha ha, that is more like it. Lin Lin, Lord Lucius, what is your will? Rox inquired with a triumphant laugh. It is acceptable. Lucius responded calmly amidst the chaos of battle with the 5 elders. Mother, we truly. Yet now, they need not worry about following in Kaido's footsteps. As they observed the halted advance of Admiral Akainu, Paraspero and the others breathed a sigh of relief. With Big Mom's submission, the 3rd battlefield of the Yonko had drawn to a close. Ha 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 ha. Lin Lin has finally seen the light. The Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily. Aside from that foolish lad Kaido, our Rox pirates have made a complete resurgence. The notorious pirate John guffawed exaggeratedly. These adversaries are merely an appetizer. The true battlefield lies within that so-called Holy Land. 36 years ago, we faltered at God Valley, but this time, we shall seize that city with unyielding momentum. Ha. This is the spirit. Charge forth. Annihilate the scoundrels of the world government. Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and other ruthless pirates brimmed with fervor. Under the relentless assault of the undead, even though the government has dispatched numerous formidable fighters this time, they are steadily retreating. Damnable pirates, with me here. You shall not flaunt your ferocity, roared the commander-in-chief, Steelbone Kong, his steel fist raised high. Your opponent is me, Kong. Divine escape. The renowned technique of Pirate King Roger once again sent Steelbone Kong flying. Let us finish this swiftly, Roger. Oh. Above the battlefield in the sky, brilliant golden light intertwined and clashed, stirring waves of atmospheric ripples akin to the tumultuous sea. This was the clash between the Thunderflame Dragon King Luyu and the golden-haired angel Old Star. As for the fragile swordsman Old Star, he could only serve as a support in this battle, an entity overlooked by Luyu. After 300 exchanges, Luyu found himself momentarily separated from the 2 elders, each occupying their respective positions. The golden-haired angel elder gasped for breath, feeling both mentally and physically drained. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement and pride. After a brief moment, he steadied his breathing, and a triumphant smile gradually crept onto his face. Unconsciously, he entertained the illusion that perhaps he had grown stronger over the years. What a farce this so-called strongest man in history is. It is merely an empty title. The angel elder taunted. Indeed, at this level, you are still far from capturing us, the samurai elder confidently asserted. No, if this is all you possess, you shall not leave here today. Surrender willingly. Ah, playing with you has only led you to mistakenly believe you can match me. What a nuisance this is. The angel elder remarked. Liu shook his head with an air of nonchalance. In the ongoing battle against the 2 elders of the 5 old stars, he has yet to reveal the true might of the Thunderflame Dragon King. One reason for this restraint is his desire to conserve magical energy, unwilling to squander it on these 2 inconsequential adversaries. Additionally, throughout the previous skirmishes, Liu has been subtly replenishing his strength, quietly absorbing the elemental powers of fire and wind summoned by the golden-haired angel elder to fortify himself. What did you say? Just playing around? You were merely toying with us before. Don't be so stubborn. In truth, you are nearing your limits, aren't you? The warrior elder bellowed in fury. Well, it seems the battle below is drawing to a close, thus we too shall soon reach our conclusion. Liu maintained a demeanor of effortless ease. You underestimate us. You scoundrels. The warrior, Old Star, swung his blade in fury. This time, as the chilling sword energy of the supreme great blade, the original Gueche, was unleashed. It suddenly halted. Unbeknownst to him, Liu had already arrived before his sword, clamping down on the edge of the original Gueche. Upon witnessing this, Old Star's eyelids flickered violently, his heart sinking with an ominous premonition. In the next moment, that foreboding came to fruition. A series of grating sounds echoed, as fine cracks appeared along the blade of the original Gueche. Damn it, let go of me, roared Old Star in fury. With a resounding crack, the supreme great blade, the original Gueche, shattered beneath Liu's grip. The fractured edge pierced into his abdomen. Ugh, unpalatable. Liu disdainfully spat. This demeanor nearly made the warrior, Old Star, feel a twinge of irritation in his nose. Who is this person? Can a blade possibly be delectable? Moreover, if it is unappetizing, why partake in it at all? To damage a trusty companion that has served for centuries, and yet express disdain? It is utterly infuriating. However, what truly shattered Old Star's composure was yet to come. While proclaiming the dish unpalatable, Liu swiftly indulged again. With a crunch, he took another bite. The length of the unparalleled blade, the first-generation ghost cutter, diminished once more. The audacity. Old Star's brows furrowed in fury as he lost all semblance of technique in his response. In mere moments, the blade's length was reduced by half again. Stay calm. Old Star Genie urgently shouted, simultaneously swinging his fist, radiant as the sun, infused with the elemental powers of earth, fire, and wind, aiming to strike Liu. Liu grinned broadly, unflinching and undeterred. He met fist with fist, enveloping his hand in a radiant golden thunder, which seeped through the gaps between his fingers. A fierce crimson flame danced atop his fist, more resplendent than the sun itself. Launching forth in a tremendous strike, the collapsed fist of the Thunderfire Dragon King. The heavens trembled with a resounding roar, shattering under the weight of unparalleled force. The once confident golden-haired angel, Old Star, who believed he could withstand Lu Yu's might, suddenly changed countenance. Realizing the peril too late, he attempted to retreat. But it was already too late. The cataclysmic power of the Thunderfire Dragon King descended upon his arm. The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed relentlessly. In an instant, Old Star's right arm was rendered useless, from the fingertips to the shoulder blade, bones obliterated, flesh reduced to a pulp, culminating in a thunderous explosion. This was the true power of the Thunderfire Dragon King. The air was rent by Old Star's piercing scream, filled with terror and disbelief, echoing across the skies. With a single strike, Liu shattered all the confidence and pride of the golden-haired angel, Old Star. Previously, the warlord Sangoku, despite his severed arm, dared to challenge Liu once more. However, the golden-haired angel lacked such resolve. Having experienced the overwhelming disparity in strength against Lu Yu, he was devoid of any fighting spirit, left only with fear, a fear that consumed him entirely and extinguished any remnants of resistance. William, jolted back to reality from his anger over his destroyed beloved sword, swiftly leaped behind the golden-haired angel, supporting his falling form. Before they had a moment to catch their breath, Liu followed like a shadow. With a swift and elegant maneuver, he disarmed the warrior Lao Xing. Seizing the remaining half of the supreme blade from his grasp, Lao Xing's expression shifted dramatically. Ignoring his beloved weapon, he swiftly retreated with his companions, employing a series of instantaneous leaps. I declared, today, no one shall escape. Lu Yu, unhurried and composed, consumed the remaining half of the supreme great blade. With a long-distance instantaneous movement, he positioned himself directly in the escape path of the two elders, gathering thunder and flames upon his right foot. It descended like a divine footfall. The two elders, devoid of any means to retaliate, were propelled downward like cannonballs. Tier 6 pristine angelic wings were ruthlessly torn asunder by Lu Yu, staining the heavens with the golden-red blood of the angels. The elders, on the ground, Steelbone Kong, embroiled in a fierce battle with Pirate King Roger, let out a heart-wrenching roar, desperate for rescue yet utterly powerless. Ha 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 ha. Behold, world, the moment of the so-called highest authority's demise, roared the golden lion Shiki. As his voice echoed, a brilliant golden lightning spear streaked across the sky, skewering the two elders in a manner reminiscent of a kebab. I have grown weary of this. It is time to deliver your final judgment. Lu Yu's lips parted slightly. Thunder and flames intertwined, roaring forth from his mouth. The roar of thunder, fire, dragon, and king. Boom. A brilliant light of destruction enveloped the two terrified elders, evaporating everything in its wake. The highest authority in the world, the five elders, has perished. Chapter 98. Red-haired, tears in his eyes. Boom. The roar of the Thunder Flame Dragon King, 10 times more dazzling than the sun, erupted, reducing everything to ashes. Following the downfall of Admiral Akainu and the Emperor Kaido of the Beasts, the third and fourth powerful figures to fall on this battlefield emerged. They represented the pinnacle of global authority, the two five elders. Under the light of the Thunder Flame Dragon King's roar, they did not even have the chance to scream before their bodies exploded completely. The mist did not have time to spread before it was consumed by the wrath of thunder and flames, leaving nothing but emptiness behind. This was a true annihilation. Boom. The roar that obliterated the two five elders reverberated across the Marine headquarters. The heavens trembled, and the earth split. The already precarious Marine headquarters could no longer withstand the onslaught. More than half of the island sank into the sea, while the forward island, including the Akis Plaza, barely held on under the control of the floating fruit abilities of the Golden Lion Shiki. Haha, world, do you see? This is our captain. The Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily. Such power is truly mesmerizing. If it were my era, I would undoubtedly engage in battle with Lord Lu Yu. The Sea Overlord, Rox, wore an expression of fervor. Not enough. After such a rare return, I crave more combat. Rock's eyes sparkled with cold electricity, locking onto the world government as powerful figures, who stood frozen in shock and terror, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The Sea Overlord Rox unleashed a gruesome scene of blood and severed limbs upon his entrance. Oh, Captain Rox, Lord Lu Yu, John, Silveraxe, Wang Ji, and other notorious pirates roared in cheers, mercilessly claiming the heads of the world government as strongmen. The previously tense and stalemated situation shifted dramatically. The bloody feast continued. Is this the true power of the fifth emperor, Lu Yu? Such overwhelming and terrifying strength, akin to a deity, far more formidable than the Sea Overlord, Rox. The strongest in history, without a doubt. Until now, what kind of monstrosity are we truly facing? It is all the fault of the beast pirates. If not for them, how could we be opposing this terrifying fifth emperor? That scoundrel Kaido brought this upon himself and dragged us down with him. He truly deserves his fate. Paraspero, Daifuku, Oven, and the others gritted their teeth in resentment, wishing they could kick Kaido's corpse. Even without Kaido, as long as our big mom pirates remain a dominant force in the new world, that man will inevitably come for us. Charlotte Katakuri spoke softly. What a terrifying man. I never wished to stand against him in my life. The exhausted Admiral Kizaru pouted. Borsalino, as long as we remain in the Navy, we will inevitably confront him. The Admiral Akiji, sitting back to back with Kizaru, reminded him. We could always surrender. I could still provide him with some power. Admiral Kizaru replied nonchalantly, adopting a laid-back attitude. Admiral Akiji, you might as well betray us. Nearby, in another resting area. Sengoku. The 5 elders have perished, Garp reminded. So what? This is no longer my concern. Fleet Admiral Sengoku spoke with a sense of relief. A faint smile of satisfaction graced his pale face. Garp was puzzled. I have decided, Garp. I will no longer be the Fleet Admiral. Besides, as a useless man. I am unfit for the role, Sengoku stated calmly. Oh, what a coincidence. I too am preparing for retirement. When the time comes, you can accompany me to the East Sea to enjoy our twilight years. Garp chuckled. Sengoku, Garp, do not speak so poorly of yourselves. You will be just fine. A man dressed like a clown cautiously grasped Sengoku's large hand. Razanandi, it is a pleasure to see you again. I must also express my gratitude to that man. Sengoku's expression was complex. Haha. The once invincible 5 elders have been cast down from their pedestal. 2 of them have already departed. How much longer can the remaining 3 hold their positions? And the one among the flowers, a worthy adversary has already appeared. The voice of the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo gradually grew fervent. The dragon, an era of transformation is upon us. The new king of the world is about to be born. Lord Luyu. Kid. The slaughterer killer, sporting a Super Saiyan hairstyle. Cried out, awakening the supernova captains, including Kid, from their shock and stupor. Crash. The wave surged, and a massive shadow loomed. It was a ship. Flying from its mast was the dreaded Jolly Roger that sent shivers down the spines of countless pirates. They were the red-haired pirates. Even they have arrived. Whitebeard. The 5th Emperor Luyu, Big Mom, Kaido of the Beasts, and now the red-haired. The emperors of the New World have gathered together. Everything that has transpired today will be recorded in history, to be remembered for 1,000 years. Hawkins, Urich, Capone Beach, and other supernova captains murmured in shock. Ahahaha. Apologies for startling you. The amiable 4th Emperor Shanks was the first to disembark, offering an apologetic smile to the supernovas. Captain, what exactly happened earlier? Did the angelic 5 elders really get obliterated by the 5th Emperor Luyu? The chubby Luffy followed closely behind. Not just one, but 2 of the 5 elders were annihilated by that terrifying energy. Jesus Burgess shook his head in disbelief. According to the captain, the 5 elders are not ordinary powerhouses. Especially that angel. Even when compared to the 4 emperors, he is certainly no weaker, yet. The newcomer, Lucky Roo, suddenly shivered in fear. The 5th Emperor Luyu is truly terrifying. The first mate, Beckman, wore an unprecedentedly serious expression. Ahaha, let us go and witness it for ourselves. Red-haired Shanks waved his hand and was the first to stride onto the battlefield. A few minutes later, they arrived at the chaotic front island. Red-haired. Mother. That's the red-haired bastard. They've come too. The members of the Big Mom pirates exclaimed in shock. So what if they're here? Ignore them. The formidable Emperor Big Mom replied with irritation. Ahahaha. Shanks chuckled as he passed by the Big Mom pirates. In the next moment, it was the red-haired crew who gasped in astonishment. Hey, look over there. Is that Kaido of the Beast? Kaido is dead. They exclaimed in disbelief. Could this be the doing of that 5th Emperor? As they beheld the lifeless body of the Emperor Kaido, the entire red-haired crew, including the officers, was struck dumb. No, a subtle sensation stirred within the heart of the 4th Emperor Shanks. His eyes glimmered momentarily as he locked onto the nearby Whitebeard pirates, particularly the blood-soaked figure sitting beside Whitebeard. In an instant, Shanks recognized the identity of the blood-drenched individual. An overwhelming sense of shock and disbelief enveloped the Sea Emperor. How could this happen? Why? Shanks opened his mouth, but no coherent words emerged. Shanks, what's wrong? Kamen inquired with concern. Yamato-san. Shanks finally uttered that name. Shanks. It's really you, Shanks. Yamato-sama. Cat Viper and Dogstorm surrounded Kazuki Yamato as they approached. Ahahaha. It's truly you, Red Taro. After all these years, you've really grown. Kazuki Yamato laughed heartily. And as Roger predicted, you've become an exceptional sea hero. The revelation of Yamato's identity left the entire red-haired crew with expressions of astonishment. Even more so than when they witnessed the 5 elders or Kaido's demise. Those who had previously visited Wano with Shanks held vivid memories of that nation. Especially the legendary figure of Kazuki Yamato. The man who should have perished 18 years ago had resurfaced. What a shocking revelation. Yamato-san, what exactly? Shanks exclaimed excitedly. Calm down, Red Taro. Take a closer look. Aside from me, who else is here? Kazuki Yamato smiled mysteriously, gesturing towards the distant battlefield. That was. In an instant, the most formidable man on the seas, the 4th Emperor red-haired Shanks, felt tears welling up in his eyes, overflowing with emotion. Roger. Captain. Chapter 99, The Divine Sound Temple. I am the Sea's Overlord. Rocks. This time, you shall truly experience despair. World government, brace yourselves. With the wails of the undead echoing. The final and most chaotic battle reached its conclusion. The 5 elders and the elite forces of the world government, led by Fleet Admiral Steelbone, suffered complete annihilation. The 1,000-strong CP forces, ranging from Navy Vice Admirals to Admirals, were utterly defeated by the resurrected Legion from history. Except for Steelbone, who spared one individual on account of Roger, the rest were slaughtered without mercy. Blood flowed like rivers, severed limbs scattered, and corpses piled high. The sea overlords, Rocks, John, Silver Axe, and others stood defiantly, drenched in blood, laughing wildly like demons from hell. Still as ruthless as ever, Rocks, Rayleigh remarked, a hint of discomfort crossing his old face. Ah ha ha ha. Roger merely chuckled and shook his head, saying nothing. Given the current situation, even if he disapproved, he would not act against Rocks. Roger, look over there. Rayleigh's gaze shifted from Rocks to a distant figure of a young man with red hair, his eyes lighting up. Is that Shanks? Meanwhile, what on earth is happening here? Why is this battlefield so devastatingly fierce? Look over there, that man, the one with Rayleigh. That's the captain's captain. The Pirate King Roger. Aside from Yamato, even the Pirate King Roger had returned. Can someone explain what has transpired on this battlefield? The members of the red-haired pirates were unable to contain their astonishment. Upon witnessing the living return of the Pirate King Roger, no one could remain composed. Not just Roger and Yamato, look closely. The figures above that sea of blood. First Mate Ben Beckman exclaimed incredulously. His hand, holding a cigarette, trembled uncontrollably. He attempted to light it to calm himself, only to drop both the cigarette and lighter onto the ground. That man, they say he is Rocks? The Sea Overlord Rocks. And those others? Are they John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji? Each one is a notorious pirate of the previous era. No matter who it was, they were all legendary pirates. The core members of the red-haired pirates, including the stout Rikairu, Jesus Burgess, and the resolute swordsman, could no longer maintain their composure. Calm down, everyone. It's just a minor situation. Why panic? Exactly, yelling like that is unbecoming. Marco, Jozu, and Bista, the leaders of the Whitebeard crew, folded their arms and smiled at the utterly shocked members of the red-haired crew, while they claimed it was a minor situation and urged calmness. Their earlier reactions upon seeing Roger and the others return were no less dramatic. After all, the return of legends crossing the boundaries of life and death is truly the most extravagant miracle, if one could even call it divine. Was this all the handiwork of that man, His Excellency the Fifth Emperor, Liu Yuga? Ben Beckman inhaled deeply, attempting to regain his composure to inquire. Who else could it be? Marco and the others nodded knowingly. Boom. A multitude of red-clad officers felt as though a thunderbolt had struck their minds, leaving them in a state of bewilderment, their heads buzzing as they struggled to regain their composure. At that moment, footsteps approached from afar. The long silent Shanks, the red-haired emperor, snapped back to reality, his face lighting up with overwhelming joy and excitement. With a swift stride, he propelled himself towards two familiar figures. Captain Roger, Shanks exclaimed, embracing Roger with fervor. Ah, Shanks, you have truly grown into a man of stature. Roger clapped Shanks on the shoulder, offering praise. In comparison to Captain Roger, I still have much to learn, Shanks replied, shaking his head, a smile breaking through his tears. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the sky. The sight of a young man's disdainful grin, framed by his wild red hair, twisted Buggy's expression into a grimace, his eyes reddening, ultimately surpassing even his nose in hue. You red-haired scoundrel! Buggy, the clown, dove down, seizing Shanks by the collar with a venomous glare, as though he were ready to devour him. Look over there. The man captured by Captain Buggy. That man is Shanks, the red-haired emperor. Incredible! Truly. Our Captain Buggy is legendary. Indeed, Captain Buggy has merely been modest. Otherwise, he would certainly claim a position among the emperors. Witnessing this spectacle only solidified the resolve of those around to follow Buggy for life. Me too. Buggy's dim-witted crew erupted in a collective frenzy, their faces alight with unrestrained admiration. Oh, Buggy, seeing you in such high spirits brings me joy, Shanks smiled. What joy is there? We harbor an unresolvable grudge between us. Buggy snapped back. You too, behave yourselves, especially you, Buggy, came a gentle voice from behind. Kazuki Odin approached, smiling as he patted their shoulders. Odin-san, Shanks and Buggy exclaimed in unison. Shanks, everyone. A voice filled with joy and excitement rang out. Finally, Shanks noticed Luffy, who was clutching a large piece of grilled rice cake, crashing into his embrace, sharing a warm hug. Luffy, it's been 12 years. You've become quite the remarkable pirate, Shanks said cheerfully. No, we're still far from enough, so I cannot return this straw hat to you just yet, Luffy declared resolutely. Shanks chuckled, pleased by Luffy's determination. Luffy, it's wonderful to see you. Where did you get that grilled rice cake? Share some with me. I'll trade you for meat. The jovial banter continued among Luffy and his companions. The child of prophecy, Joy Boy, Roger, the Pirate King, smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, Rayleigh nodded. But, Roger, the prophecy has diverged. This era no longer requires Joy Boy, Odin lamented. Ah. Indeed, Roger agreed with a chuckle. The joyous laughter of comrades and brothers reuniting continued for a brief moment, until suddenly, Roger and Odin's expression shifted. What is wrong, Roger? Odin? Rayleigh and Whitebeard sensed a change. Ah, my apologies, old friends. Roger chuckled nonchalantly. Our mission remains unfinished, Whitey, until next time. Odin waved goodbye. Wait, Odin, Captain Roger, Shanks, Buggy, Cat Viper, Dogstorm, and all members of the red and white crews exhibited alarmed expressions. Ace instinctively took a step forward, his mouth agape. Roger's large hand gently patted Ace's head. Until we meet again. Roger and Odin turned their backs to the crowd, waving goodbye as they returned to the distant world government ship. Stop dawdling, Roger, roared Rox, the sea tyrant, his gaze briefly flickering towards Shanks. A strange glint in his eyes. He contemplated approaching but ultimately shook his head. As the sea tyrant, he required no emotional encumbrances. Not just Roger and Odin, but pirates and the spirits of the Navy across the battlefield felt the shared sentiment. Rosinante, until we meet again, father. Corazon waved goodbye, then walked in another direction. Shortly after, Don Quixote Rosinante stood before the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. Brother, it's been too long. Corazon smiled brightly. Rosinante. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins. With a swift motion, an invisible thread aimed at Rosinante's body. Room, butchery. A blue circle expanded, severing Doflamingo's thread. You've grown too, haven't you? Truly, that is wonderful. Rosinante's smile radiated even more brightly. Corazon. Trafalgar Law exclaimed tearfully, stumbling into his benefactor's embrace. How blinding. Doflamingo scoffed, grumbling as he turned away. 5 minutes later, all spirits and the living across the battlefield had bid farewell. Liu ascended into the sky, drawing everyone's attention. I apologize for interrupting your joyous reunion. However, this special service concludes here. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to bring an appropriate reward. Liu smiled gently, his lips curving into a broad grin. Liu raised his hand slightly. A fierce wind lifted the vessel of the world government high into the sky. Ha 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 ha. Captain Liu, are we finally embarking on the final phase? Roared Shiki the Golden Lion with a booming laugh. I will use my powers to bring everyone along. Shiki, you and the others should retreat first. I shall go to Mariewa alone. Liu issued the order. Jean Shitsi Shurji was momentarily taken aback. Observing Liu's earnest expression, he eventually nodded in agreement without uttering further words. Huzzah! May martial prowess flourish! Exclaimed the white-bearded figure, raising his arm in fervent proclamation. The warriors on the battlefield echoed in unison, long live martial prowess. With a sweeping gesture, she commanded. And in an instant, they surged towards the bow of the ship. A tempest enveloped the vessel as it soared towards the distant Red Earth continent. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the Red Earth continent. A magnificent and grandiose city materialized before Liu and his spectral companions. Ha! Behold the Holy Land, Mariewa. At last, we have reached here. Even the Valley of the Gods from 36 years ago pales in comparison. I had barely begun to revel before, and now I can indulge in chaos once more. Truly delightful, exclaimed Rox, John, Silveraxe, and the others, all bursting into exuberant laughter, eagerly anticipating the continuation of their raucous escapades. Then let us proceed. Let the revelry commence. Liu grinned broadly, exhibiting not a trace of hesitation. With a flourish of his hands, a tempest engulfed the vessel, propelling it directly into the heart of Mariewa. Simultaneously, in the heavens above, the wings of the Thunder Dragon King cast a shadow over the land. Liu clapped his hands and entered the Thunder Dragon King mode. Let us begin. An endless torrent of brilliant golden lightning surged forth from Liu's being. Boom. Above Mariewa, the melody of the Temple of Divine Sound resounded. Forbidden magic. Temple of Divine Sound, activate. Chapter 100. The emergence of the King of the World in the sacred land of Mariewa, deep within the highest power hall. The 5 elders roared in frustration. Damn it. What on earth is happening? What has transpired at the Navy headquarters? They had lost the signal from the transponder snail at the onset of the final battle at the Navy headquarters, rendering them unable to witness the unfolding war live. Why were the souls of the long-dead historical figures appearing? The red-haired demon, Rox, and Pirate King Roger. Could this be the true power of that man? The 5th Emperor? The curly-haired noble elder exclaimed. The ability to summon the dead, could he truly be a denizen of the underworld? Such a thing. How could it be possible? What about William and the others? The bald elder with a birthmark on his head wore a grim expression. There must be no problem. With their strength, even if they cannot defeat the enemy, they can at least protect themselves. Remarked the elder clad in a deep blue suit, his voice low. Yet, despite his words, silence followed. He knew deep down that the situation was far from secure. The developments had exceeded their control, not to mention Liu, who surpassed both admirals and the 4 emperors. The returning terrifying souls were an unimaginable threat. We will wait 5 more minutes. Once the second squad is assembled, we shall take action if there is no news. The elder in deep blue stated gravely. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Time trickled by. And soon 5 minutes had passed. The 3 elders rose to their feet, but before they could depart, an oppressive aura of terror suddenly enveloped them. As if something dreadful was about to occur. The faces of the 3 elders changed dramatically. What could this be? Before they could utter another word, a deafening roar erupted within the sacred land of Mariewa. The entire majestic city trembled in that moment. The internal alarms of the 3 elders rang incessantly, a foreboding sensation washing over them. Moments later, they ascended the grand hall to survey the scene. They gazed upon the raging winds sweeping through Mariewa, the world government S-ship that had crushed the slave arena, and the souls that laughed cruelly and shouted defiantly from the ship. An emotion of sheer horror seized the hearts of the 5 elders. A chilling cold surged from their feet, racing upward toward their very souls. It has come. It truly is those souls, cried the curly-haired noble elder. If the souls were here, what of William and the others? The bald elder's face turned pale. Ha. A wild, derisive laughter answered them. Need I say more? The two old geezers accompanying you have already been obliterated by Lord Luyu. The Sea Overlord, Rox, had arrived at the location of the three elders, Rox, and Pirate King Roger, as the figures of those long-thought dead materialized before them. The three elders felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Yet, even more shocking events awaited them. Amidst the chaos unleashed by the souls in Mariehua, a greater terror loomed above the sacred land. Boom. The thunderous roar resonated across the sky. Pitch-black thunderclouds loomed ominously, descending upon Mariehua. It was a true harbinger of doom. Then, golden scales glimmered, a radiant light piercing through the darkness. More and more golden orbs of compressed lightning manifested, 100, 200. Quickly surpassing 300, and still multiplying. The golden lightning spheres formed a chain, encircling the sacred land of Mariehua in a luminous halo. Damn it. What does that wretched bastard intend to do? At that moment, even the most composed elder in deep blue could no longer maintain his calm. They had confidence in their ability to gradually eradicate the invading souls with the strength of their world government and the city's foundation. Given time, even if they faced the combined might of Rox and Roger, they would prevail without fail. However, ha. What expressions you all wear, five elders. The pirate John mocked. Do not be overly fearful. Lord Liu merely intends to obliterate the city. Rox grinned, his tone nonchalant as he uttered the most terrifying words. If that is the case, won't you be blown away too? Shouldn't you cherish this rare opportunity of rebirth? The curly-haired noble elder incited. Ha. You are mistaken. Rox scoffed. Wretched world government. Let me tell you, if Lord Luyu desires it, we can return from the underworld countless times. We are now immortal. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us commence. Silver Axe chimed in mockingly. Ha. Then let it begin. The Battle of Goddess Valley resumes 36 years later. The Sea Overlord, Rox, coldly commanded. Following the war atop the Navy headquarters, the grand battle for the sacred land of Mariehua had commenced. For 800 years, this city, deemed a marvel by the world, stood at the center of the globe. Now, it erupted into the greatest war in history. The cries of the pirate souls, the desperate screams of the celestial dragons, and the thunderous roars of lightning combined to compose a symphony of annihilation. Above the heavens, Luyu sat cross-legged atop the thunderclouds, surrounded by swirling lightning, his presence resembling that of a divine enforcer of heavenly retribution. In a fleeting moment, Luyu's tightly shut eyes slowly opened and closed as he exhaled softly. 800 thunder demon crystal spheres had coalesced, their scale nearly threefold larger than the divine sound hall of the thunder dragon Laxus in the world of fairy tale. Yet, this was only the beginning. Luyu rubbed his hands together, and with a resounding rumble, a transformation once again unfolded within the depths of the thunderclouds. An enigmatic magical circle, glowing with golden radiance, slowly emerged. Following this, a colossal thunderball, no smaller than Inel's formidable attack thunder welcome, materialized from the magical array. Hovering ominously above the sacred ground, it loomed like the fabled sword of Damocles, intensifying the atmosphere of oppression and dread. The mere presence of 300 thunder magic crystal spheres would suffice to reduce an entire city to rubble, let alone the forbidden magic meticulously crafted with the full might of the Thunder Dragon King. Should this truly come to pass, Mariehua would undoubtedly be propelled into the heavens, becoming but a relic of history. My welcoming gift is prepared. Now, it is your turn to make your entrance. Luyu rose to his full height, his gaze piercing through the lofty sky, descending upon the deepest recesses of Mariehua. Behind the void throne lay a unique sanctuary akin to Pure Land, a realm nestled among flowers. Within this ethereal space resided the true mastermind behind the world's highest authority, the Five Elders, Im. As Luyu's eyes settled upon the enigmatic realm of flowers, a figure draped in a magnificent robe that cascaded for dozens of meters opened its eyes atop the throne. The very heavens trembled in response. Come now, Im, allow me to witness your dread. Reveal to me the essence of Joy Boy, whose legacy has endured for 8 centuries. Luyu grinned widely. The history of forbidden necromancy was ever ready to unleash, bringing forth a man who transcended 8 centuries. At last, the king of the world, Im, has emerged. Chapter 101. Joy Boy. The Holy Land Mariehua lay in chaos and ruin. An unprecedented event, not witnessed in 800 years, has transpired. The once magnificent sanctuary has now devolved into a blood-soaked battlefield. The anguish cries echoed relentlessly above Mariehua. What on earth has happened today? A nightmare. Is this truly a nightmare? Mariehua, is our sacred ground destined to fall? What shall become of us next? I fear for my life. I have yet to savor enough of this existence. Are we truly on the brink of the collapse of our sacred land? We are doomed. Everyone shall perish. O God, if you are indeed our ancestor, swiftly manifest and gather the souls of the fallen. All around Mariehua, the celestial dragons cried out in terror, horror, anger, and despair. Ha. Splendid. Truly splendid. The lamentations of these celestial swine are the most delightful of sounds. Let me hear more. The pirate overlord, Rox, laughed maniacally. Overthrow Mariehua. Overthrow the world government. Today is the day. Our Luyu is the true king of the world. The legendary undead pirates, Silver Axe, Wangji, John, and others roared in unison. Damn it. Those accursed pirates. Do not think you can continue your rampage unchecked, shouted the curly-haired Elder Star. In the next moment, a blazing meteor magnified in his gaze. Sakazuki, what are you doing? The Elder Stars admonished, barely evading the torrent of magma meteors. The Admiral Akaina remained silent, merely unleashing a shower of meteors upon the city that once required protection. The once grand sanctuary was engulfed in raging flames, transformed into a searing inferno. Damn it! That monster's necromancy retains even the devil fruit abilities of the deceased. This is utterly absurd. The Elder Star in a deep blue suit was left in a disheveled state under the fierce assault of Pirate King Roger. We are losing control. We can no longer manage this situation alone. The bald Elder Star gritted his teeth. Sama, if you do not take action soon, our world government is truly doomed. The curly-haired noble Elder Star shouted desperately towards a certain direction. With his cry, an inexplicable aura suddenly erupted from the depths of Mary Geos, swiftly engulfing the entire expanse. Under the oppressive force of that invisible terror, people felt as if a great mountain weighed upon their hearts, compelled to bow in submission. Amidst the crisis of the world government and the Holy Land Mary Geos, the king seated upon the throne of emptiness, the king of the world, finally awakened, unable to remain silent. Roger, look, could that be? The piercing gaze of Odin narrowed. It cannot be mistaken. Roger inhaled deeply, nodding gravely. The maniacal grin on Rock's face froze. John, Silver Axe, and the other formidable pirates were likewise struck with an involuntary horror. The world government. The Elder Stars. Is that truly the entity behind you? Rock squinted slightly, his massive frame trembling not from fear, but from excitement and exhilaration. It is too late for regrets now. Undead pirates, awaken. The curly-haired noble Elder Star and the bald Elder Star, briefly stunned, suddenly erupted into triumphant laughter. You have successfully provoked the king of this world. The god of this world. Consider yourselves fortunate to witness the might of a deity today. The Elder Star in a deep blue suit spoke fervently. The king of the world? What does he amount to as the true king of the world is our Luyo? Rox bellowed defiantly, as his foot struck the ground. A tremendous roar split the air, and the earth of Mary Geos cracked wide open. With that terrifying recoil, the pirate overlord, Rox, shot skyward like a rocket, aiming directly at the king of the world, who was slowly ascending from the throne. Presumptuous. The three Elder Stars shouted harshly, but could only admonish verbally. In an instant, Rox, soaring through the atmosphere, closed the distance to him. His massive form shuddered, as dark Haki entwined with blood-red Conqueror's Haki, weaving around him into a fearsome specter. Prepare to be struck. With a thunderous voice, the specter swung its fist. The sheer force tore through the air, and the terrifying pressure of the Conqueror's Haki ripped the fabric of reality, shredding Im's lengthy robes trailing behind him into countless fragments. Even in the face of Rock's frenzied, full-force assault, Im could not entirely disregard it. His long hair danced wildly as his hawkish, piercing gaze remained indifferent towards the approaching specter. As Rock's fist drew within a mere meter of him, Im nonchalantly raised his right hand. With a casual gesture, he countered the full force of Rock's Conqueror's Haki. Break for me. Rock's eyes widened, burning with fury, unleashing power beyond his limits. At last, Im's tranquil expression was shattered. He frowned slightly. A pearly white hand glimmered with a faint light. In the next moment, the brilliance surged forth, enveloping and consuming Rock's form. Whoosh! A blinding meteor streaked across the heavens, followed by a thunderous crash as Rox was sent hurtling back to the earth of the Red Soul continent, nearly overturning it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Witnessing this staggering spectacle, John, Silver Axe, and other undead pirates, well aware of Rock's terrifying might, involuntarily gasped in disbelief. The three Elder Stars laughed with ease. Roger, what was that earlier? Was it the power of Haki? Odin asked, astonished. That was the Conqueror's Haki, surpassing Rox and myself by an unfathomable magnitude, the Haki of the world. Roger solemnly nodded. Coughing, he stood at the center of the 100-meter deep pit on the Red Earth continent. Rox struggled to rise, his body swaying unsteadily, his right arm hanging limply. He was uncertain how many bones had broken within him, having sustained significant injuries. Nevertheless, Rock's fighting spirit remained undiminished. To him, nearly being obliterated by someone outside of Liu was an immense humiliation. He yearned for vengeance. Enough, Rox, allow me to take over from here. Liu calmly spoke, halting Rox. His gaze then fell upon him, who was several hundred meters away. Clap, clap. Liu applauded. With a single strike, he dealt a devastating blow to a tyrant like Rox, truly deserving of being the genuine ruler of the world government. Liu praised. I am the master of the world, the king of all realms. You mere mortals should hasten to kneel. Im spoke calmly, his voice resonating with the force of thunder. The last one to utter such words was obliterated by my hand. Liu smiled. The anomaly from a decade ago was you, the outsider. Im arraigned in his aura. Oh? Liu raised an eyebrow, astonished for the first time. 10 years ago, the outsider, the sovereign of this world, Im, appeared to be even more extraordinary than he had previously imagined. How did you come to know this? Liu countered, neither affirming nor denying. At this juncture, there was no longer any need for concealment. I am the sovereign of this world. My gaze remains unwavering upon it. Entities like you, so distinctly different, are not a novelty in history. Im spoke calmly. How intriguing. Might you elaborate? Even Liu, at this moment, found himself intrigued. compelled to engage in a profound dialogue with this ancient being. Beyond his curiosity regarding the heterogeneous entities that I mentioned, there lay a second motive. He sought to extract the historical essence of a certain individual from Im's memories. However, he was uncertain whether it was due to Im's formidable spirit or the vastness of the memories that the recollections from 8 centuries past were so deeply buried. Despite Liu having invoked the history of the corpse, he was unable to glimpse the existence he sought within a short span of time. To delve into the depths of an 800-year-old ocean of memories would require additional time. Indeed, I should have excluded you, this heterogeneous entity, 10 years ago. Yet, some force obstructed me, rendering your pursuit quite arduous. Had I known then what I know now, I would have spared no effort to uncover you. Im stated calmly. There are no what-ifs in this world. After living for 8 centuries, do you not grasp this simplest of truths? Liu smiled with a hint of mockery. Nevertheless, I remain intrigued by the other outsiders you mentioned. Shall we discuss it? Im showed no intention of responding. The sharp, eagle-like gaze of his dual-colored eyes flickered with an increasingly mesmerizing intensity. What if there were no hypotheticals? Ultimately, this is my domain. I am the sovereign of this world. And beings like you, mere outsiders, can be effortlessly obliterated. An aura of transcendent superiority radiated from him, as if he were towering above all creation. With a mere motion of his right hand, it seemed as though an invisible force descended upon Liu Yu. As if an unseen giant hand were pressing down upon him, Swish Liu Yu unhesitatingly activated his teleportation, arriving behind him, and brought his right hand. With the index and middle fingers pressed together, the transcendent supremacy of his conqueror's haki surged forth like a blade piercing the air. With a single finger, he struck, and a pitch-black void materialized in the space before him. Liu continued to evade with his instantaneous teleportation. Im's fingers danced with precision, harnessing the forces of the world to encircle him. Yet, he could not even graze the hem of Liu Yu's garment. How absurd. Is this truly the caliber of a man who dares to contend for the title of world king against me? Like a rat scurrying through the streets, fleeing in every direction? Sneered repeatedly. Do not be anxious. Soon, very soon, I shall present you with a grand surprise. Liu Yu's lips curved into a brilliant arc. Upon witnessing this, Yim's expression shifted. At last, he became aware of the penetrating gaze that pierced into his soul. Found it. The curvature of Liu Yu's lips widened even further. Come forth. The Straw Hat Joy Boy from 8 centuries ago. The river of history has turned back, carrying the passage of 800 years. The grand figure of Straw Hat Kid Joy Boy materializes from the annals of history. Chapter 102, Super Magic. History has changed. In the fragmented and chaotic Holy Land Mary Geos, a small giant towering over 10 meters suddenly appears before the eyes of the people. It seems as though he has traversed time from 800 years in the past. Within his dark eyes lies the essence of a vast cosmic starry sky. Who are you? Bastard, who the hell are you? The sudden emergence of the small giant instills immense unease and trepidation in the 3 celestial dragons, who shout in alarm. Roger. Kazuki Oden's eyes widen, his pupils constricting, as one who once beheld the truths of the world. He has a vague notion of the giant's identity, though he dares not confirm it. Ha. We are witnessing history. I am already satisfied with the second life granted by Lord Liu Yu. Pirate King Roger laughs heartily, the sound echoing as the most fulfilling laugh of his life. Hey. Roger, Oden. Do you know who he is? Who is this giant that resembles the great Straw Hat Luffy? John, Silver Axe, and others inquire. Ha. Roger appears oblivious to their questions. He strides with the exuberance of a child on a field trip, eagerly running up to the pensive small giant. Joy Boy. I have long wished to meet you. Roger's smile radiates like the blazing sun. Hearing Roger's call, Big Brother Straw Hat Joy Boy finally snaps out of his reverie. He looks down at Roger, and his eyes gleam with recognition. From Roger, he senses the aroma of kinship. You resemble a friend of mine. Your name? Big Brother Straw Hat Joy Boy inquires. My name is Roger. Roger joyfully introduces himself. And I'm Kazuki Oden. It is an honor to meet you, Joy Boy. Kazuki Oden hastily steps forward. Roger and Kazuki, you both are indeed free souls. Joy Boy bursts into hearty laughter. What are those 3 fools laughing about? Joy Boy? Who is that? Never heard of him. Is he famous? Is he formidable? John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, Admiral Akainu, and others look on in confusion. The name Joy Boy and the figure are foreign to them. Unaware of the truth, John and others are oblivious. However, the 3 celestial dragons present, the elders, cannot possibly be ignorant. Upon receiving confirmation from Roger that this small giant is indeed Joy Boy, the elders' eyes widen to the utmost limits, nearly popping from their sockets. How can this be? How could such a thing occur? In existence from 800 years ago. The 3 elders gasp heavily, utterly astonished. After all, that is a taboo. An absolutely unspeakable taboo. To see it return as a specter. What a terrifying and shocking affair this is. This singular being instills greater fear in them than all others combined, surpassing even the likes of Rox and Roger. It is not merely a matter of combat prowess. It is the very essence of his existence. The elders mechanically raise their heads. Before their eyes, a brilliant white meteor streaks across the sky. Joy Boy. Im's furious roar reverberates over Mary Geos and throughout the world. A terrifying aura surges forth, causing the atmosphere to explode thrice in rapid succession. Upon witnessing the return of an old friend, the king of the world, can no longer maintain his composure. He loses his usual calm demeanor, abandoning his aloofness and superiority to take the initiative. Odin's two-sword style, Tijen Kin, divine avoidance. With a fierce shout, Kazuki Odin and Pirate King Roger unleash their strongest powers to confront the threat. Simultaneously, the small giant Joy Boy swings his colossal fists. Boom. The heavens and earth tremble at this moment. The entire Holy Land Mary Geos, and indeed the whole Red Line, quakes in response. Kazuki Odin and Roger cry out as they are sent flying. Joy Boy's towering form is also forced back by M's tremendous blow, leaving deep footprints in the earth. Cough cough, Joy Boy spits out a mouthful of blood. Who would have thought we would meet again in this manner? Joy Boy rises, exuding an aura of unyielding resolve. Silence, Joy Boy. M's voice cuts through the air like lightning. Cough cough, haha, don't be so agitated, I dare say I am not inferior to you. It is all your silence, silence, silence. Roars repeatedly, the sound waves expanding like ocean waves, causing the nearby powerful beings to involuntarily retreat. It is evident that this ancient being, alive for 800 years, possesses formidable might. Enough. Joy Boy shakes his head. My straw hat should still be with you. Could you return it to me? Joy Boy inquires. Humph. No need for that. I will soon send you and this band of specters back. By the authority of the king of the world, I order you not to return to this realm. Sneers. His eagle-like eyes suddenly turn a ghostly gray. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Let the living remain, and the specters be returned. Those who should not exist shall be banished. Slowly extends his right hand, pushing outward. A misty white light emanates from him, spreading rapidly throughout Mary Geos, infused with the essence of the world. What is happening? My body. The once freed specters of the great pirate scream as they are enveloped in the luminous light, transforming into countless flecks of light, vanishing into dust, ceasing to exist. It is as though the world's authority is forcibly expelling those not belonging to it. It seems this is the end, but thankfully, I finally had a chance to bid farewell to white little Gigi. A twinge of regret lingers that I could not see Momonosuke and Hiyori. Odin lets out a gentle sigh. How delightful it is to reunite with Ace, Rayleigh, and all you cherished old friends. I find myself utterly content. This life holds no regrets. Roger's laughter resounded with carefree joy. Alas, I cannot accept this fate. The mighty sea overlord, Rox, fought desperately against his destiny. Yet, he was unable to evade the inevitable eradication by the world. Oh dear, I never anticipated that upon my return, I would be compelled to depart once more. I have yet to meet the straw hat of this era. Furthermore, Joy Boy glanced upwards, towards the celestial expanse above. My apologies, dear lord, for not being of greater assistance. Joy Boy offered an apologetic smile. No matter. Do not dwell on it. We shall meet again next time. Liu remained indifferent. The historical figures of Joy Boy, Roger, and Rox had been eradicated by Emo. His expression showed no sign of fluctuation from beginning to end. As he stated, it was merely a matter of returning next time. This visit was merely a test, given the unknown intelligence of Emo. Liu certainly did not harbor the notion of achieving a decisive victory. His journey to Mariehua was solely for the purpose of exploration. To ascertain whether Joy Boy's manifestation could indeed succeed, to gauge the true strength of the world monarch, Emo, and simultaneously to investigate his unique methods. If it were not for the purpose of testing, Liu would not lead the undead alone. He must undoubtedly bring with him the full combat strength of the Shanghai military headquarters for a grand offensive. Amidst the hearty and carefree laughter, the small giant of Joy Boy dissipated. In an instant, all the undead pirate crew, along with Joy Boy, vanished without a trace. The 3 elders of the 5 elders collectively exhaled, unable to contain their awe. Truly, it is Lord M. Indeed, our king, the king of the world. The elder in the deep blue suit fervently sang praises. Ha ha ha, did you see that? The wretched 5 emperors. This is the absolute power of Lord M. The bald elder, brimming with pride, had yet to finish his words when he was abruptly silenced. Gazing at the radiant sky, his eyes widened once more, filled with sheer terror and disbelief. Wretched 5 emperors. What do you intend to do? The curly-haired noble elder's eyelids twitched violently as he shouted in anger. I have spent such a long time preparing this gift for our meeting. How can you refuse to accept it? You must accept it, whether you like it or not. Liu smiled faintly, his hands forcefully sweeping downwards. With a hiss, the sky above Mariehua was suddenly engulfed in a brilliant golden light, radiating at its zenith. 800 highly compressed spheres of lightning discharged and interconnected, unleashing an endless cacophony of thunder upon the sacred land of Mariehua. Even more terrifying was the colossal sphere, exceeding 300 meters in diameter, which now descended slowly in tandem with Lu Yu's movements, poised to strike Mariehua. The forbidden magic, the divine sound hall, was upon them. Boom. The reverberations echoed. Everything became visible. The blinding, resplendent lightning illuminated the entire field of vision as Mariehua was consumed by the boundless golden radiance of thunder. Lu Yu's expression remained devoid of sorrow or joy, merely observing with a calm and indifferent gaze. In a particular moment, Lu Yu furrowed his brow. Amidst the overwhelming brilliance of golden lightning, an unusual white light suddenly illuminated the scene. A figure emerged, piercing through the tempest of thunder, bearing an almost apocalyptic force as it surged toward Lu Yu. It was the lethal strike from the king of the world, Im. He felt the genuine aura of destruction that could annihilate heaven and earth. Liu understood that even with his Dragon King physique, he might not be able to achieve complete defense. With a thought, he attempted to teleport. However, the surrounding space was firmly bound by an unseen force. The attempt to transport was in vain. Useless. No matter the method, it holds no value in the face of my control. Perish, aberrant being. Im's right hand glowed with an intense radiance, mercilessly thrusting towards Liu Yu's heart. Yet, there was no trace of fear or panic visible on Liu Yu's face. For he had yet to reveal his trump card, which was the very foundation of his audacity to probe. It is over. A smirk of triumph curved at the corner of Im's lips, confident in his impending victory. The strike, capable of cleaving through any existence in the world, descended. With a soft ding, a ripple spread through the void, shattering the atmosphere itself. Even the terrifying fabric of space began to crack. Im furrowed his brow. The anticipated scene of extracting Liu Yu's heart did not unfold. His lethal strike, fueled by the power of the world, had been thwarted. Liu Yu interlaced his hands. One of the three supreme magics of fairy tale was unleashed. The absolute defensive spell, Fairy Sphere. No matter the means. They are futile in the face of my absolute power. Im coldly commanded. He transformed his palm into a fist. With unparalleled strength. His fist struck the fairy sphere surrounding Liu Yu. Boom. Under that terrifying force, the fairy sphere, along with Liu Yu within it, was sent flying thousands of meters in an instant. How considerate of you to give me a little push. This shall conclude our encounter for today. Let us continue next time. Farewell, Im. The mocking voice of Liu Yu echoed from a distance, intensifying the anger on Im's face. She attempted to pursue, yet as she took a step, she halted and withdrew. Next time, luck will not favor you. The golden sphere of light emanating from Liu Yu shielded him, rendering any advance impossible. Chapter 103. The curtain falls on war at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. A monumental battle had left this magnificent base, which had stood for centuries, in ruins, teetering on the brink of annihilation. In the aftermath, as pirates departed one after another, a somber cloud loomed over the Navy headquarters. A heavy gloom weighed on the hearts of every sailor present. This battle had ended in their utter defeat. A complete and total rout. All due to the actions of a single man. He would become a nightmare for this world, this new era. The elite officers of the Navy could only imagine the hell that awaited them under the rule of the 5 emperors. Attention everyone. There is no time for sorrow. Immediately evacuate all injured personnel to the ships. The voice of Vice Admiral Tsuru reverberated through the shattered Navy headquarters. At her unexpected command, the sailors, lost in their grief, displayed expressions of confusion. Yet in the next moment, they understood the reason. With a resounding crash, another large section of the headquarters sank into the ocean. Quickly, move, retreat. The headquarters is collapsing. The sailors cried out. Those still possessing strength hastily lifted their wounded comrades to evacuate. Within mere minutes, all personnel, including the injured and deceased, boarded the naval vessels. With a thunderous noise, it seemed the land had sensed that all had safely departed. The remnants of the Navy headquarters plunged into the depths of the sea. A chorus of wails arose from the ships, echoing the sorrow of the soldiers. An era had come to an end. Not only Whitebeard, but us as well. Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed deeply. The Navy headquarters could be rebuilt, but from now on, I entrust its future to you, little Tsuru. Sengoku lamented. Foolish Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru muttered under her breath. Raising her gaze, her eyes fell upon the distant red line. Her brow furrowed. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the summit of the red line, radiating like endless golden lightning. Even from afar, it was unmistakably clear. Would the Holy Land, Mariewa, also meet its end? Vice Admiral Tsuru whispered in shock. At that moment, in the skies near the red line, a massive island floated, teeming with heroes and powerful figures. The Whitebeard pirates, led by Whitebeard himself, along with 43 affiliated pirate crews from the New World, the red-haired pirates led by Shanks. The legendary figures Gold Lion Shiki and Dark King Rayleigh, and other formidable warriors such as the 2 kings of the Fishmen, Jinbe, Boa Hancock, and Ivankov, the Okama King, and Monkey D. Luffy, among others. At this very moment, the powerful figures gathered on the floating island fixed their gazes intently upon the darkened sky in the distance, where the Holy Land, Mariewa, lay. Mr. Liu will be fine, right, Sister Shaki? Robin clenched her small fists, her palms slick with nervous sweat. He will be fine. Shaki nodded firmly. Haha. That as Captain Liu Yu and Captain Rocks. Who could possibly match such an invincible force? Gold Lion Shiki laughed heartily. Luffy, what's wrong? Straw Hat Boy, Rayleigh, Ace, Shanks, and others shouted as they watched the suddenly collapsed Luffy. It's such a strange feeling. Luffy's face was filled with confusion. It feels like there is another me. Where is this place? I see Uncle Roger. Luffy murmured dreamily, leaving those around him bewildered, scratching their heads in confusion. Rayleigh, could it be? The red-haired emperor seemed to realize something, his face etched with shock. Rayleigh furrowed his brow in deep thought. At that moment, look. Mr. Liu Yu has made his move. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, exclaimed. In the next instant, everyone on the island witnessed the overwhelming golden lightning that engulfed the heavens and the earth. Haha. Truly worthy of Captain Liu Yu. Gold Lion Shiki laughed boisterously. Clap, clap, clap. What a spectacular sight. Too bad we cannot witness it firsthand. Whitebeard chuckled heartily. Shanks, something is coming, shouted Jesus Burgess, the sniper of the red-haired pirates. As the words left his mouth, a brilliant beam of golden light streaked across the sky, racing towards them from the direction of Mariewa. As it passed, the air rippled violently, producing a cacophony of deafening blasts. Sensing the terrifying approach, Gold Lion Shiki instinctively attempted to maneuver the island to evade the impending threat. Yet before he could act, the golden light crashed directly into the base of the island. With a thunderous roar, the massive floating island trembled violently. A third of the island broke away from the impact, plummeting toward the red line below. That is Mr. Luyu. Marco, soaring high, saw the enormous explosion crater where Luyu lay embedded, his expression abruptly changing. Without a moment's hesitation, Gold Lion Shiki darted away. Mr. Luyu. Robin felt darkness envelop her vision, barely supported by Shaki to avoid collapsing. Meanwhile, Hancock fell directly to the ground. Quick, let us check it out, Whitebeard commanded, waving his hand as he led everyone toward the center of the explosion. Captain Luyu. Shiki, arriving faster than anyone else, shouted in anxious desperation. A faint cough emerged from the haze of the explosion, accompanied by the sound of stones rolling. Luyu emerged slowly from the crater. Ding. Having slain 10 celestial dragons, he was rewarded with an increase of 5 levels in Shadow's annihilation magic and 10 levels in Dragon's power. The system's mechanical notification echoed, reporting to Luyu the state of affairs in Mariewa. The Divine Sound Palace, capable of obliterating Mariewa, had only claimed the lives of 54 celestial dragons. It seems that I must have intervened once more. Luyu shook his head with a hint of regret. Captain Luyu, are you all right? Jean Sheetsy inquired with concern. I am fine. Luyu casually wiped away the blood that flowed from the corner of his mouth. Despite the tumultuous storm raging within him, he was besieged by an overwhelming pain that felt as if his entire body was on the verge of collapse. Luyu's eyes remained bright, and his aura still radiated strength. This time, had it not been for the luminous orb of the absolute defensive supermagic fairy, he might have faced dire consequences in Mariewa. The true challenge did not lie in him's personal power, which was negligible. Rather, it stemmed from the formidable forces he commanded. Even the orb of absolute defense was nearly breached. Nevertheless, thanks to this occurrence, Luyu has also witnessed all of him's concealed tactics. For some reason, he is unable to leave Mary Joa. Just wait. The next time we meet will be when we truly engage in battle. Luyu murmured softly to himself. Luyu. Your Excellency, Mr. Luyu, Lord Luyu. The likes of Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, Rayleigh, Nami, and Robin arrived one after another. Luyu, are you all right? Whitebeard approached with concern. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Luyu smiled broadly. Ah, splendid. Everything is fine. Marco and the others couldn't help but exhale in relief. Mr. Luyu, with a pale complexion, Robin arrived with the support of Xiachi, her large eyes brimming with tears. It's all right. Do not be afraid. He comfortingly patted Robin's head. Whitebeard, I shall now retreat for a brief respite. We shall address any matters later, Luyu declared, and then proceeded to lead Robin towards the palace. The others, including Cat Viper and Dogstorm, wished to speak but were promptly silenced by Marco and his companions. The expressions of Whitebeard, Marco, Cat Viper, and Dogstorm were fraught with anxiety and fear. Just moments ago, they had attacked Marie Joy's with hundreds of people, among whom was their most revered lord. Yet now, only Luyu returned, having just reunited. They were loath to part ways again. As long as Luyu remained, there would always be a chance to meet their lord once more. Whether it be Odin or Roger, Whitebeard remarked. Indeed, Cat Viper, Dogstorm, let Mr. Luyu rest in peace for now. Do not disturb him. Jozu and Vista urged. Ace. Do not be disheartened. We will surely meet again. Marco comforted as he patted Ace's shoulder. Fool, Marco. Don't say such things. Who wishes to see that irresponsible scoundrel? Ace exclaimed, his emotions in turmoil. Haha. Chapter 104, The Man with a Bounty of 10 Billion. A monumental war unfolded at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, shaking the hearts of people across the globe. From the four corners of the world, the grand line to the new world, every nation, every island, and every village awaited with bated breath. Was the war over? What was the outcome? What fate awaited Fire Fist Ace? What role did that man named Luyu play in this conflict? Had the hero, Vice Admiral Garp, truly been defeated? What of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Akainu, and Admiral Kazan? How were they faring? Was the resurrection of the Pirate King true? Had the dead truly returned from the underworld? Surely the headquarters had triumphed. They could not have lost, could they? People everywhere were anxiously awaiting first-hand news of the Paramount War. Yet, the announcement from the world government and the Navy headquarters was painfully delayed. This was to be expected, as Marineford had been erased from the map. The world government's stronghold, the Holy Land Mary Geos, was on the verge of total collapse. 3 hours after the war concluded, as night fell, countless newsbirds took flight from various news agency headquarters, bearing reports of unprecedented events to every corner of the world, illuminating countless homes. Thus, the world trembled in anticipation. Hey, what a joke. This must be a lie. It cannot be true. The Five Emperors. Emperor Liu single-handedly breached the Navy headquarters. Admiral Kazan, Vice Admiral Garp, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku were all defeated. Admiral Akainu even perished. Someone tell me this isn't real. Am I dreaming? The 5 Emperor Liu Yu is indeed the strongest man in this world. No. In history, the Navy has fallen. No, the Navy's defeat is secondary. We must focus on these revenants. Forget the former Sea Overlord rocks, but this is Roger. Pirate King Roger. The Pirate King Roger, who was publicly executed 24 years ago in Loketown, has returned. What will become of the world now? The Great Pirate Era, led by the 5 Emperor Liu Yu, is about to erupt. Hey. Stop looking at other newspapers and check Morgan's World Economic Journal. His report is far more detailed. Not only Whitebeard and the 5 Emperor Liu Yu, but also Kaido, Big Mom, Shanks, the Sea Emperors, all took part. Moreover, the Yonko Kaido was slain by a samurai. After the Admiral, a Sea Emperor has also perished. Wait a moment. Is that the Gorosei? The highest power of the world, the Gorosei? 2 members of the Gorosei were obliterated by the 5 Emperor Liu Yu. The Navy headquarters no longer exists. Even the Holy Land Mary Geos has turned to ruins. An unprecedented era of terror is upon us. The world is doomed. Across the globe, homes flickered with light, and sleep eluded many this night. Some were filled with sorrow, while others rejoiced. In Windmill Village of the East Blue, the mountain bandit Dayton, who rarely left the depths of the Kolbo Mountains, led her entire family to the only tavern in the village. Makino. Bring out all the liquor you have. Ace and that brat Luffy are fine, and Old Man Garp is still alive. Today, we celebrate. The mountain bandit Dayton strode in with pride, akin to a triumphant hen. All right. The young tavern waitress Makino beamed with joy. At the starting point of the Grand Line, Twin Capes, the lighthouse keeper Kuroka's basked in the starlight, thoroughly engrossed in a newspaper. His aged face bore both frowns and joyous laughter. Captain Roger, welcome back. I long to see you all again. On St. Shining Island in the Alabasta Kingdom, Princess Vivi, with her stunning aquamarine hair, sighed in relief. Wonderful. Karu, this is truly splendid. Luffy and his brother are safe. Captain Karu of the Royal Flying Duck Squad flapped his wings excitedly, in stark contrast to Vivi's exuberance. The King Cobra and others in the Royal Council chamber wore somber expressions. The world is about to be reshuffled. Whirlwind swept through the yellow sands, engulfing everything. Here lay the Isle of Wight, Baldigon, a mysterious island absent from any map. Simultaneously, it served as the headquarters of the world's most notorious organization, the Revolutionary Army. At this moment, in the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, a war conference room filled with the enigmatic leader Dragon, Chief of Staff Sabo, and the 4 army commanders, gathered in a solemn atmosphere. This has been the complete account of today's Paramount War. The intelligence officer teleconveyed the entire battle through the din mushy to the gathered officials. As his words concluded, a profound silence followed. Incredible. That 5 Emperor. Could he truly be that powerful? 2 admirals, the fleet admiral, and the hero were all defeated by him. The revolutionary girl Kella, with her orange short hair, whispered in astonishment. The most terrifying aspect was not his unparalleled strength, but those undead. General Lindbergh of the Southern Army sprang to his feet in shock. The tyrants of the sea, Rocks, John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, merely some of the horrific monsters. The commander of the Western Army, the striking giant crossdresser Morley, spoke weakly. And that warrior Odin and the pirate King Roger. Beast of every era, heroes have returned. This man has truly set his sights on the throne of the world. The Eastern Army commander, Bella Betty, wearing a flamboyant outfit, nodded solemnly. Dragon, what shall we do next? The Navy is gravely weakened. 2 of the 5 elders have been slain by that emperor. Even Mariehua has been nearly reduced to rubble. This chaotic era is indeed the perfect opportunity for our revolutionary army to rise. Commander Karas of the Northern Army spoke in a deep voice. At the head of the meeting, the leader of the revolutionaries, Dragon, pondered. Half of his body shrouded in shadows. The opportunity to overthrow the world government has arisen. If our revolution is to succeed, we cannot bypass this man. I trust Ivankov will also realize this. We shall discuss everything in detail upon his return. Dragon spoke solemnly. At that moment, the young chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, who had been silent for a considerable time, suddenly stood up. What is it, Sabo? Kella asked in confusion. Mr. Dragon, I request permission to go to Wano country to negotiate with that emperor. Sabo spoke earnestly, a peculiar expression on his face. Beyond this purpose, he harbored another significant reason, his lost memories. Instinct told him he must make the journey. Sabo, I have faith in your words. Then you shall go. In the new world. Wano country. Following the fall of Kaido and the ascension of a new era, this nation has abandoned its 800-year-old isolationist practices. It has been over a month since the opening of the country, and the newsbirds from the outside world have gradually grown accustomed to delivering news here. At this moment, the entirety of Wano is abuzz with excitement, especially regarding the return of the undead Kazuki Odin. In the flower capital of Wano, at the mansion of the new shogun, a stunning young girl clad in a vibrant red kimono leaned against the window, idly gazing at the stars and the moon. Why has no news arrived yet? How is the war with Old Man White? What about Lord Luffy? Hiyori is so worried. The beautiful face of Kazuki Hiyori was tinged with sorrow. Princess, Hiyori, Princess Hiyori. News has arrived. The shouts of excitement and joy from the retainers of the Kazuki clan, including Kinemon, Kawamatsu, and Azura, echoed through the mansion, reverberating endlessly. Really? Hiyori rushed to the door. Seeing her kneeling retainers outside, she was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a wave of anxiety. Kinemon, Kawamatsu, Sukiyaki, what has happened? Why are you crying? Has something happened to Lord Luffy? Seeing the tears in her retainer's eyes, Hiyori's own eyes turned red, nearly on the verge of tears herself. No. Kinemon quickly wiped away his tears. We are overjoyed. Lady Hiyori. Kawamatsu laughed, tears streaming down his face. Princess Hiyori, he has returned. Lord Odin has come back. Sukiyaki exclaimed excitedly. Is it Lord Luffy who has returned? Hiyori's eyes sparkled with hope. It is Lord Odin. Our master, your father, Lord Odin has indeed returned. Kinemon cried tears of joy. My father. Hiyori instinctively covered her mouth with her delicate hand, struggling not to cry out in surprise. Kinemon, is this true? Tears blurred the beauty of Kazuki Hiyori's eyes. The series of world-shattering news triggered by the events of the war continued to unfold. Across the globe, countless discussions erupted. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Navy and government, which had remained silent since the war, finally took action. Accompanying the follow-up reports of major news were a deluge of new bounty notices. The long-absent bounty for the flying pirate Shiki, the Golden Lion, and for the Dark King Rayleigh, and most importantly, the new bounty for the Emperor, Luffy, 100 billion. The entire world trembled once more in shock. Chapter 105. Unprecedented, Emperor Luffy, bounty of 100 billion. 3 days after the war, the vast ocean and the entire world were once again shaken by this small bounty notice. Emperor Luffy, with a bounty of 100 billion berries, what a terrifying reward. A single person with such a bounty